Inside the camp, the man stood still, his eyes fixed on the guns and supplies piled up on the ground in front of him. Crates of bullets were piled up, and rows of Mauser 98K sniper rifles and ZB-26 light machine guns were neatly arranged next to them, along with mortars and howitzers that exuded a strong sense of oppression. Next to these weapons, 200,000 cans of meat and 30,000 sets of individual soldier equipment were neatly arranged on the ground. Looking at the seemingly endless military weapons and vast quantities of supplies before him, Wang Kuan's face was filled with excitement. The next moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, completely disregarding any semblance of decorum. He was transported to a parallel world by accident and became a down-on-his-luck prince of the hereditary duke's mansion in Chunqing, Yunnan province. At this time, the world was in chaos. The Great Xia dynasty was no longer able to govern the entire country, and the order of the world was gradually collapsing. Warlords, powerful clans, and wealthy families in various regions carved out their own territories and formed their own autonomous systems. What Wang Kuan inherited was merely a garrison regiment left behind by his father after his death. This force was not only limited in size, but also had virtually no combat capability. In such a chaotic world, such power was simply insufficient for survival. Just as Wang Kuan was sinking into despair, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The Conquest of the World system has been activated. The host can use money to purchase advanced military weapons, talents from all walks of life, and various daily necessities and special items in the system shop. Furthermore, completing the tasks issued by the system will also earn you generous additional rewards. Host, strive to become the greatest warlord and dominate the world. The system's voice sounded again soon after. New player rewards have been issued. 3,000 Mauser and 98K rifles, 3 million rounds of ammunition, 100,000 M24 grenades, 120 ZB-26 light machine guns, 1.2 million rounds of ammunition, 45 MG-08 machine guns, 900,000 rounds of ammunition, 25 60mm mortars, 10 82mm mortars, 15,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 75mm howitzers, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 77mm field guns, 500 rounds of ammunition, 50 sets of communication equipment, 100 vehicles of various types, 200,000 cans of meat, 50 tons of staple food, and 30,000 sets of individual soldier equipment. Please check them, host. As the system notifications kept ringing in his mind, Wang Kuan's initial despair vanished instantly. He knew very well that his chance to change his fate had arrived. With the power of the system, plus the massive amount of weapons and supplies in front of him, he could completely rearm his guard regiment and rapidly grow this originally defenseless force. He intends to leverage the system and these resources to gradually build his power, using this as a starting point to rapidly rise in this chaotic world and gradually pave the way to world domination. After the initial excitement, Wang Kuan quickly calmed down. He stood there for a while, pondering, before deciding to purchase more officers and soldiers through the system. The reason is simple. Many of these new weapons and equipment require professional personnel to operate. Without trained soldiers, the existing guard regiments simply cannot unleash the true power of these weapons. After the purchase was completed, the system replenished him with personnel that could be put into immediate use. 80 artillerymen, 150 machine gunners, and 155 commanders at all levels, from squad leaders to regimental commanders. With the addition of these professionals, Wang Kuan felt much more confident. He believed that as long as the entire garrison regiment underwent intensive training for a week, they would basically master the use of these new weapons and equipment. Even when necessary, the troops can be expanded to the size of a division. As long as these core personnel are responsible for training and command, there is no need to worry about a significant decrease in combat effectiveness after the troops are expanded. After all, the officer and soldier templates purchased by the system were all elite troops from the early days of the Third German Empire. The system then added that all supplies and personnel would be transported to the location designated by the royal authority within 24 hours. As for potential exposure risks, the system will also perform corresponding shielding measures, leaving no abnormal traces. With everything that needed to be done completed, and it getting late, Wang Kuan quickly packed up, summoned his guards, and prepared to head home. Around midnight, the system would deliver all the supplies to the military camp warehouse. He didn't need to worry about that at all. Besides, no one else would have any recollection of how the supplies arrived. After returning home, Wang Kuan chatted briefly with his eldest sister, had dinner, and then went back to his room to lie down on the bed to rest. The system's appearance completely dispelled his initial confusion upon transmigrating. On the contrary, an unprecedented ambition swelled within him. Who in this world could rival him? The next morning, Wang Kuan rushed to the military camp without even having breakfast. He couldn't wait to see if the supplies the system had promised to deliver and the officers he had purchased had arrived. After all, this was his first real encounter with a so-called system or cheat, and no one knew what unexpected things might happen during the process. When he arrived at the gate of the military camp, he could see hundreds of soldiers standing outside in the distance. They were lined up in neat rows, each standing straight and imposing, looking like a group of real elite soldiers. Just then, a colonel in an officer's uniform, who looked to be about 30 years old, stepped out of the ranks, saluted Wang Kuan, and said, "Reporting, sir. My name is Li Jian. Everyone is present. No one is absent. Please give your instructions." Wang Kuan returned the salute and then gave the order, "At ease. Attention, all troops, advance into the barracks." Upon entering the military camp, Wang Kuan immediately summoned Wang Hu and instructed him to gather the existing guards and the newly recruited personnel. After all the teams had assembled, Wang Kuan introduced the newly added military units to everyone and officially appointed Li Jian as the commander of the garrison regiment. As for himself, he will temporarily step down from his position as regimental commander and will be reassigned when the unit expands in size. After the introductions, Wang Kuan ordered everyone to go to the warehouse, unload the newly delivered weapons and equipment, and distribute the weapons according to their respective duties. Subsequently, Wang Kuan called the newly appointed regimental commander Li Jian and deputy regimental commander Wang Hu aside, preparing to reorganize the garrison regiment and asking for their opinions. According to the king's plan, the reorganized troops will retain the main body of the regimental headquarters, while adding an artillery company, a reinforced engineer platoon, a communications platoon, and a medical platoon. As weaponry and equipment continue to increase in the future, these units will need to be expanded as needed. Simultaneously, the size of the supply and logistics personnel will also need to be gradually increased. At the regimental headquarters level, the number of staff officers and commanders will need to be increased to improve overall command efficiency. After the reorganization was completed, the total number of personnel in the entire garrison regiment was approximately 3,200, including necessary civilian and logistical staff. After some discussion, the three decided to temporarily follow the reorganization plan proposed by Wang Kuan. Further adjustments to the organization would be made after the troop situation stabilized. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the garrison regiment had basically completed its reorganization. That afternoon, Wang Kuan stood on the training platform in the parade ground, looking down at the reorganized army below, and his heart was filled with pride and ambition. The soldiers below the stage were all dressed in military uniforms, wearing helmets and boots, carrying 98K rifles on their shoulders and Mauser pistols at their waists. In the front row were rows of light and heavy machine guns, on both sides were mortars, and in the rear were rows of cannons. Looking across the entire Great Xia territory, where else could one find such an elite army? As things stand, even the great powers might not be able to field a force better equipped than theirs. After inspecting the troops' equipment, Wang Kuan instructed Li Jian and Wang Hu to begin field training in the suburbs and remote areas starting tomorrow. The goal is to enable artillerymen and machine gunners to master the skills in a short period of time, while training as many technical personnel as possible. All auxiliary units must also participate in training to learn how to fire a gun and provide emergency support, so as not to become a hindrance on the battlefield. After giving his instructions, Wang Kuan prepared to return home. He needed to get back early today. His second sister was coming home today, and he hadn't seen that familiar figure in his memory for a long time. When Wang Kuan returned home and saw his second sister, he greeted her warmly and listened to her tell him about her life abroad. After dinner, the family sat and chatted for a while before going to their rooms to rest. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the troops' training has ended. The coordinated operations between the infantry and artillery are basically ready for actual combat. On this day, Wang Kuan was handling affairs in the military camp as usual. Suddenly,
A guard came in to report that someone from his family had come and needed him to return home to deal with something urgent. After Wang Kuan returned home and learned what had happened, he closed his eyes and began to ponder. Yunnan province was one of the few provinces not yet ruled by warlords. Several factions existed within the province, all backed by foreign powers, which contributed to the relatively peaceful situation it enjoyed today. The incident began when Wang Kuan's second sister went shopping and was provoked and harassed by a spoiled young man. The man was a relative of one of the warlords in Yunnan province. His family name was Zhang, and he was a businessman in Kunming. This family, relying on the backing of their warlord relatives, acted extremely rudely, completely disregarding the Wang family's attitude, and even seemed to be deliberately provoking them. In just half a day, this matter had become the talk of the town. If this wasn't handled properly, the Wang family would become a laughingstock in Yunnan province. At that point, anyone would dare to take a bite out of them, and who would still be willing to risk their lives for them? Wang Kuan was currently contemplating whether to use this opportunity to make an example of this spoiled brat and wipe out his entire family. Since he fully accepted the memories of this life, he had completely integrated into this body and this family. His two older sisters were his Achilles heel. Since his mother's early death and his father's busy official duties, he was practically raised by his two older sisters. After thinking it through, Wang Kuan summoned a guard and ordered him to go to the military camp to have Wang, who lead a battalion of troops into the city, surround the family, and arrest all the servants and the master who had assaulted them. If anyone resists with force, they could be shot dead on the spot if they fire a knife or gun first. After the guards left, the eldest and second eldest sisters came in. Clearly, they had overheard what he said, and their faces showed some worry. The eldest sister spoke up, "Little brother, what if things escalate and they refuse to back down? After all, they have an army." The second sister chimed in, "Yes, if a conflict breaks out, it might turn into a war. Our family only has one garrison regiment. We're probably no match for them." The two older sisters were unaware that the army had recently undergone reorganization and assumed it would remain the same as before. Wang Kuan, however, knew perfectly well that if the army hadn't been reorganized and was still equipped with the same old equipment, no cannons, only old-fashioned rifles of various lengths, and only a few machine guns, he certainly wouldn't have done it this way. He reassured his two older sisters, saying, "Don't worry, eldest sister and second sister. Some time ago, I used my connections to get a batch of weapons from abroad. We have plenty of machine guns and cannons, and all the rifles have been replaced with the new ones. Now we are well equipped and strong. One garrison regiment can even chase down 1 or 2 divisions." He then added, "If the warlord behind them dares to show his face, I'll wipe him out. Do they really think they can be arrogant just because they have 2 divisions? Their equipment is outdated and they don't have any heavy firepower. Do you think I'm afraid of them?" After comforting his two older sisters for a while, Wang Kuan estimated that it was about time and led his guards directly towards their destination. Wang Kuan was determined to make a big scene this time. In recent years, since his father's death, the prestige of the Duke's mansion had declined day by day. Although they still commanded an army of over 1,000 men, in the eyes of those warlords, this force was utterly insignificant. Today, he would see who dared to step forward in this matter. Whoever dared to step forward, he would wipe them out. Just then, at the gate of Chuncheng, one of the guards glanced into the distance and suddenly froze, standing there dumbfounded, motionless. Old Chun, the guard leader, called him several times without response, and, cursing, prepared to go over and slap him. Just then, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. Old Chun turned his head and froze on the spot. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vehicles that he had only heard of but never seen before drove over in a grand procession. The vehicles were filled with soldiers and also contained many strange weapons and equipment he had never seen before. After the lead vehicle stopped, a man got out. Old Chun recognized the man and quickly went forward, bowing and scraping as he asked, "Commander Wang, is there something you need with such a large entourage?" Looking at the military uniforms these people were wearing, Old Chun felt a surge of envy. Their uniforms made them look exceptionally smart, while his own uniform paled in comparison. Wang Hu straightened his uniform and said, "We are here on orders from our regimental commander to conduct business in the city. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to interfere." "What? You want to stop us?" No. I'll notify them to open the city gates right away." Old Chun was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly and quickly ordered his men to clear the road into the city. Wang Hu didn't make things difficult for these people. These men were paid by the government and belonged to the city's guard force. It wasn't that their garrison was afraid. It was just that the garrison had never had the habit of abusing its power. Once all the vehicles had entered the city, Old Chun was overwhelmed with astonishment. When did the garrison outside the city acquire such sophisticated equipment? Meanwhile, inside the city, Wang Kuan met up with Wang Hu on the road, and then led a battalion of troops straight towards the Zhang family. Along the way, the roadsides were lined with onlookers. Someone said, "Isn't that the heir of the Duke's mansion? What's he up to? Don't you know?" Today, the Zhang family in the city beat a servant of the Duke's mansion to death, and they were so rude and audacious as to harass the second young lady. People in the crowd on both sides of the street who knew what had happened started to discuss it. Before long, Wang Kuan and his men arrived outside the Zhang family mansion. Wang Kuan glanced at the plaque above the gate. Then he waved his hand. Wang Hu immediately shouted, "First company, go in and arrest people. Anyone who violently resists, shoot them on the spot." Second and third companies, surround the Zhang family mansion and set up mortar and machine gun positions. As the order was given, the soldiers broke down the gates and rushed into the mansion to arrest the person. Wang Kuan stood quietly outside the gates, waiting for the person to be brought out. It was sunset, and the last rays of the evening glow shone down, illuminating Wang Kuan's tall and imposing figure. From a distance, he looked as if he were descending from the heavens. Chapter 4: The Powerful Royal Authority and the Undercurrents in Yunnan Province. Inside the Zhang family mansion, the Zhang father and son were discussing the trouble they had gotten themselves into that day behind closed doors. Offending the Duke's mansion was no small matter. After all, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Wang family's power had declined in recent years, they were still not someone that ordinary people could easily provoke. The young master of the Zhang family felt a little panicked and couldn't help but ask his father what they should do next. He worried that if the Duke's mansion really retaliated, the Zhang family would be powerless to resist. The Zhang family head waved his hand, telling his son not to worry. Today's events weren't a simple conflict. Someone was orchestrating it behind the scenes. That person was his son's uncle, a warlord in Yunnan Province. The Zhang family head explained that this was originally intended to test the reaction of the Duke Wang family. If the Wang family dare not act, it would mean they were already powerless. Even if the Wang family wanted revenge, they would have to consider their strength, given that they had a warlord backing them. Just as the father and son were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the courtyard, with servants shouting. The two men exchanged a glance, immediately realizing something was wrong, and hurriedly got up to go outside to see what was happening. Meanwhile, the Zhang family's gate had already been breached by soldiers from the garrison regiment, and a company of soldiers quickly entered the courtyard. The Zhang family's guards tried to stop them, but they were no match for the soldiers. The garrison regiment soldiers were all seasoned veterans who had seen blood and didn't waste words with them. Anyone who dared to step forward to obstruct them was met with blows from the soldiers' rifle butts. In just a few blows, the guard were covered in blood, lying on the ground crying out in pain. The courtyard was quickly brought under control, and the platoon of soldiers continued to advance, preparing to arrest everyone in the Zhang family. Just then, the Zhang father and son came out of the house. Upon seeing the courtyard full of soldiers, they were both shocked and furious, and immediately shouted to stop them. The head of the Zhang family demanded to know who these people were, daring to intrude into their Zhang family compound. But the soldiers offered no explanation, recognizing them immediately as the Zhang father and son. They rushed forward, pinned them down, handcuffed them, and took them away. As the Zhang father and son were led away, the soldiers shouted threats, demanding they release the prisoners or face the consequences. The soldiers ignored them and escorted the two men outside the Zhang residence. When the father and son stepped out of the gate and saw the scene outside, their faces turned deathly pale. The area outside the residence was filled with military vehicles. Machine guns and mortars were already set up, and standing at the very front was Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan looked at the Zhang family father and son being escorted out and said calmly, "I believe the two of them already understand why I'm here today. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Since the young master of the Zhang family dared to kill, he must pay the price. Since the Zhang family dared to provoke the Duke's mansion, they should naturally be prepared to bear the consequences." Just as the Zhang family head was about to explain, Wang Kuan raised his hand to interrupt him, then turned and ordered the soldiers to arrest everyone who had acted that day. Then Wang Kuan said to the Zhang family head, "Today I'm only taking the Zhang family father and son, along with those who attacked me. As for the rest of the Zhang family, if they have any ability to resist, let them try. I, Wang Kuan, will take it all." After saying this, Wang Kuan led his men into the carriage and left, the convoy quickly heading towards the military camp outside the city. Just as the car started moving, the Zhang family head was still shouting threats from behind, saying that his brother-in-law would soon find out about this and would definitely retaliate. Wang Kuan simply replied that he was waiting for the other party's revenge. Back at the military camp, Wang Kuan waited a while before his cousin came in to report the interrogation results. After some questioning, the Zhang father and son finally confessed that the matter was indeed instigated by the warlord behind it. The warlord did this to test the Wang family's reaction. Moreover, he not only coveted the Wang family's garrison, but also had designs on his two older sisters. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan's face immediately turned cold. He hadn't expected that even a minor warlord would dare to covet their family's territory. Thinking of the family's gradual decline over the years, a surge of anger rose within him. What he found even more intolerable was that the other party dared to covet his two older sisters. Wang Kuan immediately ordered that the murderer be publicly executed outside the city the following morning, with Zhang's father and son to be executed together. As for the Zhang family, all their property was confiscated and all their guards were conscripted into hard labor. In such chaotic times, having a gun was the rule. Since the other party harbored ill intentions, they had to be completely eliminated. The next morning, almost the entire city of Chunqing knew about the event. Many people, hearing that a public execution was to be carried out, rushed out of the city. After all, there wasn't much excitement on ordinary days, so naturally no one wanted to miss such a momentous occasion. By around 10 a.m., the area outside the city had been packed with people. From a distance, it looked like a vast throng of people, adults and children, men and women, young and old, all waiting to see what happened next. Soon after, a line of military vehicles pulled up. With the sound of brakes, Zhang and his son, along with their guards, were forced off the vehicles, bound, and made to kneel in a row by the roadside. After Wang Kuan and Wang who got out of the carriage, the surrounding crowd gradually quieted down. All eyes were on Wang Kuan, eager to see what the heir of the Duke's mansion would do next. Wang Kuan didn't say much, but walked up to the Zhang father and son and coldly said, "Remember to be careful in your next life. Not everyone is worth offending. Today, I'm using their heads as a warning to others. As for the warlord behind them, he'll be next soon." After speaking, Wang Kuan turned and left. With a wave of his hand, a burst of gunfire rang out. All those kneeling on the ground fell to the ground, lifeless. After the soldiers disposed of the bodies, Wang Kuan led his troops back to the camp. The onlookers, however, were abuzz with discussion. Many had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of the Duke's mansion. By the afternoon, almost all factions throughout Yunnan province had heard about the incident. The Zhang family of Chunqing had offended the Duke's mansion and was wiped out by Wang Kuan's troops, with even their property confiscated. Everyone is now waiting to see the reaction of Zhang's warlord son-in-law. On the surface, Yunnan province remains calm, but many know that a storm is brewing. As for Wang Kuan, he pays no attention to the outside discussions. His current focus is on how to further strengthen his power. Inside the military camp, the large sum of money seized from the Zhang family had been counted. Wang Kuan allocated a portion as military pay and used the remainder to purchase weapons and equipment. By current standards, this money could equip 2 more divisions. Wang Kuan simply bought it all at once, preparing for the upcoming operations. After returning home that evening, Wang Kuan chatted briefly with his 2 older sisters. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions still carried a hint of worry. Back in his room, Wang Kuan began to consider his next plan. Since the warlord's territory was in the tea market, he would lead his troops there once he was ready. By securing the tea market, not only could this hidden danger be resolved, but a new territory could also be acquired as a foundation for development. With this in mind, Wang Kuan's resolve gradually strengthened. Chapter 5: Enemy Movements, Military Preparations. 3 days quickly passed, and Wang Kuan had been busy building his intelligence system. The agents purchased through the system, along with over 100 selected from the garrison, had all been dispatched to various parts of Yunnan province after a few days of basic training. Wang Kuan's mission for them was clear: to keep a close watch on the territories of the 3 major warlords in Yunnan province. Any movement by these warlords had to be reported back immediately. For Wang Kuan, intelligence was the eyes of war. Without accurate intelligence, even the strongest army could suffer losses. As for other parts of Yunnan province, intelligence was focused on local bandit groups and the landlords and powerful families. After all, in this chaotic world, the real threat was not just warlords. Local forces could also be a problem. If it weren't for the fact that resources were currently insufficient, Wang Kuan would have even considered deploying intelligence agents throughout the country. However, for now, Yunnan province should remain the core. Once his power expands and resources become more abundant, he can gradually extend the intelligence network outwards. In the afternoon, after finishing his work on the intelligence system, Wang Kuan began to study the issue of army expansion. He opened the system interface, preparing to procure all the weapons and equipment needed for the upcoming mission. According to Wang Kuan's plan, he intends to expand his forces by 2 more reorganized divisions. Each division will initially consist of approximately 12,500 men, which will significantly increase the strength of his troops. However, expanding the army is not as simple as just recruiting soldiers. Officers at all levels and rank-and-file soldiers are equally important. A division needs at least 1,500 commanders at all levels, but Wang Kuan currently only has 300 or 400 men in his garrison who can actually serve as officers. Therefore, for this expansion, he needs to purchase approximately 2,000 additional officers and technical sergeants to serve as the backbone of the new troops. As for ordinary soldiers, this can be addressed through recruitment from outside the region. Wang Kuan had already set the military pay standards in advance. Ordinary infantrymen would receive 15 yuan per month, squad leaders 20 yuan, and machine gunners and artillerymen 25 yuan per month. For each rank promotion, the pay would increase by 5 yuan. As for officers of company commander rank and above, their benefits were naturally much higher. This meant that the army's compensation was already considered very high in Yunnan province. With such salaries, Wang Kuan could easily select the soldiers with the best physical condition from among the recruits. In less than half an hour, Wang Kuan had completed a series of purchases within the system. His system space was now overflowing with weapons and equipment. A total of 20,000 rifles and pistols were stored there, some of which were spares. There were over 500 light machine guns, around 200 heavy machine guns, and 100,000 hand grenades. There were also 150 mortars, 40 75mm and 77mm caliber artillery pieces, and 150 sets of military communication equipment. In addition, Wang Kuan also purchased 50 large caliber cannons of 102mm and 150mm respectively, intending to establish a direct artillery regiment for the division headquarters. This would mean that each division's firepower would far exceed that of a regular infantry division. It's safe to say that in the event of war, encountering such firepower would be a nightmare for the enemy. After the procurement was completed, Wang Kuan instructed the system to deliver the equipment to the military warehouse that evening, and then left the camp to go home and rest. The next morning, while Wang Kuan was discussing conscription details with Li Jian and Wang Hu, the head of the intelligence department suddenly delivered an urgent intelligence report from the T market. The report indicated that warlord Zhang Bolin had begun mobilizing his troops early that morning. And while the specific target was currently unknown, the intelligence analysis department believed that he was likely targeting Wang Kuan. Upon hearing this news, Wang Kuan immediately ordered Li Jian and Wang Hu to suspend their conscription discussions and focus on preparing for war. At noon, a new telegram arrived from the T market. The news was confirmed. One of Zhang Bolin's divisions had set off and was marching towards Chuncheng, expected to enter Chuncheng territory by noon the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving the news, Wang Kuan immediately went to the operations command center to convene a meeting. After all the staff officers and battalion and regimental commanders had arrived, he explained the latest intelligence to everyone and then asked them to discuss the battle plan. Li Jian was the first to stand up and speak. Based on his intelligence analysis, Zhang Bolin's 1st Division had about 13,000 men, but its equipment was very backward. The entire division had less than 30 light and heavy machine guns and only 20 cannons, all of which were old-fashioned artillery provided by foreign powers. As for rifles, most were still straight-pull single-shot rifles, and their overall combat capability was simply not on the same level as Wang Kuan's troops. Li Jian's conclusion was clear. As long as they knew the enemy's marching route in advance and used their firepower advantage to ambush them, they could completely annihilate this force. Subsequently, other officers added their suggestions, and the operational strategy was quickly unified. It was to utilize the advantages of machine guns and heavy firepower, in conjunction with artillery fire, to wage a pincer attack and annihilation campaign. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all the necessary plans had been discussed, and the general staff had compiled the schedule. Wang Kuan stood up to summarize, stating only one requirement. Once the war begins, focus on artillery and machine guns, minimize soldier casualties, and don't worry about using ammunition sparingly. War inevitably results in death, but the king did not want too many losses. This was also the first time he had truly commanded such a large-scale battle. Early the next morning, the atmosphere in the entire camp noticeably became tense. The soldiers wore serious expressions, but no one showed any fear. In the operations room, staff officers and intelligence personnel were gathered around a map of Yunnan province, constantly revising the enemy's marching route based on intelligence reports from various locations. It could be said that at this point, the actions of Zhang Bolan's troops were almost entirely under Wang Kuan's control. In the afternoon, Wang Kuan, along with Li Jian and Wang Hu, began assembling their troops, preparing to meet the enemy. Intelligence indicated the enemy would enter Chunchang territory before noon the next day. Wang Kuan did not intend to fight in Chunchang, but rather to intercept them at the border between the two cities. After the troops assembled, Wang Kuan gave a brief pre-battle pep talk and then ordered the main force to set off first. As for Wang Kuan himself, he went home first. The upper echelons of Chunchang already knew that the Zhang family's warlord relatives were sending troops to seek revenge. Therefore, Wang Kuan had to return to reassure his two older sisters and prevent them from worrying too much. After dinner, under his sister's worried gaze, Wang Kuan left again with his guards. Around 8 p.m., when Wang Kuan arrived at the designated battlefield, the soldiers had already begun digging makeshift trenches and setting up machine gun positions. One battalion was deployed in the center and on each of the left and right flanks, while artillery positions were positioned 1 kilometer behind. Mortar positions were located 500 meters away. After all preparations were complete, the troops had a simple dinner and then rested early, awaiting the next day's battle. At 8 o'clock the next morning, after all the soldiers had breakfast, they went to their respective positions. Wang Kuan and the commanders went to the temporary command post and quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. At 9:30, the reconnaissance personnel reported that the enemy was less than 20 kilometers away from the position. The reconnaissance soldiers carried radios and walkie-talkies, tracking the enemy's advance and constantly reporting the enemy's position back to provide coordinates for the artillery. At 11:30, the enemy's advanced reconnaissance unit had entered artillery range, but it only consisted of a company, not enough to warrant artillery fire. Wang Kuan decided to let them approach first, and then use infantry fire to eliminate them. Time ticked by, and Wang Kuan kept glancing at his watch. Just then, a scout from the front brought news that the enemy's vanguard was approaching the position. Wang Kuan immediately raised his binoculars and saw a group of soldiers in khaki uniforms slowly coming into view on the distant road. Chapter 6: Victory in War. Losses on both armies. Wang Kuan raised his binoculars, quietly observing the advancing enemy troops in the distance. He had initially thought these warlord troops would be a group of undisciplined rabble, but upon closer inspection, he found that this was not the case. He saw that the hundreds of scouts ahead were marching very cautiously, maintaining distance from each other and advancing carefully, appearing to be a somewhat organized force. As the enemy advanced, the machine gun positions on the front lines opened fire simultaneously when the vanguard and middle units entered the firing range of the garrison regiment's first-line infantry. A dense barrage of gunfire instantly echoed through the valley, bullets raining down on the enemy's vanguard. The soldiers of the two frontline companies desperately unleashed their ammunition, hoping to suppress the enemy's advance as quickly as possible. However, the battlefield situation changes rapidly. Despite the intense firepower, some enemy forces reacted quickly, and the rear troops immediately dispersed and withdrew upon hearing the gunfire, allowing some to escape the blocking range. The success of this operation was largely due to the surprise attack, which caught the enemy completely off guard. Had it been a direct confrontation, even more likely would have escaped. Many people's imagination of war is often limited to scenes from movies and TV shows. Soldiers from both sides packed tightly together, firing at each other, hundreds or even thousands crammed into a small area. But such a scenario is almost impossible on a real battlefield. If people were actually positioned so densely, a single artillery barrage would likely have obliterated most of them before they even got close, leaving no room for infantry to engage in close combat. From a high vantage point, one would see that the garrison regiment's forces were actually quite widely dispersed. The entire defensive position stretched for over a kilometer in length and width, nearly 2 kilometers in lateral direction. This was hilly terrain. In a plain, a regiment's defensive range could even reach 4 kilometers. Warfare in the age of firearms is no longer like the era of cold weapons, where a group of people charged in to fight. The current fighting relies more on gun and artillery firepower. A squad of a dozen or so men can control an area of over 100 meters around them. By 12:30 p.m., the division commander under Zhang Bolin had led his troops to a position 2 kilometers from the garrison regiment. The troops quickly began to deploy their positions, and by this time, both sides could vaguely see each other's movements. Although this division commander didn't take the imperial authority too seriously, he still possessed basic caution. He turned to his staff officer and ordered the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Regiment to advance first and probe the enemy's firepower. This tactic was actually quite common. Before the actual attack, a unit was sent to probe and assess the enemy's firepower and defensive formation. The 3rd Battalion quickly advanced, and the two sides soon engaged in combat. Gunfire rang out intermittently as both sides probed each other, neither committing their full strength. In less than half an hour, the division commander felt he had roughly gauged the strength of the garrison regiment, so he ordered the frontline troops to withdraw and prepare for a large-scale offensive. Around 2 p.m., the initial probing battles concluded, and the enemy began to mobilize their main forces to advance. Only a small number of troops were left behind for support and defense, while the rest were prepared for battle. Their plan was simple: a swift victory. Since this was not a war on home soil, a prolonged war of attrition would make logistical support extremely difficult to maintain. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan was already prepared. As the main enemy force gradually entered the infantry's firing range, he immediately ordered the entire front to enter combat readiness. The next moment, all kinds of artillery on the garrison regiment's positions opened fire simultaneously. The sound of cannons was deafening, and hundreds of shells drew arcs in the air, whistling as they crashed down on the enemy ranks. A barrage of explosions rang out, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield in smoke and fire. The enemy clearly hadn't anticipated that Wang Kuan's regiment possessed such formidable artillery firepower. After the first volley, many soldiers were disoriented, their previously orderly formations instantly disrupted. Worse still, the artillery fire didn't cease. As the artillery continued to expand its range, the enemy's rear areas were gradually covered in artillery fire as well. They were now in a dilemma. Advancing meant facing artillery fire, and retreating offered no escape. Many soldiers could only lie prone on the ground, hoping the shells wouldn't land near them. On the distant command post, the division commander was furious. He never imagined a regiment could possess so many artillery pieces. Realizing the situation was dire, he immediately ordered his staff to notify reinforcements and prepare for a retreat. However, the battlefield was changing too rapidly. By the time artillery fire had fully covered the area, it was too late to organize a retreat. Soon, the garrison regiment's artillery began bombarding the enemy's rear positions. Those makeshift defensive structures were virtually useless against the artillery fire. Just then, 2 shells landed near the enemy command post. The massive explosions instantly engulfed the entire area. Despite the presence of guards, it was to no avail in such a powerful blast. The command post was completely destroyed, and all the officers, including the division commander, were killed. With the command system destroyed, the enemy rear fell into chaos instantly. Large numbers of soldiers lost their command, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, the situation at the front lines worsened. After half an hour of artillery bombardment, the enemy frontline troops had suffered heavy casualties. Those still able to move began to scatter and flee, and the entire front line rapidly collapsed. Seeing this, Wang Kuan immediately ordered the infantry to advance. Rifles and machine guns on the position opened fire simultaneously, suppressing the fleeing enemy. The heavy machine gun fire, in particular, was like the Grim Reaper's scythe for those soldiers who turned to run away. Volleys of bullets swept through, and people fell one after another. Under the cover of light and heavy machine gun fire, mortars continued their rapid suppression, making it extremely difficult for the enemy to even escape. Soon, the riflemen of the garrison regiment also leaped from their positions and began to pursue the enemy. Some soldiers, seeing no way to escape, simply threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands in surrender. As more and more people surrendered, the battle gradually came to an end. After 4 hours of fighting, the battle ended in a complete victory for the royal forces. Following the battle, the garrison began counting prisoners and cleaning up the battlefield. The fallen soldiers were dealt with, while the wounded soldiers from both sides were sent to the rear for treatment. Around 9 p.m., Li Jian and Wang, who arrived at the command post to report the battle results to Wang Kuan. According to the statistics, the garrison regiment suffered 120 casualties in this operation, including 20 killed in action and the rest mostly lightly wounded. On the enemy's side, casualties exceeded 6,000, including more than 4,000 killed in action, more than 3,000 captured, and some escaped in the chaos. After listening to the report, Wang Kuan simply nodded. War can never be perfect. This result was sufficient. As for the stragglers who escaped, as long as they weren't allowed into Chuncheon, their impact on the overall situation was minimal. Wang Hu then reported on ammunition consumption. In this battle, nearly 30% of rifle and machine gun ammunition had been used, and nearly 60% of various artillery shells had been consumed. Wang Kuan didn't pay much attention to what he heard. In his view, as long as it reduced soldier casualties, consuming more ammunition was nothing. After the battlefield was cleared, Wang Kuan arranged for his troops to return to their barracks, while he himself, accompanied by his guards, returned to the city by carriage. The people of Chuncheon, from the moment they heard the gunfire at noon until nightfall, dared not leave the city to inquire about the news. It wasn't until Wang Kuan's convoy returned to the city that people gradually learned the war was over and that the garrison had won. However, what truly shocked people was not the end of the war itself, but the outcome of the battle. Wang Kuan, with only 3,000 men, had defeated Zhang Bolan's entire division of over 10,000 men. Many people believe that such a vast disparity in troop strength is almost impossible to bridge. But they don't realize that in modern warfare, the true determinant of victory is often not numbers, but the difference in firepower and weaponry. Only the next day, after the survivors recount their experiences, will everyone truly understand just how terrifying this firepower advantage is. Chapter 7: The Aftermath of the War. Wang Kuan expands the army. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had passed since the end of the Great Battle. Wang Kuan had hardly visited the military camp during these days, instead spending time with his family. The day after the war ended, he ordered the troops to rest for 2 days, allowing the soldiers to relax and reflect on the lessons learned and shortcomings of the battle. Wang Kuan himself took this opportunity to spend time at home with his 2 older sisters and relax after the tense atmosphere of the past few days. After all, this major battle was his first time truly commanding a large-scale operation, so the pressure was naturally immense. These past few days, walking the streets of Chuncheon, one could hear people talking about the war almost everywhere. Overnight, the garrison regiment became the hottest topic in Chuncheon, with many discussing how the battle was won. Anyone with a relative serving in the garrison regiment immediately became the envy of others. Many began to believe that serving under Wang Kuan was a very promising career. Meanwhile, in the government office area of Chuncheon, the nominal highest-ranking official, Commander Liu, was discussing the matter with several trusted confidants in his residence. The study was filled with smoke as Commander Liu smoked and discussed the outcome of the war with his deputy. He lamented that before the war began, no one had expected Wang Kuan to win. After all, in everyone's mind, the Wang family only had a small garrison regiment. Who would have thought that such a force would defeat an entire warlord's army? The deputy nodded in agreement. He felt that Wang Kuan had hidden his strength too well this time, making everyone believe that the Wang family had declined and was left with only a small garrison regiment. Commander Liu then inquired about the results of their investigation over the past few days. Upon hearing this, one of the subordinates in charge of intelligence stood up and reported that they had investigated the battlefield. According to their analysis, the key to Wang Kuan's overwhelming victory lay in the fact that his army was equipped with a large number of repeating machine guns and hundreds of artillery pieces of different calibers. Such equipment was almost unheard of in China. Even the Imperial Army didn't have such a luxurious configuration. They suspected that these weapons likely came from foreign powers, but it was currently unclear which power provided them, and the specific transportation route could not be traced. After listening, Commander Liu remained silent for a long time, until the cigarette in his hand burned out, before he slowly spoke. He ordered his men to strengthen the protection of the Wang family residence starting today, and to have the city guards provide key security. He then told his adjutant to personally go to the Wang family and invite Wang Kuan to a banquet that evening. As for the investigation results regarding the garrison regiment's equipment, they were not allowed to be disclosed. They should keep the details to themselves. There was no need to let more people know. After arranging these matters, Commander Liu waved his hand, letting everyone go about their business. He leaned back in his chair, lit another cigarette, and began to contemplate the future situation in Kunming and even the entire Yunnan province. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the tea market, chaos reigned at Zhang Bolan's residence. The sounds of smashing and angry roars echoed from the study. Zhang Bolin had completely lost his usual composure. His face was flushed, his eyes bloodshot, and he resembled an enraged beast. He pointed at the advisor in front of him and shouted angrily, saying that the advisor had sworn before the battle that the intelligence was accurate, but now he had lost an entire elite division. If it weren't for the advisor's initial judgment, he wouldn't have easily sent troops. Now not only had his troops been defeated, but he had also lost all face. The advisor was trembling with fear and could only repeatedly explain that the information they had gathered was completely consistent with the intelligence obtained by other forces. No one knew how Wang Kuan had managed to secretly acquire so many weapons and ammunition. After all, there were only a few roads leading into Yunnan province, and all sides had spies watching them. Theoretically, such a large-scale arms transport was impossible. After hearing these explanations, Zhang Bolin said nothing more, but the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Those who knew him could tell that this advisor probably didn't have much time left. Zhang Bolin then turned his attention to another area, asking one of his division commanders and a brigade commander how to deal with Wang Kuan next. One of the officers thought for a moment and said that even if Wang Kuan wanted to cause trouble, it would be difficult for him to reach Chashi. Although his army was very strong, it only had one regiment, which was not enough for a long expedition at the moment. Their most important task now is to recruit and rebuild the lost 1st Division as quickly as possible. At the same time, they need to expand the existing security brigade into a division. With further training, it can regain its combat effectiveness. This way, they will have approximately 40,000 troops at their disposal, and they won't have to worry about being swallowed up by other forces. After listening, Zhang Bolin thought it was basically feasible, so he ordered them to immediately begin expanding the army and strengthening defenses. After everyone left, he sat alone in his study, feeling a little regretful. If he had known that Wang Kuan was so difficult to deal with, he shouldn't have chosen to target this seemingly weak opponent in the first place. Meanwhile, many forces throughout Yunnan province were alarmed by the war. Not only Zhang Bolin, but also officials sent by the imperial court and various local powers, large and small, became vigilant. Some forces had already begun secretly purchasing weapons, preparing to expand their armies. Everyone sensed that the superficial peace that Yunnan province had enjoyed in the past was likely to end soon. Meanwhile, in Chuncheon, Wang Kuan's actions did not stop. Capitalizing on the prestige gained from this great victory, he officially began a large-scale conscription. New conscription notices were quickly posted throughout Chuncheon. Although the garrison was nominally not authorized to expand its forces at will, the current court was already preoccupied with its own problems, and no one really cared about such matters. In a small town near Kunming, a literate young man stood at the street corner, reading a conscription notice to the surrounding residents. The notice clearly stated that ordinary soldiers would receive a monthly salary of 15 yuan, and successful applicants would also receive a resettlement allowance of 20 yuan. If a soldier was killed in battle, his family would receive a pension of 80 silver dollars. If wounded and disabled, they would receive compensation of 50 silver dollars. In addition, they would receive cooking oil and meat every year. Furthermore, if factories were to be established in the future, military dependents would be given priority in hiring. These benefits caused a sensation throughout Chuncheon and even the surrounding areas. Many people rushed to apply, hoping to be selected. After all, in this era of the dynasty's decline, life was incredibly difficult for ordinary people. Now that such a well-paying army had suddenly appeared, naturally no one wanted to miss the opportunity. After 3 days of selection, more than 20,000 people were chosen. Combined with the existing garrison regiment, this was enough to form 2 standard divisions. The recruits were allowed to go home for 3 days to handle family matters, take their resettlement allowance back to their families, and then return to participate in the reorganization. During these 3 days, Wang Kuan, along with the newly recruited commanders Zhang Jianhui and Lu Guodong, as well as Li Jian and Wang Hu and staff personnel, began planning the new army structure. After some discussion, Zhang Jianhui and Lu Guodong were appointed commanders of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, respectively. Li Jian and Wang Hu were appointed chiefs of staff of their respective divisions. Each division was also equipped with a deputy division commander and a deputy chief of staff, responsible for troop management and soldier ideological education. In addition, they established a new military operations command. This organization would be responsible for recruitment, training, combat, and personnel matters. As the army continues to expand, a more complete command system would be gradually developed. Once all plans were complete, the monarchy announced something important. From this moment on, the garrison regiment was officially abolished. The new army name was changed to the Yunnan Provincial Defense Army. Wang Kuan himself became the commander-in-chief of the defense army. When this news spread throughout Yunnan province, many people realized one thing. Wang Kuan had officially stepped onto the stage of power struggles in this chaotic world. Chapter 8. Expanding Strength, Planning the Tea Market. It was April 20th. The recruits had been training for a full month, and Wang Kuan's soul had been in this world for almost 2 months. That afternoon, he went to the military training ground to check on the training results. The changes were immediately apparent. Those young people who were just ordinary civilians a month ago were now gradually taking on the appearance of soldiers. His body, initially thin due to long-term malnutrition, gradually became strong and powerful thanks to a combination of ample nutrition and high-intensity training. The first month of training focused primarily on physical conditioning, running, weightlifting, drills, and discipline repeated daily. Now that basic training is complete, the next phase will involve weapons handling and battlefield survival training. This training method was completely different from that of many warlord armies at the time. Many warlords considered training complete as long as their soldiers could fire a gun. At most, they might be given a brief reprimand for battlefield discipline. They firmly believed in the power of numbers. But Wang Kuan's thinking was different. He understood that the more advanced the weapons, the higher the demands on the soldiers. It was easy for someone to hold a gun and pull the trigger, but very few people truly knew how to use a gun effectively. For example, how to quickly change bullets, how to properly maintain firearms, and how to accurately hit targets at different distances. These are all things that require specialized training. Otherwise, even if you give them the best weapons, they won't be able to unleash their true power. On the training ground, instructors were explaining the use of firearms to the new recruits in detail. Wang Kuan wasn't standing aside giving instructions. Instead, he was listening to the lesson alongside the soldiers. The instructors started with the basics, including shooting posture, aiming methods at different distances, and appropriate shooting maneuvers in various environments. They also repeatedly emphasized the importance of firearm maintenance. Whether before or after combat, weapons must be maintained according to established procedures. Otherwise, jamming or malfunctions could become a matter of life and death on a battlefield. The range, effective distance, and firing rhythm of each type of gun were all new knowledge to the recruits. Many were learning about the principles of weapons for the first time and listened with great attention. Wang Kuan himself also practiced live-fire shooting, adjusting his posture again and again, constantly experiencing the feeling of shooting. In his previous life, he never had the chance to touch a gun, but in this life, he dealt with weapons almost every day. After a while, even he found it somewhat unbelievable. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The training of the 2 reorganized divisions has officially ended. If Zhang Bolin could see this army now, he would probably regret provoking Wang Kuan in the first place. Although these soldiers are not numerous, their posture, discipline, and aura are completely different from ordinary warlord troops. They are clearly well-trained elites. After summarizing the lessons learned from the previous war, Wang Kuan and his officers decided that the army would henceforth adopt a lean and elite force strategy. Because of the system's existence, his weaponry would always be superior to the enemy's, so there was no need to pursue a strategy of large numbers of soldiers and generals. In the new reorganization, the previously equipped bolt-action 98K rifles were completely phased out. They were replaced by the M1 Garand and G43 semi-automatic rifles provided by the system. This change instantly boosted the firepower of infantry squads to a new level. Although other rifle models could be purchased from the system, Wang Kuan, considering logistical pressures, did not add any more models. Too many weapon types would complicate ammunition supply and maintenance, and these 2 rifles were already highly reliable. As for non-frontline combat personnel, they are all uniformly equipped with M1 carbines. Although this gun has a shorter range, it is lightweight and easy to carry, making it very suitable for logistics and support personnel. After this equipment adjustment, the firepower of one soldier can now almost suppress an enemy squad. On this day, the weather in Chuncheon was exceptionally clear. Inside the military camp, Wang Kuan was holding a flag presentation ceremony. At the ceremony, he formally announced the promotions of some officers and conducted ideological education for all new recruits. Most importantly, he reaffirmed Wang Kuan's position as the supreme commander of the defense army, the army's primary object of loyalty. After the promotion ceremony, Wang Kuan stood on the platform, Looking at the soldiers lined up neatly below, he spoke loudly, saying that ever since they put on this uniform, their families had worried about their safety every day. If it weren't for the chaos of this world, where people were starving and freezing, no parent would want their child to go to war. In such times, soldiers risked their lives on the battlefield, just so their families could live a better life. But if they truly wanted a peaceful life, they had to defeat those who stood in their way. Only then could they establish a truly stable and prosperous era for themselves and their descendants. The king concluded by telling all the soldiers that they were not fighting for any one person, but for their families and the future prosperity. When he finished speaking, the soldiers below couldn't help but shout in unison, "For a prosperous era." At first, the voices were somewhat chaotic, but soon everyone's voices converged into a single, unified sentence. For a prosperous era. Looking at the young faces below the stage, Wang Kuan felt a heavy responsibility in his heart. From this moment on, this army not only had a commander, but also a true military spirit of its own. After the army's reorganization was completed, Wang Kuan did not forget the old scores. He had kept Zhang Bolan's provocation in mind. Now that the army's strength had been greatly enhanced, it was time to settle the score. According to the Intelligence Department's investigation, after the 1st Division was annihilated, Zhang Bolan immediately began to recruit new soldiers. He not only rebuilt the 1st Division, but also expanded one of his brigades. After reviewing the intelligence, Wang Kuan ordered the Intelligence Department to intensify surveillance. From now on, Zhang Bolan's movements must be reported every 6 hours. Wang Kuan understood that in this era, the most direct way to establish a true golden age was through war. Only by completely eliminating the old powers could a new order be established. Chapter 9, Everything is ready. The situation in T-City is also quietly changing. While the Royal Guard is still training new recruits, a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner arrives at Zhang Bolan's office. This man is none other than Rusk, the liaison sent by the Sunset Kingdom behind Zhang Bolan. After they sat down, each lit a cigarette. As the smoke rose, Rusk quickly spoke. "Zhang, my government is very dissatisfied with your current situation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolan looked up at him, frowned, and asked, "Why is that?" "Because when you first partnered with us, you promised to take control of most of Yunnan province as soon as possible. But now, all you have is a tea market," Rusk said unhurriedly. After listening, Zhang Bolan immediately began to explain. He stated that he certainly wanted to expand outwards, but the reality was that he was surrounded by other warlords on both sides, and both were stronger than him, making expansion not so easy. After listening, Rusk simply nodded slightly, but still said, "These are all your problems. As per your request, we have provided you with nearly 100 cannons, as well as tens of millions of silver dollars in funding." At this point, his tone noticeably turned colder. "Up to now, we haven't received any benefit from you, so the government is very disappointed." Rusk then added, "What we need is actually quite simple. As long as you control Yunnan province, we can trade with Yunnan province and Bactria through Kanban." Zhang Bolan couldn't help but sneer inwardly after hearing these words. They called it trade, but in reality, they just wanted to gradually control Yunnan province through smuggling. However, he only kept these thoughts to himself and didn't dare to voice them. So he changed his attitude and said to Rusk, "What I need most right now are weapons and funds, otherwise my development speed is too slow. As long as you continue to provide supplies, I will expand my influence as soon as possible to achieve mutual benefits." Rusk was silent for a moment, then finally said, "I will report this to the government, but you must also remember your original promise." The two exchanged a few more words about support and the situation before Rusk left. After seeing the foreigner off, Zhang Bolan immediately made a phone call, summoning several of his division commanders and staff officers to a meeting. Once everyone had arrived, he reiterated the message from the Sunset Kingdom and asked for everyone's opinions. 1st Division Commander Ren Hong began by saying, "General, with our current strength, it is not suitable for us to expand outwards. We must wait for the Sunset Country to continue providing resources before we can expand our military power." The other officers nodded in agreement. After all, they knew their own unit's situation best. After everyone finished speaking, Zhang Bolan nodded and said that the expansion should be put on hold for now. However, he then brought up another matter. Everyone should know that the royal family had expanded their army by more than 20,000 men a month ago. He said he was thinking that before the royal army could form a fighting force, should he take the initiative and eliminate him first? If we wait until he has fully reorganized his army, he will likely become a formidable enemy. Upon hearing this, the confidants exchanged glances, and one of them stood up and walked to the map to begin analyzing it. He said that the straight line distance from Kunming to the Tea Market is more than 200 kilometers, and if they march by road, the distance will only be longer. All you need to do is deploy one division in the northeast direction and another division on the other side, while simultaneously constructing defensive fortifications. If the royal power really attacks, his troops will not only be exhausted from their long march, but we, as the defenders, can hold them off for several days. We can send reinforcements then, and it will be perfectly timely. After listening, Zhang Bolan's expression softened noticeably, and he seemed somewhat tempted. However, at this moment, Tian Bocheng, the commander of the 2nd Division, stood up and expressed his opposition. He believed that the fighting power of the royal forces could not be underestimated. The enemy had advanced weapons and a large number of artillery pieces. If they wait until their recruits complete their basic training and then add these weapons, they will have no advantage whatsoever. Therefore, the best approach is to eliminate the royal power before the other side is ready. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Bolan wavered. If he could eliminate Wang Kuan, Chuanqing's influence would naturally fall into his hands. The meeting room was filled with debate, with some in favor of an offensive while others believed in a defensive strategy. Zhang Bolan himself began to hesitate. If they were to fight, they would have to deploy at least 2 divisions. But he only has 3 divisions of regular troops and less than 1 division of security forces. Once 2 divisions are sent to attack, the defenses of their own base will be left vulnerable. But if he didn't fight, he was unwilling to accept his previous defeat and worried that the king would turn against him in the future. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Bolan felt a little tired, so he waved his hand and told everyone to go back first, and he would think about it again. A month passed quickly. During this period, Zhang Bolan received intelligence indicating that Wang Kuan's troops had not made any major moves. So after discussing it with his men, he decided not to initiate a war for the time being. He was unaware that the royal recruit training would take a full 3 months. The first month mainly focused on physical training, while the next 2 months were dedicated to weapons handling and battlefield training. It wasn't that the monarchy hadn't taken action, but rather that the army wasn't fully prepared. If Zhang Bolan knew that the royal power would launch a campaign against him in a month, his thoughts would probably be completely different now. At this moment, he was still waiting for the support of the Sunset Kingdom, which was what he cared about most. However, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, he still transferred 2 divisions to the border of the Tea Market in case the royal power suddenly attacked. Meanwhile, in Chuncheon, Wang Kuan returned home that day and, after dinner, chatted with his 2 older sisters as usual. After chatting for a while, he told his sister that he was preparing to launch a campaign against Zhang Bolan. On the one hand, it was to eliminate the enemy, and on the other hand, it was because our current strength was no longer suitable for us to stay in Spring City. He also wanted to use this war to train the new army. He said he might stay at the Tea Market temporarily. He only has 2 older sisters at home, and he's a little worried about them, so he hopes they can move there after things are settled there. When the 2 older sisters heard that their brother was going to fight in the war, they immediately became worried. They urged Wang Kuan not to rush to the front lines, as accidents could happen at any time on the battlefield. He's the only male left in the family now, so he needs to take extra care of himself. The 3 chatted until very late before returning to their rooms to rest. The next day, Wang Kuan arrived at the military camp and convened a military meeting. At the meeting, Wang Hu asked, "Commander, what is our next goal?" Wang Kuan looked around at everyone and said, "What else could it be but revenge, of course." Last time, the other party came to their doorstep on their own initiative. Although they won, they had to get their revenge. Moreover, they need their own territory, and Chuncheon is not suitable as a long-term base. After the meeting decided to attack the Tea Market, the operations staff began to formulate specific operational plans. The final decision was made to officially deploy troops 3 days later. At the same time, the king ordered the entire army to enter a state of combat readiness, cancel all outings and leave requests, and strictly keep the contents of the meeting confidential. In truth, the king did not want his soldiers to shed blood, but he also knew that there could be no war without sacrifices. To achieve their goals, this war has become inevitable. Soon it was the day before departure. Wang Kuan received the complete battle plan, which detailed the action arrangements for each unit. At 9 p.m. on June 28th, the entire army set off on time, marching towards the Tea Market under the cover of darkness. By the time the enemy receives the news, the defending forces may have already covered half the distance. The 1st Division was responsible for the main attack on the enemy's 3rd Division, with the 101st Regiment as the main force, cooperating with the division's artillery for fire support. The goal is to destroy as many enemy positions and combat capabilities as possible through a 30-minute artillery bombardment. The 101st Regiment then carried out close-range annihilation. The 104th Regiment of the 2nd Division was responsible for containing the enemy's 2nd Division and preventing them from providing support or breaking out. The 102nd and 103rd Regiments took a detour and surrounded the tea market. The 105th and 106th Regiments headed to the east and west of the tea market respectively to prevent other warlords from taking the opportunity to interfere. In this war, artillery will become the enemy's greatest nightmare. After reviewing the entire battle plan, Wang Kuan turned his gaze southward. Now, everything is ready, and we're just waiting for the operation to begin tomorrow night. Chapter 10 on the eve of war. When it came to the evening of June 28th, all the officers and soldiers finished their dinner, packed up their equipment, and began to assemble. The people on the training field stood in neat rows, without making a sound. Illuminated by the dim light, they resembled soldiers from hell, terrifying yet majestic. Wang Kuan stood on the platform and looked deeply at the soldiers, wanting to memorize every face of them. He wanted to say some words of advice to the soldiers, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say anything. He felt that anything he said at this moment would seem hypocritical. When it was time to depart, Wang Kuan stood quietly on the platform, watching each soldier leave. Around 10 a.m. on June 29th, Zhang Bolin received a phone call in his office, and what he heard shocked him. It turned out that he had received news that Wang Kuan had led 2 divisions under his command to his location last night, and based on their speed, they were expected to arrive at the front line by noon tomorrow. After hearing the news, he quickly notified the 2nd and 3rd Divisions to prepare for war. He then informed his subordinates in the city, and when several of them arrived, they all looked grave. Zhang Bolin didn't want to waste any more time, so he directly assigned them tasks. The city security forces have begun sealing off the city gates. No one is allowed to enter or leave the tea market except for military personnel. The city's residents and army are being organized to reinforce the city walls and construct military defenses. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will be executed on the spot. After giving these instructions, he sent them off to carry out the military orders. Then, still feeling uneasy, he made a phone call to inquire about the preparations of the 2 divisions at the front. Only after hearing an affirmative answer did he breathe a sigh of relief. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the tea market suddenly sealed off the city gates, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving the city. At the same time, the security team and some members of the 1st Division began to forcibly conscript people to build defensive fortifications with them, causing chaos and disorder within the city. Although the officials in the city knew that this was not conducive to their rule, they had no choice at the moment. Compared with the enemy, they could still distinguish which was more important. At this moment, the people in the city also learned that war might break out. They could only pray to all the gods and Buddhas to protect them and prevent either side from harming them. By 4 p.m., Wang Kuan and his group had covered most of the journey. Looking down from the high ground, the convoy and its members, stretching for more than 10 kilometers, resembled a giant dragon swallowing the sky, with no end in sight. The convoy, loaded with supplies and carrying artillery, drove ahead. If some of the roads hadn't been difficult to traverse, it wouldn't have taken so long. During this period, no warlord power in China was extravagant enough to equip themselves with so many fuel-powered vehicles. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't buy them. Even the great powers weren't that extravagant. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 30th, Zhang Bolin was in his office. He had just been woken up by a ringing phone. Ignoring his groggy head, he quickly answered the phone. The voice on the other end said, "Zhang, this is Rusk. We know about your situation, but there's no time to send you heavy weapons. We only have some rifles and machine guns." Zhang Bolin quickly asked, "What are the quantities, and when will they be delivered?" The person on the other end of the phone replied, 5,000 rifles, which are single-shot bolt-action rifles with 5-shot magazines that we are equipping for the troops in Kampong. There are also 100 light machine guns. Each unit is equipped with 250,000 rounds of rifle ammunition and 100,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition. They departed yesterday and should be arriving soon after crossing the border. Zhang, we hope you will win this battle. Otherwise our investment and you will be wasted. After listening, Zhang Bolin thanked him profusely over the phone, made a few promises, and then hung up. After hanging up the phone, I roughly calculated that the rifles would be distributed to the 2 divisions at the front, a small number of machine guns would be left for defending the city, and the rest would also be distributed to the 2 divisions. As for the remaining 1st Division, relying on the city walls can reduce the number of machine guns, thus easing the pressure on the front lines. Zhang Bolin didn't have time to pack up right away, so he quickly went out to arrange for people to take over the equipment. He knew that the Sunset Kingdom wouldn't be so generous, and if he won, he would have to pay a price for this batch of equipment later. Of course, if you fail, you will lose everything. The foreigners were also betting on him to win, but he wasn't very confident. Last time, the royal forces had defeated a large number of his troops and annihilated one of his divisions, let alone this time. At 12:30, Wang Kuan's troops were 5 kilometers away from the enemy, where 102 millimeters, 105 millimeters, and 150 millimeters artillery positions will be set up. Logistics began to prepare the necessary supplies, and they moved forward 2 kilometers to establish a second artillery position. After the artillery had set up their positions and everyone had lunch, the 101st and 104th regiments, carrying mortars, went to their respective target locations to begin digging and building their positions. The 105th and 106th regiments also went to the east and west of the Tea Market to prepare to establish defensive positions. The remaining 102nd and 103rd regiments will set off after the war begins to intercept the enemy's retreat route and block the rescue efforts in the city. At 3 p.m., the communications soldier arrived at the temporary headquarters, saluted Wang Kuan, and reporting to the commander, all units of our army have completed their pre-battle preparations as planned. Please give your instructions. After listening, Wang Kuan raised his wrist, checked the time, and then said, I order everyone in the headquarters to stand up. At 5 p.m. sharp, the artillery launched its attack, and the commanders of each unit acted according to plan. After speaking, everyone headed to their command post to await the appointed time. Most of the soldiers in the 2 divisions were new recruits who, despite rigorous training, had never seen combat. Therefore, Wang Kuan could only order the artillery to bombard the enemy to minimize casualties among the infantry. At this moment, both sides were waiting, but Zhang Bolin's troops were passively waiting. They dared not launch the first attack. If they attacked first, they estimated that as many troops went up, just as many would die. They knew that the defense army's machine guns and artillery outnumbered their own many times over, so they could only huddle in the trenches and air raid shelters and wait. In Yunnan province, all the major powers now know that Wang Kuan and Zhang Bolin are preparing for war. Therefore, they are sending people to the vicinity of the Tea Market as much as possible. They need to obtain intelligence on the war as soon as possible and analyze the military strength of both sides so that they can make preparations for the future, regardless of who wins. Around 4:30 p.m., Zhang Bolin was in his office, chain-smoking as he anxiously waited, his eyes glued to the phone. He didn't know what time Wang Kuan would attack, but he was certain it wouldn't be too late. Playing away from home, they needed a quick victory. Dragging it out would affect morale and logistical support. At this moment, the atmosphere in the middle of the battlefield was extremely tense. Both sides' officers and soldiers appeared tense, awaiting the first sound of gunfire. Chapter 11 Battle of Tea City, Part 1. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the enemy's command camp, the commander of the 3rd Division looked at his own position. The ground was crisscrossed with many trenches, each more than a meter deep, and there was an air raid shelter every 10 meters or so. These were their achievements during this period, although he didn't know how effective they would be, because he didn't know the specific caliber of the defensive army's artillery. He had never fought against the defense forces and did not understand the power of their saturation bombing. However, he had faith in the soldiers he had personally trained. If the enemy charges, these dense defensive trenches will make them feel like they can't advance an inch. While he was still fantasizing about the enemy's failed attack, he could faintly hear thunder in the distance. He looked up and saw that the sky was clear and there wasn't a single cloud. Just as I was wondering what was going on, a series of sharp whistling sounds came from the sky. When he looked up again, he saw a scene he had never seen before in his life. Meanwhile, on Wang Kuan's side, when he saw that it was 5 o'clock, he picked up his binoculars and looked at the artillery position. Dust billowed up, followed by a deafening roar, and the shelling began. Soon, flames raged on the opposite side of the battlefield, and limbs flew everywhere. Those makeshift bunkers and protective structures, along with firearms and human bodies, flew into the air. On the enemy's side, upon hearing the sharp whistling sound in the sky, experienced veterans shouted, "Artillery fire! Artillery fire! Take cover!" Some quick-witted people hurriedly took cover. but many others didn't know to dodge and just stared blankly at the sky. The commander of the 3rd Division at the rear was stunned. He had expected the enemy to shell, but he hadn't expected so many cannons to fire at the same time. Seeing the horrific scene on the position, some of the shells had exploded so powerfully that all surviving targets within a radius of over 100 meters were wiped out. The deafening roar and tremor of the impact on the earth made his heart tremble. Even the least powerful shells had a kill radius of more than 10 meters. Witnessing all this, he felt weak all over and could barely stand. At this moment, he had no choice but to feign composure and say to his subordinates, "Immediately order frontline personnel to take cover. Do not run around. Wait for the shelling to end." He then said to the staff officer behind him, "Order our artillery to return fire. Give them a good beating." After speaking, he looked towards the battlefield. When the chaotic scene came into view, this man who had never believed in God actually began to mutter something under his breath. "Please, all you gods, grant us your blessing and let the enemy's shelling stop immediately." Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the defense forces wouldn't stop shelling anytime soon in order to minimize casualties. Our protagonist is now holding binoculars, continuing to observe the situation on the other side. When he saw the power of his cannons, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. You might think he's cold-blooded, but that's war. It's cruel. It's emotionless. Only with this cold weapon can the enemy lose its will to resist. A few minutes later, the sound of artillery fire came from the other side, some bombarding the infantry area, and some bombarding uninhabited areas. Wang Kuan knew that the enemy had not properly adjusted the artillery data, and their goal was probably to destroy his artillery positions. Unfortunately, this is their only chance, because once the enemy's artillery is exposed, they will be met with attacks from their own large-caliber heavy artillery. During training, the artillerymen of the defense force must learn how to quickly locate the enemy's artillery. Sure enough, dozens of cannon shots boomed from behind, and he picked up his binoculars. After about 10 seconds, flashes of fire appeared in sight, and several mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The observer confirmed that the target had been hit, and the artillery fired several more rounds of fire around the target before repositioning it on the battlefield. Upon learning that his artillery had been completely annihilated, the enemy commander was filled with despair. He said to his men, "Our last hope is gone. We can no longer complete our blocking mission." After saying that, he turned around, picked up the phone, and prepared to report the situation to Zhang Bolin. Now, not only is his side on the verge of defeat, but the 2nd Division in the west has also been shelled. Division Commander Tian Buching was equally helpless in the face of such intense artillery fire. Seeing that the bombing showed no signs of stopping, he could only grit his teeth and give the order. Inform the frontline troops that they cannot wait any longer. Who knows how long the enemy will continue bombing? Our fortifications are no longer of much use. The 3rd Regiment was ordered to remain in their defensive positions, while the rest of the men were to leave their trenches and charge towards the enemy's positions. Rather than being blown up on the spot, it's better to rush over and engage them in close combat. When the order reached the front lines, most of the soldiers were unwilling, but the supervisory team was behind them, and those who disobeyed the orders would be executed on the spot. There's no other way. Rather than be executed now, I'd rather charge forward and live a little longer. After issuing the order, Tian Buching contacted the commander of the 3rd Division and asked, "What's the situation on your end right now?" When he learned that others were in even worse situations than himself, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He couldn't care less about anything else. He immediately told the 3rd Division commander, "I'm being treated the same way as you, but I'm not going to wait any longer. We're preparing to send soldiers charging under artillery fire. There's always a chance something unexpected might happen." After listening, the commander of the 3rd Division on the opposite side thought for a moment, then relayed the order to the communications soldier beside him. He ordered the surviving soldiers on the front lines to grab their guns, stand up, and charge at the enemy. When the commanders of the 2 enemy divisions simultaneously issued the order to charge, the battlefield observers here immediately reported to Wang Kuan, "Commander, 2 enemy divisions have begun their attack on our front lines." "Oh, so brave. Let's go see." After saying that, Wang Kuan led the way out of the headquarters. He picked up his binoculars and saw the battlefield in the distance, with nearly 10,000 people covering an area of several kilometers. They began an evasive assault, and after a rough estimate, the shelling had caused at least 30% casualties on the other side. If we want to reach their position, we'll have to lose 30% of our men. If we can get 4,000 or 5,000, that would be good. That's how it is on the east side, and I guess it will be the same on the west side. Wang Kuan immediately ordered. 48 heavy cannons shall gradually extend their range to bombard the enemy's rear command post. The remaining cannons and mortars shall be adjusted and used to bombard the charging enemy, maximizing the casualties on the enemy's manpower. After a half-hour assault, the enemy finally came within the firing range of the gun. The two sides then engaged in close combat, but the firepower from the defending army's position was unexpectedly strong. With the advantage of the semi-automatic rifle's rate of fire and the chorus of machine gun fire, enemies fell one after another. Those behind could only move slowly while lying on the ground, which affected both their shooting speed and accuracy, as well as their forward speed. Occasionally, if a soldier from the defense force is shot, he will be immediately carried away on a stretcher and sent to the rear for medical treatment. After several failed attacks by the enemy, some people on the battlefield began to throw away their guns, lie on the ground with their hands behind their heads, indicating that they were no longer a threat and had surrendered. Just like a plague, once the first person surrendered, almost all the remaining enemies on the battlefield who were still able to move began to surrender. At this moment, the enemy commander in the rear saw the scene in the distance and knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation. He then led the remaining 1,000 or so men to turn around and flee into the city. What he didn't know was that he might never be able to go back. Chapter 12, Battle of T-City. In the command center of the T-City, Zhang Bolin vaguely heard a distant rumbling sound. Before he could ask anything, a messenger came in and said, "Commander, the enemy has just launched a large-scale bombardment against our army." Based on the sound of the first round of explosions, the number is conservatively estimated to be over 200, including those on both the east and west sides, but mortars are not included. After hearing this, Zhang Bolin trembled with fear, then roared loudly. Where did his royal power get so many cannons? He really thinks highly of me, Zhang. No one in the command room dared to speak. Zhang Bolin took a breath and said to the messenger, "I'll go down and investigate further. I need to stay informed about the military situation on the front lines." After the messenger left, everyone seemed quite nervous. They were all soldiers and knew that the two divisions at the front were facing the pressure of hundreds of cannons. Even though they were inside the city, they could feel the earth trembling. Even with your eyes closed, you can tell that the other side has large-caliber heavy artillery, and quite a lot of it. Zhang Bolin calmed down and began to give orders. Quickly send more people to reinforce the city wall. If there aren't enough materials, you can demolish the houses facing the street. In any case, no matter what method you use, you must ensure that the city walls remain intact under prolonged bombardment. After his men had all gone out to give orders, the messenger came back to report. "Commander, news from the front lines indicates that enemy artillery fire has caused heavy casualties to our troops, and it hasn't stopped yet." Just as Zhang Bolin was about to curse, the phone rang. He forgot all about cursing and quickly answered the phone. The caller was the 3rd Division commander's plea for help. "General, our army has suffered nearly 30% casualties and is facing defensive pressure. We hope to get support from within the city." Why would Zhang Bolin send anyone out of the city now? As long as the enemy's cannons continue to bombard, it won't matter how many people he sends. He then said into the phone, "I will send you support, but you must hold on until dark." After hanging up the phone, he truly understood what it meant to feel powerless. They could only watch helplessly as their troops were bombarded by the enemy, unable to retaliate at all. Zhang Bolin leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Before he could even catch his breath, the messenger arrived for the 3rd time. "Commander, a large number of enemy troops, estimated to be over 6,000, have been spotted 7 kilometers outside the city. They have already established positions on the spot." Zhang Bolin was stunned for a moment and asked, "Weren't the royal troops stopped to the front line? Where did these people come from?" The soldier said, "Based on observation, these people are the royal guards." Meanwhile, according to reports from the front lines, the enemy forces on both the eastern and western front consist of only 2 regiments. After hearing this, Zhang Bolin almost vomited blood. So the enemy at the front lines didn't even exert their full strength. They still have the resources to surround his base. He disregarded his shortness of breath and summoned his men to rush to the city wall. When he did see a large number of figures in the distance, he ordered the 1st Division in the city to try bombarding them with cannons. After several rounds of artillery shells were fired, we were still more than a kilometer away from the enemy's forward positions. "This is awkward. We have cannons, but their range is insufficient." Zhang Bolin wanted to send his men out of the city to meet the enemy, but he was also afraid of encountering unexpected events. His indecisiveness began to influence his thoughts. A group of people stood on the city wall, speechless. Just then, the sound of artillery fire in the distance seemed to be getting closer. Before everyone could understand what was happening, the communications soldier brought news from the front lines. Because the artillery bombardment by the defending forces continued unabated, the 2nd and 3rd Divisions ordered their ground troops to launch an assault on the enemy. However, the enemy's firepower was too intense, and the charge failed. Most of the people at the front surrendered, leaving only the commanders of the 2 divisions, who led the remaining officers and soldiers to retreat. After hearing this, everyone looked ahead in horror, finally realizing why the enemy troops outside the city weren't attacking. They were waiting to make them look like dumplings. Now that he wanted to notify the front lines, it was too late. Wang Kuan felt utterly hopeless. Actually, sending out some rescue personnel now might still be of some use. However, none of his subordinates were willing to speak up. If they couldn't make a difference, wouldn't they lose even their last remaining assets? Just as the sky was beginning to darken, the people on the city wall spotted the retreating troops. On the outskirts of the city, the 102nd and 103rd Regiments, after arriving at their designated destinations, began to organize their defensive lines. As darkness fell, the group received orders to prevent the defeated enemy troops from returning to the city. The atmosphere before the battle was the most tense. A new recruit asked his squad leader, who was standing not far from him, "Class monitor, are you nervous? My palms are sweaty and my heart is racing. I'm a little nervous." "What's there to be nervous about? When you see the enemy, just aim and pull the trigger. We've fired guns during training before," the squad leader replied, looking quite relaxed. He also understood that it was inevitable for new recruits to be nervous on their first battlefield experience. How can that be the same? During training, we've only ever fought animals, but this time it's living, breathing people. The recruit was still a little nervous. The squad leader said to him, "When you shoot and hit the first person, you won't feel nervous at all." Time flew by, and then a dense mass of fleeing soldiers appeared in sight. Gunfire erupted immediately from the position. Regardless of the tension, everyone had only one thought in their minds: to aim and fire. Many of the enemy soldiers on the other side fell down at once. They hadn't expected to be ambushed halfway, so they had to quickly lie down on the spot and start returning fire. The war broke out while one side was strategizing and preparing for battle. You attack, I defend. You retreat, I attack. Neither side will back down. The enemy is about to return to the city, so they will definitely launch a desperate attack. The defending troops had little room to retreat to. There were still artillerymen in the city behind them. Despite repelling the enemy's attacks time and time again, they were still unable to completely defeat them and force them to surrender. The area around the tea market is full of gullies and hills, which prevents the military from fully utilizing its standard issue weapons. In addition, this part of their army did not have many heavy weapons. Although their casualties were not high, the war was still in a stalemate. Speaking of the front lines, the war was essentially over when the enemy command retreated. When Wang Kuan saw the enemy beginning to surrender en masse, he ordered the artillery bombardment to end, and the battlefield loudspeakers began to blare. "Give up resistance, put your hands behind your head, and lie face down. Anyone who resists will be shot immediately." Upon hearing this, most of the enemy soldiers on the field began to cover their heads and lie down. Even those who refused to surrender and continued to fire were quickly picked off one by the sharpshooters. People have all sorts of thoughts. There must have been soldiers loyal to Zhang Bolin. After all, he had been a warlord for several years, so it's no surprise that he had some die-hard loyalists. When there were no more resistance, the infantrymen began to disarm the enemy. The wounded were carried away for treatment, and personnel were assigned to guard the prisoners. As darkness fell, a portion of the troops were sent to support the 102nd and 103rd Regiments, while the remaining small group led the surviving prisoners to clean up the battlefield. In this kind of weather, if the dead are not cremated immediately, it is too easy for plagues to spread, especially in a tropical region like the tea market. The sky had darkened, and the pressure on the defending troops engaged in this defensive battle was even greater. Their weapon advantage was completely neutralized by the darkness, and just as their commander was anxiously awaiting reinforcements, 3 bright lights rose into the sky. It turned out that the frontline defense forces had eliminated the enemy and had reached the enemy's rear, launching flares into the airspace above the battlefield. The darkness of night quickly receded, and the enemy found themselves surrounded from both sides. Their ranks suddenly lost their composure, unable to defend themselves from both sides, and were thrown into disarray by the sudden reinforcements. although the large-caliber heavy artillery of the defending army could not be effectively used due to the close proximity of the battlefields. However, with the support of mortars and small-caliber mountain guns, the enemy's defensive positions were rapidly reduced. It seems that this siege will be over in no time. When Zhang Bolin and his men on the city wall saw Wang Kuan's reinforcements arrive, they realized that the defeated frontline soldiers had completely lost hope of returning to the city. Chapter 13, The Battle of T-City, Part 2. At 9 p.m. on the 30th, Wang Kuan arrived at the battlefield. The war was over, and the routed soldiers on both the eastern and western fronts had been annihilated and captured. By the light of the moon, he stood on the high ground and could see the city walls in the distance. He returned to the lounge only after the logistics staff started distributing dinner, ready to launch the final battle at 8 o'clock the next morning. At that time, the enemy will be completely annihilated, and the first base will be taken over. While the guard began their meal and rest, Zhang Bolin had no appetite whatsoever. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, radiating an aura of old age. He knew the royal power wouldn't attack at night, but he preferred it to happen then. The waiting was agonizing, like waiting to be sentenced to death. As the sky outside the window began to brighten, Zhang Bolin dressed and tidied himself up carefully before turning and walking out the door. Even if they lose face, they won't lose their morale. After all, they were a warlord. In their final moments, they would never give up hope, even if it meant death. At 7:50 a.m. on July 1st, the T-City was completely surrounded on all four sides. 40 or 50 cannons stood in each direction, their tall barrels menacingly pointing towards the city wall. At 8 o'clock sharp, the orders from the artillery commanders of all sides rang out. 200 cannons roared from all directions. Immediately afterwards, flames and smoke of varying sizes rose from the city walls and outside the walls in the distance. After the coordinates were recalibrated, the second round of shelling began, with some shells flying over the city walls and hitting areas inside the city. Fortunately, the people inside the city were several kilometers away from the city walls. Wang Kuan picked up his binoculars and observed for a while before turning around and giving the order. Tell the artillerymen to be careful not to extend their bombardment further, so as not to accidentally injure civilians inside the city. At this moment, Zhang Bolin's side was like hell, with each shot taking away several fresh lives. The communications soldier kept reporting the losses at various defensive positions. In just over 10 minutes, his forces had been reduced by nearly 30%. At this moment, he said to the artillery commander, "Prepare your cannons to fire. Do not spread your fire. If we can focus on one direction and break through it, we might still have a chance to survive." The artillerymen began to move their cannons, aiming at the defending troops outside the southern city wall. With a command given, Zhang Bolin's artillerymen fired shell after shell. At the defense headquarters outside the city, Wang Hu, the deputy commander of the 1st Division, saw the cannons inside the city begin to fire back. Moreover, several shells hit the position, causing more than a dozen casualties. Order the artillery commander, cease bombarding the city walls, adjust the firing data, and begin bombarding the enemy's artillery positions. Do not allow them to fire another single shell. With the precise return fire of the defending army's artillery, Zhang Bolin's artillery was destroyed. It's a pity that only one round of ammunition was fired. This is the consequence of outdated equipment and inadequate training. After seeing his artillery destroyed, Zhang Bolin knew that his plan to break out had failed, and now he could only grit his teeth and persevere. In those few short minutes, the artillery not only suffered losses, but their subordinates also reported. "Commander, the personnel losses in all four directions have exceeded 40%. The city walls on the east and south sides will soon be unable to hold out much longer." After listening, Zhang Bolin said with red eyes, "Even if you can't hold on, you must persevere. The city wall has fallen, but you must continue to persevere amidst the ruins." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone shouted, "The city wall has collapsed. Run, run." He quickly turned around and saw that the city wall on the east side was collapsing. The breach in the defenses has been opened. Without the city walls to block the way, his men can withstand a few more cannonballs. Li Jian, the deputy commander of the 2nd Division of the defending army on the east side, saw the city wall collapse. He immediately ordered the artillery to cease fire, and the infantry began to charge towards the city wall. Because at this moment, there are basically no guards in this direction. When Zhang Bolin saw the guards in the distance beginning to charge forward, he shouted loudly, "Quickly organize personnel to stop the enemy from entering the city." One of his men said, "General, we can't hold out like this for long. I suggest we retreat to the city walls and engage the enemy in street fighting. After listening, Jean Bolin thought for a moment and then agreed, immediately issuing the order. The order was given, and 5 minutes later all officers and soldiers descended the city wall, entered the city, and engaged in street fighting with the enemy. The soldiers' faces turned grim when they heard they had to return to the city and engage in street fighting with the enemy. Some soldiers muttered to each other, "Should we continue fighting them? What will we do if we don't fight? We want to surrender, but Marshal Zhang won't agree. Anyway, I don't want to fight anymore. The enemy on the other side is too scary." At this moment, these soldiers had lost their fighting spirit. All they wanted was for the war to end quickly. Regardless of who wins or loses, it won't have much impact on them. On the side of the defense army, they learned that Zhang Bolin had deployed his soldiers within the city. They wanted to take advantage of the terrain to engage in street fighting with the defense forces. It must be said that Zhang Bolin's desperate struggle brought some trouble to Wang Kuan. In urban warfare, artillery has limited effectiveness, and the only option is for infantry to advance bit by bit, which inevitably leads to some casualties. But trouble as it may be, the enemy still needs to be eliminated. At 8:50 a.m., Zhang Bolin's officers and soldiers were basically ready and waiting for the guards to appear. At 9:20, the guards came into view, and instantly, gunfire erupted for both sides. Wang Kuan's troops, equipped with semi-automatic rifles, gradually suppressed the enemy's firepower. They began by working in squads, taking turns providing cover for each other to clear enemy fire. The sniper that Wang Kuan had exchanged for has now made a great contribution. As soon as the enemy shows up, they can always snipe them out immediately. As these mysterious snipers relentlessly picked off any enemies who showed themselves, the enemy troops inside the city lost interest in fighting. Who would want to engage in a gunfight with an unseen enemy? A company commander pulled one of his soldiers aside and said, "Little monkey, go find out how many people around here don't want to fight anymore. I'm prepared to surrender. If we continue fighting, we'll only be sacrificing ourselves in vain." Not only him, but almost everyone who is still alive is unwilling to fight anymore. They asked each other, "Dog, let's surrender. You want to surrender too? And so do I." Taidan, the officer, asked us if we were willing to surrender. "Of course I'm willing. Who wants to fight?" "That's settled then. You go and notify them over there, and I'll notify them over here." "Okay, I'll go." And so, one person told the story to another, and slowly, the enemy's gunfire on the battlefield disappeared. The guard were still wondering why. Several unarmed enemies appeared ahead, one of them shouting, "Brothers on the other side, we surrender. Please don't shoot. I have something to say to your officer." They were then taken to the frontline commander, who explained their current situation. When Wang Kuan learned of this, he ordered his troops to take over the surrendered soldiers. Weapons were found lying on both sides of the street, and large numbers of people began to surrender. Now, only the area in the city center, around Zhang Bolin's office and residence, remains where a small number of enemies are still resisting. They were like the family retainers of ancient times. Even if Zhang Bolin didn't surrender, they would fight until they ran out of ammunition and food. Zhang Bolin was alone in the room, holding a pistol in one hand and a cigarette between the other, leaning back in his chair with his eyes half closed. He noticed as he descended the city wall that his soldiers had lost their will to fight. If the enemy launches a slightly stronger attack into the city, they will definitely surrender. Therefore, after setting up the defense points in the city, he left. There was no need to keep an eye on things on site, as it wouldn't be of much use. He knew it was all over. His absence made it easier for ordinary soldiers to surrender, which was the only thing he could do before he died. Zhang Bolin was unwilling to be captured. Everyone on his side could live, but he himself had to die. He considered Wang Kuan a ruthless and ambitious man, but not a hero, so he wouldn't let him off so easily. Rather than die at the hands of his enemies, he preferred to end his own life. At 11 a.m., Zhang Bolin committed suicide with a gun, thus ending the Zhang warlord regime. Chapter 14, The Dust Settles. With Zhang Bolin's suicide, the war in the Tea City came to an end, but the storm stirred up by the war had only just begun to rise. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Kuan led his men into the city. At this moment, the city was not as bustling as it used to be. On both sides of the dilapidated street, soldiers of the guard stood in neat rows, stretching all the way to the gate of the warlord's mansion in the center of the city. The residents of the city kept their doors tightly shut. Some of the bolder ones peeked through windows or courtyard walls at the unfamiliar soldiers. Only the homeless, orphans, and vagrants huddled together in the narrow alleyways. but they keep their lips tightly shut, not daring to make the slightest noise. As Wang Kuan traveled along, witnessing these scenes, he felt genuine pity. Having rarely seen such sights in his previous life, suddenly seeing these pitiful people left to fend for themselves left him with a sore heart. After the troops entered the city, did they disturb the residents? After the name of the defense force was decided, Wang Kuan adopted the PLA system and responsibilities from his previous life, making slight modifications, and then applied it to his current troops, precisely to prevent the emergence of rogue soldiers and bandits. After we entered the city, apart from cleaning up the battlefield and doing some simple repairs to the buildings, we didn't do anything else wrong, Wang Hu quickly replied. Wang Kuan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He was still a little worried before entering the city. After all, most of the troops were new recruits, and their mindset had not yet been fully adjusted. As he walked and observed the city, he arrived at Zhang Bolin's residence, where he lived and worked. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Kuan made a clicking sound. This small tea town cannot compare to Kunming in terms of economy, population, and industry, but this marshal's mansion is far more luxurious than his own duke's mansion. It's clear that Zhang Bolin has amassed a fortune over the years, but it's the poor people at the bottom who have suffered. After he settled in, the high-ranking officers of the two divisions came to report for duty, and the group also took the opportunity to visit the renowned former marshal's mansion. Everyone praised him repeatedly, saying that Zhang Bolin was no good at fighting, but he was quite good at enjoying himself. Then, Li Jian began to report the post-war data. Commander, after this punitive expedition, our 1st Division suffered 480 casualties, including 98 dead and 30 seriously wounded. The 2nd Division suffered 380 casualties, including 70 deaths and 25 serious injuries. The two divisions suffered a total of 860 casualties. Given the current historical context, these casualty figures may seem small, but it's important to remember that the machine guns and artillery equipped by the defending army were far more powerful than those of the major powers. The number of casualties is still quite high. What were the main causes of these casualties? And why did the 1st Division suffer more casualties? Wang Kuan asked, frowning. The casualties were mainly caused by entering the city and street fighting, as well as the heavy losses suffered by the 1st Division in the blocking battle last night. Last night, due to the weather and geographical conditions, the defensive forces' weapons were unable to exert their advantages, which allowed the enemy to fight them quite well for a short period of time. There were only two directions, east and west, and the 105th and 106th regiments suffered no casualties. At that time, the warlord forces on both sides sent people to scout the area. Seeing that there were prepared troops, they did not dare to risk their lives and stubbornly insist on intervening in the war. After hearing about the casualties and their causes, Wang Kuan instructed his subordinate officers to return and organize their rank-and-file commanders and staff to study how to reduce the casualty rate in the future. Next, we will discuss the enemy's specific situation, Commander. In this battle, our two sides eliminated approximately 45,000 enemy troops. Of these, more than 6,000 died, about 28,000 were captured and surrendered, and more than 3,000 went missing, probably deserters. Wang, who was responsible for the post-battle data on enemy losses. Among these data, the cause of the greatest casualties was artillery. Each division of the defense army was equipped with 200 ground suppression artillery pieces, which were nothing short of hellish for the warlord forces of that period. In addition to the damage inflicted on charging personnel by machine guns, overall, rifles caused fewer casualties to the enemy, mainly thanks to artillery and machine guns. The consumption of various types of ammunition by our army accounts for nearly 60% of the total reserves. With the remaining ammunition and daily training supplies, we might be a bit nervous should war break out. In order to achieve victory with minimal casualties in a war, the amount of ammunition used must be increased. Throughout history, wars have always been fought over money. Personnel compensation is manageable, but the real issue is weaponry and equipment, especially with the increasing importance of modern firearms, making a sufficient supply of ammunition crucial. Wang Kuan wasn't worried about the ammunition reserves. With the system in place, it was simply a matter of buying them with money, while others would have to go through the process of manufacturing and producing them over time. Besides, the T-City now belongs to him, and the system will give him another round of rewards later tonight. After recounting these post-war data details, Wang Kuan began to give instructions. We've been in the city for so long, and we haven't seen a single civilian. They probably fear we're like those warlords, ruthless and unreasonable. After all, In this world, human ethics and laws are trampled on by those in power, and ordinary people have to be extremely careful just to survive. We need to change this ingrained perception among ordinary people. We are different from others. We need to gain the trust of the locals. Therefore, it is imperative to restore normal life both inside and outside the tea market as soon as possible. And those children who become orphans at a young age, their lives should also be properly arranged. After saying all this, he couldn't help but sigh. It's easy to conquer a territory, but the difficult part is the subsequent governance of people's livelihoods. By 10 p.m., after discussing the future governance and development of the tea city, it was basically all just copying what was being done. Asking these soldiers to do government work was really putting them in a difficult position. The next morning, hearing the commotion outside, some people inside looked out and saw many soldiers posting notices on the street. After the soldiers passed, the local residents who were nearby went out to look, and some literate people read the contents of the document. It turns out that some decisions were made last night, including pro-people policies to appease the public, such as abolishing various poll taxes. There are infrastructure projects implemented through work for relief programs, which help people with no income to increase their income, and so on. Following his past experience, Wang Kuan promoted the tea market for several days, and the market began to recover. Subsequently, Wang Kuan purchased some civilian staff from the system to gradually build up the government system and began to delegate all matters related to people's livelihood. Although these personnel are few, they are capable of handling the initial tasks. As the territory expands in the future, local personnel can be purchased or trained to fill the later shortages. In the past few days, these people have started to organize the people to repair the damage to the tea town caused by the war. They can get paid every day, and there are fewer homeless people on the streets. Younger orphans and beggars are provided with government-funded orphanages to ensure their basic living needs are met. As various initiatives have progressed, the tea market has gradually stabilized. Chapter 15, The Aftermath of Victory. During this period, thanks to the efforts of Wang Kuan and his men, the area around Chacheng gradually stabilized, and the effects of the war slowly disappeared. However, the aftershock spread throughout Yunnan province. People were filled with curiosity and fear about the rise of the king. His development was too fast, from a garrison of 1,000 men to a guard force of tens of thousands. It happened faster than most people expected. For example, the commander of Chuncheong thought that Wang Kuan would become extraordinary in the future and even invited him to dinner. But he never expected that Wang Kuan would become a warlord with military power in such a short time. Magistrate Liu of Chuncheong receives his salary from the imperial court, but he and his ilk know better than anyone the state of the court. Now, with just a gentle push, this 300-year-old dynasty will collapse completely. What will become of them, the officials of the great Xia dynasty then? His friendship with the king was also driven by the idea of currying favor with a powerful figure in the future, so that at least when he was down on his luck, someone would be willing to take him in. Yunnan province is now one of the few remaining provinces in the great Xia dynasty that has not been monopolized by warlords and powerful clans. Therefore, he is well aware of the ambitious individuals in the surrounding areas and within the country who have designs on the matter. Given the impact of the current royal power, he estimates that these people are already restless and will soon make a big move. Because of the decline of Wang Kuan's family in recent times and the unknown business relationship with his predecessor, he was unaware of these undercurrents. Commander Liu obviously knew the weaknesses of the Duke's mansion, so he sent someone to the tea market in person with a letter from him. The letter contained a detailed analysis of the current situation, showing that he was optimistic about Wang Kuan and wanted to place his bet in advance. On this same day, Zhang Lingrui, the highest-ranking official in Yunnan province, after receiving news that Wang Kuan had wiped out Zhang Bolan, began to frequently visit the powerful gentry in the province and summon his trusted confidants. Clearly, he was no longer planning to remain in hiding. The rise of the royal power had exceeded his expectations, and if things continued like this, who knew how many more monsters and demons would emerge? In the most luxurious restaurant in Chuncheong, he and a group of people were enjoying themselves immensely, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. Among them were his confidants and representatives of wealthy landowners, all drinking merrily. After several rounds of drinks, seeing that everyone had had enough, Zhang Lingrui tapped the table, and the crowd quieted down and looked at him. Since everyone here is one of us, I won't beat around the bush and will speak frankly. As you all know, the imperial court may collapse tomorrow. I, Zhang, believe I have some ability, so I plan to announce Yunnan province's autonomy in the coming days and no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia. Chaos is an opportunity, and I am determined to lead everyone to rise like dragons in the wind and seize the chance to reach for the sky. May all of you here have endless power and wealth, and may your families continue to thrive. After speaking, he looked at these landlords and powerful families, awaiting their response. The pie had been drawn. Whether these people accepted it or not was up to fate. Zhang Lingrui knew these people weren't very reliable. They didn't care who was in power. As long as it didn't hinder their money-making or affect their family's interests, they didn't care who was in power. He looked down on these people, but he needed funds. Over the past few years, he had intermittently gathered and built an army of tens of thousands of people, all of which were built with money. Now that he was out of money, he had no choice but to bring these nouveaux riches on board. The people in the private room looked at each other, and one of them said, "As long as Commander Zhang agrees to one request, we will make up for whatever amount of money you need. From now on, money will never be a problem for you. Since I've gathered everyone here today, I'm not afraid to make any requests. Just say them, and I'll agree to anything I can. Commander Zhang, we have only one request. In the future, we should have priority in the industrial and commercial sectors of Yunnan province, and the agricultural taxes of our several households should be abolished. These people only have this much to ask for. To put it bluntly, they just want land and money. As for anything else, it's too early to say." Zhang Lingrui stood up, raised his glass, and said, "I, Zhang, have agreed. As long as you all don't go back on your word, let's drink to this and wish each other a pleasant cooperation." Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the pleasant cooperation. After the banquet, back home, Zhang Lingrui and several trusted confidants who held military power smoked cigarettes and discussed the specific timing and the subsequent war crises. Zhang Lingrui secretly controls more than half of Yunnan province, leaving only 4 cities and 2 prefectures. He commands 4 divisions of regular troops, totaling 60,000 men, who are scattered among a dozen or so individuals of varying ranks. Over the years, through bribery and appeasement, he has gained control over these local warlords, enabling him to control most of Yunnan province without bloodshed. In addition to the regular army, each prefecture and city has more than 3,000 well-trained security regiments. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions were stationed on the border to guard against the spying of Guizhou province, he would have already wanted to go south and eliminate a few warlords. Now, a new king has suddenly appeared, almost ruining his plans. That's why he's prepared to reveal his hand in advance, so everyone can compete based on their strength and see who comes out on top in the end. Just as Zhang Lingrui was preparing to win over the local landlords and powerful clans, 2 warlords in the south also began their preparations. Well informed, they knew that Zhang, the nominal governor of Yunnan, was secretly manipulating his forces. They didn't want to surrender easily. They didn't want to relinquish the power and wealth that came with controlling others' lives. Both men, without prior agreement, began recklessly strengthening their forces in the territories they controlled, contacting arms dealers of foreign powers and purchasing large quantities of weapons at exorbitant prices. They also forcibly conscripted men of all ethnicities, beating any who resisted until they submitted. Many people in their controlled areas began to prepare to flee their hometowns, either seeking refuge in the deep mountains and forests or preparing to escape to the T-City region of the royal power. All the calm began to be disturbed, and a tense atmosphere began to spread. After Wang Kuan eliminated Zhang Bolan's forces, the government and military of the Sunset Kingdom were furious. Their initial investments of resources and money had been completely wasted. Although it was a drop in the ocean for them, as a long-established power, face was sometimes quite important. Therefore, in the past few days, the cabinet and the military have been discussing how to regain face, teach Wang Kuan a lesson, and incidentally recoup some of the losses in resources and funds. They plan to mobilize a group of soldiers from their homeland, equipped with new weapons from the Sunset Kingdom, and begin their journey across the sea to the Kanbang Kingdom. Their intention was to cross the border from the Kanbang Kingdom and teach that little warlord called Wang Kuan a lesson. 8 days after Zhang Bolan's downfall, the foreigner from Rusk arrived at the home of the warlord west of the royal power, bringing with him the friendship of the Sunset Kingdom. Their cabinet planned to support other warlords so that they could jointly overthrow the royal power. Rusk and the Sunset Kingdom had clearly chosen this warlord, intending to support him in the same way they had supported Zhang Bolan. The warlord, Wang Chun, was overjoyed. This was like a windfall. The two sat down and began a detailed discussion. "Wang, I think you are aware of the power of your neighbor. With your current strength, you may not be able to hold onto your current territory. We can provide assistance to help you defend against the threat from your neighbor and also allow you to expand outwards. All you need to do is open the border crossings and help our goods be sold smoothly within the territory of Great Xia. If you agree to sign the agreement now, we will immediately send you a batch of supplies for free. You can also get a discount when you buy our supplies later. Wang Shen couldn't worry about the future anymore and agreed immediately. After a friendly conversation between the two, Rust achieved his goal this time. The next day, they went to the warlord's house east of the royal power and reached a deal on the same terms. At this time, Yunnan province was truly turbulent, with all sorts of demons and monsters beginning to show their power, while our protagonist, Wang Kuan, was still busy with the development plan for the T-City. Chapter 16, The Troubles of Being Short of Money. More than half a month has passed since the end of the T-City War, and the remnants of the war have been completely cleaned up. Apart from the city walls that haven't been completely demolished yet, no one would guess that this is a city that has just experienced the ravages of war. These past few days, Wang Kuan has been planning the use of the reward materials. Apart from the necessary weapons, which is easy to say, he has spent a lot of time sorting out and planning the industrial aspects that can be used for the time being. Besides the equipment that could arm 3 divisions, what appealed to him most was the industrial reward. The blueprints for a military factory, as well as weapons and equipment production lines, including production lines for various firearms, ground-based artillery, and corresponding ammunition production lines. In addition, there are production lines for various weapons, such as flamethrowers, grenade launchers, and landmines. Most importantly, the reward includes not only basic industrial technology and some equipment, but also a steel production line with an annual output of 1 million tons. Steel is an indispensable material for modern industry, especially in weapons production. The birth of modern firearms was inseparable from steel. It was also particularly labor-intensive. Take the Great Xia dynasty as an example. Although it is slightly stronger than the same era in the previous life, its current annual steel production is only about 1 million tons. This is the production from local warlords and the imperial court. There is also a set of fertilizer production technology and equipment, which is just as important as steel. With fertilizer, grain production can increase by at least several times. With the current arable land in the tea market, it can barely feed the entire population of the region. However, some of the technological equipment included in the rewards is unusable now, even if it were available, due to a lack of basic resources such as rubber and oil. However, some rare metal smelting technologies can still be developed and produced now. The only difference is the quantity. Comparing the information from my previous life, although it's not the same world, it's like a parallel universe. The geographical environment of the two lives is not much different. Yunnan province is rich in mineral resources, especially rare ones. Once the steel plant is built, the basic iron ore will need to be purchased from elsewhere. At least as far as he knows, there are no iron mines around the T-City. However, the available technologies and equipment cannot be used for construction at the moment. Wang Kuan's main problems are a lack of funds and technical personnel. Although he could purchase technical personnel from the system and hire infrastructure workers from the system, he is simply short of funds and unable to do so. In the following days, he and his staff toured the entire tea market, investigating suitable locations for building an industrial park. It must be said, the tea market was truly unsuitable for industrial development. The entire area had very little flat land, consisting mostly of mountains and hills. But there's no other way but to find a few more small flat areas and build a few small-scale industrial parks. Now everything is ready, except for the final push. Besides these few things, he's been trying to find ways to get funds lately, as he's already spent almost all of the family savings he accumulated over the years last time. As the saying goes, even a hero can be brought down by a penny. With the little money left, they had to ensure the army's pay and the daily needs of the tea market. That day, he came up with a desperate idea and went to the government office. What useful resources have you found in your analysis of the entire tea market these past few days? Commander, the tea market doesn't have any outstanding resources right now, except for tea and natural resources. But these resources can't be converted into cash right now. Otherwise, how could half of the nearly 1 million people in the entire region be starving all year round? Wang Kuan was also disappointed after hearing this. He had been hoping to find some local specialty products that could be quickly converted into cash and generate funds, but it seemed that this path was also hopeless. Okay, in your spare time, try to figure out how to get some funds in the short term. I need funds to develop our industry. The tea market has no development other than industry, and the arable land is not enough to support so many people. As he walked out of the government office, he was still thinking about whether he should go to Kunming or Shanghai to borrow a high-interest loan from a bank or money exchange. If all else fails, launch a war against the surrounding towns and cities, hoping to gain some more profits. The tea city and surrounding towns relied on agriculture for their livelihood in this era, and were extremely poor. It's estimated that even if we conquered it, there wouldn't be much profit to be made. We can only wait until they have enough money to conquer it whenever they want. Walking down the street, Wang Kuan looked at the people coming and going. Almost everyone had a sallow complexion and was thin, all signs of malnutrition. To change the poverty of the people, a lot of money is needed for development. Once the industrial park is built, a simple industrial chain can support most of the population. In the future, the smart ones can be trained into skilled workers, and the strong ones can make a living by brute force so that they won't be like now, where there's nowhere to find manual labor, which is a sign of underdeveloped industry and commerce. As we walked back, we saw a few people who looked fat and big-eared, but they were family members of a few landlords and gentry. These landlords and chieftains, through monopolizing tea and medicinal herbs, smuggling across the border, or colluding with previous rulers to divide the people's wealth and seize farmland, were all extremely wealthy. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized how foolish he had been. He had overlooked the gold ingot right in front of him and instead spent the last few days searching the world for gold. In order to quickly raise large sums of money, which of the landlords and gentry in the city was short of cash. As for the chieftains and clans in the mountains and forests, they had accumulated countless gold and silver treasures over hundreds of years through annual rewards from previous dynasties and the Great Xia dynasty. Don't be fooled by their current living deep in the mountains and forests. That's their ancestral custom, not because they can't afford to live in towns outside the forests. Those chieftains in recent times were relatively better. They wouldn't harm the people without cause, and if they did, it was only a very small number of tribes. As for the landlords and gentry who had lived here for generations, they were basically all fattened up by extorting money from the people and harming them. They were all executed, and not a single one of them was wronged. Besides, most of the arable land is in their hands. The tax system he established must have made them dissatisfied. Otherwise, he has controlled the tea city for so long, and no one has ever come to visit him. They were exchanging glances back then, but there was no yield tax at the time. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Kuan summoned the intelligence chief and gave him instructions. Tomorrow, you need to assign a few people to keep an eye on those powerful clans within the territory and compile a complete list of their crimes, such as harming the people, smuggling, and selling opium. While we're at it, let's also investigate the crimes committed by the most heinous thugs in the tea town, as well as the various gangs, big and small. For a while, they didn't have the energy to deal with these lowlifes. The main focus was on settling people down and restoring their daily lives. Now, they can conveniently deal with them as well, killing two birds with one stone. In a civilized society, it's not good to cause trouble without evidence. Even if he has such ability, it's better not to use it. Otherwise, it will give the outside world the impression that he is a warlord who indiscriminately kills innocent people, which is not good and will affect his future expansion and management. In this era, a good or bad personal image is also a weapon, which can have unexpected effects when necessary. Chapter 17, The Crimes of Landlords and Powerful Families. On July 25th, after several days of investigation, Wang Kuan obtained the criminal records of these chieftains and powerful families. After opening them and taking a look, wow, some of these families were truly deserving of death. He had previously thought about the despicable nature of these people, but only about things like exploiting the people. Now it seems that he was too simplistic. If these people were only exploiting the people, they still had a conscience. If you haven't lived in this era, you simply can't imagine the audacity of landlords and powerful families in the late feudal period. These people had no concept of country or nation. They only cared about the continuation of their own families. Although life in your previous life had its shortcomings, at least it provided food, shelter, protection from the elements, and legal means to protect yourself when you were oppressed. But this Great Xia dynasty in another world was corrupt. It could no longer care about the lives of the common people, and its laws were trampled on by local powerful families. They even created their own laws just to manipulate the lives of others at will. Wang Kuan read through the pages one by one, growing angrier and more distressed with each reading. He wished he could send troops to wipe them out right now, even if it meant confiscating their property and exterminating their entire clan. These people's extravagant lifestyles are simply the result of profiting from human suffering. Only a handful of families within the territory can still maintain sufficient respect for them. None of the remaining 90% of the powerful clans are innocent. After reading these documents, he felt a tightness in his chest. No wonder the Great Xia's national strength was declining day by day. With these parasites at the bottom, even the most powerful empire would eventually be ruined. It was just a pity that his ancestors had built up the country. This is just the misdeeds of local powerful families. The investigation into those gangs and factions is not yet complete, as they involve the forces of neighboring countries. He doesn't have time to deal with these criminal gangs right now. Compared to these landlords and gentry, he can put them aside for now. Barely suppressing his anger, he took his plainclothes guards and went out for some fresh air. Otherwise, he feared he would order the ransacking of these people's homes right now. Because we are not ready yet, we are now waiting for the army to be mobilized and sent to various places to prepare so that we can catch them all at once. In July, the weather outside was already as hot as an oven, and there were far fewer people on the street than in the morning, making it look rather deserted. They got into the car and headed to visit the towns and villages below. Lijia Town is a large town with a population of over 30,000, but there are not many people with the surname Li. As for why it is called Lijia Town, it is because there is a wealthy man with the surname Li in this town. The road was winding and bumpy, making driving difficult. After a bumpy ride, we arrived at our destination and parked the car a long way away, intending to walk in and take a look. Upon arriving in town, they found a tea house, where Wang Kuan and his companions sat down, quenched their thirst with a cup of tea, and enjoyed the lively atmosphere. The tea house was quite crowded, providing an opportunity to hear the voices of the common people. After taking a sip of tea, Wang Kuan felt that the tea tasted quite good, bitter at first, and then sweet, with a mellow and memorable flavor. He listened to the chatter of two old men not far away as he sipped his tea. Sigh, the Li family sent people to collect rent again today. My family is the same. We contracted their land, but at the end of the year, we couldn't save much food for ourselves. It all went to paying rent. Fortunately, the new official in town canceled our miscellaneous fees. Otherwise, we would be in even worse shape now. What's the use? They canceled our household tax, and these landlords immediately raised our rent. Old Jiang, I'm planning to return the Li family's land and go to the city to find work. I heard it's better than farming. Listening to the intermittent conversation of these people, Wang Kuan felt that the problem of landlords and powerful families was indeed urgent, especially the Li family, the landlords in this town. The royal family remembered the materials clearly. Most of their land was acquired through trickery and force, and many people were injured or killed in the process. He was trying to reduce the burden on ordinary people in the city by only retaining 20% of the tax per mu, unit of land area, but others cleverly shifted their burden onto the farmers at the bottom of society. Compared to before, they haven't lost much of their income. It's like a small knife pulling a big hole. They've let him down. I was too lazy to listen to anything else. I spent an afternoon visiting 3 or 4 towns, and they were all basically the same as Lijia Town. The landlords were rolling in money, while the people were suffering terribly. Back in the city, the weather cooled down, and the streets became more crowded. The shops and stalls on both sides were filled with lively shouts of vendors, and seeing these sights, Wang Kuan's heavy heart felt a little lighter. But sometimes, fate likes to play tricks on people. Just as they were sitting in a roadside stall eating snacks, they heard a series of noisy fighting sounds coming from in front of them. When Wang Kuan and his group arrived, they saw the scene in the crowd. Young Master Ho, I will repay the money. Please spare my son and daughter. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you, but you've been behind on rent for 2 months, and the interest has already accumulated. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Your son will work as a servant in my household, and your daughter will become my concubine. In return, I'll waive your debt and give you 3 years' worth of rent for free. What do you say? Young Master Ho, they're still young. Please spare them. I'll serve you as a servant, a slave to your family. You old hag, who would want you? My son is small. He can grow up slowly. He won't go hungry. My daughter is already quite grown up. After saying that, he casually touched the girl's face, which frightened her so much that she turned pale and hid behind her father. Wang Kuan now understood the gist of the matter. To put it bluntly, this rich young man had seized someone else's land and land deeds through trickery and coercion. Then this honest man, covered in wounds, rented someone's land. Because the rent increased, he owed the person a debt, which led to him being caught on the street and his children being openly forcibly taken away to pay off the debt. Seeing the evil deeds of this landlord's foolish son, Wang Kuan waved for the guards to go and arrest the young Master Ho. You say he's not a fool's son? After Wang Kuan took over the tea market, he began to gradually distance himself from the landlords and powerful families, suppressing their businesses and commerce. Now, he's showing no restraint and openly causing trouble in the streets. "What are you doing? Do you know who I am? How dare you interfere in my affairs?" he said, directing his men to fight against the guards. However, he was facing off against soldiers. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he ordered his men to take out knives to fight back, while he pulled out a gun and fired at a guard. Fortunately, his marksmanship was poor, and the guard dodged in time and was not hit. However, a bystander was accidentally shot and killed instantly. Upon seeing the shooting, those around quickly scattered and kept their distance. After seeing that someone had been accidentally shot, Wang Kuan ordered his guards to shoot and kill his mentally challenged son, and the other resistors were also killed on the spot. The guards were all armed with Colt 1911s, which were extremely powerful in close combat. They shot and killed 4 people on the spot, including this young Master Ho. The rest were so frightened that they dropped their knives and knelt down to beg for mercy. After that, they escorted these people back. Wang Kuan was already impatient and wanted to confiscate their property. If they hadn't met him today, another family would have been destroyed. Chapter 18: Sharpening the Knife, ready to pounce on pigs and sheep. After arriving home at 6 o'clock, Wang Kuan asked Wang Hu about the preparations made by the troops to raid homes in various places. "Commander, the last group will arrive at the destination at 9 p.m. tonight. If you're in a hurry, you can take down these families in the city now. By then, even if they want to notify you, their local marriage alliances will be too late to escape. Then let's start taking them at 8 o'clock tonight. Every minute we wait is a minute more of a bargain for them," Wang Kuan decided after hearing the decision. Wang Hu then went down to make preparations. He was the overall commander for this operation. These people who usually commit many evil deeds probably don't even know that their lives are about to end. Wang Kuan picked up the documents he had left on the table when he left and looked at the evidence of these crimes again. He muttered to himself, "I will use you wicked and powerful clans as sacrifices for the upcoming golden age." Around 7 p.m., the main members of the Ho family gathered in the living room, where bursts of weeping could still be heard intermittently. The patriarch of that foolish young master's family was sitting upright in his chair, waiting for the specific reasons behind the matter. A moment later, a family member came in and said, "Second uncle, third son, caught a tenant who owed money on the street and forcibly took his children to pay off the debt." Wang Kuan, who was passing by, saw what happened, and a conflict ensued. Sander fired a shot and was killed. After hearing this, the head of the Ho family cursed. "Wang Kuan is just bored and has nothing better to do than meddle in our family's affairs. Our families have never crossed paths with him, yet he's offended us for the sake of a small tenant farmer. Isn't he afraid of our retaliation?" Some people in the hall were filled with righteous indignation and determined to retaliate. Others scoffed, thinking they have men and guns. "What are you going to do to retaliate? Are you just being stubborn? All right, stop arguing. Aren't you ashamed?" Then, the patriarch gave instructions to his sons. "Tomorrow morning, contact those companies and tell them about Wang Kuan's actions today. Get them to join us in this effort to choose a time to retaliate against him using our methods. I want to raise the prices of all essential goods, including grain and salt, that we can influence. We will give all the profits from these price increases to a few specific companies. Tell them that if they tolerate this, the royal power will become even more presumptuous in the future. So why would someone help him offend others? It's simply because these people are in cahoots and have long been bound together by a shared interest group. I'll keep increasing the rent for tenant farmers per acre. I want to teach these lowly people a lesson. When prices rise and the common people can't afford to eat, let's see what the monarchy does then. Let him know who he shouldn't offend." Well, I can only say that the idea is great. Unfortunately, the scholars encountered soldiers, and they wouldn't live to see tomorrow. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the streets of the city were filled with the sounds of cars heading in all directions. During this time of day, there were still people finishing work and selling late-night snacks on the streets. They watched as cars carrying soldiers drove off to various parts of the city. "Are these Commander Wang's soldiers? Is their fighting so late?" someone asked. "I haven't heard of any war happening here recently," was the answer from someone who was usually well informed. Suddenly, someone's eyes widened and they gasped for breath. It couldn't have happened this afternoon, could it? Look at the direction these military vehicles are heading." After some prompting, those with quick reflexes understood what it meant. They spontaneously let out various strange gasps of surprise. They sensed that something big was about to happen. The common people knew very well where the landlords and wealthy families lived in the city, and there were 5 or 6 cars heading to almost every place. Sure enough, a short while later, gunshots rang out. Meanwhile, back at the Marquis's residence, the gathering hadn't ended yet. Some impatient individuals thought to themselves, the death of a spoiled brat is like the sky falling down. Before he could finish grumbling to himself, he heard the sound of the gate being kicked open, and the shouts of servants echoed from the front yard. Before anyone in the living room could react, the sound of military boots filled the air, and hundreds of soldiers stormed in, guns drawn. Ignoring the commotion in the living room, they began arresting people. A company commander in a lieutenant's uniform pulled out an arrest warrant and read it aloud. Following an investigation by the government and the military, it was found that the Ho family had committed heinous crimes, including disregarding human life, extorting property from others, and repeatedly injuring and killing innocent civilians. Wang Kuan, commander-in-chief of the military security forces, has granted special permission to arrest the Ho family members and others, who will be immediately imprisoned to await trial. After reading it aloud, he held up the arrest warrant in one hand and waved his hand, saying, "Arrest them!" The living room was filled with a cacophony of crying, cries for help, and pleas for mercy. Before the old man sitting in the head chair could react, he was grabbed, handcuffed, and taken away. The old man realized what was happening and loudly questioned him. "By what right does Wang Kuan have to arrest me? Since he came to the Tea City, we haven't committed any of the crimes mentioned above. What right does he have to interfere in our past affairs?" No matter how he questioned them, the soldiers ignored him and just kept taking people out. Once only a few old women and their babies remained in the entire mansion, the arrests ceased. A platoon of guards remained, while the rest escorted the ringleaders and accomplices toward the government prison. As for the soldiers in this platoon, their main task was to guard every tree and blade of grass in the mansion, and no one was allowed to damage or take anything away. At this moment, not only the Ho family in the city, but also 7 or 8 other powerful families, including the Li family, Wang family, and Ren family, had their members arrested by the guards. The process was exactly the same as the Ho family's experience, except that a few gunshots were heard from 2 of the families, but it was not a big problem and did not affect the subsequent arrests. There were still some people on the street who hadn't gone home yet. They were mostly people waiting for specific news, mainly because they wanted to see some excitement. Not long after, they saw cars coming one after another. By the dim light of the headlights, they could see that they were indeed wealthy people who were prominent figures in the city. After the cars that had taken the people away had left, cheers suddenly erupted from the crowd. Some people were so excited that they didn't know where to look and just shouted their approval, while others were so happy that tears were streaming down their faces. It was clear how much hatred these wealthy families had attracted. The same scene unfolded at 9 o'clock in the evening. A group of soldiers broke into the Li family, who owned the most land in Lijia town, and arrested most of the family members. The noise attracted the civilians who had gone to bed early. They stood on tiptoe outside the Li family's door, watching the scene of people being arrested. In addition, in various counties and towns, such as Majiazwang, Lixian, and Wangjiabao, the families of wealthy landowners were arrested. For those powerful clans who used to flaunt their power and bully the people, this night was like the sky falling down. Many people couldn't understand why the king arrested them, even after they were arrested. According to social class, they all belonged to the same interest group. By arresting them, the king offended the powerful and influential families of the world. What benefit would that bring him? However, no matter what they think, they will never know that the people the king is least afraid of offending are precisely these kinds of people. As for the title of Duke's Mansion, it held no sway over him whatsoever. As long as we always stand on the side of ordinary people, we will kill any demons or monsters that dare to show their faces. Chapter 19, The Trial of the Sinners, The People's Cheers. The next morning, after people woke up, they went out to inquire about the arrest that had taken place the previous night, and acquaintances were discussing the cause of the incident. By noon, as news from various places was confirmed, the people learned that not only had the big landlords in their township been arrested, but also the local gentry in other townships and the county seat. Finally, even the major families in the city were almost all arrested, leaving only one family that made a living by treating patients and selling medicinal herbs to survive. After noon, the guards, acting as protectors of government officials, began to seize the properties of these families. They then sent people to inventory the data and temporarily take over some properties that could not be shut down. 3 days passed, and it was the last day of the month. The government and the guards had sorted out all the assets of these families. After noon, Wang Kuan received the asset list and couldn't wait to open it. He was shocked by what he saw. The landlord family in the small town of Lijia alone owned 4,000 mu of fertile land, accounting for nearly 70% of the town's arable land, and all of it was high-quality farmland. The family's assets mainly consisted of farming, business, and lending. The family currently had 120,000 silver dollars in available funds and 100,000 jin of staple grains in stock. This is truly a reincarnation of a mythical creature, only taking in and never giving out. No wonder their tenants prefer to terminate their leases rather than rent to them. It turns out they took all the harvest for the year. This is just the assets of one wealthy family. Imagine how much wealth all the wealthy families in the city must have accumulated over hundreds of years. It's not surprising. The local gentry in my past life were far inferior to those here. Compared to the landlords here, those landlords in my past life should be called middle peasants. In his past life, Wang Kuan remembered his grandfather telling him when he was a child that during the war, there was a wealthy old man in his hometown who owned 7 or 8 mules for 5 oxen for plowing and more than 500 acres of land. These properties were all well known within a radius of dozens of kilometers. When Grandpa talked about them, he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. When you see these big families in the city, you'll see how incredibly wealthy they are. None of them have less than 500,000 silver dollars in assets. Although they have less farmland, they have many land deeds in the county and city. It's obvious that most of these land deeds were acquired through cunning and extortion over generations. This included usury, specifically targeting wealthy individuals with some assets. So, the wealth they accumulated over decades, or even centuries, is unimaginable. They monopolized the supply of daily necessities in the T-City, which has led to prices in this area being nearly 30% higher than in other provinces and cities. Wang Kuan looked at the documents in his hand and calculated them one by one. The total amount of liquid funds reached a staggering 5 million, in addition to gold and antiques. Last year, the tax revenue that the Great Xia Yunnan province paid to the imperial court only exceeded 5 million silver dollars. For these wealthy families whose property was confiscated, apart from infants and a few individuals, the rest faced either execution or life imprisonment. In any case, as long as their power remained, they were unlikely to be released from prison. As for the remaining infants and a few individuals, their homes will be reclaimed, and the government will provide them with a fixed amount of supplies annually until they reach adulthood. Upon seeing the records of these families' evil deeds, Wang Kuan even considered eradicating them completely and sending the entire family to their next reincarnation. However, he couldn't do that. Otherwise, even the common people would only fear him in the future. The following morning, the government began issuing citywide announcements that these individuals would be publicly tried on August 3rd. In the following days, government judicial offices were flooded with people coming to file complaints. On the day of the trial, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a makeshift courtroom was set up outside the military camp outside the city, surrounded by a dense crowd of people. On the platform, besides the judges, there were also prisoners awaiting sentencing. As the evidence was read aloud, the surrounding noise quieted down. Each time someone was tried, applause erupted around them, and some people couldn't help but burst into tears. They were all victims or relatives. After one of them was sentenced to death, an elderly woman with sparse white hair knelt down on the ground, crying and kowtowing to the stage in gratitude. This is the wife of old Li from the east of the city. Her son worked for the Ho family and offended a nobleman from the Ho family. He was severely beaten and died within 2 days. People around who knew what had happened whispered to each other. 2 soldiers came over and helped the old man up, who was kowtowing. Like the descendants of Yin and Huang in their past lives, this nation has always expressed its deepest gratitude through kowtowing, in addition to kneeling before heaven and earth and to its ancestors and elders. One crime after another was exposed, and one villain after another was punished. The trial of these bloodthirsty nobles was not finally completed until the afternoon. When the king ascended the stage, before he even began to speak, the crowd below shouted, "Upright official! Upright official!" The common people only knew that only those sent by heaven cared about their lives. With the elimination of these wicked and powerful gentry, the royal power was their all-powerful lord. Wang Kuan pressed his hand down, silencing the crowd's shouts. "I am not some upright and just official, and no one will ever be our official again. As long as I am in Chacheng, if anyone violates the interests of the people or the laws of Chacheng, the Chacheng government, and I will never let the bad guys go unpunished." The people, who had just stopped began to shout excitedly again. Wang Kuan calmed the agitated crowd below and began to speak again. The land collected from each area will be rented to you according to the number of people in each household. No rent is required. Only an agricultural tax of 10% of the yield per mu is payable. If a property is forcibly occupied, it will be returned to the homeowner intact after a thorough investigation. A series of policies to benefit the people were announced by the king. Of course, the government would send people to the townships later to explain the specific policies to the people in detail. The T-town has been exceptionally lively these past 2 days. Land reform and land redistribution, things they never dared to imagine before, are now unfolding here, and they are the beneficiaries. Now, all arable land in the entire territory, except for that belonging to landlords and gentry, is being bought back by the government at double the price and then rented to farmers for free. Farmers only need to pay a negligible agricultural tax each year, and as long as there are no major disasters, their families will not have to worry about food in the future. Wang Kuan was initially worried about the land reclamation, but things went surprisingly smoothly. The normal average price per mu of land in Yunnan province is around 30 silver dollars. Now the government is willing to buy it back for 60 silver dollars, and no one is unwilling. Moreover, they will continue to rent it to them for free. Apart from farmers who have no land, those who do own land are a minority. Almost every family has several acres of land. Even if they don't want to farm anymore and want to do other work, at least the money from selling the land, based on current prices, is enough for a family of 4 or 5 to live on for several years. This can be described as a form of shared prosperity in another world, which will instantly boost the region's economic vitality. After the royal power dealt with the land issue, all that remained were the fixed assets managed by the powerful clans. Apart from some that had to be managed by the government, the rest were to be auctioned off, which would not only raise substantial cash, but also revitalize the market's economic circulation. On August 10th, the auction, authorized by the monarchy and organized by the government, began. Chapter 20 Planning Ahead. On this day, many merchants came to the tea city. 2 groups of people, one from the local area and one from out of town, stood clearly separated at the entrance of the government building, waiting for the government officials to give them instructions. At 10 a.m., as several officials dressed in stand-up collar Zhongshan suits came out, the 2 groups that had been arguing with each other instantly fell silent. They began to follow the staff members to the auction venue. After everyone arrived and took their seats, an official came out from the stage, said a few words of welcome, and then prepared to introduce the assets to be auctioned. At this moment, someone raised their hand and asked a question. "Sir, we have elected me as our temporary representative. We would like to ask you some questions. Is that all right?" Upon seeing this, the official on the platform raised his hand, signaling him to continue. "If we acquire these properties through auction, will the government suddenly find a reason to confiscate them, or find a reason to increase our taxes?" After listening, the officials roughly understood the concerns of these people. The actions taken by the tea city in the past few days had indeed affected a large number of wealthy landowners. So he began to explain the laws and policies within the tea market to these merchants. "Our commander will not break his word. You may not understand yet, but in our view, the group of merchants and landlords is not a group with the same interests. The former is beneficial to economic and social development, while the latter group is like an emperor who oppresses the people, exploits them, and plunders them without generating economic flow or driving regional development. In addition, given the irrefutable evidence of their various crimes, we must crack down on these social classes. Our commander can sign an agreement with you all, as long as you operate legally, pay taxes on time, and cooperate with the government's price guidance and regulation. As long as we remain in the tea market, we will ensure that everyone's interests are not harmed." After listening, these people felt quite satisfied. Among the warlords who controlled various regions in the Great Xia dynasty, none valued commerce and the lives of ordinary people as much as Wang Kuan. The auction then officially began, starting with the textile industry. 3 textile factories had been seized previously, and the bidding started. In the end, a local businessman won the bid. The auctions later included various industries, such as meat processing, logistics and transportation, and grain processing. The auction lasted from morning until 4 p.m., with a 1-hour break in between, and then it ended perfectly. That evening, Wang Kuan received the auction data, which showed that a total of 800,000 silver dollars had been sold. He couldn't help but sigh. These people are really rich. Do you think these businessmen are stupid? They see the potential of the monarchy and are betting in advance to leave a good impression. Otherwise, why would they come to this poor place, and spend a lot of money to buy these worthless industries. Merchants are all gamblers. In their view, Wang Kuan is young and promising, with a strong army under his command, and has a great chance of becoming a regional hegemon. Perhaps he can even become the emperor in the future. So why not take a gamble? Even if the royal power fails, at most their money will be wasted, with each person losing only tens of thousands of silver dollars, which is not a significant blow to these merchants. Besides the cost of reclaiming the land, the money from this auction and seizure. With the fund from the confiscation and auction, Wang Kuan is prepared to begin construction of a basic industrial system immediately. Once these preliminary projects are completed, his strength will increase dramatically. However, things don't always go as planned. Just as he was preparing to develop his industry on a large scale, his intelligence system learned that the people of the Sunset Kingdom were secretly supplying weapons to the warlords on both sides of his territory through certain channels. Based on the news sent by Commander Liu from Chuncheng a few days ago, even he belatedly realized that something was wrong in Yunnan province. Zhang Lingrui in the north was making moves, and the two warlords in the south were also restless, truly not giving him any time to develop. Fortunately, Zhang Lingrui still cares about his reputation and hasn't come out into the open. It's just that his two neighbors next door have actually colluded with foreign powers. They really don't care about anything for power. In this situation, the only option is to spend a lot of money to hire a system to solve the factory construction problem, but fortunately, this money is not wasted. The system asks you to hire construction workers and determine the fastest time it can be used to build a military factory, a fertilizer and steel plant, and a small power station. Hello, host. It would take a construction team at least 3 months to build these industrial facilities. However, you can hire multiple teams to start construction simultaneously. In this way, it will only take about 10 days to complete. These teams will also install the manufacturing equipment after completion. The host only needs to hire people to start production. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan realized that this would allow him to hire multiple teams and even include installation. So how are these prices calculated? The system announced that the length of each construction period varied. So the system stipulated that each pair would be paid 100 silver dollars per day as a benefit to the host. But this price was only valid for factory and industrial construction. Cheap, so cheap. It's practically like working for him for free. That was Wang Kuan's reaction after hearing this. The personnel and construction machinery brought by these systems are extremely advanced. When he first gained a comprehensive understanding of the system, he saw some mechanical equipment that he had never heard of in his previous life. Wang Kuan could understand the limitations of the system. The next day, Wang Kuan convened a military conference to prepare for military deployments in light of the current situation in Yunnan province, in order to prevent some people from acting rashly and suddenly sending troops to invade his territory. He currently has the equipment for 3 divisions and is preparing to recruit another division to prepare for attacking his two neighbors later. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't be able to support 3 divisions at all. The defense army's pay was higher than others at the time. A division received 200,000 to 300,000 silver dollars a month. In addition, each division purchased elite officers and soldiers. It can be said that the monthly expenses of one of its divisions were equivalent to the expenses of at least 3 divisions of others. The 1st Division dispatched the 101st Regiment and most of its artillery to defend the western border crossing, while the 102nd and 103rd Regiments, with the remaining artillery, defended the eastern border crossing. The remaining 2nd Division was to leave 2 companies to carry out recruitment work, while the rest, mainly regiments, were to defend the northern border crossing, in order to ensure stability for the next month. A month later, when all the factories and power plants have started production, he will no longer be afraid of war. After the military meeting, Wang Kuan called his cousin Wang Hu and said to him, "Cousin, put your work aside for now, or hand it over to someone else. This afternoon, you're mobilizing a battalion of soldiers to go back to our hometown of Chuncheng and bring all our family members here. They'll leave by car tonight. Let's leave the family house and ancestral home aside for now. No one dares to make a move on them for the time being." After hearing this, Wang Hu immediately went out to prepare for his return to work in Chuncheng. The royal family originally owned hundreds of acres of fertile land, but during the last conscription and system procurement, they sold all those shops and land. So my family has nothing to do in Kunming right now. And since Yunnan province is not safe, it's safer to bring them here. Chapter 21, Unexpected Conflict, Part 1. By noon on the 2nd day, Wang Hu's 20 military trucks, carrying 20 small-caliber mortars and troops, had arrived at the Duke's mansion in Chuncheng. He arranged for a platoon of soldiers to pick up his family. He went straight into Wang Kuan's house. The family members heard the noise outside and came out to see what was going on. When Wang Yushi saw that it was her cousin Wang who had returned, she asked, "Tiger, why are you back? Where's my little brother? Didn't he come back?" "Yushi, the commander hasn't returned yet. He's busy in the T-City and can't leave. He asked me to pick up our family and settle them temporarily in the T-City. Things have been unsettled lately, and there might be a war soon, which would affect Chunqing as well. You should pack your things quickly. Just bring some daily necessities. You don't need to bring anything else. There's nothing lacking there. Don't worry about the house for now. No one will dare to occupy it without permission." After Wang Hu finished speaking, he arranged for his soldiers to help move the things. Wang Kuan's two older sisters were also reasonable people. Knowing that their younger brother had arranged for someone to pick them up, they instructed the family to pack their things quickly. It took 2 hours in total to get everyone ready, and Wang Hu then arranged for the driver to set off. Zhang Lingrui found out as soon as they left the city. He had been wondering recently why Wang Kuan hadn't taken his family with him. Was he really that trusting of others? At this moment, he considered arranging for someone to intercept the person and use them as leverage, but he was also afraid of Wang Kuan's relentless retaliation. The key point was that he was not prepared, and it would be really not worth it for such a conflict to occur. After thinking about it for a while, I just let them be. But Zhang Lingrui never expected that a small accident would almost cripple one of his regiments. It was 4:30 p.m. when Wang Hu and his team were about to leave Yushi territory. At that moment, the reconnaissance vehicle ahead returned and reported that soldiers had appeared 2 kilometers ahead. They took a different route back than they came by, because their families were on the official road on the way back. It was normal for them to find soldiers ahead of them. It would be abnormal if there were no checkpoints at the border. After all, Yunnan province was not yet unified, and who knew when the enemy would attack? Wang Hu looked at the map and realized that taking a detour would waste several hours more time. Let's go straight there, no detours. Send someone to inform them first. If they're willing to let us through, great. If not, we'll come back. A group of people then took a car and waited for about half an hour before they saw figures appear in the distance, but the car was gone. Wang Hu knew that things had gone beyond what he expected. The soldiers under his command rushed to pick him up, only to find out what had happened when he returned. Reporting to the division commander, the troops ahead belong to the garrison of Yushi. They have seized the vehicles due to their superior numbers. Using vehicles as tolls was not advisable given the small number of subordinates at the time. It would be best to avoid disputes and bring shame upon the defense force. Wang Hu waved his hand, ignoring the soldiers' guilt. Knowing they were outmatched, yet still engaging in conflict, that would be truly foolish. The correct solution was to go back and call for reinforcements. After ascertaining the situation of the garrison ahead, Wang Hu immediately ordered everyone to disembark and begin assembling for battle. Since someone was confiscating the garrison's belongings, the only option was to teach them a lesson. With a mere 3,000 infantrymen, not even a single cannon, just a few machine guns, the defending army easily swept them aside. As for the Yushi garrison, they were actually under Zhang Lingrui's command. A brigade of personnel was stationed here, establishing the first line of defense south of Chunqing. Today, a whole regiment is on duty here. The regimental commander saw the impounded military vehicles and was excitedly touching them, practically drooling. Just then, someone nearby said worriedly, "Commander, what if a conflict breaks out if we impound their vehicle like this?" The Royal Guards are not to be trifled with. The regimental commander, without turning his head, said, "What's there to be afraid of? What can a few hundred of them do? Besides, this is our jurisdiction. We didn't allow them to barge in without permission." After saying that, he ignored his subordinates' worries and kept looking at the truck in front of him. This thing was very valuable. As far as he knew, apart from the guards, no one in Yunnan province was equipped with the truck in front of him. Others, including his commander Zhang Lingrui, couldn't afford such equipment. Wang Kuan was truly a tycoon. It's also his own fault for dying today. Greed blinded him to reason, and he didn't even consider the consequences of offending the guards. Just as he was getting into the car and turning the steering wheel around, one of his men suddenly ran over and said in a hurry, "Commander, we've spotted several hundred troops in the rear. They're less than a kilometer away." Upon hearing this, the regimental commander immediately jumped out of the car and shouted loudly. An emergency assembly was held, and each battalion commander led their troops to a position 200 meters behind the lines to prepare for combat. After saying that, he quickly went to check the rear with his men. When he saw the guards who were ready for battle about 700 or 800 meters away, he felt a pang of guilt. He may have said it, but when it came to a real fight, he was terrified. His opponent had a great reputation and had never lost a battle since he started, unlike his army, which had never even been on a battlefield. It's too late to say anything now, but he's too ashamed to admit defeat. After Wang, who finished preparing, he saw the opposing side hurriedly preparing for battle, so he immediately instructed the communications officer, "Prepare for battle in 5 minutes. Each mortar should prepare 10 shells for rapid firing. 10 mortar rounds can be fired in less than a minute." After saying that, we patiently waited. Some people might ask why we didn't fire the shells earlier. The reason is that the enemy personnel hadn't finished gathering, so the shell's destructive power couldn't be maximized. Originally, I was traveling light, only bringing 20 mortars, all small 60mm caliber, with only 30 rounds of ammunition per mortar. The garrison had just hurriedly prepared and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath when shells began falling from above. In an instant, the entire defensive line was filled with explosions and piercing cries. The regimental commander shouted urgently, "Find a place to hide. Quickly, quickly!" Some people found a natural pit, while others had to lie face down on the ground in all sorts of positions, just to survive the shells. After firing 10 rounds, Wang, who picked up his binoculars to observe the opposite side, estimated their casualties, and then gave the order again. 3 minutes to prepare. 3 minutes later, the infantry began their charge, and each mortar fired 10 more shells. Each shell was fired 6 seconds apart, primarily to suppress enemy fire and cover the infantry advance. After saying that, he waited quietly for the time to come. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, less than a minute later, 200 shells rained down on the position. Moreover, due to the excessive concentration of people who had not experienced rapid-fire artillery fire, more than 800 people were killed or wounded in a short period of time. Chapter 22, Unexpected War, Part 2. After the artillery fire ceased, the garrison commander, seeing the scene before him, was on the verge of tears. He quickly took advantage of the lull in the artillery fire to arrange for the wounded to be carried away. As for those who are already dead, we can only leave their bodies where they are for now. There's no time to worry about anything else. As they were urgently treating the wounded, they saw someone ahead shouting that the enemy was charging and that they should prepare for battle. The men quickly returned to their defensive line, laid down with their rifles, and prepared to await the order to fire. But just then, their terrified screams rang out again from the air. Before they could find a place to take cover, dozens of fires burst open on the battlefield, accompanied by cries and screams. The crowd could only find a place to lie down again. However, they clearly couldn't care less about the enemy's charge. Under the cover of artillery fire, the defending infantrymen advanced more than 100 meters in less than half a minute. At this point, the members of the light and heavy machine gun teams stopped, lay down, and began to build machine gun positions, while the remaining infantry continued to charge forward while crouching low. In just 1 minute, the enemy's defense forces had advanced 300 meters and began to lie down, preparing for battle. Unfortunately, the garrison was terrified of the bombing. Even though they could see the enemy charging, most of them lay prone, not daring to raise their guns to fire. Only a few raised their guns to fire, but with such poor accuracy, who knew where the bullets would land? The shelling stopped, and some of the garrison soldiers began to look up and observe. Just as the regimental commander was about to order everyone to aim and fire, they saw a burst of gunfire coming from afar. The sounds of rifles and machine guns formed a symphony of death. He had never seen infantry with such strong firepower before. It seemed like everyone on the other side was armed with machine guns. His men were being bombarded by the enemy's various weapons and were completely unable to fight back. As people on the front lines were shot, wounded, or killed from time to time, the regimental commander dared not look into their dying eyes, fearing that they were filled with resentment towards him. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and lead the men to return fire. Gunfire gradually broke out on the position, and 4 machine guns fired from both sides 100 meters away. He instantly sensed that the enemy's firepower had weakened, but before he could even rejoice, several shells landed precisely on the machine gun position. After the explosion, nothing was left, not even the machine gun stock. He's out of options now. The little military training he learned didn't teach him how to fight from behind, how to fight an enemy with firepower several times greater than his own, or how infantrymen should fight artillery. Wang was also quite puzzled at this point. The opposing commander was amazing. He had fought to this extent but still hadn't surrendered. He was getting a little anxious. His battalion didn't have much ammunition to begin with, and now they've used up about 60% of it. What if the enemy sends reinforcements? They're not afraid of another regiment, but they're running out of ammunition. Messenger, please inform the troops at the front to surrender to the enemy. Let's see how the other side reacts. Soon after, the guards stopped firing, and someone shouted to them, urging them to surrender, otherwise they would face even more terrifying firepower. Team leader, the enemy is demanding we surrender. What should we do? Do you think we should surrender or not? The garrison commander asked rhetorically. The subordinate turned to look at the soldiers around him. The regimental commander also looked around. At this moment, the firing on the position had stopped. He could see from the eyes of the men that they wanted him to order a surrender. From the moment the enemy was spotted and preparations for battle began until now, in just over half an hour, his soldiers have experienced a journey from heaven to hell, with casualties exceeding 1/3 of their total. If the fighting continued, it wouldn't be long before his regiment of over 3,000 men would be rendered ineffective. Seeing this, he felt somewhat disheartened. Knowing it's impossible, yet still venturing into danger is considered heroic, but risking the lives of his men to be a hero shows he's not that cold-blooded. Looking at his brothers around him, he forced himself to stay alert and gave instructions to those around him. Mouse, reply to the defense forces and say that we accept their surrender. After saying that, he breathed a sigh of relief. His tense mood immediately relaxed, and he seemed to have lost all his energy. Wang was still waiting for the other side's response. If the enemy did not surrender, he would have no choice but to turn around and take another route. This time, the situation did not allow him to fight them head-on. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, the communications officer came over to report. Division commander, the other side has agreed to surrender. The 3rd Battalion commander is preparing to lead his men over to take over. Wang picked up his binoculars and saw that the soldiers on the other side, under the arrangement of the guards, had thrown down their weapons, put their hands on their heads, and squatted on the ground. He then took a car and rushed over. Upon arriving at the opposite position, the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion brought over an enemy officer and spoke to him. Division commander, this is the regimental commander of the garrison. After he finished speaking, he left to arrange things on site. Hello, Commander Wang. I am the regimental commander of the 1st Regiment of the Yushi Garrison Brigade, and I am now your prisoner. Wang couldn't help but take a closer look at the person in front of him, wondering what gave him the courage to steal his military vehicle. Hello, I'd like to ask you something. You knew we were the security forces, yet you still dared to confiscate our belongings. You're quite brave. Commander Wang is joking. I was blinded by greed at the time and did not expect it to have such consequences. All right, it's too late to say anything now. We're in a hurry today and don't have time to argue with you. After speaking, Wang shouted to the battalion commander in the distance. Battalion commander, confiscate all their weapons and take them away. They provided basic first aid to the seriously injured and then tied up the rest in groups of 10. Hurry up, we'll meet in 20 minutes. After saying that, he ignored the regimental commander in front of him and turned to leave. Wang was still somewhat relieved. If the enemy hadn't failed to build any positions, the amount of ammunition he carried would have been in real danger. He surveyed the area, which was essentially just a low earthen mound, barely a meter high, with no cover whatsoever. Furthermore, these men were all green recruits with little experience. The defenders were densely packed together and firing. It would be a disservice to the artillerymen of the defending army if they didn't get hit by artillery shells. 20 minutes later, only the wounded and those who were tied up remained on the position. The guards had already left the vehicle with the captured weapons. As for when these defeated generals will be discovered, that's none of their business. Providing these wounded people with basic medical care is already quite good. The guards are in a hurry to get home. Although this war had a relatively minor impact, it still had a significant effect on Zhongling Rui, causing him to change his mind and prematurely declare Yunnan province's secession from the imperial court. This triggered a domino effect, leading to the complete collapse of the Great Xia dynasty and officially ushering in an era of warlordism and regional warlordism across the land of Yanwan. Of course, that's a story for later. The source of the problem hasn't spread yet. Chapter 23, Industrial Construction. On August 12th, after finishing his work in the morning, Wang Kuan summoned the system and began his spending spree. System, I want to purchase 4 construction teams. Okay. Host, would you like me to introduce you to the advantages of various construction teams? No need. If I buy it now, how will I pay? Previously, the prices of purchased materials were fixed, and payment was straightforward. Now, the construction team's costs are calculated per person per day. The system has already calculated the completion date. 13 days for the military factory, 13 days for the steel mill, 10 days for the small power plant, and 8 days for the fertilizer plant. The 4 teams, totaling 1,300 people, need to pay the system 13,000 silver dollars. Wang Kuan paid the money immediately, and the system's personnel could start construction the next day. Next came the issue of the number of technical personnel. We spent a large sum of money to purchase a total of 1,500 people. If that wasn't enough, we recruited people from outside. This was basically enough to keep all the factories running. They also spent money to buy other supplies, such as electrical wires, small forklifts, and loaders needed by several factories. After finishing the personnel purchases, he had nothing to do and began to think about future development plans. The rewards in the system inventory right now don't include many industrial facilities that can't be built at the moment. For example, the oil industry is useless now, as there are no oil fields here. Great Xia does have oil fields for extraction, but the output is too small. There are also some metallurgical technology and equipment, machine tool manufacturing technology and equipment, etc., but we don't have the energy or time to expand such a large scale now. The territory is still small, and he can fill in the gaps himself. He will only proceed with the next phase of construction once the territory expands and there are enough people available. What he lacks now is time. In his previous life, he also read novels and envied the protagonists who had systems, who didn't have to worry about anything and could just sweep through their opponents. As for economic development and improving people's livelihoods, that's purely based on metaphysics. As his territory gradually expanded, he certainly wouldn't have enough energy to keep up with it. Relying on purchasing government personnel from the system is not a long-term solution. It is necessary to primarily rely on local talent, combined with system personnel, to govern people's livelihoods and local affairs. I now have someone in mind. Chief Liu, appointed by the court in Chuncheon. From my memory, I know that he is a rare official who serves the people. The fact that Chuncheon was able to maintain stability and prevent the starvation of its people during the twilight of the dynasty demonstrates the ruler's ability to govern. It's a pity he was born at the wrong time. If he had been born in an era of peace and prosperity, he would have risen to the highest ranks of the court. A few days ago, Wang Kuan was so focused on confiscating property and making a fortune that he failed to notice the political climate in Yunnan province. His arrest and trial of landlords and gentry caused a huge uproar throughout the province. Originally, some bureaucrats and gentry from the landlord class planned to see how things went and support him, since they were all from the same class, and the title of Duke's Mansion made him quite influential. In the eyes of these people, the monarchy has betrayed its class, sided with the peasants, and will surely turn against them in the future. Some people just can't understand how, even if he conquered the world, he could maintain his regime and govern the villages and towns without these local landlords and gentry. Therefore, most of the wealthy and powerful families in Yunnan province have sided with Zhang Lingrui, since Zhang Lingrui, appointed by the imperial court, is backed by the landlord and gentry class. Unfortunately, even if the royal power knew what these people were thinking, it wouldn't care. These social classes only had a lot of influence in feudal dynasties. As the Great Xia dynasty was on the verge of collapse, their influence would be weakened to the extreme during the warlord era. At that time, these groups will become the warlords' ATMs. When they are happy, they will be kind to them, but when they are unhappy, they will come to their door to rob them, and even wipe out their families with the warlord approval. At 5 p.m., Wang Kuan received a message from his cousin, who told him about the situation he was facing in Yushi. Wang Kuan was on the scene at the time, but did not know the specifics of the situation, so he told his cousin to handle it as he saw fit, as long as the safety of his family was guaranteed. Even though he said he was handing everything over to Wang Hu, he still couldn't sit still in his room, pacing back and forth. After all, his sister was there too, and he'd regret it terribly if something happened to her. Time ticked by, and finally he received news from Wang Hu. After suffering over 60 casualties, the war was over, and they were now rushing back. Wang Kuan was relieved of his worries. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Wang Kuan summoned the system's construction personnel, who were then led by government officials to the predetermined location to begin construction work, including building the factory and laying cables. As for himself, he will wait for his family to arrive. Around 10 a.m., several cars arrived at the entrance of Wang Kuan's residence. Wang Kuan was already waiting outside. When he saw his 2 older sisters get out of the car, his eyes reddened with excitement. He hadn't seen his family for a long time. Influenced by his previous life's memories, his 2 older sisters held an extremely important place in his heart. At this moment, Wang Yushi and Wang Ruashi got out of the car. Upon seeing Wang Kuan, they could no longer suppress their longing and rushed forward to hug him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. "Little brother, you haven't even come back to see us. Do you know how worried we were?" From childhood to adulthood, Wang Kuan had never been away from home for such a long time. In addition, the war they encountered on the way back had frightened them a bit, so when they saw Wang Kuan, they couldn't hold back their emotions. Hugged from his two older sisters, Wang Kuan's eyes welled up with tears. But as the commander of the army, it would be beneath his dignity to let his emotions show at the door, so he quickly comforted his sisters. "All right, eldest sister, second sister, aren't we having a joyous gathering? We should be happy. Stop crying. Let's go inside first." After calming his two older sisters down, he instructed the guards and servants to move the luggage from the car into the house. He and his sisters walked home, preparing to welcome them back. At noon, the family began to eat amidst laughter and chatter, discussing their recent lives. The two older sisters were doing well, spending their time at home reading books and tending to their plants. When Wang Kuan spoke of the war a month ago, the two women were filled with worry and lingering fear. When he mentioned the recent crackdown on landlords and gentry, they expressed the same contempt for these people. From childhood to adulthood, they had never seen their family members arbitrarily kill or beat ordinary people, and the local powerful clans instilled in them a sense of disgust towards this group. The three siblings chatted until 3 or 4 in the afternoon before they started to disperse. Wang Kuan was going to check on the construction progress of several industrial zones, while the two siblings prepared to tidy up the house. Upon arriving at the construction site, which was surrounded by barriers, Wang Kuan couldn't help but exclaim after walking inside. As expected of a product from a system, the equipment and personnel are top-notch. He then spent 2 hours visiting several construction sites, and the situations were all similar, which put him at ease. According to the construction time given by the system, he only needs 13 days to start construction. At that time, there will be no need to spend money to buy the most basic standard weapons. According to the system's calculations, the cost of the weapons he manufactures will be lower than that of the systems. If they run out of money later, they can manufacture outdated equipment and sell it to distant warlords, striving to monopolize the national arms market before the latter are able to unify the country. The thought of going to war with them later is exciting. Chapter 24, The Unbelievable Scenes of the Crowd. Since Wang Kuan's 2 older sisters came to liven up his home, it has become much more lively. Before, when he came home alone, it always felt empty. These past few days, every time I return home, someone has been there to greet me warmly and prepare meals in advance. When I got back that day, I was eating and chatting with my 2 older sisters, but I felt that my second sister seemed out of sorts. I asked her if she was feeling unwell. "Second sister, you seem a bit listless today. Are you feeling unwell?" After hearing this, the eldest sister hesitated, opened her mouth as if to speak, and glanced at her second sister before saying, "She's not feeling well. She's gotten too big for her britches and wants to go out and develop her career elsewhere." After hearing what the eldest sister said, the second sister hurriedly retorted, "I just want to go out into the world and use my knowledge to help some people. I think you've gone abroad to study and can't stay at home anymore." Wang Kuan found the scene before him amusing. It was the first time he had ever seen his 2 older sisters bicker. From childhood to adulthood, they had always been like ethereal fairies, never once arguing with anyone. The argument between the 2 sisters today was quite interesting. Just as he was lost in thought, his second sister turned around and pulled him to help. "Young man, you be the judge. This older sister is just old-fashioned. What era are we living in? She still has prejudices against women. Doesn't she realize she's a woman too? Who's prejudiced against women? I'm just worried about you going out alone." Seeing their endless argument, Wang Kuan had no choice but to intervene and stop them. "You two stop arguing, let me ask. Second sister, why do you suddenly want to go out and see the world?" "I was studying medicine when I went abroad, so of course I wanted to go out and see if there were any hospitals in China that met my ideal criteria." After listening, Wang Kuan understood that his sister was unwilling to give up all her knowledge and skills. "Then you don't need to go out. I'm planning to build a school in a while, and there'll be all kinds of majors. You can go there to teach. The government is also planning to build a hospital, and you can work there too. Why go outside? It's chaotic and unsafe outside right now." "Really? You're planning to build a hospital? That's wonderful. We can use our skills without having to go outside," the second sister exclaimed happily. The older woman next to her breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. The monarchy has always intended to establish an education system, and as it develops further, it will need even more talent. It can't rely solely on a system of qualified personnel. it's likely that the system doesn't want to rely on it for everything. Technological development, economic development, and people's livelihood construction, none of these can be done without the support of talent. If we continue to rely on the talent within the system, then 100 years from now, the land of Yin Huang will surely be bullied by outsiders. With his second sister's matter perfectly resolved, Wang Kuan left home to discuss future issues such as education and healthcare with the government. On the 27th, all the factories in the tea city were completed. Wang Kuan, along with his family, government officials, and several wealthy and influential families who were loyal to him, went to observe the factory's first production run. First, they arrived at the power station built on the river. When they saw the technologically advanced building in front of them, the locals widened their eyes and had incredulous expressions on their faces. Next, the system's technicians began to explain the specifics to the visitors. The power plant in front of us is small in terms of the system, but it also depends on the era. Because industry was still backward in this era, although Daxia had more than 100 power plants, its annual power generation was only 700 million kilowatt hours. Moreover, it mainly supplies provincial capitals and cities with industrial bases. Forget about supplying remote and underdeveloped cities like the tea market. These people have all seen electricity and experienced its convenience. They never dared to imagine when the tea market would have electricity, but now it's happening right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? As the explanation went on, they didn't understand terms like installed capacity, but they knew that this power plant could provide electricity to most of the people in the tea market. The small hydroelectric power station produced by this system has an installed capacity of 150,000 kilowatts. At a power generation rate of 60%, it can generate about 600 million kilowatt hours per year, which is more than enough to meet the current electricity needs of the royal family. The power plant can start generating electricity this afternoon. As for the lighting fixtures in residents' homes, and some goods that can use electricity, local merchants will transport them from other places. He won't make any money from that. He auctioned off the operating rights of many industries. So why would he care about this small profit? He even plans to start bidding for the military uniforms and boots that the troops will wear in the future and put them into production in the future. After visiting the power plant, Wang Kuan led everyone to the steel plant. Upon arriving at the steel plant, after listening to the technician's explanation, everyone was so surprised that they were speechless. They were well aware of the importance of steel to a power. Even in ancient times, copper and iron were strategic materials, let alone in this era of warlordism. A steel plant with an annual output of 1 million tons will give wings to any force in the country to take off. Wang Kuan didn't intend to show the military manufacturing plant to these people, since it involved weapons, and he didn't want outsiders to know too much. Finally, we arrived at the fertilizer production plant. This plant can produce a variety of fertilizers with an annual output of 50 million tons, which can fully meet the needs of the tea market, and there's even a surplus that can be sold outside. However, currently, production materials need to be purchased from outside sources. Later, he will gradually establish a complete industrial system, at which point many basic resources will be able to be produced domestically. Once people understood the industries that Wang Kuan had established, they could see his enormous ambition. Although he was currently holed up in the tea market, they believed that it wouldn't be long before Wang Kuan would soar to great heights and roar powerfully at the outside world. When it was noon, Wang Kuan arranged for someone to take them back, and then took his two older sisters to the military-industrial factory. Upon entering the factory, they were greeted by rows of machining lathes and equipment. The enormous factory buildings immediately conveyed the advanced nature and allure of industry. My sister didn't know what any of these things were for, but after the staff explained, she showed a look of surprise. Although they didn't know much about the warlords outside, they did know that many of their weapons were imported, and they could only produce a few types themselves, with both the quantity and quality being questionable. Especially my second sister, who had studied abroad and knew a little about this, couldn't help but say, "Young man, the weapons you produce yourself are more advanced than those of many other countries. That's truly amazing. Especially in the country where I studied, they still use bolt-action rifles, and they can't even manufacture some of their own cannons." After hearing her second sister's words, the eldest sister was even more surprised. She didn't know much about this, but when she heard her second sister say that the weapons were even more powerful than those of the great powers, she felt happy and proud for the royal power. After the tour, Wang Kuan ordered all factories to begin trial production starting tomorrow, but not to operate at full capacity yet, but to proceed gradually. The completion of these factories relieved the king of his major concerns, allowing him to expand freely. Chapter 25, Unexpected News. While the king was still peacefully developing his power in the border town, the entire Great Xia dynasty was already in turmoil. On August 20th, representatives from 8 countries arrived in the capital, bringing with them a strong stance. Tensions were running high within the imperial cabinet. Representatives from various countries and officials of the Great Xia cabinet, as the parties involved, were engaged in a heated debate. Dear Wuhan University students, I think no matter how much you protest, it's useless. Our countries are here today with a goal in mind. Your court must open ports for trade and allow our merchants to trade freely. Furthermore, once you open your ports for trade, our advanced technology and goods can bring many benefits to your country. Furthermore, as you know, Master Wu, your dynasty's industrial development is still quite underdeveloped. We can help Great Xia develop its industry and sell you various industrial technologies. Isn't this the best of both worlds? After hearing this, Grand Secretary Wu Hongji's face turned very ugly. You make it sound nice, opening up treaty ports, but our domestic goods simply can't compete with yours. And would you kindly help Daxia develop its industry? Do you even believe it yourself? And you still have a breath left, opening up all the coastal cities. I think our emperor would not agree. After Wu Hongji finished speaking, he turned to look at the royal representative, waiting for him to speak. That's right. When I arrived, the emperor had already instructed me that everything should be done according to the prime minister's orders. The representatives of the foreign powers opposite them all frowned after hearing what the 2 men from Great Xia said. I think you haven't understood yet. We're not here to make a request, but to demand that you agree. If you do not agree, our powerful naval forces will use war to force you to agree. This is the Sunset Nation representing the great powers, putting pressure on Great Xia. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that everyone came out. As they left, the representatives of the foreign powers threatened that the final ultimatum would be issued in 2 months. Even now, the great powers haven't semi-colonized Great Xia. After all, Great Xia had already completed the Industrial Revolution in its early days, represented by the steam engine. However, the dynasty later declined significantly and didn't have the energy to keep up with the second industrial revolution of the great powers. If it weren't for the industrial base of Great Xia, they would have already found an excuse to attack them. Who would still be willing to engage in empty talk and negotiations with Great Xia? They're not having an easy time domestically either. The Western world just ended the war a few years ago, and they're all desperately trying to recover and develop, which is why they need the market within Great Xia. They'll use their industrial advantages to dump goods at low prices and plunder Great Xia's resources like locusts. The fact that the great powers came as a group was meant to be intimidating, since they wanted to avoid using force whenever possible, given that they hadn't yet recovered from the wounds of their previous wars. 1 or 2 countries are not to be feared. Isn't that because there is strength in numbers? The next day, the cabinet officials reported the situation from the previous day to Emperor Xingde in its entirety, to see what his decision would be. However, this time no one was optimistic about Great Xia. If you don't agree, they will use military force to make you agree. That evening, in Wu Hongji's study, where his 2 sons and confidants were all present, Wu Hongji recounted the events of the day and concluded that the imperial court would surely agree to the foreigners' demands this time. The imperial court is weak and incompetent, and it is clearly on the verge of collapse. We're tied to this wrecked ship, ready to be dragged to hell at any moment. If I hadn't secretly controlled only half of Jili, I would have long ago broken away from the court and declared autonomy. Wu Hongji was extremely ambitious. He not only wanted to control half of Jili province, which was under the control of the imperial court, but also Yunnan province, Qin province, and Yuan province, which were temporarily returned to the imperial court. Then he will join forces with capital and power to participate in this chaotic world and strive for supremacy. However, this time the foreign powers disrupted the plan. If the court were to open up trade, the warlords and regional governors in various places would inevitably collude with the foreign powers to plot against the world, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Father, can we now find a way to stop or delay the actions of the great powers? His youngest son asked. No, this time the great powers need the resources of Great Xia for their own countries. They came with the determination to fight rather than give up. They simply cannot stop Wu Hongji with any strength. Then the adults need to make plans in advance. We have already taken control of half of Jili province. In the next 2 months, we should focus all our efforts on controlling Yuan province or Yunnan province. With the opening of the treaty ports, the Great Xia dynasty completely collapsed, and those warlords and regional governors had long wanted independence. The group discussed things until very late before leaving. Their next task was to assist Wu Hongji in taking control of the other provinces. Meanwhile, back in the palace, after all the officials had left, Emperor Xingde was alone in his study, contemplating the situation of the Great Xia. He knew better than anyone the current state of the Great Xia. Even without the arrival of the foreign powers, it wouldn't last much longer. The warlords in various regions were becoming increasingly impatient. The arrival of the foreign powers only hastened the collapse of the Great Xia dynasty. Like their demands today, he could have been indifferent, but to avoid future infamy, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and refuse. When warlords began vying for power in various regions, their family was still able to make a living. No one would risk being condemned and persecuted them. It was just a pity that such a beautiful land was lost. That evening, a man arrived at the ancestral hall where the imperial tablets were enshrined and addressed his ancestors. The descendants have failed their ancestors. The empire is lost, and future generations are truly powerless to change it. 30 years ago, I ascended the throne, and in the years since, I haven't had a single good night's sleep. Every day, and every moment, I've been working hard to handle state affairs, hoping to lead the Great Xia dynasty to a period of prosperity. But the world is changing too fast. My Great Xia is already decaying. It is terminally ill. No matter how I try to save it, it is destined to decline. Now, the imperial court has completely lost control of the local areas and could be annihilated at any moment. Dear ancestors, your descendant kneels and begs for forgiveness. Forgive my powerlessness. Xingde kowtowed 3 times deeply, then got up and left, his back view appearing extremely desolate. As the second day arrived, news slowly began to circulate in the capital about the coercive conditions imposed on Great Xia by the foreign powers, and people from all walks of life discussed it in various settings. The news gradually spread beyond the capital. It is believed that at that time, all sorts of shady characters will emerge, either taking the opportunity to board the ship of the great powers or preparing to fight a desperate battle to expand their power. No one would have imagined that in a southern border city, there was also an ambitious man who had just laid the foundation for expanding his power, because the world attention was elsewhere and no one noticed his quiet development. On the very day the Wang Kuan factory was completed, news of the uproar in the capital finally reached Yunnan province. The intelligence department has received the news and is informing the tea market. When Wang Kuan returns home, the intelligence personnel will be waiting for him there with news from the capital. After reading the news from the capital over the past few days, Wang Kuan was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the great powers had lost patience. In the early days, they fought their own battles, trying to persuade or threaten the Great Xia to open ports, each wanting to monopolize the benefits of the Great Xia. But now they have lost patience and have started to band together to coerce and entice. It seems that the Great Xia dynasty really doesn't have much time left, Wang Kuan thought to himself. It's easy for foreign powers to invite a god, but hard to send him away. These descendants of robbers won't stop until they've squeezed every last drop of value out of Great Xia. When that happens, ambitious people will flock to cooperate with them and declare independence. If any unforeseen circumstances occur, it might be declared destroyed prematurely. That would be for the best. Launching a war while bearing the title of Duke of Great Xia would always have a negative impact on the outside world, since Great Xia was also founded by his ancestors. Wang Kuan stood up and looked at the sky outside. He saw that in the not-too-distant future, the land of Yanhuang would be engulfed in war. Chapter 26, Zhang Lingrui's Open Cards. On the day Wang who returned to the Tea City, Zhang Lingrui learned that his men had clashed with the guards and suffered a crushing defeat. Unwilling to wait any longer, he immediately began making preparations and deployments. Focus your intelligence gathering efforts on the tea market and monitor Wang Kuan and his group's actions as closely as possible. We can't let things happen again like last time, when an entire regiment of their troops arrived in Kunming before we even found out. I must find out everything I can about the military equipment of the royal forces, and I need to assess the specific differences between the two sides. The strength of Wang Kuan's forces exceeded his expectations. Although Zhang Bolan's defeat made him wary of Wang Kuan, he didn't pay too much attention to it. But the minor conflict a few days ago served as a wake-up call for him. At present, Wang Kuan only has 2 divisions of officers and soldiers, with a total strength of just over 20,000. If he were to prepare according to the original plan, Wang Kuan would have to expand to who knows how many more people. In fact, Zhang Lingrui is arrogant, yet he knows how to form alliances and maneuver in Yunnan province. He is humble, yet he believes himself to be the biggest behind-the-scenes manipulator in the entire province. The conflict a few days ago woke him up, and he has started to frequently arrange and deploy troops in the past few days. As mentioned earlier, Zhang Lingrui only secretly controlled most of Yunnan province. His military forces were relatively dispersed. Of the 60,000 men, apart from 30,000 on the northern border, the rest were scattered in various places to assist the security forces in defending the local areas. He is now beginning to mobilize troops from various regions to build military defenses in the south, showing that he is somewhat afraid of the royal army. Zhang Lingrui's priority now is to ensure the safety of the southern front. The deployment of 2 elite divisions and 15,000 security troops is quite substantial, mainly to prevent Wang Kuan from expanding northward. As for the other 2 warlords, he doesn't take them seriously yet. At the same time, in order to maintain his control, he began to find excuses to dismiss officials in various places, and tried to replace all those appointed by the imperial court. In just a few days, all the important officials in northern Yunnan province were replaced, including Lu Weimin and Kunming. Actually, Zhang Lingrui quite admired Lu, but as mentioned before, being born at the wrong time was his tragedy. Lu Weimin was alright. He knew this day would come sooner or later and had prepared in advance. He had even told his confidants to consider their future, saying that the day Zhang Lingrui stepped into the limelight would be the day he lost his position. For those who still want to pursue a career in government, I'll find a way to pave the way for you. If you don't want to pursue a career in government anymore, going back to your hometown and becoming a rich man is also a good option. While Zhang Lingrui was making big moves in the north, Wang Kuan started a new round of conscription training just over half a month after the last conscription ended. Originally, there were no plans to expand the army temporarily. However, the sudden upheaval in the capital and Zhang Lingrui's military deployment in the north forced him to increase his military strength. Although he believed that with his 3 divisions, he could withstand or even crush Zhang Lingrui, the situation had become somewhat unpredictable. Who knew if Zhang Lingrui would join forces with others? Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, let alone someone who is not a rabbit. A military conference was held that day to revise the new recruit training plan. The initial 3 months of training was considered too long by today's standards. With their better food and elite troops, the training time could be reduced to 1.5 months. Based on their experience in these wars, ordinary soldiers can be fully prepared for actual combat after 1.5 months of training. No matter how good the training is, it can't compare to experiencing the battlefield. Besides the regular field troops, Wang Kuan gritted his teeth and reluctantly exchanged his money for a company of special forces soldiers. It was really expensive. It wasn't that they were particularly skilled fighters, but rather that special forces soldiers were knowledgeable and had a vast reserve of military expertise. A squadron of 60 men can train hundreds of special forces soldiers for him. War doesn't always have to be a head-on confrontation. It can also involve sabotage and assassination of key enemy personnel behind enemy lines. Moreover, as their influence and territory expand, the need for special forces operations will increase. On the last day of August, Wang Kuan visited the industrial base to learn about the production situation of the military factory. We're not operating at full capacity these days, mainly to familiarize ourselves with the equipment. We'll be able to start mass production of the equipment tomorrow. With sufficient material supplies, the 2 production lines for the Garand and G43 can currently produce 600 semi-automatic rifles per day. If multiple production lines are fully utilized, they can produce over 1,000 rifles per day. At least several dozen light and heavy machine guns can also be produced daily. Wang Kuan was most concerned about the production of cannons, as the manager explained upon arriving at the production line. Commander, we can now produce 60 to 100 cannons with a caliber of 100 millimeters or less per day. A caliber cannon of 105 millimeters can produce an average of 30 cannons per day. A capacity of 150 units can produce 5 cannons. With full production capacity, even more can be produced, and larger caliber cannons can be produced later. It's just that we don't need it for the time being. The annual production capacity of various types of bullets can reach hundreds of millions, and the daily production capacity of artillery shells can reach thousands to tens of thousands. With this production speed and output, and without working overtime, if we build a few more factories in the future and operate at full capacity during wartime, then when war breaks out, what's the point of tactics? We could just use firepower to cover everything. This military factory system only provides basic weapons as rewards. As the territory expands, the system will reward various special weapon production lines, such as gasoline bombs, thermobaric bombs, rockets, and so on. After visiting the military factory, he was finally relieved. Otherwise, every purchase from the system would have added up to a large sum of money. His current income still came from the money he got from the last raid on his home. On the 5th day of September, Wang Kuan visited the army training camp to inspect the training of the new recruits, which consisted of 2 batches totaling more than 20,000 people. The first batch of new recruits has been training for more than 20 days. In another 10 days or so, they will be able to be reorganized into a division. At first glance, each of them exudes a fierce aura. Although their training time has been shortened, their meals are more nutritious, so their daily training tasks are much greater than when they were in the garrison regiment. The 2 new divisions, the 3rd and 4th divisions, will be commanded by Li Jian and Wang, who respectively. As for the other high-ranking positions in the 4 divisions, they will all be filled through system redemption, as he currently has no suitable candidates at hand. After having lunch with several division commanders at the military camp at noon, I stayed behind to continue supervising the training of the new recruits. This period was a rare window of opportunity, so how could I not seize the chance to expand the training? It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and just as he was preparing to go home, the intelligence officer came to report. Commander, an emergency has occurred. Zhang Linrui has announced to the entire nation that Yunnan province is now outside the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Now that the radio and telegram could receive the message, he handed a piece of paper to the king. The paper contained the contents of Zhang Linrui's report, informing the Great Xia Court, all departments of the cabinet, military governors of all provinces, and generals of all regions that Rui had assumed the position of the highest administrative official of Yunnan province in the 20th year of Xingde, 1451. Initially, he had the people at heart and focused on developing Yunnan province, making it flourish. However, the imperial court was incompetent, and Rui could not bear to see the people of Yunnan suffer as well. He decided that he would rather bear the infamy than break with the imperial court. For the sake of the well-being of the 30 million people of Yunnan province, I hereby declare, on behalf of Yunnan province, that we are seceding from the jurisdiction of the Great Xia dynasty. Chapter 27, A Sudden Storm. After reading the announcement in his hand, Wang Kuan let out a mocking laugh. TSK. If we're talking about being flamboyant, it has to be our commander Zhang Lingrui. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was a paragon of justice reincarnated, to portray ambitious individuals as saints in the afterlife. This court is truly a case of everyone kicking a man when he's down, and everyone beating a broken drum when it's broken. Seeing the great powers pressuring the Great Xia, and the imperial court on the verge of sinking, they seized the opportunity to snatch chestnuts from the fire. No wonder he's a high-ranking official in the province. His ability to find opportunities and exploit loopholes is truly masterful. After speaking, he looked at the officers around him and felt it necessary to make some arrangements, so he gave the order. Zhang Jianwei was in charge of security in the north of the T-City, Lu Guodong was in charge of military defense in the west, Li Jian was in charge of military defense in the east, and Wang Hu was in charge of recruit training. In particular, the training of new recruits must be expedited. With Zhang Lingrui's telegram, the peace in Yunnan province will not last long. We must try our best to seize the territories of the 2 warlords, east and west, before Zhang Lingrui does. The crowd rose, saluted, and said, "Yes, Commander." With Zhang Lingrui's telegram, the curtain began to rise across the Great Xia dynasty. On September 6th, the entire Great Xia was abuzz with excitement following a telegram from Zhang Lingrui the day before. The various warlords and regional governors were eager to follow Zhang Lingrui's example and issue a nationwide telegram. Some of them had been waiting for over a decade, long wanting to completely break away from the Great Xia dynasty. Leaving aside the warlords in these areas for the moment, let's talk about the home of Grand Secretary Wu Hongzhi. Due to certain reasons, he received the news last night, so he didn't have time to discuss it with everyone. This morning, his men arrived at his study. Before they could even sit down, Wu Hongzhi picked up the hand-cranked telephone from the table and smashed it on the ground. Seemingly still not satisfied, he picked up another vase and smashed it on the ground, leaving his confidants dumbfounded and bewildered. Everyone was thinking, what's with this anger? He should have vented it last night. What's wrong? Does he think venting in front of us makes him seem so cool? He thought about it, but dare not say it out loud. He must have been brooding over it all night, and his anger was only growing stronger. However, anyone who stands in Wu Hongji's shoes would be angry and would want to personally kill Zhang Lingrui. As mentioned earlier, our Wu Darren was planning to be the mantis stalking the cicada, having already considered Yunnan province as his own territory. Unexpectedly, a sparrow appeared out of nowhere, so he must be extremely angry. What do you all think we should do now? Yunnan province is basically hopeless. What should we do next? The crowd looked at each other, none daring to speak up for fear of offending Wu Hongji, who was in a fit of rage. Finally, it was his eldest son who stood up and said, "Father, all we can do now is to ensure that there is no trouble in the Zhili region. Zhili is our base of operations. We cannot afford any instability there. Only by stabilizing Zhili can we effectively plan for Qin province and Yuan province." After that, another person stood up and analyzed the situation. "My lord, Zhang Linrui's telegram has now stirred up unwarranted ambitions in those who weren't originally very powerful. We secretly only control half of the Zhili region. The other half is in other people's hands. Right now, our priority is to stabilize Zhili. As for Qin and Yuan provinces, those who initially agreed to pledge allegiance to us are probably a bit uncertain now. Your subordinate suggests that you send someone over to continue courting them, which would also serve as a test of their reactions." Wu Hongji nodded after listening. "What you both said is correct, but unfortunately you didn't see the deeper situation. On the surface, it was Zhang Lingrui's telegram that caused us to lose the opportunity to control Yunnan province. But have you considered how long the Great Xia dynasty can withstand this attack? Don't even mention that some people might follow suit. Will the Great Xia dynasty survive long enough for us to control Qin and Yuan provinces?" After saying that, he lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. The crowd below remained silent. These were all intelligent people. How could they not understand? They just couldn't appear too clever, or they might embarrass others. The reason why some people in Qin and Yuan provinces defected to Wu Hongji earlier was because he was the head of the cabinet. Now, with this telegram, the Great Xia dynasty is completely finished. What use is his cabinet capital now? So how could he not hate Zhang Lingrui? The power of a single telegram rendered all of Wu Hongji's previous efforts futile, wasting so many resources to gain the support of the two provinces. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wu Hongji spoke up. "All right, you may leave now. After all, there's still no concrete news from the two provinces. Let's send someone over to probe first." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Alone in his study, he pondered silently, his former high spirits gone. Meanwhile, Emperor Xingde of the Great Xia dynasty was furious after receiving Zhang Lingrui's telegram last night, and he cursed Zhang Lingrui as a scoundrel. But today, there was no trace of anger in his expression, only a bitter smile. He knew that this time, it would be either Zhang Lingrui, Li Lingrui, or Wang Lingrui. Someone was bound to jump out. The arrival of the delegation from the 8 nations revealed the court's powerlessness, which is why some people were so eager to open their cards. They believed that once the treaty ports were opened, these people would make a fortune. At this point, he no longer needed to worry about the threats from the great powers. They were too busy to pay attention to him as emperor and were probably planning to collude with the warlords along the coast and the river to open the ports in his place. If they need any benefit, these warlords will rush forward like puppies, eager to curry favor with the foreign powers. At this point, he was just going through the motions, like a monk ringing the bell for the day. He was just waiting for electricity to be restored throughout the country, so he could abdicate and announce the end of the Great Xia dynasty. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a telegram arrived from Anong province, and the sound of telegrams began to spread throughout the Great Xia. One after another, warlords, regional governors, and high-ranking military officials began to announce their independence from the Great Xia and begin to govern themselves. By 6 p.m., a total of 18 telegrams had been sent, and the countdown to the fall of the Great Xia dynasty had begun. At the home of the T-City commander, Wang Kuan looked at the 18 telegrams on the table and felt a little melancholy. A dynasty that had ruled for 300 years was about to come to an end. Its demise was somewhat foreseeable, but the common people will suffer next. Without the restraint of the imperial court, local warlords will surely exploit the people to the point of exhaustion. He was just feeling melancholy. It was good that the Great Xia dynasty was over, so he wouldn't have to keep wearing the Duke's hat on his head. Anyway, since he transmigrated here, this hat hadn't brought him any benefits, and he still had to consider the Duke's reputation when he did things. After having dinner with her family that evening, her two older sisters learned about Xia's situation. They were a little sad. After all, women are somewhat sentimental. The Great Way is impartial. The world is bound to be united for a long time and divided for a long time, and it is not surprising that it is bound to be united for a long time. Chapter 28: The Beginning of a Chaotic Era. Starting from September 7th, everyone in the Great Xia dynasty, from high-ranking officials to ordinary people, focused their attention on the capital, awaiting news from Emperor Xingde. Without keeping people waiting any longer, on the 8th, news came from the palace that Emperor Xingde would formally abdicate on the 9th of September, and at the same time announce the end of the Great Xia dynasty's rule over the land of Yanwan. The news spread far and wide through various channels, and newspapers in all autonomous regions went into overdrive printing it. The next morning, people on the streets were talking about it, and even some villages already knew about it. At 10 a.m. on the 9th, at the main gate of the palace, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, holding an imperial edict stamped with the seal, read out the news of Emperor Xingde's abdication and announced the end of the Great Xia dynasty's rule. The Emperor of Great Xia announced the disbandment of the Imperial Guard, and as for the Navy's meager resources, they had long been divided up by the coastal warlords. By the afternoon, the news had spread to every corner of the land of Yanwan. Never before had any news spread so quickly. In some places, people spontaneously kowtowed towards the direction of the capital. After all, a dynasty that had survived for hundreds of years still had some loyal subjects. Some elderly people even wailed and wept. Even more incredibly, some people chose to end their own lives after hearing this news. When Wang Kuan learned about it from the intelligence system, he felt somewhat confused. But thinking about it carefully, it's not so unbelievable. Even dynasties like the one with the Q in the past had loyal, foolish people and officials, and some people chose to give up their lives along with the Q when it was destroyed. Compared to the previous dynasty with its Qs, the Great Xia is much better. It still maintains its complete territory of tens of millions of square kilometers and has not ceded a single piece of land. The imperial power experienced the collapse of a feudal dynasty, which was historical. At least it was not destroyed by outsiders or by foreign powers. The next day, even newspapers in the major powers were filled with reports that the ancient Eastern people's feudal dynasty had ended, and that the largest feudal empire in the world was on the verge of decline. The capital daily of the Bald Eagle wrote that the end of the Great Xia dynasty in the East signifies that people have officially entered the era of democracy. Fortunately, it ended safely, without bloodshed. We sincerely hope that this ancient nation will establish a democratic country of its own. Okay. This is a system that stubbornly refuses to change its ways. But something funny happened. The suzerain state was destroyed, but its vassal state still existed intact, although it looked dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. This was the Goryeo kingdom. After learning of the fall of the Great Xia dynasty, the king of Goryeo began to worry about the fate of his country. Without his father's protection, how could their small nation withstand the invasion of foreign enemies? When the news of the formal fall of the Great Xia dynasty arrived, the warlords and regional governors across the land felt a pang of sadness. They had only achieved their current status thanks to Emperor Xingde and the platform provided by the previous dynasty. But they weren't too sad. They immediately threw themselves into expanding their strength. Now that there were no constraints above them, they could do whatever they wanted. Some people began to form alliances, while others prepared to make contact with the great powers, hoping to gain their support and stir up trouble in the land of Yanwan. Chaos reigned. Society was in complete disarray. Warlords who had grudges against each other were determined to eliminate one another, while some powerful ones were preparing to target their neighbors, attempting to invade and seize territory and resources. The day was the 20th. These past few days, apart from paying a little attention to the situation of various warlords, Wang Kuan had been focused on developing the tea market and strengthening his power. He was currently very worried and had no time to watch the excitement. The millions of silver dollars obtained from the last raid were squandered, with half used to reclaim farmland and the other half completely squandered during this period. The money was mainly spent on purchasing production materials for factories, military construction, and the development of the tea market. In order to ensure that the army could keep up with the demand for manpower, a reserve force was also established to recruit and train militia. Although the training intensity was not as strict as that of the regular army, money was still spent to provide equipment and food. When needed, the militia could be quickly deployed to the battlefield, so that the opportunity to fight the war would not be delayed due to conscription. So he's been trying to figure out how to make money recently. If he wants to get a return from the tea market, he'll have to wait until next year, but that won't solve his immediate problem. then there's only one way to go. Regardless of how the monarchy was established, after the Great Xia dynasty was declared destroyed, the alliance of the great powers disbanded. Since they were already a group of interests, no one would be surprised that they disbanded. Dissolution does not mean turning against each other. After discussing with their respective countries, the group gathered again, but this time not to unite, but to discuss dividing up the vast land and resources. Coastal and riverine provinces and cities occupy most of the Yanhuang region, and the resources and population in these areas are enough for them to have enough to eat in the early stages. Driven by self-interest, they abandoned their usual pretense, revealing their ugly sides, and argued fiercely. After several days of arguing, they finally settled on their respective territories. When the news reached their respective countries, their headquarters began their own plans. In the sunset of the Japanese cabinet, the Prime Minister convened his ministers to discuss how to divide the interests of their respective countries. In a capitalist country, every minister and official is backed by a powerful force, and everyone is doing their utmost to secure greater benefits for their side. Amidst their individual arguments, the Prime Minister interrupted them, turned to the War Secretary, and asked, "Rogers, has the army we sent to the Eastern Kanbang arrived yet?" "Your Excellency Prime Minister, they will arrive in Kanbang in 2 days. After a week of rest, we can set off to teach that warlord a lesson." After listening, the Prime Minister of the Sunset Country said to him, "Let's temporarily suspend this war and send the soldiers of these 2 divisions to the eastern lands to protect our trading ports. As for teaching that warlord a lesson, we can send another batch of officers and soldiers there soon. In any case, the entire Yunnan province will soon open its trading ports to us. The matter of the treaty ports is paramount right now. Let that warlord live a little longer." "Yes, Your Excellency Prime Minister," Rogers replied quickly after hearing the message. "I will send a message to the governor of Kanbang Colony after I finish. I believe he will handle this matter well." The Prime Minister nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the crowd. "Ministers, you must reach a conclusion by tomorrow. Her Majesty the Queen is waiting to hear the results." Everyone quickly assured that they would not keep the Great Queen waiting. What Wang Kuan himself was unaware of was that the Sunset Kingdom had already claimed Yunnan province and other regions as their sphere of influence. The countries have already divided up the territory and are preparing to travel to various regions soon to discuss leasing matters with the leaders of the most powerful forces in the area. They call it negotiation, but I doubt they even need to be threatened. These spineless people probably wish they could cooperate with them. Shortly after the conference on the partitioning of the country by the great powers, a secret military conference was being held in the Imperial Palace of Japan, where cabinet members and military representatives were present. Chapter 29, The Beginning of Land Enclosures by the Great Powers. After the conference on the partitioning of power by the great powers concluded, the representatives of each country went to their respective destinations to discuss the opening of ports with local authorities. In Kunming, Yunnan Province, Zhang Lingrui received a representative from the Sunset Kingdom. After shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, they went to the conference room for negotiations. "Dear Zhang, hello. Shangxi, you should know me by now, since I've had dealings with some people from your Yunnan province. It's a pity that those people are no longer here. Yes, this time I'm here to meet you, Rusk." If Wang Kuan knew, he would definitely advise our Lord Zhang to stay away from this person. This person is cursed with bad luck. The last time he met Zhang Bolin, not long after Zhang Bolin died. I recently met 2 warlords surrounding Wang Kuan, and I reckon they won't be long before they follow in Zhang Bolin's footsteps. After all, they've lived long enough. Zhang Lingrui smiled and said, "Of course, I know Lord Rustek." "That's good. In your words, I'll get straight to the point and stop beating around the bush." After discussions, our country, the Sunset Kingdom, wishes to cooperate with General Zhang to jointly promote the prosperity of Yunnan province. Our demands are not many. We simply want our goods to be sold normally to the people of Yunnan province, without tariffs. After hearing this, Zhang Lingrui asked, "What benefit would I get from this?" "Dear Zhang, don't rush, I haven't finished yet. We can sell goods and also buy supplies from Yunnan province, guaranteeing reasonable prices. At the same time, businessmen from our country can also come and build factories, which will boost the industrial development of Yunnan province. Goods produced in factories built in Yunnan province can be taxed normally." After listening, Zhang Lingrui still said, "I still want to ask, if these things don't benefit me much, what benefit could I possibly gain?" Rusk seemed completely unsurprised by Zhang Lingrui's question, and he answered, "Zhang, we can lend you an interest-free loan and also establish an arms trade with you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingrui's eyes lit up instantly. This was a real benefit, and it was for him personally, unlike some of the previous benefits that only benefited those peasants. How much interest-free financing can you provide for the sale of those weapons to me? Dear Zhang, we can provide 50 million silver dollars as payment payable in 10 years at 5 million per year. As for weaponry, we have rifles that have a longer range and greater accuracy than what you currently use, as well as 35mm infantry guns, 75mm howitzers, and 2 types of light and heavy machine guns. After hearing this, Zhang Lingrui instantly perked up. At that moment, his fear of royal power lessened. How much do these weapons cost? Zhang, we're partners. We'll give you a discount. A rifle is 150 yuan, bullets are 1 yuan for 10 rounds. A light machine gun is 1,000 yuan, and a heavy machine gun is 2,000 yuan. As for infantry guns, there are 8,000 pieces and 75mm cannons. There are 20,000 pieces. Actually, both parties were satisfied with this price. Zhang Lingrui couldn't manufacture it himself, but Sunset Country could dispose of a batch of inventory. The two talked from morning to afternoon and basically reached an agreement. The Sunset Nation guaranteed that the first batch of payment would be approved within 15 days. Zhang Lingrui used the first batch of payment to purchase 40 howitzers, 80 infantry guns, and 15,000 various firearms. In short, including all kinds of ammunition, the first batch of 5 million has been almost spent. Anyway, it's like selling one's father's land. It doesn't hurt. As long as one's power increases, there will be plenty of money in the future. After Rusk left, Zhang Lingrui gathered his officers and prepared to recruit another division, which would be formed using this batch of weapons. The first batch of weapons from the Sunset Kingdom would arrive in 5 days. The group was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Compared to the guards, they suffered from a lack of machine guns and artillery, and had always been afraid of engaging in combat with the guards, and had always wanted to strengthen the army's firepower. Who knew that Zhang Lingrui planned to use this batch of weapons to rebuild an elite division, which meant they wouldn't get a share. On this same day, in the East China Sea of the Yanhuang continent, within the royal court of the Japanese pirate kingdom, Emperor Miyamoto Saburo was presiding over a military conference. Attendees included cabinet members, military representatives, and members of the royal family. After the meeting began, Prime Minister Murakami first reported on the trading port areas that the Japanese pirates had obtained. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into excited applause. Their Japanese emperor was also trembling with excitement. For generations, the Japanese had been vassals of the Chinese people, paying tribute year after year and occasionally sending a princess to them. They were afraid of doing something wrong and displeasing their ancestors, so they endured humiliation and hardship for over 1,000 years. It was only when their ancestors took a nap in modern times that they seized the opportunity to rise up and finally be able to ride on the heads of their former masters. At that moment, everyone in the room had a sickly flush on their face. After everyone calmed down, they began preparing for the next topic. The military representative said, "Your Majesty, we should first occupy Goryeo, so that they can serve as our transit point and provide us with manpower and supplies. At that time, we can be amphibious and simultaneously plot against the mainland." After listening, Miyamoto agreed, saying, "Yoshi, this strategy is excellent. Our ultimate goal is still the mainland." "You're very good." After discussing it, everyone decided to first cooperate with Wu Chuanquan of Anong province on the mainland to stabilize Anong before sending troops to Goryeo. Once they had a good grasp of Anong province's resources, they would then send troops to occupy Anong and make it part of the Japanese pirate territory. The Japanese are a rather peculiar country. Right now, they probably haven't seen any benefits yet, so the Navy and Army can still cooperate closely. But if a conflict arises over strategy and resources, both sides will probably start calling each other idiots. Inoue Kink, the representative of the Japanese pirates on the mainland, came to Wu Chuanquan's residence in Anong after receiving a telegram from Japan. "Mr. Wu, we Japanese pirates are incredibly kind to you. The conditions we offer are unmatched by anyone else. We can help you build factories, develop industry, construct railways, and extract resources. We only need to acquire a certain share in the various mineral resources of Anong, and allow our expatriates to live and do business in your area. We can even provide our own weaponry, so you won't have to worry about being spied on." Upon hearing this, General Wu of Anong felt there was great potential. His own Anong was rich in both underground and above-ground resources, but unfortunately, the backwardness of the mainland's machinery led to extremely low efficiency in resource extraction and utilization. He had enormous ambitions. He wanted to establish a basic industrial chain and manufacture weapons and equipment domestically. And now, someone had delivered this to his doorstep. It was like a pillow being offered just when he was about to fall asleep. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, but he was too confident and overestimated his own abilities. After discussing for a long time, the two signed an agreement. From then on, the Japanese pirates and Wu Chuanquan entered a short honeymoon period, with both sides smiling like foxes. During this period, not only the Japanese pirates and the Japanese invaders, but also the remaining countries such as Gaul, Russia, Hans, and the Windmill Kingdom signed agreements with various warlords. Until October 3rd, when the last agreement was signed, a total of 80 ports on the mainland were open for trade. At the same time, it was stipulated that each treaty port would be protected by the respective powers themselves, which meant that other countries' troops could come to the mainland. The suffering of the people in the areas surrounding these open treaty ports will also begin. Chapter 30, The Dependence of Talent. As October began and agreements were signed, people of ambition from all over the country began to condemn the folly of these warlords and regional governors. Some officials from the previous dynasty also published angry rants in the newspapers. Although the Great Xia dynasty was corrupt and decadent at the time, and its internal corruption was rampant, it did not lose the integrity of the Chinese people. It did not allow foreign armies to set foot on its territory while it was still under its control. Look at the actions of these warlords now. It's tantamount to betraying their masters for personal gain. It's no wonder these people are angry. Opening treaty ports has its pros and cons, which we won't discuss for now. But allowing other countries' armies to enter various places to protect their interests, isn't that just legally ceding territory for profit? Organized by dedicated individuals, people of goodwill from all over the country took to the streets to protest the traitorous acts of local warlords. However, it was to no avail. Those people with thick skin were willing to sell off their ancestors' land and interests to gain power. So why would they care about these insignificant demonstrations? That day, an acquaintance of Wang Kuan came to the tea market. It was none other than Commander Liu, who had reminded Wang Kuan several times before, and was now a commoner. After being dismissed from his post, Liu Weimin returned to his hometown to rest for a while. However, during this time, the situation on the mainland was changing rapidly, with dynasties collapsing. Warlords in various regions colluded with foreign powers, attempting to sell out the country for personal gain. He foresaw that future wars would break out frequently, causing widespread suffering and misery among the people. Liu Weimin could no longer sit still. He wasn't a great philanthropist, but he couldn't bear to watch the disaster that was about to happen on this ancient land. He knew that the public protests of the past few days would not solve anything. The truth was not in their hands, but in the hands of warlords and foreign powers. To save this nation, only a mighty warrior could have the chance to eliminate the warlords and expel the armies and interests of the foreign powers. So he thought of Wang Kuan and decided to come to the tea market under Wang Kuan's rule to see if he could shoulder this great responsibility in the construction and management of the tea market. Along the way, I saw the people's vitality and learned that everyone had land to cultivate, every family had food, and children played carefree on the ground. Upon arriving at the city entrance, the city walls of the previous dynasty had long been demolished, and people could freely enter and leave the city. The people coming and going on the streets did not have the sallow complexion of others. The road is wide and flat, and the calls of vendors from stalls and shops on both sides sound enthusiastic. Seeing these scenes, he seemed to see the future of the Chinese people, which was exactly the prosperous era he envisioned. Liu Weimin made up his mind that he would assist the king in his struggle for supremacy. Rather than letting warlords and foreign powers ruin his country and plunder the wealth accumulated over thousands of years, it would be better to let a capable person inherit it all. After asking around, I arrived at Wang Kuan's house. Seeing the guard at the door, I asked him to go in and announce that Liu Weimin from Chuncheong was requesting an audience. A moment later, a figure hurried out, and before the person even arrived, his voice could be heard. "Brother Liu, you must be tired from your journey. Please forgive my belated welcome." As Wang Kuan finished speaking, he stood opposite Liu Weimin. Looking at the young man in front of him, Liu Weimin couldn't help but recall his past self. It was the same person, but the difference was still huge. The Wang Kuan in front of him had a domineering aura and a kingly demeanor of, "I'm the only one who can do what I want." Thinking of this, he quickly said politely, "Not at all. It was my rudeness that led me to come seeking an audience so abruptly. How could I blame you?" After listening, Wang Kuan did not argue, but shook the other person's hand a few times and invited him into the house. The two sat down at the tea table in the central courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries over tea for a while, Wang Kuan asked, "Brother Liu, is there anything I can help you with this time? If you need any help, just let me know. As long as it's not illegal or against the law, I'll definitely help." Lu Weimin put down his teacup and began to speak. "I've come here today to ask for your help, but not to violate the laws you've made. I'm thinking of getting a job here." Wang Kuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had long wanted to invite Lu Weimin, but had been delayed by various trivial matters. He asked calmly, "With Brother Lu's talent, there's nowhere in the world he couldn't go. Why come to my humble rural town?" Lu Weimin then composed his expression and said, "I traveled all the way to the Tea City, and the scenes in other places were unimaginable. Only in the Tea City was there a thriving business, people living in peace, and the elderly and children all being cared for. This place was simply the prosperous world I had always dreamed of." A proud smile appeared on Wang Kuan's face. The affirmation from capable people proved that he had not let down the people of Tea City, nor had he let down the system's efforts. "Thank you for your affirmation, Brother Liu. My energy is limited, and this is the best I can do for the people within my jurisdiction. To be honest, even if Brother Liu hadn't come this time, I was planning to invite him over in a few days. I'm currently short of civilian officials, and Brother Liu is my first choice. The monarchy is not actually lacking in talent, but governing local areas still requires more local people, including military leaders. In the future, it will be necessary to cultivate local talent. Otherwise, if he were to die or pass away decades later, there would be a talent gap, and this land would once again descend into chaos." The two chatted until the sun was about to set. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Weimin said goodbye, but Wang Kuan stopped him and invited him to have dinner together. During the meal, the two older sisters also met Lu Weimin, and everyone was quite happy. After the meal, Wang Kuan arranged for Lu Weimin to rest at the government guest house and agreed to discuss his official position with everyone the next day. After the man left, the older sister asked why Lu Weimin had come. Wang Kuan explained the man's talents and the purpose of his visit. After listening, the older sister was quite happy for Wang Kuan. He felt quite proud that someone had accepted his younger brother and even came to live with him. In ancient times, there was a reputation for capable ministers and strategists who sought refuge with others. Today, the imperial power is no different. The next morning, Wang Kuan summoned his military and government officials and introduced Lu Weimin to them. Among them, Wang Hu and Li Jian explained in detail the governance of Chunqing. After listening, everyone expressed their welcome to Lu Weimin's joining the team. Subsequently, the king appointed Lu Weimin as the mayor of the Tea City, overseeing all aspects of the tea market's administration and people's livelihood. Following this, he reformed the previous dynasty's functional divisions, modeled after later administrative systems. Subsequently, 5 deputy mayors were appointed, and departments such as education, healthcare, transportation, finance, public security, and the courts were established. The highest-ranking officials of each department were appointed, and the county and township levels were established in accordance with the city-level administrative system. Wang Kuan served as the highest-ranking military and civil affairs official, but his focus was on the military. After several hours, the entire management system was finally completed. In the future, as the territory expands, this system can be modified and adjusted slightly to quickly stabilize governance in various places. With the establishment of a complete local government, the monarchy finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to waste a lot of time on these trivial matters. He could now focus on military and industrial matters. If it weren't for the limitations of the era, he would have wanted a hand over the development of industry to the city's officials as well. He then prepared to show his fangs to the outside world, and some people needed to be eliminated to prevent them from thinking they had support and jumping around him. Chapter 31: Military Reorganization and Preparation for War. October 10th arrived, and Lu Weimin had been in office for 4 days. Wang Kuan felt much more relaxed, as he no longer had all sorts of trivial matters to deal with. Finally, he can free up his hands to deal with the warlords on both sides of the Tea City. Recently, especially after the collusion between warlords from various countries and regions, the warlords on both the east and west sides have become very active. Wang Chun in the west began operating on the border between the two places in mid-September. At that time, Wang Kuan's own new soldiers were not yet properly trained, so it was not advisable to send troops rashly. A single move could have far-reaching consequences. If he had sent troops then, the The warlords to the east and Zhang Lingrui to the north would certainly have also sent troops to attack him. At that time, he only had 2 divisions of troops, which was quite dangerous. Furthermore, he wanted to be prepared to resolve the dangers on both the east and west sides at once, so he could only take over their territories once the 3rd and 4th divisions were fully reorganized. Just 3 days ago, the 2 waves of new recruits of the Guards Army completed their training, which totaled 25,000 people. Wang Kuan visited the training briefing the day before yesterday. Although it only lasted a month and a half, the overall effect of the military exercise was quite good. In the afternoon, Wang Kuan arrived at the Military Preparedness Command and convened an expanded military meeting. Attendees included high-ranking city officials, as well as division commanders and staff officers. After recent consideration, he decided to partially reorganize the army, so he first raised the issue at a meeting to see what suggestions everyone had. Having experienced several wars, large and small, what are your thoughts on the current military configuration? Or, to put it another way, the addition or subtraction of equipment and personnel can be discussed freely. No one from the government side spoke up. They didn't know much about military affairs, and even in terms of logistical support, they only prepared supplies according to demand. They didn't need to be involved in transportation. Wang Kuan looked at the crowd on both sides, and no one stood up to offer suggestions. He knew that some people's thinking was still stuck in the feudal era, adhering to the principle of doing more and talking less. This won't do, Wang Kuan thought to himself, and then called out a name. Li Jian, tell me, what aspects of the security force still need to be rectified? After hearing Wang Kuan call his name, Li Jian stood up and answered. Commander, our army should establish a dedicated warehousing system. Currently, some military supplies are stored in barracks, and some are stored in the city. This is not only unsafe, but also risks the leakage of military equipment information. Therefore, I suggest finding a location close to both military camps and cities to build a dedicated military supply depot, which will be managed by the military, with the government only providing the necessary supplies. After listening, Wang Kuan nodded in agreement, saying that this was the right thing to do. He hadn't had the time or energy before, but now that everything was in order, they could improve on the shortcomings of the past. After speaking, he looked at the head of the military logistics department and asked him to expedite the handling of the matter. Then he looked at everyone and said, we need to prepare for expansion. The tea market is too small right now. Wang Chun and Li Hong have been around for quite a while. They've been acting a bit too aggressively lately, and the longer they delay purchasing equipment from the great powers, the more trouble they'll cause. He's had the system for half a year, and he only has a tiny territory. Compared to those transmigrated predecessors from his previous life, he's disgraced the system. Other people's systems give them whatever they want without spending money, and they can conquer the great powers in no time. His system has a pretty cool name, but apart from the rewards, everything else has to be bought with money. He worries about money all the time, having been troubled by money in both his previous lives. This is a lonely transmigration. This war primarily involved 2 newly recruited divisions. It is believed that after being tempered by the flames of war, they will be no less capable than veterans. After speaking, Wang Hu and Li Jian stood up and loudly replied, Yes, Commander. The 3rd and 4th divisions guarantee to complete the mission. Wang Kuan waved for the 2 to sit down, then continued speaking. Having reviewed summaries from previous wars, I'd like to share some thoughts with you all. On the battlefield, our casualties were primarily caused by firearms, while the enemy's greatest casualties were inflicted by our artillery. Therefore, I want to reduce the number of riflemen and allocate the extra personnel to artillery. Further increase the number of artillery pieces in each division. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. After discussion and deliberation, each division of the defense force was given 6 additional 150mm howitzers with a caliber of 40. 12 new 105mm howitzers have been added with a barrel length of 30. The 102mm howitzer was cancelled and replaced with 2120mm howitzers with a caliber of 35. The 77mm gun was cancelled and replaced with a new 80mm howitzer with a caliber of 30. 36 new 75mm guns were added, with a caliber of 30. In this way, each division has a total of 86 gates with diameters of 105mm, 120mm, and 150mm. A total of 120 75mm and 80mm mortars were added, while the number of mortars remained unchanged at 150. The newly added 150mm, 105mm, and 75mm mortars had larger calibers than the original ones. The primary consideration in the early stages was that the warlords lacked heavy weapons, so the artillery of the defense forces had a relatively short range. However, the situation has changed. The great powers have started to supply artillery to the warlords, so the royal power is preparing to increase the caliber of the new cannons by about 5 to 15 times more than the ones they were equipped with before, so that they can shoot relatively farther. Although even the cannons of the great powers today are generally not as good as his rate of fire and range, we should still be careful and avoid casualties if possible. The number of artillery pieces doubled. In addition to 2 types of mortars, each division had a total of 200 howitzers. Therefore, the division's directly subordinate artillery regiment was equipped with 86 artillery pieces with a caliber of 100 millimeters or larger. Each regiment's artillery battalion is equipped with 40 howitzers of 2 different calibers. Unless it's a large-scale operation involving hundreds of thousands of troops, future defensive forces will primarily consist of regiments, with their current firepower configuration allowing a single regiment to easily take on several divisions. In order to save time and reduce the number of logistics personnel, Wang Kuan gritted his teeth and purchased a small number of various vehicles, including troop carriers and tractors, which together with the ones he had before, were enough for the transport of heavy weapons. It can be said that the current defense force, excluding the 4 reserve divisions that have been formed, is at least semi-mechanized, except for the lack of armored vehicles. However, he himself was on the verge of bankruptcy, having already misappropriated some of the city's development funds. So he quickly seized a few places so that he could confiscate the wealth of some tycoons who had been extorting money and plundering, thus replenishing his financial reserves. At the same time, with the expansion of territory and the increase in population, various reasonable taxes will also increase. After the new uniforms were finalized, the defense forces began a large-scale uniform replacement program, striving to get the officers and soldiers adapted to the new combat mode in the shortest possible time. The troops that were initially sent to the border have already returned to their camps. The border is currently undefended, but they are not worried at all. They will be heading to the border in just 2 or 3 days. The municipal government began preparing supplies, and suddenly the atmosphere throughout the area changed. Some people sensed the impending war. These were spies working for Wang Chun and Zhongling Ruwei, and they quickly sent a message out. Wang Kuan knew there were spies within his territory. In this era, it was impossible to completely eliminate spies. As long as core secrets remained intact, it wasn't a major problem. As for others knowing about his war preparations, there's nothing to worry about. The outcome won't change anyway. Besides, the mobilization of tens of thousands of troops can't be kept secret. Time slowly slipped away while we waited. Chapter 32, The Warlord's Plea for Help. In Hangzhou City, west of the tea market, in Wang Chen's luxurious mansion, Wang Chun had just received news from intelligence personnel about the tea market. His expression was solemn, and his brows were furrowed. Looking at his subordinate, he asked uncertainly, "Is the royal power really preparing for military mobilization? How accurate is the information?" Reporting to the commander, after receiving the news, we contacted the people at the tea market, but we haven't been able to reach them. Now we have no choice but to try and salvage the situation. We can't hope the news is false. Wang Chen's face was grim. He wasn't fully prepared for war yet. The weapons from the Sunset Kingdom were too expensive. He had only purchased a small number and equipped 1 elite division. The remaining 3 divisions were still equipped with the old weapons. If the royal power attacks now, he has little chance of winning. Now I need to find out specific information, by any means necessary. Go quickly. After the man left in a hurry, he quickly convened a meeting of the commanders of all the units. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Wang Chen's residence, and Wang Chun then spoke. "I just received news that the royal power is preparing to launch a war. If it's true, we'll undoubtedly be within their attack range." After hearing this, the subordinates also frowned deeply, their hearts filled with worry. Then one of them asked, "General, I believe that regardless of the veracity of the news, our primary objective now is to fully mobilize for war preparations." Wang Chun now understands what Zhang Bolin felt back then. The equipment and combat capabilities of the defense army are extremely formidable in Yunnan province. Many people are still investigating the source of their equipment, but there has been no news. Previously, people thought it was equipment from the great powers, but after establishing connections with them, they realized that none of the great powers possess such luxurious equipment. Wang Chun snapped out of his daze and began to arrange military defenses. The 1st and 2nd Divisions immediately proceeded to deploy defenses in Heishui County and Hengshui County, while the 3rd and 4th Divisions went to Ying County as reinforcements. The city is secured by the Security Brigade, which will immediately provide support should the situation at the front turn unfavorable. After saying that, Wang Kuan quickly ordered everyone to head to the destination, while he prepared to seek help. At the same time, Lihong and Lingjiang City also received military intelligence from the tea market. Wang Kuan was mobilizing for war and preparing to launch a war. He himself had no reason to take any chances. He had been Wang Kuan's neighbor for so long, and he knew Wang Kuan better than the people of the tea market. In their hearts, Wang Kuan was a saint who brought them hope for life. However, among his rivals, Wang Kuan was an ambitious and aggressive warlord. Looking at the map, it became clear that, apart from Nazhou in the south, Nazhou was now the first target for expansion, and that Nazhou was the first to be targeted. Nazhou had scarce resources and a small population, and no force had ever established itself there. He was in a slightly better position than Wang Kuan, commanding 4 divisions, 2 of which were equipped with weapons from foreign powers. However, Li Hong knew that compared to Wang Kuan, his strength was still far inferior. After discussing military deployments with his subordinates, he was now pondering how to deal with this crisis. Seeking help from a land of the setting sun is like trying to quench a thirst from afar. It's too late. He's actually quite glad now that he spent a lot of money on weapons and conscripted soldiers back then. Or we could just draw a GG on the border and prepare to surrender. Just as he was racking his brains for a way to deal with the crisis, his subordinate suddenly reminded him. Commander, we can ask Wang Kuan and Zhang Lingrui for help. Several of us have the support of Sunset Kingdom. Once they know the situation, they should understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. It would be detrimental to both sides if we were to be eliminated. Zhang Lingrui, who wanted to unify Yunnan province, would not allow the power of the royal family to grow too strong. After listening to his subordinate's explanation, Li Hong's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. If the 3 parties join forces, even if they cannot eliminate the royal power, they can at least maintain the current balance. Immediately, they contacted Zhang Lingrui in the north and Wang Kuan in the east. Even if he didn't contact him, Wang Kuan was already planning to. Also, the mobilization of a defense force wasn't kept secret, and it wouldn't be long before Zhang Lingrui found out. In Zhang Lingrui's mansion in Chuncheon, he was still comfortably leaning back on the sofa, listening to opera from the radio, with his concubine in his arms, living a carefree life. You know what, these foreigner sofas are really comfortable. They don't hurt you, but they're so soft. Zhang Lingrui said to his concubine with satisfaction. Sir, this sofa is nice, but it's expensive. It costs as much as someone's entire outfit. Zhang Lingrui smiled and said, Okay, I'll buy you the best clothes tomorrow and make you look beautiful. Just as the two were whispering sweet nothings to each other, a report came from outside. Zhang Lingrui pushed the woman away from his arms and lazily called out, Come in. A subordinate advisor entered, his expression somewhat grave, and said, Commander, we have just received news that the defense forces are preparing for military mobilization. Li Hong and Wang Kuan both requested our help, as they had learned that Wang Kuan intended to attack them. What do we do now? Should we agree to their request for help? Zhang Lingrui, who had been lounging around, immediately sat up after hearing the news and sent his concubine away. He then asked if the news had been confirmed. General, the news has been confirmed. The tea market is indeed currently undergoing war mobilization. The staff officer returned to the road. After a moment's thought, Zhang Lingrui told him to go and notify everyone to start meeting. Half an hour later, Zhang Lingrui and his subordinates sat in the command room, where a geographical map of Yunnan province was placed in the middle. After Zhang Lingrui finished introducing the meeting, he said, Should we support Wang Kuan and Li Hong now? What are your thoughts? One of the subordinates stood up and said, Commander, I don't think we need to provide support. Let them fight like dogs. Regardless of who wins, it will be a lose-lose situation for both sides. Why don't we sit back and watch the Tigers fight? This man was the commander of the newly formed 1st Division after Zhang Lingrui purchased weapons. As for why he disagreed with providing support, his current defense zone was in the Yuanjiang area to the south. If support were needed, it would definitely be his 1st Division. This person is unwilling to fight with the enemy now. Next, everyone expressed their opinions, and neither side would concede to the other's point of view. Do you think these people really don't understand the pros and cons? Obviously not. No one who becomes a general wielding great power is a fool. It's just that Zhang Linrui's subordinates are much more complicated now than before. Zhang Linrui understood that these people all had their own agendas. He wanted to send reinforcements, But the current situation was that the generals who agreed to send reinforcements had their troops in the north, while those who disagreed had their troops deployed in the south. If you send the northern army to provide support, they will immediately object. Instead, they will send their own troops to fight the defending army, as they are also hesitant. Inside Zhang Lingrui's command room, the crowd was arguing incessantly. Chapter 33, The War Begins. Looking at the crowd before him, Zhang Lingrui couldn't help but feel disappointed. These subordinates, who held military power, were completely disregarding the potential dangers ahead, all for their own selfish interests. Back then, in order to gain an advantage, Zhang Lingrui won over the wealthy families around Chuncheon to contribute their resources. Now most of his funds come from these people. As the saying goes, money can corrupt the human heart. His army was initially acquired by using money to win over local warlords. It could be said that he didn't have his own direct troops, and they were all bound together by interests. This has led to his troops now secretly taking money from wealthy gentry. This was also because their relationship with Zhang Lingrui became strained after the opening of the treaty ports. The wealthy and powerful believed that Zhang Lingrui had deceived them, and their businesses suffered a severe blow after foreign goods entered the market. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Lingrui immediately formed his own direct force after signing an agreement with the Japanese Empire. Therefore, despite Zhang Lingrui's current power in Yunnan province, there are many factions within the province. After reorganization and expansion, the army only has 8 divisions, but it is controlled by foreign powers, local gentry, and his own forces. Zhang Lingrui has always regarded the king of the tea market as his biggest enemy in Yunnan province. This time, he finally managed to weaken his guard, but unfortunately, there was no consensus among his own people. Most people were unwilling to fight the defense forces, but they also didn't think the royal power would dare to attack. Right now, outside Chuncheon, there were troops from the Western powers protecting the trading ports. They believed that no one in Yunnan province would dare to provoke foreigners. Zhang Lingrui is like the bald guy from his past life. He's not good at military affairs, but he has good judgment. Zhang Lingrui also saw the threat posed by Wang Kuan. Others might fear the Sunset Kingdom behind him, but Wang Kuan was not one to be afraid of. From the moment this man emerged, Zhang Lingrui witnessed the rise of a powerful and ruthless figure. After a day of discussion without any results, Zhang Lingrui was very disappointed and immediately adjourned the meeting, telling everyone to go home. But he wouldn't be willing to send his own direct troops to support him, just like the bald guy in his previous life, who had first weakened the local ragtag troops in every battle. The next day, Wang Chun and Li Hong, still without any news from Zhang Lingrui, sent someone to urge him again, but received a negative answer. When the two received accurate information that Zhang Lingrui would not send troops to support them, they were so angry that they cursed him as a complete idiot and were almost ready to surrender to the king. Wang Chen's subordinates said with great concern, "Commander, if Zhang Lingrui doesn't provide support, we too might be in some danger. We still need to prepare a backup plan in advance." Wang Chen gave a bitter smile. He had no way out. He had poured all his money into the military and fled abroad. He had no money left to live on. Around the same time, Li Hong and his subordinates finished berating Zhang Lingrui and then discussed the war's defenses. Fortunately, Wang Kuan wasn't ready yet and gave him 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, they would have been in an even more passive position. On October 16th, at 8 a.m., the defense forces began to proceed to their respective targets according to their missions. As mentioned earlier, the newly formed 3rd and 4th divisions were the main attacking divisions, while the 1st division was deployed to the north for defense. The 104th and 105th regiments of the 2nd division were transferred to support the 2 newly recruited divisions, while the 106th regiment remained to guard the tea market. The locals in the tea market only knew of the strength of the defense force, but few had actually seen their military might. This time, the army set out in such a grand manner. It truly opened the eyes of many people. Their neat and well-fitting military uniforms accentuated their agile physiques, which greatly excited the people in the tea market. The trucks loaded with military supplies and the imposing cannons all demonstrated the elite status of this army. The people lining both sides of the road watched their soldiers with great enthusiasm and pride. Anyone who saw a relative in the ranks would excitedly introduce them to those around them. In other places, warlords might still conscript soldiers, but in the tea market, since the king took power, people have seen his actions and know the mission of the guards. When the news of the royal conscription spread, the people rushed to sign up, not for the considerable military pay and benefits. They had enough money from working and selling land, but to repay the royal power and protect the army. The people knew that in this chaotic world, their current peaceful and happy life was entirely due to the protection of the monarchy. They too would take up arms to defend this hard-won life. Let's take a look at the defense information that the defense forces obtained from Li Hong. Li Hong's two elite divisions, the 1st and 2nd Divisions, were stationed in Beijiang Town and Nanjiang Town respectively, building defensive positions along the rivers. Li Hong learned from Zhang Bolan's mistake and did not station the entire division on the front line. The 1st Brigade of the 1st Division, with more than 7,000 men, defended the riverbank outside Beijiang Town. The battlefield covered most of the town center, with an area of about 4 kilometers. This was also to guard against the artillery of the defending army. The 2nd Brigade was 4 kilometers behind, ready to provide support at any time. The 2nd Division was located in Nanjiang Town, 15 kilometers away. The 1st Brigade, with more than 7,000 men, was blocking the enemy at the front line, while the 2nd Brigade was providing support from the rear. The 3rd and 4th Divisions were located 50 kilometers behind the enemy lines, in Dayue Town to the north and Pingan Town to the south, respectively. They constructed a second line of defense in these two locations. In case the first line of defense collapses, they can gather the routed soldiers at the front and jointly defend the second line of defense. Li Hong dispatched all available troops, leaving no soldiers for Linjiang City. At that time, with Zhang Bolan's defeat at the front, the troops remaining in the city were of no use whatsoever. Li Hong saw this point and felt that if the front line failed, the troops defending the city in the rear would be useless and would be more vulnerable to artillery fire if they were gathered together. He bought the equipment for the two divisions at the front by selling everything he owned. Each division alone had 48 artillery pieces and 6,000 rounds of ammunition, 80 light machine guns, and 25 heavy machine guns. The equipment of these two divisions completely surpasses that of most warlords. This also resulted in the second line of defense being lacking in heavy weapons for both divisions. If the front line collapsed, the soldiers behind would have to use their flesh and blood to withstand the artillery and machine guns of the defending army. After receiving this intelligence, the guards abandoned their contempt, and even the king felt that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. He hadn't expected Li Hong to be so crazy. Linjiang City and the tea market were of similar size, but Linjiang City's population and tax revenue might not even be as high as the tea markets, yet was under these conditions. In just 2 months, Li Hong expanded the city by 2 divisions and made a large-scale purchase of heavy weapons, demonstrating his exploitation of Linjiang City. It can be said that the 3rd Division and the 104th Regiment of the Defense Army will face a total of nearly 100 cannons and more than 200 machine guns. If we are not careful, even if the defending forces win, this war could result in considerable casualties. Wang Kuan, who originally directed the entire operation remotely from the tea market, now has no choice but to go to the western battlefield to personally oversee the command. The original battle plan was to launch a joint attack from both sides, but now it seems that the eastern side should adopt a defensive posture first, and the 105th Regiment should be transferred to the west. The forces and firepower should be concentrated to eliminate Li Hong's troops in Linjiang City first. As for Wang Kuan in the east, we can easily take over his Hangzhou region by simply sending a veteran regiment to assist the 4th Division in combat. But it was he who gave Wang Kuan a chance to catch his breath, allowing him to quickly purchase a batch of equipment through the Sunset Kingdom. Chapter 34, The Battle of Liangjiang. At 2 p.m. on the 16th, Wang Kuan arrived at the 3rd Division's command post. He began to carefully examine the messages sent by the intelligence system, including Li Hong's troop deployment at the front, weapon and equipment configuration, and the deployment of the second line of defense in the rear, reviewing them thoroughly. He then addressed Wang Hu and the other commanders of the 3rd Division. I believe everyone is already aware of the situation on the other side. This is the greatest enemy our defense force has encountered since its founding. The personnel were equipped with bolt-action 5-round magazine rifles, although their rate of fire was not as fast as our semi-automatic rifles. But it was still better than Zhang Bolan's rifles at the time, and they also had nearly 100 cannons in total. Although they were 50 millimeters and 70 millimeters caliber, they were still used by the major powers. There are also hundreds of machine guns. Their firepower and personnel are not to be underestimated. How do you plan to fight this war? Wang Hu stood up and said, Commander, after we start the battle, we must first capture the enemy's artillery positions. Otherwise, our frontline soldiers will always face enemy artillery fire. After Wang Hu finished speaking, the remaining people also stood up and offered their suggestions. After everyone had given their suggestions, Wang Kuan rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a while. He then stood up, walked to the sand table in the center, examined it carefully for a while, and then looked up and said, "The 104th and 107th regiments were the main attacking force on the enemy's Beijiang town. Two-thirds of the division's artillery regiment were separated to cooperate with the artillery of the two regiments. The 105th, 108th, and 109th regiments were tasked with attacking Nanjiang town. The remaining third of the division's artillery provided support and firepower. The main reason was that the enemy's defense area in Beijiang town was small, as Beijiang town was located between two mountain ridges, while Nanjiang town was basically flat land. Wang, who was appointed commander of the Beijiang town campaign, and the deputy division commander was appointed commander of the Nanjiang town campaign. You can discuss the specifics yourselves." After speaking, Wang Kuan led his men out to inspect the position. Upon arriving at the position, Wang Kuan walked around and looked at the surroundings. Most of the men seemed a little nervous. After all, most of them are new recruits. No matter how tough the training is, they will still feel fear and apprehension when they get to the real battlefield. Wang Kuan saw a new recruit who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Perhaps because it was his first time on the battlefield, he was so nervous that his body was a little stiff. He then walked up to him and asked, "Private, what's your name? How old are you?" Reporting to the commander, "My name is Huang Er, and I am 18 years old." The soldier replied stiffly with a salute. "Very well, Huang Er, let me tell you, it's normal to be afraid and nervous on the battlefield. But as long as you remember the key points of training and think about the mission of our defense force, if we don't go to the battlefield, how can we send our parents, wives, and children to the battlefield? Private, believe in yourself. As long as you remember the essentials of the battlefield, you will not be killed." The young soldier, perhaps speaking to such a high-ranking officer for the first time, excitedly replied loudly, "Reporting, Commander. I am no longer nervous. I will become an excellent guard soldier." Wang Kuan nodded in satisfaction and returned the salute. As time passed, the trenches on the defending army side were almost finished. The trenches on the Beijiang town side covered an area of about 4 kilometers. The main problem was that time was too short. If they dug any further, they would easily be exposed to enemy fire. 6,000 men were scattered across an area 4 kilometers wide. It was a bit crowded for the guards, but there was no other way because the terrain here was too mountainous. The frontline trenches of the two armies are only 1 kilometer apart. It's only because the enemy's artillery doesn't dare to fire now that the defending army wouldn't dare to dig so close. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Wang Kuan looked away from his watch and spoke to the communications officers around him. The order was given, fire in 3 minutes as planned. The communications officer then contacted the artillery units to relay the time for opening fire. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and then the roar of artillery came from a great distance behind. The 104th and 107th regiments fired a volley of shells from 175 millimeters and 80 millimeters howitzers. Then, explosions rang out on the opposite battlefield. After the first round of attacks was completed, the observers on the front lines, having detected the basic data and location, used tools and maps to calculate the enemy's exact location. The communications soldier quickly relayed the message to the rear, where the gunners reloaded the ammunition and calibrated the data. 2 minutes later, the artillery of the defending army roared again. After observing through the artillery scope, the forward scouts confirmed that this time the ammunition had hit the target. They then notified the communications officer, and the rear commander received the accurate information about the target location. The artillery was ordered to conduct saturation firing. Currently, only 2 calibers of artillery are in combat. Larger caliber artillery will wait until the enemy's artillery fires before engaging in combat. As for the enemy troops on the other side, they had been on edge ever since the arrival of the guards yesterday, fearing that the enemy would attack. It wasn't until nightfall that they dared to relax a little, but they were still half asleep. The next day, while they were still in a daze, the defense forces began shelling. Although the first round of casualties was not significant, it immediately raised their alertness, and they began to take cover. Lu Neng, the commander of the enemy's 1st Division, quickly ordered the frontline troops to take cover. However, after a minute without a second round of shelling, he became uncertain and asked his subordinates, "Staff officer, what does the other side mean? Why do they only fire 1 round of shells?" This person doesn't understand artillery combat methods very well. Their artillery equipment hasn't been in use for very long. They've only just learned how to fire and adjust the firing parameters. The staff officer beside him said that the enemy was probably observing the effects of this round of shelling. "Commander, we cannot let our guard down. The enemy's next artillery barrage is likely to begin soon." This person was familiar with artillery tactics, which is why he said such a thing. He knew that the next round of attacks was about to begin. After listening, the division commander was somewhat worried. We had only just learned how to use cannons and calibrate coordinates, while they had already mastered every single step. The gap was too large. Some soldiers on the position, unaware of the situation, might leave their hiding places. He was right. Some of their soldiers, rifles in hand, came out of the air raid shelter and lay on the edge of the trench, looking across at the other side. Some people were even discussing among themselves, "Erden, why did the other side only fire one volley of artillery fire? Were their cannons broken? How could that be? Cannons are so expensive. How could they break after just one shot? They're probably just trying to scare us." Yes, that's what I thought too. "Erden, you and I are so smart." The two were joking and joking around when they suddenly heard a series of sharp, whistling sounds, seemingly coming from above. Looking up, they saw hundreds of black dots of varying sizes rapidly descending into the sky. He quickly recalled that it was the sound of artillery shells falling, and then shouted loudly, "Artillery fire! Artillery fire!" The two scrambled to get away, and luckily they were able to hear the shells, but they were mostly outside the blast radius, so they were unharmed. But that doesn't mean others were lucky. While the two of them were dodging, Erden saw many people blown to pieces. Even those who weren't in the center of the blast had their heads, arms, legs, or other parts shredded off by shrapnel. This was the first time Erden had ever seen such a scene. He was so frightened that he vomited violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. After hearing the second round of explosions, the division commander at the rear said to his staff, "The number of casualties in this round is unknown. The sound of enemy shells exploding was much louder than the artillery fire we used in training. Their artillery was far more powerful. This battle will be tough." The two remained silent, but unfortunately they did not know that the king had not yet ordered cannons with a caliber of 100 millimeters or larger to fire. Since the last war, the royal family has been pondering a question. Were large caliber cannons too cruel during the domestic war? Should these cannons be used against foreign powers and not so much against their own compatriots? He planned to observe the situation after the war ended to see if large caliber artillery should continue to be used in future civil wars. Of course, this is on the premise that on the battlefield, it has a greater advantage than other warlords' artillery, and a huge advantage at that. Otherwise, large caliber artillery should still be used. Chapter 35, The Battle of Liangjiang. Around 10 a.m. on the 17th, Wang Kuan saw the artillery begin its second round of attacks and immediately informed his communications officer. "Inform the forward scouts to report on the enemy's positions at any time. Command the engineering corps and soldiers at the front to expedite the construction of trenches." After that, he ordered the artillery to fire at a rate of 3 rounds per minute to provide fire support. There's no need to fire the theoretical amount every time. Just maintain fire support. After all, the lifespan of a gun barrel is limited. Currently, in the war against domestic warlords, we don't need to fire many shells before the artillery has to change positions, because the enemy shells can't reach the defensive army's artillery positions due to insufficient range. In addition, their artillery training time is short, and they have not yet learned systematic artillery knowledge. At most, they can only hit targets that the enemy can see. With the artillery they have prepared, once the range of the shells exceeds the enemy's line of sight, the enemy will not know where the shells are going. More than 10 minutes passed during the shelling, and the trenches at the front line advanced by nearly 100 meters. If it weren't for the excavation machines purchased by the royal power, they would have been lucky to advance 10 meters. Digging trenches by hand is too slow and wastes energy. This trench excavator is really amazing. It's like a large track tractor with excavation equipment attached to the back. It can dig hundreds of cubic meters of soil per hour. Beijiang town was bombarded for more than 10 minutes, and the flat land between the two mountain ridges was basically hit by artillery fire. The enemy division commander in the rear was extremely anxious. He wanted to know the exact casualty figures of the frontline brigade, so that the casualties would not be too high. Suddenly the command post phone rang, and he quickly answered, saying, "This is the commander of the 1st Division. Speak quickly." The voice of the brigade commander from the front lines came from the other end of the phone. "Division commander, our casualties since the shelling began have reached approximately 800, mainly due to the larger initial casualties." Upon hearing this, the division commander immediately gave a few instructions and then hung up the phone. The staff officer next to him had obviously overheard something, but he still spoke. "Commander, we can't let our guard down. They're still shelling us." The division commander considered for a moment, and then said to his staff officer, "Go and inform the artillery unit to deploy half of their cannons for a counterattack." The rest were moved to another location. After the staff officer stood up and saluted, he turned and went to inform the artillery. After the defending forces shelled for 20 minutes, they stopped. Forward observers detected that the enemy had retreated a distance and needed to recalculate and correct the firing data. They also noted that the artillery positions were running low on ammunition and needed to be transported by logistics. In just 20 minutes, the defending army fired a total of 6,000 shells. The opposite position was only 4 kilometers wide, and the smallest 75mm cannon had a kill radius of 60 or 70 meters. It's clear that those 20 minutes felt like an eternity to the enemy. Just after the defending forces took a short break from shelling, battlefield observers spotted shells in the air, immediately sounded the alarm siren, and everyone began to take cover in the trenches and air raid shelters. They saw that part of the trenches that had been dug ahead had been hit, sending dust flying. Then dozens more shells fell, continuing to bombard the defending army's positions. After hearing the artillery fire from the front lines, Wang Kuan picked up his binoculars and looked around. He observed for a while and was relieved to find that the enemy's targets were not very accurate, and shells rarely landed among the crowd. Even when they did, the casualties were minimal. He turned his head and asked what the situation was on the other side, whether they had so much ammunition they could just waste it at will. Wang Hu thought for a moment and answered uncertainly. Perhaps they didn't set up observation posts on the front lines, which is why they didn't know their exact locations. It's possible. They've only been receiving the artillery for a short time, so they probably haven't fully grasped the artillery combat system yet. After Wang Kuan finished speaking, he continued, "Never mind them. Have a forward artillery observation post report the enemy's artillery positions and take them out quickly." It didn't take long before the defense forces located the enemy's artillery positions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the commander of the 1st Division of the Beijing garrison, after seeing his artillery fire, hurriedly urged the front line to investigate the effects of the artillery barrage, but the result was unsatisfactory. He sensed the gap between the two armies from this point. The combat skills of his side were like those of a regular army compared to those of the opposing guards. Our artillery lacked battlefield experience, and shelling targets outside their line of sight relied entirely on luck. Enemy long-range artillery fire, on the other hand, was generally within range of their targets. Just as the division commander was still observing, an explosion came from behind. He immediately turned around and asked, where did the explosion just now come from? He already had a general idea in his mind, but he still didn't want to believe it. "Commander, judging from the direction of the sound, it's probably an artillery position in the rear." Sure enough, the phone rang at the command center. After the communications officer answered it, he said to him, "Division Commander, it's confirmed that the artillery positions were shelled, but the shells were all off target." Before the division commander could even feel happy, he heard another explosion from behind, and a strong sense of foreboding gripped him. The first round of shelling missed because the enemy was testing the precise location to provide a position for subsequent artillery fire. He quickly ordered the communications officer to notify the artillery to rapidly relocate their positions. Before the communications officer could get far, another round of explosions rang out, and a mushroom cloud rose clearly visible in the distance. The division commander knew that this was caused by the explosion of a large amount of explosives. He closed his eyes in pain, knowing without a doubt that the 20-odd cannons in the rear were basically destroyed. Sure enough, news came from the command center that the artillery positions at the rear had been completely destroyed, and the ammunition had been hit and exploded. Before they even knew the specific results of their own artillery barrage, the enemy had already destroyed half of their artillery in just a few rounds of shelling. Before he could even react, news came from a front that the defense forces had resumed their artillery bombardment. Wang Kuan's side also suffered the destruction of the enemy's artillery, and then ordered the artillery to continue firing to cover the digging of trenches ahead. As time went on, the infantry distance between the two sides was at its shortest, approximately 200 meters. The artillery fire behind the defense forces began to decrease, mainly out of fear of friendly fire. Speaking of friendly fire, in battles of this era, if training is inadequate or if the positions of the two sides are interlocked, friendly fire can easily occur. Cannons are not sniper rifles, so they cannot be aimed precisely. As long as they explode within a few meters or tens of meters of the target, it is considered a successful hit. In just about half an hour since the start of the battle, the commander of the 1st Division of Beijiang received data from the front lines. Before the defending army had even fired a single shot, his 1st Brigade had suffered more than 2,000 casualties. Upon receiving such a casualty report, he could hardly believe it. If the infantry were to engage in close combat later, how many of his troops would be left? As the shelling ceased, the defending infantry began to advance along the trenches, preparing to launch their infantry attack. After half an hour of artillery fire, the enemy gained experience, and their casualties gradually decreased. Both sides now understand that the real test has begun. Chapter 36: The Battle of Liangjiang, Part 2. On Li Hong's Nanjiang town side, as Beijiang town began to be shelled, the 2nd Division here was waiting for the defense army to attack, but after waiting and waiting, the enemy still did not open fire. The area around Nanjiang town is mostly flat, and the soldiers of the 2nd Division defending it are quite far apart. Wang Kuan felt that the artillery bombardment would not be very effective, so he attacked Beijiang first. Only after the threatening cannons on the Beijiang side are destroyed will he order the artillery on both sides to bombard the enemy together, in order to deplete the enemy's forces. Otherwise, with large areas of flat land and a small number of cannons, the striking effect would be minimal. On the Beijiang town side, when the defensive army's trenches were less than 200 meters from the enemy, the artillery began to shut down, and the infantry on both sides began to fight. One side is on the defensive, and the other side is on the offensive. When the equipment and personnel are superior, the defending army no longer cares whether it is the one taking the initiative to attack. The commander of the 1st Division sent the 2nd Brigade from the rear to provide support. They had no choice but to send support. The 1st Brigade at the front had lost more than 2,000 men to enemy artillery fire. Without support, who knew how long the remaining men could hold out? The defense force was mainly organized into squads, with 3 people forming a small triangular combat formation. When the people on the other side saw the guards open fire, some of them got up and prepared to return fire. They assumed the rifles on the other side also required bold action, but the other rifles kept firing without bold action, which completely surprised them. The enemy had never seen a rifle like this before. It could fire a shot without needing to pull the bolt. In just 1 minute of firefight, the enemy suffered over 100 casualties, all due to their lack of understanding that semi-automatic rifles do not require reloading. This moment of firepower suppression demonstrated the superiority of semi-automatic rifles. A single combat squad of guards was able to suppress the firepower of an entire enemy platoon. Before they could react, the defense forces opened fire on a large scale with mortars, grenade launchers, and light and heavy machine guns. All that could be heard on the 1st Division's position were screams of agony. "Help me! My hands!" No one can help the injured. They are too busy taking care of themselves. It was noon when both sides ceased fighting and began to rest and eat. The defending forces had already occupied the enemy's forward positions, forcing them to retreat more than 500 meters. Personnel from both sides arrived at the front lines to collect the remains of the fallen soldiers. However, the defense forces had fewer men, while the opposing 1st Division had a much larger force. Wang Kuan visited the rear Wounded Soldiers Treatment Center, offered his condolences, and then proceeded to the command center. "Wang Hu, tell me about the current situation. Will we be able to capture Beijiang town? In positional warfare, we began to see our soldiers fall. Commander, our battle line has now advanced more than 500 meters. This was even with fewer combat personnel participating in the morning. In the afternoon, we will deploy 2 regiments, and we estimate that within 2 hours at most, we will have completely captured Beijiang. As mentioned before, the enemy's position on the Beijiang side is only 4 or 5 kilometers wide and 2 kilometers wide in front and behind due to the terrain. It is estimated that they will collapse after 1 or 2 waves of attacks from the defending army in the afternoon. After listening to Wang Hu's report, Wang Kuan said to him, "How do you think the attack should be carried out in Nanjiang town?" Wang Hu thought for a moment and then said, "After noon, our cannons are basically no longer needed. It can be used for bombardment along with the artillery of the 3 regiments in Nanjiang. Once we suppress them and render them immobile, our victory will lead to the complete collapse of the enemy forces in Nanjiang." After listening to this, Wang Kuan discussed it with his staff and, finding no problems, issued the combat order to them. At 2 p.m., the defending troops on the Nanjiang side opened fire first. More than 200 cannons fired at the same time, and the enemy's position was filled with a deafening explosion. Although their positions were vast, each round of shelling resulted in dozens of casualties. The commander of the 2nd Division originally planned to support the 1st Division, but now, let alone provide support, it's hard to say whether they can even hold their ground. The commander of the 2nd Division ordered his artillery to retaliate, but the result was not ideal. Their artillery had too short a range and could not reach the defensive army's positions. He dared not move the artillery units forward, because news came from the 1st Division that the enemy had large-caliber artillery that could fire at a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Some of the cannons in Beijing were destroyed by these large-caliber cannons. Seeing that the front line was being bombarded by hundreds of shells every minute, he had no choice but to order his troops to retreat and abandon the defensive position 1 kilometer ahead. Of the 7,000 men in one brigade at the front, only a little over 5,000 were able to retreat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the defending army occupied the enemy's retreating positions, and the artillery in the rear moved forward to continue bombarding the 2nd Division, constantly compressing their defensive range. Seeing this, the commander of the enemy's 2nd Division could only grit his teeth and give orders to his subordinates. Let our artillery fire. Under no circumstances can we allow the enemy to advance another step. Otherwise, our defensive positions will be completely destroyed. The support troops in the rear quickly went into action to join the front in holding off the enemy's attack. Tell them to push forward as much as possible, so that the defending army's artillery will hesitate and reduce their firing. Upon receiving the order, the subordinate immediately went down to inform the troops. This tactic of his was learned from the 1st Division. If the ground combat personnel of both sides are close together, the artillery of the defending army will stop bombarding to avoid causing friendly fire. To be honest, after hearing the news, he admired Wang Kuan's character. It was a soldier's good fortune to have a leader who knew how to cherish his subordinates. But if it were him, he would rather suffer friendly fire than stop the artillery bombardment. What did friendly fire matter as long as the war objective was achieved? The 2nd Division began exchanging fire with the guards. Even though they had received various information from the 1st Division, they were still shocked by the individual firepower of the guards. Rifles that don't require bolt action, grenades that can fire small-caliber grenades, and light and heavy machine guns everywhere kept their soldiers from even raising their heads. The number of battlefield losses continued to increase, and a force of over 10,000 men could not withstand an attack by an enemy force of several thousand. The commander of the 2nd Division could see clearly that although the artillery of the defending army had stopped firing, the enemy soldiers still had mortars. Although the range is short, the high rate of fire of these artillery pieces is no less threatening to their machine gun positions and soldiers behind obstacles than field artillery. As time went on, the 2nd Division's defensive positions dwindled, and the division commander felt they might not even hold out until nightfall. The phone in the command room rang, and he quickly picked it up. He heard the voice of the 1st Division commander coming through the phone. 2nd Division commander, I can't hold them off anymore. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Their combat skills are far superior to ours. I'm preparing to retreat in a while. After hearing this, he felt a sense of powerlessness, and then said, My side is also struggling. Their early artillery barrage was too intense. My current unit is engaged in firefight with their personnel, but we are no match for them either. The casualty rate is too high. If we need to retreat, let's do it together with artillery cover for both sides. Let's retreat to the 2nd line of defense, and together with the 3rd and 4th Divisions, build a defensive line. The two quickly agreed that 20 minutes later, they would abandon some of the soldiers on the front line and cover the rest of the troops as they retreated. Chapter 37 Victory on the Western Front. At the enemy's 1st Division command post in Beijing Town, the division commander had not yet called Nanjiang Town to discuss the retreat. Afternoon, news came from Nanjiang Town that the defending army had launched an attack on the town, with more than 200 cannons firing simultaneously. The division commander could imagine the pressure the Nanjiang defenders were facing. But now he himself is powerless. The shelling has caused a loss of more than 2,000 of his own men, and in the positional battle before noon, his side had also suffered more than 1,000 casualties. He frowned and thought for a moment, then asked the battlefield staff officer beside him, How much combat power do we have available right now? The staff officer beside him immediately replied after hearing this, Commander, excluding civilian and logistical staff, there are only about 8,000 people left who can still go to the front lines. Even the cannons were reduced to only 24, and more than 40 light and heavy machine guns had been destroyed. Now, frontline machine gunners are hesitant to provide fire support easily. After hearing these figures, the commander of the 1st Division was heartbroken. Half of his division's heavy weapons were gone. But before he could even grieve for long, The enemy at the front opened fire. The attack began with 3 minutes of mortar bombardment. His trenches were shallow and offered little protection against small howitzer and mortar attacks. The only solution now is to have people temporarily hold the line. When the enemy fires artillery, they take cover. When the enemy advances, they raise their guns to stop them. At the command post of the 3rd Division of the Defense Army, Wang Kuan stood in front of the sand table, deep in thought. Wang Hu entered and said, "Commander, the shelling has already begun on the Nanjiang side. The artillery over there in Nanjiang is a bit far from us, so we can't hit them from here." Wang Kuan gestured on the sand table for a while, then spoke to everyone in the command room. "Artillery bombardment alone won't work on the Nanjiang side. At most, a dozen or so rounds of bombardment will be enough before the enemy gains experience in evading them. Prepare our combatants so that once the fighting begins in positional battles, they will not conserve ammunition. As long as it can suppress, kill, or wound the enemy, any number of bullets is worthwhile." After finishing speaking, he raised his wrist to check the time and then addressed the crowd. 5 minutes after the order was given, the 2 regiments of Beijiang began their attack. Remember, as I said before, no amount of ammunition is more precious than a soldier's life. "Yes, sir," the commander and the others saluted. 5 minutes later, the defending army began its attack, and smoke billowed across the battlefield, just as the division commander had seen. In positional warfare on the battlefield, the defending army was fully armed, and the individual weapons they were equipped with would be a nightmare for these warlords by today's standards. At a slightly greater distance, use mortars or grenade launchers to strike enemy hiding places. At a slightly closer distance, 1 or more hand grenades will be of little use, whether the enemy is hiding in a trench or a small air raid shelter. The division commander on this side saw that the defending army's various individual tactics were causing heavy casualties among their soldiers, and their positions were being lost every moment. Realizing that if things continued this way, not only would the position be lost, but the number of casualties would also rise sharply, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. If we continue fighting like this, Beijiang town will fall, and most importantly, the number of casualties will be incalculable. Do you think we should abandon the Beijiang position and retreat to the second line of defense in the rear?" The people in the command room thought for a moment, and the operations staff officer stood up and replied, "If we lose our position without authorization, how will we explain it to the commander-in-chief?" After hearing this, the division commander said to him, "If the commander-in-chief wants to hold me accountable, I will take full responsibility. The key is that I can't let my soldiers waste their lives any longer." Everyone was moved after hearing this. Yes, knowing that the position could not be held, yet still desperately trying to fill the gaps with sheer numbers, such warfare is too cruel. To put it bluntly, this war is a matter of life and death for Li Han. What does it have to do with them, these lowly people? Even if they lose, they will at most surrender. I've never heard of the guards or the royal army killing prisoners. When everything is over, they'll just take off their uniforms and go back to their hometowns to farm. After everyone had thought it through, they all stood up and said to the division commander, "Commander, we support a retreat. We can't fight any longer." Seeing the support of the crowd, the division commander smiled and said, "Then notify the troops at the front to await the order to retreat. We can retreat, but we can't withdraw completely. We need to leave some people behind to hold the line. I estimate the time is almost up, then I'll surrender to the defenders." After everyone had discussed it, they began to prepare for their respective retreats. The 1st Division commander thought for a while, and then called the 2nd Division in Nanjiang town. The two discussed it over the phone. The decision was made to execute the division commander's strategy 20 minutes later. 20 minutes later, the Nanjiang town side began an orderly retreat, leaving the defensive open space to be filled by the 1st Brigade. Although this is somewhat unfair to the 1st Brigade, in order to preserve its manpower, it is necessary to sacrifice some personnel. The evacuation is underway in both Nanjiang and Beijiang. The remaining artillery pieces are being evacuated first, followed by the supply train. When the commander of the 1st Division of Beijiang saw that only the personnel on the front line were left, he immediately called the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade and told him the decision made by the division headquarters and staff. He asked him to keep the enemy in suspense for half an hour, and after that time, he would allow the surviving soldiers on the front line to surrender collectively. The brigade commander opposite him was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Commander, I understand your difficulties, and I will follow your instructions." After the two hung up the phone, the division commander and his headquarters also retreated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after 20 minutes, The defending army sensed that the enemy's firepower and personnel were significantly weakening, so they immediately reported this to the command post. Upon hearing the report from the front lines, Wang Kuan immediately arranged for someone to inquire about the situation in Nanjiang town to see if it was the same as here. He already had the answer in his mind. 2 minutes later, news came from Nanjiang, showing the same situation as here. Wang Kuan addressed the crowd. Most of the surviving personnel from the enemy's 1st and 2nd divisions have already retreated. What a clever escape. What a shrewd way to survive. I'd like to know whose idea it was, and see if we can recruit them after the war. After speaking, he gave the order without waiting for anyone to reply. Inform the commanders at the Liangjiang front to reduce their firepower. Since they are the ones who have been abandoned, we don't need to commit any more killings. Wang Kuan walked out of the command post, picked up his binoculars, and looked at the enemy's defensive positions ahead. Sure enough, the enemy's defensive positions were full of holes, and their troops were short of manpower. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The enemy personnel in Liangjiang had long since surrendered, and now only the guards remained, leading the surrendered personnel to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield before him, Wang Kuan sighed. The toughest nut to crack has been cracked. Looking at their watches, they realized that time was running out for them to advance to the next line of defense. We'll set off again tomorrow morning. The soldiers should get a good rest today. Chapter 38, The Warlord Flees. At 6 p.m. on the 17th, the battlefield of Liangjiang had been cleared, and the officers and soldiers of the defense army began to clean themselves up and prepare for dinner. Wang Hu and his officers arrived at the command room to discuss the final battle at Linjiang the following morning. Commander, the enemy in Nanjiang town is still. According to intelligence, they retreated towards Pingan town. Therefore, tomorrow we should focus on Pingan town, concentrate our artillery superiority, and eliminate the forces there as quickly as possible. Wang Kuan nodded and said, then concentrate 277mm and 80mm cannons and 60 large-caliber artillery pieces to hold the line, rendering their artillery useless. The main attacking force on the Diyue town side retained 50 77mm and 80mm artillery pieces and 36 large-caliber cannons as backup in case their remaining artillery. After discussing tomorrow's battle plan, it was getting late, so everyone started arranging shifts and rest. In Linjiang City, Li Hong was furious when he learned that the mission to block the enemy on the Liangjiang battlefield had failed. His 2 elite divisions, which he had emptied his coffers of equipment, had been defeated by the enemy in just half a day. This was a complete waste of his money. If he had known the outcome would be like this, he would have sold the equipment and used the money to go abroad and have a good time, or he could have just surrendered a few days ago. Now, he has nothing left. He wants to surrender to the royal power, but he has no means to do so. He can only watch as the other side delivers the final blow tomorrow. Hoping that the second line of defense could hold off the king was less desirable than hoping that the king would suddenly die. The elite division's first line of defense had failed to stop them, and he now understood the despair that Zhang Bolin had felt back then. Even by nightfall, Li Hong had no good solutions, but he couldn't bring himself to commit suicide like Zhang Bolin. With several beautiful concubines in his household, he hadn't had enough of this extravagant and decadent life. So how could he possibly commit suicide with a gun? After much deliberation, he went into the secret room and rummaged through his last treasures, finding only a dozen or so small yellow croakers and some ancient paintings and scrolls. He then roughly calculated that these combined silver dollars would amount to only tens of thousands of silver dollars in total, enough to live on for the rest of his life, but supporting these concubines would still be a bit tight. After leaving the secret room, he summoned his concubines and asked them which of them was willing to go with him. He gave those who were unwilling 500 silver dollars, and from then on, they would go their separate ways. In the end, 2 people were willing to go with him, and 2 people took the money and left. Seeing this, Li Hong breathed a sigh of relief. It was for the best. If they all followed him, he wouldn't have enough money. And so, Li Hong began to quietly pack his valuables, preparing to flee. Before fleeing, this man sent a telegram to several men at the front, instructing them to resist as much as possible the next day, and to surrender if necessary. He would stand guard in Linjiang City until the very end. Around 8 p.m., Li Hong, accompanied by his guards, quietly slipped out of the city gate and headed north. Meanwhile, on Wang Chen's side in Hangzhou, he was extremely nervous after Wang Kuan sent out his troops yesterday. However, when the guard arrived at the location, they did not launch an attack, but instead blocked the 2 directions to the north and west. He later learned that the guards would deal with Li Hong first, and then turned their attention to him, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Wang Chun immediately contacted the Kingdom of Sunset and requested that they send troops to support him. However, the Japanese only has 2 divisions in Yunnan province, and they're still in Kunming. The second batch of local soldiers has not yet set off. Therefore, they're only willing to provide him with a portion of the weapons and equipment, and they can allow him to buy on credit. However, if one wants to buy on credit, the taxes collected in Hangzhou and the local taxes under its jurisdiction must be used as collateral. Now that things have come to this point, Wang Chun doesn't care about anything else. As long as there is support, whether it's people or weapons, he is willing to pay any price. Once these warlords have gained absolute power, they're unlikely to give it up easily. They will bet everything on it. After the agreement was reached yesterday, the Sunset Country promised, "Your Majesty, you requested a rather large quantity of weapons. But don't worry, we'll deliver it to you tomorrow night." Wang Chun no longer cares where they get their weapons from, as long as they are delivered to him on time. 50 artillery pieces, 200 machine guns, and several thousand grenades, plus the heavy weapons of his first division, totaling more than 70 artillery pieces. Although their caliber and range were inferior to those of the defense army, this was his last line of defense. He now only hopes that Li Hong can hold on for a little longer to buy him some time. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 18th, the guards began to eat breakfast. Wang Kuan also got up and washed up, and then he and Wang Hu and the others came to the logistics department to have breakfast with the soldiers. Ever since Wang Kuan took over the garrison, this unit has always eaten meat. During military campaigns, there was an unlimited supply of canned meat and various fruits. Half an hour later, everyone began to pack their equipment and set off with the vehicle. It was a 2-hour drive from Dayue Town and Ping'an Town, or half an hour if the roads were in good condition. Therefore, such road conditions caused Wang Kuan a great headache. He vowed that once he occupied Yunnan province, he would build roads to connect every city and county, making it much more convenient to travel by car or on foot. After a bumpy ride, they arrived at a point 5 kilometers from the enemy's defensive line. The artillery of the defending forces on both sides began to set up heavy artillery positions, and 3 kilometers further ahead, they began to set up the remaining cannons. After the artillery was in place, the engineers operated special vehicles and began digging infantry trenches. The enemy had already detected the arrival of the defending army. At 1:30 p.m., with the king's order to attack, Dayue Town and Ping'an Town were subjected to fierce artillery fire. As the final battle on the Western Front began, Wang Kuan stood on a hillside far from Ping'an Town, observing the battlefield through binoculars. The enemy who had retreated to this side yesterday had formed the last line of defense with the defending troops here. Because their artillery was still intact, they began bombarding the defending army. Unfortunately, the difference in artillery size between the two sides was too great. One side could only fire 3 or 4 kilometers away, which was far from reaching the defending army's artillery units. Although they could bombard the infantry on the front lines, the effect was less than satisfactory. It was really difficult to suppress a 6-kilometer-long battle line with fewer than 50 cannons. As the defenders' artillery was gradually destroyed, and the defenders were no longer threatened by artillery, the infantry, under the cover of artillery from the rear, began to advance. In reality, the battle had progressed to this point, and the enemy had no will to resist anymore. Whenever the defending army reached a position, the enemy would surrender without even being asked to do so. With the surrender of the enemy in the 2 towns, Wang Kuan arranged for 1057 to immediately go to Linjiang City to take over Linjiang and capture the warlord Li Hong. After the battlefield was cleared, the 104th and 105th regiments rested briefly before heading to the Eastern Front. This is the last battle for Wang Chun of Hangzhou on the Eastern Front. At that time, the southwestern part of Yunnan province will be completely connected, which will greatly enhance the strategic depth and resources for the royal power. Linjiang is now his, and Wang Kuan is preparing to go there to see his new territory. Chapter 39, The Eastern Front begins. At 4 p.m. on October 18th, Wang Kuan and the guards arrived in Linjiang City. Looking at the city walls in front of them, they still retain the characteristics of the feudal dynasty. Due to the modernization efforts of the royal family, the outer walls of the city have been demolished, so seeing the city walls suddenly gives one the illusion of a time warp. After entering the city gate, he headed towards Li Hong's residence. The scene inside the city was just like when he first entered the tea market a few months ago, the same desolate and cold atmosphere. Even the occasional passers-by on the street don't seem as good as the residents of the tea market back then. Strictly speaking, Linjiang used to be much better than the tea market back then. But in just 2 or 3 months, the people here have changed completely. They have been squeezed to the point of being unable to stand up straight by Li Hong's various tax increases. Seeing these scenes, Wang Kuan couldn't help but think of the tea market. If it weren't for his land reform, which involved distributing land to the wealthy and then taking over farmland to the government to provide a wave of benefits to the people, the tea market might never have recovered. Now that the tea market has an industry and businesses are receiving key support, people no longer have to worry about income. However, Linjiang City is currently in a mess, and it needs a sum of money to start its development. Upon arriving at Li Hong's residence, they learned 2 hours earlier that the owner had long since disappeared, most likely having fled. The soldiers had searched the entire residence, but hadn't found a single valuable item. Wang Kuan was also quite disappointed. He was short of money right now, and he didn't care about big or small amounts of money, but Li Hong had taken all the small amounts of money from his house. It was getting late, and Wang Kuan no longer planned to go to the Eastern Front. He led a guard battalion back to the tea market. The 3rd Division will remain in Linjiang temporarily to maintain order and handle prisoners of war. These prisoners are all locals, and their families will be able to collect them later. The next morning around 10 a.m., Wang Kuan had already arrived at the battlefield on the Eastern Front. At this time, the battle had not yet started, and both sides were still in the preparation stage. Wang Kuan recalled Wang Qin's military deployment. This man had arranged 2 divisions at the front line, and a few days ago, the 2 divisions were distributed in 2 counties, guarding the western gate of Hangzhou. However, after the Japanese provided a batch of military supplies the day before yesterday, this person abandoned the defensive route in the northwest and concentrated his 1st and 2nd divisions in the southwest. Because the tea market is located in the southwest of Hangzhou, the defending army could not abandon the vital southwest route and turn to the northwest defense line. More than 30,000 troops were concentrated in Heishui County, intending to ambush the defending army there. Regardless of whether the defending army wanted to or not, this place was indeed a key location that had to be captured. Wang Qin's 2 divisions in Heishui County were armed overnight with equipment from the Sunset Kingdom, totaling 100 artillery pieces, making their heavy firepower quite considerable. The terrain of Heishui County is also advantageous for defense, as it is sandwiched between 2 mountain ranges, which is a certain disadvantage for the defense army's offensive. At this moment, Wang Quan is in command here in Yin County, personally leading 2 support divisions to provide support when the fighting on the front lines becomes intense. At this moment, in the main camp of Yin County, Wang Quan and several staff officers stood in front of a map, discussing the mission of blocking the enemy in Heishui County. Do you think Wang Kuan will attack Heishui County, as we suggest? What if he detours to the northwest and attacks from Hongshui County? Among the advisors, one of them said, General, Wang Kuan of Heishui County had no choice but to fight. No matter how he tries to take a detour, he can't get around the obstruction of Heishui County. After listening, Wang Qin nodded in agreement. I was worried about the strategic importance of Heishui County, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, so Wang Kuan gave up on it. I heard that he was the one who cared most about the casualties of his subordinates. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Kuan was known for his ruthless and domineering style of warfare, but he did it simply to reduce the casualties of his soldiers. Some people in Yunnan province cursed inwardly. In war, people always die. If you're so afraid of your subordinates dying, why don't you just disband the troops? Wang Shan was just saying this to everyone, and he believed that Wang Kuan would definitely not take a detour. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the war in Heishui County began as 250 cannons opened fire, and the battlefield was immediately filled with smoke and flames. The terrain of Heishui County is too suitable for defense. The direction leading to Hangzhou is sandwiched between 2 mountain ranges that are hundreds of meters high. To get through, one can only advance step by step and gradually eliminate the defending troops on both sides. Wang Kuan held a telescope, looking at the terrain ahead, feeling somewhat worried. He could take it, but the casualties from such a victory would break through his defenses. After watching for a while, Wang Kuan thought to himself. He had originally wanted to finish the battle quickly, but now it seemed that he couldn't rush it. He had to use his firepower advantage to wear down the enemy's resistance as much as possible. He then ordered the artillery to bombard for 20 minutes, rest for half an hour, and then continue bombarding for another 20 minutes, until it ended at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Infantry will not attack for the time being. After the order was issued to the troops, the artillerymen were fine and continued to carry out their missions, but the infantrymen were anxious. If they weren't on duty today, it meant they wouldn't earn any military output today. The 20-minute bombing raid almost completely destroyed every inch of the enemy's defensive positions ahead. In those 20 minutes, several defensive positions were completely wiped out by bombs, but the enemy immediately sent reinforcements to fill the gaps. Around 4 p.m., the fourth round of bombing by the defense forces began. Wang Kuan and a group of commanders stood on high ground, looking across the area through binoculars. Before the war, enemy fortifications and vegetation could be seen from afar on the two mountain ridges, but now they have been almost completely bombed and left bare. With this fourth round of bombing, 60,000 shells were fired from 77mm and 80mm howitzers alone, and this was before Wang Kuan even allowed the heavy artillery directly under the 4th Division to participate in the battle. On the enemy's opposite position, the defenders have changed several times. As soon as the defending army's artillery stops bombarding, they immediately send someone to replace them. Some people were stunned by the terrifying firepower, truly stunned, and their defense was now in a really awkward situation. They just bombarded us with artillery, but the troops didn't advance to fight. You could say that the defense was pointless, and they just wasted an afternoon's worth of manpower. At 5 o'clock, Wang Kuan ordered the shelling to end, the frontline troops to be on high alert, and the remaining officers and soldiers to rest. The day's battle was over, and so the bizarre battle ended, with none of the defenders suffering any casualties, while the opposing side certainly suffered many. The scene shifts to the enemy's rear. Wang Kuan has also received news that the bombing has ended, and he feels a great sense of relief. Only knows how he endured those few hours that afternoon. The enemy's defense forces used their superior artillery range to launch 4 rounds of attacks against them. Their own artillery, even at its maximum range, couldn't reach the enemy's frontline positions, leaving them only able to passively endure the bombing. I glanced at the time, guessing the battle damage figure should be out by now. A moment later, the staff officer came in and reported, "General, these are the afternoon's losses for the 1st and 2nd Divisions. Please take a look." Wang Kuan waved his hand and said, "I won't look at it, just read it to me." "Yes, Commander. Since 5 p.m., our 2 frontline divisions have suffered a total of over 4,000 casualties. More than 1,500 people died, and 2,600 were seriously injured. There are only a little over 200 people with minor injuries, but it is estimated that some of the seriously injured will die." After hearing this, Wang Kuan clenched his fists, trembling with anger. He had expected the casualties to be significant, but he hadn't anticipated that there would be so many. He was a little confused at this point, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 40 easily captures Hangzhou City. At 7 p.m., the troops of the Heishui County Defense Army began to rest and maintain their equipment. At this time, the atmosphere in the command room was heated. Everyone was surprised that the enemy's tactical planning was so poor. The defending forces continued their intermittent artillery bombardment. The enemy, like fools, stubbornly defended their positions, unaware of the need to retreat, trading space for casualties. Although the ammunition consumption in that afternoon was the greatest they had ever experienced. However, Commander Wang Kuan once said that their defense force was least afraid of ammunition depletion. This battle can be described as a glorious battle for the artillery, inflicting heavy physical and psychological damage on the enemy. Wang Kuan looked at his smiling subordinates and began to speak. "We will observe whether the enemy changes its strategy tomorrow morning. If not, continue the shelling. Let's see if they have more men or we have more ammunition." After finishing speaking, he discussed tomorrow's tactics with everyone, and then they all went back to rest. The next morning, the scouts returned and reported that the 2 divisions opposite were still holding their positions and showed no signs of retreating. After hearing this, Wang Kuan put aside his reluctance and ordered the bombardment to continue at 10 o'clock. At this time, Wang Kuan was also discussing with his men whether they should withdraw the troops from the front line and change their tactics, but after discussing it back and forth, they could not come up with a good solution. If we lose Heishui County, there will be almost no more terrain favorable for defense. They had no choice but to engage the defenders in a direct confrontation, but considering the defenders' equipment, a head-on battle would be even more difficult for them. Guerrilla warfare doesn't exist in this world yet. Wang Kuan and his team reviewed tactics last night. If they were leading the enemy forces, they would definitely retreat under heavy artillery fire. After withdrawing from Heishui County, the troops were organized into battalions and continuously ambushed the enemy along the way. Even if the enemy had an artillery advantage, it was difficult for them to make use of it. This way, at the very least, some enemies can be eliminated and time can be bought for the rear. If handled properly, it can even put the enemy in a desperate situation. Unfortunately, Wang Kuan was just a minor warlord who achieved his current success through luck and ruthlessness. His subordinates were all former thugs, none of whom had received military training. Just after 10 o'clock, Wang Kuan received news from the front that the defense forces had resumed their artillery bombardment. Wang Kuan cursed angrily, asking, "Damn it, just how many cannons does Wang Kuan have? Doesn't his ammunition cost money? This kind of war is simply outrageous." Upon hearing this, his subordinates were all filled with righteous indignation and shouted in unison, "Wang Kuan has the guts to confront us head-on." "Exactly. If you're so capable, give up shelling, and I'll shoot him dead." Wang Kuan was overwhelmed and shouted, "Enough. If you're so capable, lead your troops to the front lines. What are you yelling about here?" Meanwhile, the defending army of Heishui County was practically on vacation. The infantrymen at the front line were chatting and joking around in groups of a few, and some of them even regretted becoming infantrymen, saying how much better it would have been if they had been artillerymen. "Hey, Air Guzzi, can we switch to artillery? What are you thinking? Being an artilleryman isn't that easy. Can you even read? Can you do arithmetic? Do artillerymen need to know these things? What are you thinking? You can't do math. You don't even know where to hit?" The time came to noon amidst the artillery fire from the surrounding army, and they began to rest and eat. Even the king found the war boring. Apart from the sound of cannons, there was no other sound on the battlefield. It was monotonous, extremely monotonous. Just half an hour before the afternoon shelling, Li Jin suddenly came in and said, "Commander, a few people have come up to the opposite position. They said they wanted to surrender and wanted to meet with you to discuss in detail." After hearing this, Wang Kuan immediately stood up. "Let's go see. This boring war is finally coming to an end." The two arrived at a nearby location and saw several people in khaki military uniforms surrounded by guards. Wang Kuan immediately recognized them as people who had come to negotiate. "Gentlemen, I am Wang Kuan. I don't know who you are." "Hello, Commander Wang. I've long admired your name. I am the Deputy Commander of the 1st Division of Hangzhou. The man next to him is the Deputy Commander of the 2nd Division. The others are guards. On behalf of all officers and soldiers of the two divisions, we have come to negotiate surrender with your army." After the Deputy Division Commander finished speaking, Wang Kuan and his subordinates led a few people to the command room. After both sides were seated, surrender negotiations began. After half an hour of friendly negotiations, these individuals, representing the opposing troops, surrendered unconditionally. It turned out that Wang Kuan in the rear had been preventing them from retreating. The officers and soldiers could not withstand the endless shelling, and a mutiny was beginning to occur. Some grassroots units began to collectively disobey orders, and even looting occurred within their own ranks. The two division commanders then discussed that since Wang Kuan was unjust, they shouldn't blame themselves for being ruthless as well. Thus, the scene described above occurred. They had originally planned to surrender conditionally, but the royal authority refused, demanding either unconditional surrender or their annihilation. The end result is that these high-ranking military officers can retire from the military unscathed. At the same time, Wang Kuan also promised that Hangzhou's family and property would be left untouched, and that they would be allowed to leave with their entire family. As a result, both parties were satisfied with the outcome. They then left, and it was confirmed that the guards would arrive in half an hour to take over the surrendered officers, soldiers, and equipment. At 3:30 p.m., Wang Kuan suddenly received news that the two divisions at the front had surrendered. He thought it was a joke until his subordinates swore an oath to heaven before he believed the news. His eyes glazed over, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen, and he said weakly, temporarily block the news, and summon everyone to a meeting. After his subordinates left, Wang Kuan spat out another mouthful of blood. No one could accept such a situation. The elite division, equipped with everything they owned, surrendered just like that. In 2 days, they failed to eliminate a single enemy, and instead of trying to find a way to defeat them, they surrendered to the enemy. This news was devastating for Wang Kuan. His ambitions and his warlord dreams were all shattered. The group of people behind them arrived at Wang Kuan's room and were shocked to see the blood on the floor. They all stepped forward to offer their condolences and sympathy. Their pillar of support couldn't be harmed. They were still waiting for Wang Kuan's advice. Before Wang Kuan could discuss the matter with the others, a communication soldier came in from outside. "Commander, officers, a large force of the Imperial Guard has been spotted 20 kilometers ahead. Meanwhile, we received a telegram from the front." Despite his weak condition, Wang Kuan quickly picked up the telegram to read it. After reading its contents, his face was filled with complex emotions, and he passed it on to his subordinates. The telegram was sent by the defense forces, and it urged them to surrender. It is said that the royal power guarantees their personal safety, the safety of their families and property, and that after taking over Hangzhou, they will be allowed to move away with their families. After reading the intelligence report, everyone had complex expressions on their faces and looked at Wang Kuan, who was seated above them. At this moment, Wang Kuan recalled his years of warlord life. In the end, it seems like he gained nothing. Besides enjoying a few years of wealth and luxury, he left no other impression. Coming to his senses, Wang Kuan said to the communications soldier, "I telegraphed the defenders and the monarchy, stating my agreement to surrender and hoping they would abide by the terms." After finishing speaking, he addressed his subordinates again. "Go down and order your troops to lay down their weapons, remain in place, and await the arrival of the defense forces." After speaking, he waved for everyone to leave, then continued reminiscing about the past alone. In this way, Wang Kuan and his men easily won the war on the Eastern Front. On October 20th, Wang Kuan easily captured Hangzhou, and the 5-day war came to an end. Chapter 41, Post-War System Rewards. At 5 p.m. on October 20th, 1920, Wang Kuan ended the war on both the eastern and western fronts of the tea market after 5 days, from the start of the campaign to its conclusion. At this moment, the guard were escorting Wang Quan's surrendered soldiers, preparing to head to Hangzhou City. Wang Kuan kept his promise and did not make things difficult for Wang Kuan and his subordinate commanders. He sent people to escort them home so they could pack their belongings and leave Hangzhou. Of course, these people probably don't have much wealth left, especially Wang Kuan. In order to resist the threat of Wang Kuan, he almost emptied his savings during this period. When he met these people, there were several generals who had once held military power and wanted to pledge allegiance to Wang Kuan, but he refused them. These people had previously colluded with Wang Kuan. They colluded with local gentry and wreaked havoc on the people of Hangzhou. It was already an act of great kindness for the king to spare their lives. Their desire to find a job in the guard was simply wishful thinking. If they hadn't surrendered so quickly, we had planned to publicly execute them after the war to leave a good impression on the people of Hangzhou. Hangzhou City is much larger than Chashi and Linjiang City. Hangzhou has more counties and towns under its jurisdiction than the other two cities, so its population is also much larger. The current royal power occupies 3 cities with a total population of approximately 2.7 million, which will provide a considerable amount of manpower for its future economic development and industrial construction. Having been delayed until now, Wang Kuan didn't return to the tea market and instead stayed in Hangzhou. He still had an important matter to attend to. The system had given him another reward. Wang Kuan summoned the system panel in his mind to check the rewards and asked, "System, why is there a reward this time?" The sound of the system's mechanization began. "Host, please note that the system will provide rewards after each city is captured. The reward for each city is the resources from the host's existing equipment or gear." After listening, Wang Kuan asked again, "So what is the reward this time? Please open the system's inventory and check the reward in your mind." After reading this, Wang Kuan thought to himself, "Is this system too lazy to talk? Is this stupid system already annoyed with me?" After complaining, Wang Kuan opened the system's inventory and exclaimed, "Holy crap," when he saw the first reward. How did this thing appear? The first reward was 500 Type 251 infantry armored vehicles, which are the famous half-track infantry transport vehicles from the Third German era. To be honest, Wang Kuan really doesn't want any more vehicles now. The key issue is that he now has nearly 2,000 vehicles across his 4 divisions. When he goes out to fight, his troops are basically all on wheels. Compared to the infantry divisions of the previous German Third Army, they were much more capable. Although each division could not be fully mechanized, they still had to walk much less, which was very helpful in maintaining physical fitness before the battle. Most importantly, they save a lot of travel time. However, with so many vehicles, Wang Kuan felt a pang of heartache every time he bought fuel from the system. Although the price wasn't high, the quantity was just too much. Now, the reward of another 500 vehicles, which are armored vehicles from wealthy families, is just a waste of his current resources. While these 500 armored vehicles certainly made transporting personnel and supplies on the battlefield much easier, their fragile armor meant that if they were hit by a single shell, the entire vehicle would be totaled. Besides, he doesn't have tanks to support him right now. So, these vehicles can only be used as troop carriers for the time being, or perhaps as rapid assault vehicles on the front lines. Fortunately, there is a 12mm machine gun and a 20mm autocannon in front, and a 7mm machine gun in the rear, so the firepower was quite good. Nowadays, it can drive safely as long as the road conditions are not too complicated. Suppressing his thoughts about the armored vehicle, he arrived at the second reward. After seeing the second reward, Wang Kuan's expression returned to normal. His backpack displayed a reward of 10,000 tons of fuel, which was quite a substantial reward. This 10,000 tons of fuel could save him at least several million silver dollars, and it would be enough for his current vehicles to run for more than a year. The third reward is the equipment for 5 infantry divisions, which is pretty good. Although he now has an arms factory, production still takes time. Moreover, all the materials needed cost money, so this saved him tens of millions of silver dollars, which made him extremely happy. Because he was short of money, all the factories in the tea market were operating at half capacity. Although some things can be sold for money, when one's strength is not yet strong, it is best to avoid exposing one's industry. The fourth reward is also quite good. 500 basic industrial talents. This includes various industries, such as metals and arms. These are precisely the talents he urgently needs, as his industry will soon require significant expansion. In the future, a modern education system will be established, and these people can serve as teachers and professors. The last reward is 1,000 tons of staple food, 500 tons of meat, and 1 million cans of meat, which is also quite good. In today's society, staple food is okay, but meat is really scarce. People can barely feed themselves, so there's no room for raising meat and poultry. The vegetables that the guards eat now are specially grown by farmers in the tea market, and this alone costs a lot of money every month. If he were to buy more meat, his royal power would go bankrupt on the spot. Fortunately, the system's inventory time is fixed. The first meat reward from the system, and the meat he bought later, still have some left in his inventory. After seeing these rewards, he had a question. So he asked the system, "System, didn't you say the reward would be the existing resources? But I didn't have armored vehicles or fuel before." "Host, this is a special reward from the system. This is because it's the first time the host has proactively conquered 2 cities. That's why special rewards appear. To get special rewards next time, you must conquer 3 or more cities simultaneously." Wang Kuan understood. The system still felt his development was too slow and was subtly and overtly tempting him. After thinking about it, I decided to forget about it. At its current rate of development, it's not slow at all. Does quantitative change lead to qualitative change? Once he takes over a few more cities, or even conquers Yunnan province, his future development will skyrocket. The next morning, the people of Hangzhou City came out of their homes and cautiously eyed the patrolling soldiers. Unlike Wang Qin's previous soldiers, these men were noticeably taller and stronger, and they wouldn't provoke ordinary people for no reason. There was no arbitrary solicitation or demand for bribes. They simply worked in teams of a few people, each responsible for patrolling a distance of 100 meters. Due to poor communication, Hangzhou is currently unaware that the defender's army is different from those warlords. But the people are also observant. So far, the soldiers in the city have not harassed the people. On the contrary, they would often help people with mobility issues and bring back news from people who went out to the streets or to earn money at noon. The defense forces set up several distribution points within the city specifically to distribute relief food. Although it wasn't much, it solved many people's urgent problems. Within a day, Wang Kuan had almost stabilized the situation in Hangzhou. Chapter 42 People from the Land of Sunset. With things temporarily stable in Hangzhou City, Wang Kuan informed Liu Weimin to expedite the establishment of the Hangzhou government. After Li Jian led the 4th Division to stay behind, Wang Kuan led the rest of the men back to the tea market. Back home, my eldest sister stayed home to take care of the household, while my second sister recently started working. When she learned that a health department had been established in the tea market, she begged Wang Kuan to let her go. Wang Kuan was so pestered that he had no choice but to agree. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of the defense forces, Wang Kuan convened a post-war debriefing meeting to hear everyone's summaries of the war and to continue to learn from the strengths and weaknesses of the victory. The Guardian Army followed an elite force approach, and its numbers were much smaller than those of other warlords and regional governors. Therefore, the monarchy has always emphasized firepower above all else, with tactics secondary. After the meeting summarized the war experience, Wang Dehai, who was in charge of logistics for the defense army, began to report on the consumption of materials and casualties in this war. Commander, colleagues, I will now report on the various data from the post-battle period. In the Western Front War, our army suffered 540 casualties. Of these, 96 died, and the rest sustained minor injuries. In this war on the Western and Eastern fronts, The defending army suffered fewer than 600 casualties, which greatly exceeded pre-war expectations. Before the battle, everyone estimated that Li Hong's army, with its superior equipment, might suffer the greatest casualties since its founding. However, the outcome was unexpected. The enemy on the Eastern Front suffered heavy casualties, with more than 4,000 dead and more than 8,000 wounded. In other words, Wang Qin's reorganized division was almost wiped out, and the rest, apart from the missing, were all taken prisoner. The war on the Western Front was even more absurd. The enemy suffered fewer than 5,000 casualties, and the rest surrendered. The two-front war has once again demonstrated the superiority of firepower. It would have been virtually impossible to achieve such results with light weapons in the past few days. The sheer number of cannons used by the royal family was utterly outrageous and violated the principles of equipment coordination. Even if warlords and foreign powers wanted to equip themselves with the same number of cannons and various heavy weapons for individual soldiers, it would be impossible. If a division were to be equipped with more than 200 howitzers in this manner, the logistical pressure and personnel requirements would be astronomical. Wang Kuan reduced the number of frontline combat personnel, and each division was equipped with several hundred trucks for logistics, which was barely enough to maintain a division of more than 12,000 people. Besides, weapons and equipment cost money. It is only because of the existence of the system that he can buy various equipment at bargain prices, and the system also provides free equipment rewards. Otherwise, even 10 of him wouldn't be able to support his high-powered and unpredictable tactics. This doesn't even include soldiers' pay and bonuses. In every war, the bulk of the money spent is on logistics and ammunition. In this war, nearly 40,000 artillery shells of various types were used. The various types of assault ammunition also number in the millions. If all of these were bought with money, an average warlord could only sustain a few such attacks. The equipment suffered losses of several hundred firearms and more than a dozen cannons of various calibers, which are damaged for various reasons. After reading these reports, Wang Kuan let out a long breath, though his heart trembled slightly. He was shocked even by a mere penny, which shows that waging a wealthy war is simply burning money, and burning gold at that. In his previous life, Wang Kuan saw the military equipment of the United States online. He was envious and drooled over the fact that in every war since World War II, the United States had been well equipped and had superior firepower. Now he is experiencing this joy. In his previous life, he and his friends despised firepower tactics, saying they had no art of war whatsoever. But now he's on the side of firepower. You won't know how good it is until you try it. At the end of the meeting, Wang Kuan put down the written data in his hand and addressed the crowd. The end of this war is only the beginning for us. There's Yunnan province, the whole country, and overseas. There's still many more places in the world waiting for us to rescue them. Therefore, military training cannot be neglected. The reserves also need to be put on the same leash. After leaving the military headquarters, Wang Kuan went to the government office, found Lu Weimin, and discussed the development and construction of the two cities with him. However, Lu Weimin complained that there was no money. Commander, the T market's income now mainly comes from business. However, after deducting the normal expenses of the T market, the remaining money is not enough for the development of the two cities. Don't worry about the money. A large sum of money will arrive in a few days. After hearing Wang Kuan's assurance, Lu Weimin finally came out and stopped urging him. After resting at home for 2 days, Lu Weimin called that afternoon. Commander, a foreigner has come over and says he wants to see you. Wang Kuan was quite puzzled when he heard this, as he didn't seem to have any dealings with foreigners before. He then asked what was wrong, saying he wouldn't see him unless it was important. Commander, he said he was the representative of the Sunset Nation and had important matters to discuss. Then have him come over. Half an hour later, a staff member brought in a foreigner. Hello, Commander Wang. I am Rusk, representative of the Sunset Kingdom. Wang Kuan didn't get up and said directly, What's the matter? Rusk's face darkened, seeing that the royal authority showed him no respect whatsoever. He repeated himself. Your Majesty, I am the representative of the Sunset Kingdom, and I have something to inform you. Wang Kuan was impatient. I know you're from the Sunset Kingdom. Get to the point. Stop with the nonsense. Phew. The foreigner took a few deep breaths, thinking to himself, Let you be arrogant for a moment. Commander Wang, the tax revenue from the Hangzhou region occupied by your side was mortgaged to our country by Wang Chun at that time. So I'm here today to inform you on behalf of our country. We have the right to send people to take over the tax administration of Hangzhou. After listening, Wang Kuan spoke to Rusk. I don't care about what happened before. That's between you and other people. Now, Hangzhou is mine. If you have the guts, then send someone over. After saying that, without waiting for the foreigner's reaction, he ordered the guards to see the guest out. Rusk was so angry he almost swore, but seeing the guards beside him, he wisely swallowed his anger. He was taken outside the mansion and vowed to teach this minor warlord a lesson. No one on this land has ever dared to treat him or his kingdom so disrespectfully. After seeing the foreigners being sent away, Wang Kuan's expression turned serious. No matter how much he looked down on the foreign powers, he was now truly no match for them. Especially for the old powers that are now declining, the key is that their navies are strong, something that he can't do anything about for the time being. After thinking for a while, aside from cursing Wang Chun in his heart, he didn't have any perfect solutions at the moment. Reasoning with the great powers is futile. These descendants of robbers can only be subdued by force, either by force or by eliminating them. Otherwise, they will always act as if they're the most important people in the world. Unable to think of any other ideas, Wang Kuan decided to stop thinking about it altogether and simply meet force with force. Anyone who tries to cause trouble on his turf will be sent straight to meet their god. Wang Kuan has temporarily put this matter aside and is now waiting for news from the two cities. Well, this is about whether he can get a huge sum of money in the shortest amount of time. There's still plenty of easy targets in both cities, just like last time. Any property obtained illegally, whether from landlords or wealthy families who seized others through trickery or coercion, will be confiscated, their property seized, and they will be convicted, all arranged in one go. The next morning, before Wang Kuan could even obtain information on those families, they came to visit him. This whole royal power thing is a mess. They've got everything ready to slaughter the pig. Should they meet him or not? Chapter 43, Zhang Lingrui's Sorrow. That morning, several wealthy men arrived at Wang Kuan's house. These men represented the local gentry of Hangzhou and Linjiang. After everyone was seated, Wang Kuan asked, "May I ask what brings you all here from so far away?" Those below cursed inwardly after hearing this. Does Wang Kuan really not know our purpose? Are you pretending to be ignorant when you know perfectly well? They cursed inwardly, but on their large faces, they wore ingratiating expressions as they spoke. We, representing the remaining families who couldn't attend, congratulated Commander Wang on taking over the two cities. Detailed information about Linjiang and Hangzhou City will be provided later, under the command of the commander. People will become happier and happier. Seeing that these people's flattery was becoming increasingly absurd, Wang Kuan quickly waved his hand to stop them. "Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point or leave." The group looked at each other. "Commander, our entire family celebrates your victory in the war. 3 million silver dollars were specially raised to help the urban development of the two places." Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan instantly perked up. This was someone delivering money to his doorstep. They immediately became enthusiastic, and the atmosphere in the living room instantly became lively. After the group left at noon, Lu Weiman asked, "Commander, are you planning to spare their lives?" Wang Kuan smiled dismissively after hearing this. "Let them go. What are you thinking? Of these families, with a few exceptions, the rest are destined for hell." Lu Weiman was a little puzzled. "You're still accepting their money? Aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation?" Wang Kuan smiled and said to him, "Money delivered to our doorstep is free money. At most, it will only damage our reputation among the landlords and gentry, which I don't care about. Anyway, I have no intention of having any real contact with this social class. As long as we gain the trust and love of the people, other interest groups are insignificant." After these wealthy and powerful representatives left the tea town, the group discussed on the way. "We should be out of danger this time, right? He's already taken all the royal power and money. How could he possibly cause us any trouble? Unless he loses all sense of shame from now on. That's a relief. I can finally get a good night's sleep now." Unfortunately, they didn't understand the mindset of a time traveler. The royal power didn't care about their group at all, and the impressions of the gentry on him were unimportant. Besides, he wanted to establish a powerful new regime, and these old, remnant classes had to be eliminated and suppressed. Now is the time of the fall of the feudal Xia dynasty and the beginning of chaos within its borders. It is also the best opportunity to sweep away all the old forces. While Wang Kuan was preparing to slaughter the sheep, Zhang Lingrui in Yunnan province was gripped by anxiety and panic. In the Zhang residence in Chuncheng, Zhang Lingrui had been filled with regret ever since he learned a few days ago that Linjiang and Hangzhou had been occupied by the Wang Kuan. If he had agreed to send troops to help the two of them resist the royal attack back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Wang Kuan's victory this time not only expanded his territory and power, but also boosted his influence in Yunnan province. Even some people outside the province now know about Wang Kuan's reputation. The key issue is that in Yunnan province now, no one can restrain the royal power anymore, and he will face the threat of the Guard army directly. The army of 120,000 men from 8 divisions in 2 cities was wiped out by 2 newly formed divisions. This shows how terrifying the fighting power of the defending army was. They currently have 4 divisions, while he has only managed to reorganize 8 divisions so far. By that calculation, it's still not enough to fill the gaps in Wang Kuan's teeth. This is why he's been feeling regretful and anxious these past few days. That day, Zhang Lingrui's team returned from the battlefield reconnaissance mission, and the man's face was pale. General, the battle positions on both sides have been surveyed. I have come to report. Tell me the details quickly, Zhang Lingrui urged anxiously. My lord, I simply cannot believe it. A mountain peak could be leveled by half a meter of thickness. Hongzhou's Heishui County once had 2 small mountain ranges, but now only barren land remains. Outside Liangjiang town, which is under the jurisdiction of Linjiang City, there's a river channel about 6 or 7 meters wide. The river course was completely altered by the bombing. General, you didn't see it for yourself. The ground was full of craters. The position was riddled with shell craters, some as large as 6 or 7 meters and others as small as 1 meter. Commander, that's terrifying. I can't believe anyone could survive in such an environment. After saying that, he seemed to have imagined some terrible scene and couldn't help but shiver. After hearing these descriptions, Zhang Lingrui's face also turned pale, and his mind went completely blank. If he were to go to war with the royal power in the future, it was inevitable that one of them would fall. At that time, when the guards fired all their cannons at once, how long could his army hold out? After you finished your reconnaissance, how many cannons do you estimate they have? Zhang Lingrui asked, still unwilling to give up. My lord, the subordinate and his men analyzed. The royal family possessed at least 100 cannons of 70 millimeters or larger. This is the firepower of 2 divisions. Their main force this time consists of 2 newly established divisions. If the other 2 divisions are included, the Royal Guard has at least 200 heavy artillery pieces. After hearing this, Zhang Lingrui gave up hope. His 8 divisions combined only had a little over 100 artillery pieces, all of which were 70 millimeters or smaller. It's not that he doesn't want to equip more cannons. The key is that they are too expensive. Tens of thousands of yuan for 1 cannon is acceptable, but the ammunition is too much. A single round of ammunition for a 70 millimeters cannon costs tens of yuan. His current army doesn't dare to conduct live-fire artillery training too much, otherwise they'd bankrupt him in no time. Those bastards from the Sunset Country aren't so willing to provide weapons and ammunition anymore, probably because they're afraid he might have some ulterior motives. The conditions that were initially agreed upon are now being delayed as much as possible. He had originally hoped that the Sunset Kingdom would help him build a military factory, but now it seems that this is basically out of the question. Zhang Lingrui wants to expand his army, but he doesn't have the money. He's almost used up the first loan from the Sunset Kingdom. As for the landlords and gentry, they're now becoming increasingly alienated from him. Thinking about the various situations and predicaments he is facing now, Zhang Lingrui let out a long sigh. Oh dear, what should I do? Coming to his senses, he immediately gave instructions to his subordinates. Go and rest. Remember, keep all the information you reported today confidential. After his subordinates left, Zhang Lingrui felt as if he had no bones left in his body, and he leaned limply against the sofa. His eyes were unfocused as he stared at the roof. 2 days later, unlike Zhang Lingrui, Wang Kuan was in a great mood. Since accepting money from those people, Wang Kuan has been in a good mood. Who doesn't like money? On this day, the information he had been waiting for finally arrived. The investigators had collected evidence of crimes committed by the wealthy landowners in Linjiang and Hangzhou over the past few days. After reading the documents, Wang Kuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. They are all scoundrels who seize wealth by trickery and plunder, and are rich but heartless. The data was no different from what he had seen at the tea market back then, so he couldn't understand why these people, who were already very wealthy, would still try to seize the assets of ordinary people. After thinking about it, I realized that I was still greedy and insatiable, and I felt a pang of pity and awe in my heart. He then called Wang Hu in Linjiang and Li Jian in Hangzhou, instructing them to search their homes and arrest people according to the list. Forgetting for the moment the document details his numerous crimes, The thought of receiving a large sum of money soon still fills me with a little excitement. Chapter 44: The Decision of the Sunset Kingdom. On October 27th, the defense forces of Hangzhou and Linjiang blocked all major roads, allowing entry but not exit. In response to the people's complaints, the defense army claimed that several ruthless bandits have been discovered in both locations. The road is temporarily closed and will reopen tomorrow. Actually, this is just to catch the fat sheep in the two cities. What if someone on the list suddenly leaves the city during the day? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to arrest them? At 8 p.m., people who hadn't rested were still heading home in Linjiang Street and various towns and counties. Just then, a large number of military vehicles drove in, and people quickly moved aside to the side of the road, looking around and asking for information. Hey, Lally, what do you think the guards are up to tonight? Who knows? Maybe the bandits have been discovered and are being prepared to capture them. At the same time, a similar discussion was taking place in a merchant's house in the city. I saw a family of several people sitting in the study. Sir, you said it's late at night. Why is the guards mobilized in such a large force? Did they catch those bandits they mentioned during the day? Hi, you actually believe that the daytime blockade was for a few bandits? The male homeowner clearly knew something. Why is that? We can't exactly train at night, can we? Okay, stop asking, you'll know tomorrow. This merchant also had business in the tea market and was obviously familiar with the royal family's past. Combined with the actions of the guards today, he also knew what was going to happen tonight. But this has nothing to do with him. He can just quietly watch the show. Besides, those unlucky families who suffer tonight deserve this calamity, since they used to be domineering, ruthless, and arbitrarily killed others. What goes around comes around. Look, now they're starting to settle scores with us. The next day, the people of Linjiang and Hangzhou began to know what had happened the night before. The commotion was so great that it was impossible not to know. People applauded and cheered, releasing all the pent-up resentment they had been holding in. Over the years, countless people have been bullied by these people, and countless families have been broken apart and destroyed, all because of these families. After receiving the tasks from both locations, Wang Kuan urged them to conduct the interrogation. He also took the opportunity to tally up the total amount of assets he confiscated, hoping to use them to benefit the people of both cities. Sunset Country is located west of the European continent and is a typical island nation. In this alternate world, it is also industrially advanced. It boasts advanced technology, and its financial and military strength is among the world's best. On this day, their cabinet ministers gathered at the Prime Minister's residence to discuss the news that had come back from the East a few days earlier. After failing to obtain the desired benefits from a monarchy that day, Russ sent a telegram the next day, relaying the message back home and awaiting the decision of the important figures. After everyone finished chatting, Prime Minister Fosk of the Sunset Country spoke. Gentlemen, let's take advantage of our break today to discuss a small matter. A few days ago, Russ sent back a message. Our interests in one of the East will be harmed. Here is a detailed account of what happened. Please take a look first, and then we can discuss it. After he finished speaking, he passed the documents in his hand down so that everyone could read them one by one. The document refers to the contents of the agreement that Wang Chun and Rust were signing at the time. After reading it, no one was particularly angry. They just showed a little emotion on their faces. First was the Minister of War, who, with a cigar between his fingers, said, Your Excellency Prime Minister, Your Excellency's ministers, we may not care about such a small amount of profit. But that's not a reason for others to deny it either. I remember this minor warlord from the East. He had previously wiped out our representatives there. He's provoking us again. We must teach him a lesson this time. After listening, Prime Minister Fosk nodded and looked at the others. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I agree with the advice of War Secretary Rogers. We don't care about this small amount of profit, but we can't let others embarrass us. Otherwise, how can we lead the world? These are the words of the colonial minister. Yunnan province is actually a colony of the setting sun, and this falls within his sphere of authority. I disagree. You all just want to establish your authority. However, fiscal expenditures must also be taken into account. The Chancellor of the Exchequer said, leaning back in his chair. Then each member of the cabinet offered their suggestions, and the room became noisy. After a long discussion, no one could convince anyone. The number of troops sent and those not sent were basically the same. However, everyone agreed on one thing. The royal power had disregarded the dignity of their Sunset Kingdom, and whether through force or threats, they had to make this warlord bow his head and admit his mistake. Finally, it was the Prime Minister's turn to give his opinion. If he sided with one side, then the matter would be handled according to that side's opinion. Fosk looked at the crowd and understood that both sides had valid points. The ministers who agreed to send troops to teach the kingdom a lesson were all hardliners who felt this was no small matter, as it concerned the kingdom's reputation. If they remain indifferent, how can they guarantee the interests of so many colonies if word gets out? Those who disagree with sending troops believe that the matter can be resolved through pressure and threatening negotiations, without the need for the elaborate process of sending troops to teach a lesson. It should be noted that their troops had to travel by ship from the Western Hemisphere to the Eastern Hemisphere, which required several warships for escort. It takes more than a month to travel between the two places, and the round-trip expenses are considerable. There are also a series of expenses, such as soldiers having to fight after they arrive. It's important to understand that the economies of countries around the world are not doing well right now, especially those countries that have only recently ended wars, which are experiencing high inflation and deficits. There is no extra money to launch a cross-sea war, so some people are vehemently opposed to it. After thinking for a moment, Fosk addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, for the time being, let the two divisions in the eastern Yunnan province, which are responsible for protecting trade, pose a military threat. Then send Russ to negotiate. We must get that warlord to acknowledge that the tax revenue of Hangzhou belongs to us. After discussion, everyone basically agreed with the Prime Minister's opinion. Inform the eastern forces that they should set aside some time to conduct military exercises. If that king is wise, he will step down and apologize to the Sunset Kingdom. In fact, the Prime Minister of the Sunset Country was also quite annoyed. How dare a small warlord provoke them? Did he really think that their global hegemony was just a facade? Even the Great Xia dynasty in the east at that time dared not provoke them. In fact, according to Fosk's own ideas, he also wanted to send troops to conquer them. Unfortunately, half of the cabinet members objected, so this was the only option for now. The royal power was unaware of the discussions taking place in the Sunset Kingdom. Even if he had known, he would have simply dealt with each move as it came. If they were not satisfied, then they could have set up battle formations and fought. At the tea market, Wang Kuan has been busy with work these past few days, trying to finish up all the work that had accumulated in the early stages. The government is still urging him to sign off on many things that require his approval. Now that the territory has expanded, he and several government officials, including Lu Weimin, need to work together to improve the later management system. These past 2 days have been spent waiting for the asset statistics from the two locations to be compiled, while also handling various trivial matters. Chapter 45, Allocating Resources and Stabilizing People's Livelihoods. On November 1st, after 3 days of sorting and counting, the confiscated assets of wealthy gentry in the two places were delivered to Wang Kuan. That morning, in Wang Kuan's study, there were two representatives from the military and the government. They were the personnel responsible for this statistic. Wang Kuan was looking at the documents in his hand, which were the final asset list. The cash seized in the two locations amounted to nearly 10 million silver dollars, along with a total of 400 caddies of gold and antiques worth over 4 million. Their arable land area is enormous, not to mention their commercial assets. A place without active commerce and a stable agricultural base is essentially a dead city. Years of exploitation, coupled with the later oppression by Wang Chun and Li Hong, have made life in the two cities a living hell. In addition, due to the geographical environment, few people who wanted to flee to other places had the ability to do so. Thinking about those things now is useless. Wang Kuan knows in his heart that only by implementing the policies as soon as possible can the passion between the two places be rekindled. He had someone notify Lu Weimin to come over, so they could discuss the allocation of funds to Linjiang and Hangzhou. The main part of the plan was to continue to nationalize farmland and then rent it out to the people for free. Half an hour later, Lu Weimin and several high-ranking government officials arrived. After they sat down, Wang Kuan immediately asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are mainly responsible for people's livelihood. How much funding is needed for the stability and development of these two places?" Lu Weimin and several high-ranking officials bowed their heads and discussed the results of their discussions a few days earlier, then spoke to Wang Kuan. "Commander, we need 7 million yuan. Hangzhou, for million. Linjiang, 3 million. The method used by the commander at the time to stabilize the tea market, after slight modifications, is equally suitable for Linjiang and Hangzhou. After a meeting lasting more than half an hour, Wang Kuan took the initiative to allocate 7 million silver dollars to Lu Weimin and others to develop and stabilize the two cities. However, this time it's slightly different. He doesn't plan to develop industry in these two cities. Instead, He intends to bring in private capital to support and assist them in establishing various light industrial factories. And so, on the second day, in addition to the trial of those wealthy gentry, the royal court also announced various benefits for the two regions. After the news was announced, Wang Kuan's reputation soared in both places. Even he himself did not expect that it would be more popular than the tea market at the time. Although the simple and honest people are not very educated, they can tell who is good to them and who is genuinely helping them. Especially as time went on and more news came from the tea market, they realized just how fortunate their neighboring town truly was. Everyone has food to eat, every family has land to cultivate, and every household has money to spend. Every now and then, there's meat to eat, and only 10% of the harvest is taxed. Various benefits that they never dared to imagine before have already been implemented in the tea market. The reason why the king attaches so much importance to the people's livelihood is because he understands that only with the stability of the rear can he conquer without any future troubles. This is not a game of conquest, nor is it about using the system's capabilities to expand one's territory. He wanted to use his abilities to try to bring this ancient nation back to the top of the world and let the people of the directly administered area live in a prosperous era. If we rely solely on force to achieve unification, what's the difference between us and a dictatorial warlord? 3 days passed, and people began to adapt to their new lives. Linjiang and Hangzhou, thanks to the royal privileges and the boost from the tea market, slowly began to radiate new vitality. The first group of merchants who came to the tea market have started to establish their businesses in Hangzhou and Linjiang, and many other merchants from other places have also come here because of its reputation. Business people also prefer stable and prosperous regions. Now, the mainland is full of foreign conglomerates, which make local businessmen unable to hold their heads high. While the great powers used their military force to spread their businesses throughout the country, they achieved nothing in the southern part of Yunnan province. Indeed, the monarchy, within its sphere of influence, suppressed and harassed the industries of these great powers, supported its own merchants and products, and cultivated a group of capable businessmen as quickly as possible. Competition is not only about military force, but also about the economic and cultural struggle behind it. We should learn from the lessons of our predecessors and strive to establish various soft power strategies in this world as early as possible. On November 5th, Wang Kuan discussed personnel appointments with Lu Weimin in his office. Now everything in Linjiang and Hangzhou is on the right track, and all that's missing is a helmsman to steer the course. Nowadays, Wang Kuan rarely purchases talent from the system for urban governance. Some of the local talents cultivated by the tea market can now be sent out to manage the governance of a city. After they finished discussing the matter, just as the two were about to go out for lunch, Li Shanhe, the head of the intelligence system and a senior intelligence talent, hurriedly came over. "Report. Come in." Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Kuan asked, "Shanhe, is something wrong?" "Commander, it turns out that a high-ranking intelligence agent in Chuncheon received a message concerning the royal power and the guards. The two guards from the Sunset Kingdom in Spring City suddenly ended their leave today and began to prepare for war. Intelligence officers sensed something was amiss and obtained specific information through various means. The incident stemmed from a while ago when a representative from the Sunset Kingdom came to Wang Kuan demanding the tax revenue rights that Wang Chun had promised to Hangzhou, which Wang Kuan had refused at the time. The ruling government of the Sunset Kingdom has now decided to use 2 divisions on their side to carry out military threats, determined to force the royal power to back down and return their rightful interests. Specifically, around noon the day after tomorrow, a military exercise will be held at the border between Yuxi and Hangzhou to simulate a military war to attack Hangzhou. Furthermore, Zhang Lingrui deployed 2 divisions in the south to assist the Sunset Kingdom in its exercises. After hearing this, Wang Kuan couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. "Haha, this is hilarious. If you can't swallow this insult, then you can fight it out." Who is being threatened by this whole military exercise? After Wang Kuan finished speaking, Lu Weimin, with a hint of worry on his face, said to him, "Commander, this matter cannot be taken lightly. After all, it involves a long-established great power. If a conflict were to break out, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us in our current situation." Wang Kuan could understand Lu Weimin's concerns, but Lu was, after all, a government official and did not understand Wang Kuan's current military strength. He still thought that the equipment of the guards was the same as that of the old garrison regiment. If Wang Kuan weren't focusing on building his foundation and not wanting to reveal his strength too early, he might have already unified Yunnan province. leaving Zhang Lingrui with no chance. The fear is that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. No matter how strong we are now, we can't withstand being ganged up on by foreign powers and warlords. So what's a mere exercise? We're not afraid, even if a real fight breaks out. Wang Kuan comforted him for a few moments, and after they had eaten, he and Li Shanhe went to the headquarters to prepare for a military meeting. No matter how much the exercise is underestimated, Wang Kuan still has to respond, otherwise people might really think he's afraid. Chapter 46. Did the exercise turn into war? When Wang Kuan arrived at the headquarters, all the other senior generals, except for Wang Hu and Li Jian, were already there. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wang Kuan said to Li Shanhe, "Minister Li, could you please explain the reason for this meeting?" "Yes, Commander." After Li Shanhe's further explanation, everyone understood the content of the meeting, and their faces were filled with utter speechlessness. Among the generals seated on either side of the conference table, one of them complained. The Sunset Kingdom is really used to being domineering. They even dare to covet Hongzhou's tax revenue. "Commander, I think we should just wipe out those two divisions. Turn his exercise into a death anniversary." As everyone spoke, they all suggested that they should take this opportunity to teach the Sunset Country a lesson and see how arrogant they could be in Yunnan province. Wang Kuan leaned to one side, propped his head up with one hand, and crossed his legs as he watched the crowd's discussion. After thinking for a while, he sat up straight and began to speak. "Okay, listen to me. Wasn't Zhang Lingrui also participating in this lively event? Why don't we take this opportunity to capture his two divisions?" Wang Kuan planned to take down Zhang Lingrui's two divisions first. It would be easy to find an excuse during the exercise. If the Sunset Kingdom's exercise was real, he would also wipe them out. After Wang Kuan finished explaining his decision, all the generals agreed. He then began to make general arrangements. "Zhang Jianhui, your first division is in charge of Zhang Lingrui's troops." "Yes, Commander," the first division guarantees to complete the mission. After that, he instructed the staff officer. After the meeting, Yu informed Li Jian's 4th Division. He was tasked with keeping a close eye on the Sunset Kingdom's military exercises in Hangzhou. If they cross the border and warnings continue, just wipe them out. After everyone had left, Wang Kuan returned to his office to consider the consequences of this arrangement. He didn't care at all if Zhang Lingrui's army was wiped out. He was actually more than happy to see Zhang Lingrui retaliate. As for the Kingdom of Sunset, he wasn't afraid of a conflict. But what he lacked most was time. If the other country were to go to war, he really wouldn't be able to hold out at this point. Although the two countries are far apart and transporting troops is somewhat difficult, as long as it is a land war, he can use piecemeal tactics to inflict heavy losses on the Sunset Country. But what I fear is that their navy could blockade the coastal areas and trap me for several years. Wouldn't that be a complete waste of time? If the system provided him with a fleet now, he would dare to attack their homeland. Unfortunately, he doesn't know when he will have a navy. Seeing all the warships in the system made his mouth water, but he could only look and couldn't meet the conditions for purchasing them yet. In Zhang Lingrui's residence in Chuncheon, he and his subordinates were discussing their rash decision. "Commander, isn't it too risky for us to agree to the Sunset Kingdom's offer this time? In case something goes slightly wrong at that time, I'm afraid our people will be in danger." Wang Kuan is clearly not one to tolerate foreigners' bad habits. Zhang Lingrui listened quietly to his subordinates' concerns, a hint of hesitation on his face, as he couldn't help but recall the events of the past few days. A few days ago, Russ came to him and asked him to cooperate with the Sunset Kingdom's operation. He refused at the time, but when Rust offered him a reward, he was really tempted. After the exercise, regardless of whether the Sunset Country achieved its goal, they would give themselves 50 cannons, 200 machine guns, 3,000 artillery shells, and 200,000 machine gun bullets. It was precisely because of these generous rewards that he agreed. Besides, the Sunset people were leading the charge, so he wasn't too worried. However, this made his subordinates hesitate. What if a conflict broke out with the royal forces? On the 7th day, both the Sunset Kingdoms and Zhang Lingrui's armies had been closely watched by intelligence agents, and their every move was known to the royal family. He arrived in Hangzhou City before noon. Although Li Jian was in charge here, Wang Kuan was still a little worried. At 1 p.m., Wang Kuan and the 4th Division of the Guard arrived at the border, about 4 kilometers from the territory under Yushi's jurisdiction. At this time, the Sunset Army had already arrived at their exercise area. In order to quickly ascertain their movements, a company of scouts was stationed at the border between the two areas, equipped with 3 radio stations. 30 minutes later, a message came over the radio that the Sunset Country's exercise had begun. Speaking of the border area of Yushi, today's exercise by the Sunset Country invited gentlemen and celebrities from Yunnan province, as well as local journalists and their reporters. At this moment, Brigadier General Mike, the person in charge of this exercise, is being interviewed by reporters. General, why would the United States suddenly conduct military exercises? This is a question from a reporter from Beijing. Mike straightened his collar and replied, "Our country, the Sunset Kingdom, is a civilized nation. We have received news that someone in the south of Yunnan province is deliberately sabotaging cooperation between the two regions. Therefore, we are issuing this warning to those with ulterior motives, assuring them that Yunnan province is protected by us and no force can destroy this beautiful relationship." "Okay, thank you for your answer, General," the reporter, clearly a puppet, said gratefully. Next, several reporters from different places asked questions, and Mike answered them one by one. In short, they are here to protect the safety of the people of Yunnan province, and they will strike with thunderous force against anyone or any force that does not abide by their rules. Wearing a mask of hypocrisy for too long might actually make one think of oneself as God. Just after answering these people's questions, the adjutant suddenly rushed over. "General, I think you should take a look at this document," Mike said, somewhat displeased. "Remember, you are an officer of the Great Western Empire. You must remain calm under any circumstances." After speaking, he picked up the document from his adjutant's hand and began to read it. Suddenly, without warning, Mike slammed the documents he was holding to the ground and began to curse. "Fuck, that damn warlord. He dares to threaten us. Damn royal power. I'll teach him a lesson." It turned out to be a message from Wang Kuan's side. Just a few minutes ago, Wang Kuan had his communications officer send a message to the foreigners on the other side. "We inform you that if we determine that your actions during this exercise constitute deliberate provocation, we will retaliate severely. If any of your munitions or personnel enter our territory during this exercise, it will be considered an act of provocation against us." Although Wang Kuan intended to annihilate this army, he opted for a policy of courtesy before resorting to force, lest he be perceived as having won unfairly if the battle were won. Meanwhile, Mike was venting his anger in a fit of rage. He thought to himself, as the supreme rulers of the seas and the rule makers of the world, no one had ever dared to threaten them like this before. After venting his anger, Mike instructed his adjutant, "You should pass the order. 10 minutes after the exercise begins, have the artillery fire a few shells at the opposite side." Then he ordered his warriors to proceed to a location 500 meters within Hangzhou territory. "I'd like to see if that royal power has the guts to retaliate." After listening, the adjutant wanted to persuade Mike to calm down, but was interrupted by a wave of his hand and was told to quickly pass on the message. At the border of Hangzhou, Shi Daong, the company commander of the reconnaissance company of the 4th Division, is hiding here with one platoon, while the other 2 platoons are 4 kilometers to either side of him. The exercise had been going on for several minutes, and they could still hear the gunfire and shouts of soldiers charging. His platoon leader approached him and asked, "Company commander, do you think the foreign devils might come over?" Shi Daong glanced at him and said irritably, "What, you still want them to come?" "Hee, company commander, you've misunderstood. I was just asking." Just as they were chatting, a faint whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. The 2 of them quickly looked up and saw that in just a short while they could see several shells. A few seconds later, several explosions were heard more than 300 meters away from them. Shi Daong immediately instructed the communications officer to send a telegram to the commander and division commander at the rear, reporting that our side had fired several shells. In Hangzhou, after receiving another telegram from the front, Wang Kuan said to Li Jian, "It seems they don't take our warnings seriously." The order was relayed to the reconnaissance company, instructing them to be mindful of safety. Li Jian ordered the artillery to fire 2 volleys of shells at me in 3 minutes. Fight according to the coordinates provided by the intelligence personnel. Li Jian raised his hand in salute and said, "Yes, Commander, I'll make the arrangements right away." Knock knock. 3 minutes passed, and then the sound of artillery firing came from behind the 4th Division. Chapter 47, Kicked a Steel Plate. On November 7th, at the border of Yushi in Hangzhou, just minutes before the king ordered the cannons to be fired, the Sunset Army was on the side. When Mike saw that the artillery had fired several shells into the opposite Hangzhou territory as he had instructed, he said to the artillery commander, "Guda, Wairue Guda, you did a great job." After saying that, he patted the person on the shoulder, indicating that he was doing a good job. After giving the praise, Mike said to his adjutant, 3 minutes later, have the infantry begin to move out as soon as we enter their territory within 500 meters. Then I will have the reporters take photos and then publish these photos together with the contents of the telegrams that the king sent us. I'll make him lose face in front of the whole world and see if he dares to say anything more. Judging from Mike's expression, he still didn't believe that the opposing royal power and his guards would dare to fight back. They think they're the boss on this planet, and anyone who dares to challenge them has long since vanished. For example, the Han's Empire was destroyed by them and their allies in a war that had only ended a few years ago. Could a small warlord be as powerful as the Han's Empire? 3 minutes had passed since the Sunset Kingdom began firing their artillery, and Mike still hadn't seen any shells coming from the other side. He smugly said to his adjutant, "See, dear adjutant, your worries are unnecessary. Would these natives dare to retaliate?" Haha. After saying that, he laughed triumphantly for a while. Well, I can only say he was too complacent. By the time Wang Kuan received news of the shell explosion, 2 minutes had already passed. In addition, there was the time it took him to give instructions to Li Jian and the time Li Jian took to notify the artillery. There were 3 minutes left to prepare, but a total of 6 minutes were wasted. Therefore, when the Royal Artillery fired, it had already been 7 or 8 minutes since the Sunset Kingdom had launched its own. Mike on the other side was clearly celebrating too soon. On the Sunset Army's side, Mike was still incessantly boasting to his adjutant. "Look, almost 7 minutes have passed. The cowardly warlords dared not retaliate. I can now announce that our exercise was a success." Just as Mike was proudly and confidently preparing to head to the forward command post, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, everyone around him fell silent. They all vaguely heard different sounds, and subconsciously, many people looked up at the sky ahead, where dozens or even hundreds of small black dots were approaching. At the same time, the sound grew louder and louder, and the adjutant shouted, "Artillery fire! Protect the general and stay hidden." As these people protected Mike and searched for shelter, shells were already falling on the command post and the infantry encampment ahead. They followed the trajectory of the shells and saw, in an instant, a series of explosions erupted more than 500 meters ahead. They seemed to vaguely see arms and legs flying into the air. After the explosion, Mike and his men were still in shock. Or rather, they couldn't believe what they were seeing, couldn't believe that anyone would actually dare to attack them. Look at the location of the explosion. It's right at Mike's command post, surrounded by infantry encampments, although most of the soldiers are out conducting exercises right now. However, some remaining personnel, as well as a group of staff and civilian personnel in the command headquarters, are estimated to have been mostly reimbursed by now. The exact number of casualties will have to wait for Mike to compile the statistics afterward. Just a dozen seconds after the first round of explosions ended, Mike and the others came to their senses. They immediately ordered their communications officer to notify the troops to take cover. But just then, another round of shelling came. Mike and the others turned pale and could only watch helplessly as the shells fell. The explosions occurred around the command post, indicating that the defense forces were well aware of the camp's layout. Otherwise, why would both rounds target the command post? Luckily, this guy was lucky and didn't stay in the command post. The person in charge would have been meeting their god long ago. After the explosion, Mike, his face grim, roared loudly. "Quickly order the artillery to prepare to return fire. Bombard them hard." "But General, we don't have their units' exact coordinates. Unable to accurately bomb them." The adjutant told Mike that this was something they had never expected the enemy would dare to attack. Without coordinates, fire along the trajectory of their shells. On the border of Hangzhou, after the defense army fired 2 rounds of artillery fire, Wang Kuan sent a telegram to the scouts at the front, instructing them to infiltrate the Sunset Army's territory and observe the specific effects of the artillery fire. But just 5 minutes later, faint explosions could be heard from ahead. Li Jian said to Wang Kuan, "Commander, this could be their counterattack. It's not a possibility, it's definitely their retaliation." After Wang Kuan finished speaking, he gave instructions to Li Jian, sent a telegram to Shi Daong, instructing the reconnaissance personnel to return quickly after completing their mission. 20 minutes later, bombard the enemy camp for 2 minutes. After saying that, she waited quietly for news from Shi Daong. At the border of Fish Creek, near Mike, after seeing 2 rounds of artillery fire, the defenders stopped bombarding and quickly treated the wounded and moved the infantry to their camp. 10 minutes later, most of the personnel in the explosion zone had been moved to the rear, leaving only a large portion of the materials that could not be moved quickly. Mike quietly watched the bustling scene. Not many wounded were rescued. In fact, Most of them were killed instantly by the explosion. There were hardly any minor injuries. Almost everyone was seriously injured. To put it simply, if a cannon with a caliber of 70 millimeters or larger is even slightly close to the point of explosion, you can forget about finding a perfectly intact body. Surviving within its killing range usually means being seriously injured. If you're lucky enough to only suffer minor injuries, you're truly blessed with good fortune. After a while, Mike's adjutant came over with a sorrowful expression and said, "General, our rough estimate is that the shelling from the other side caused more than 600 casualties. We must fight back. We cannot let our soldiers sacrifice themselves in vain." He was now ready to retaliate, but Mike remained silent, only gazing gloomily into the distance. After a while, they discussed how to retaliate, as the enemy had 100 cannons. "We only have about 60 cannons. Can we win? I'm starting to regret the counterattack I ordered earlier. I underestimated the power of royal authority. Now, I understand, without an absolute advantage, we must not escalate the fighting." Unfortunately, he was too late. Wang Kuan was a warlord who always sought revenge. If he hadn't ordered a second round of shelling, there might have been fewer losses. 20 minutes had passed, and the telegram from the scouts at the front had returned. Wang Kuan glanced at it and then asked Li Jian, "Are the reconnaissance company ahead safe?" "Commander, they have all been moved to the safe checkpoints." After hearing Li Jian's confirmation, Wang Kuan immediately instructed him to begin the 2-minute bombardment. In just a few seconds, the sound of artillery fire could be heard from the rear artillery positions. Knock knock. 100 bullets flew toward the Sunset Country's position along a parabolic trajectory. From the very first round of bombardment, the royal power deliberately conserved its strength, allowing only half of the cannons to fire. If Mike knew this, he'd probably run away with a bucket right now. Chapter 48, They ran away with the bucket. The shortest range of the howitzers equipped by the defense forces is about 9 kilometers. At this point, the two sides were only 7 kilometers apart, and these 100 shells would reach their destination in a dozen seconds. Mike was still dealing with the chaos at the camp. Suddenly, there were hundreds more wounded, and the whole camp was in disarray. This was an exercise, so they hadn't brought many medical supplies. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Oh, Chete, artillery fire, artillery fire." God quickly hid. Immediately, those who spotted it quickly found cover, while those who hadn't spotted it were still busy doing nothing. By the time they heard the sound of bullets falling, it was too late for those who hadn't taken cover. Boom, boom. The sound of exploding shells could be heard throughout the entire camp. After one round, before they could even catch their breath, another round came raining down. Everyone, including Mike, was hiding in various hiding places, and everyone was praying to God that the shells wouldn't fall on them. Because this time they were fighting foreigners, Wang Kuan ordered the artillery to fire at maximum rate of fire, so 1,200 shells were fired in 2 minutes. In just 2 short minutes, they felt as if they had experienced hellish torment. Those who were lucky escaped unharmed, while those who were unlucky couldn't even gather enough people together. When the explosion ended, Mike stood up and saw a scene of utter devastation. Their supplies and their artillery had all been hit by the shells. At this point, Mike couldn't care less about being a gentleman. He was in a sorry state and quickly organized the soldiers to retreat. If they didn't leave soon, they would probably all perish in a foreign land. God, he is not yet capable of coming to the east to guide them. Mike found his adjutant and urgently said to him, "Throw away everything except weapons and equipment. We need to travel light and retreat quickly." The adjutant realized that these supplies were a burden, so he saluted and turned to make arrangements. Wang Kuan was unaware that the enemy had already arranged for their troops to retreat, and he was still planning to continue a few more rounds of shelling in 10 minutes. As long as the other side doesn't charge over, he plans to keep shelling and bombarding them to see who suffers greater losses. However, the king clearly overestimated chivalry. The other party had no intention of fighting him to the death. By the time the third round of shells reached the Sunset Army camp, there were few casualties. The troops had already fled. About 5 minutes later, Li Jian suddenly appeared in front of Wang Kuan. "Commander, news has come from the front that the enemy has retreated." Upon hearing Li Jian's report, Wang Kuan stared in disbelief and said, "Holy crap, what happened to chivalry? Why did they just run away?" Li Jian asked the commander, "Should we pursue them or not?" Wang Kuan thought for a moment and decided to stop pursuing it. The order was issued to remain vigilant, in case they were deliberately creating a diversion. As for why the king stopped pursuing, it was mainly because he didn't want to fall out with the great powers. Although he wasn't afraid of falling out, he wanted to delay as much as possible. Once he has his own navy or air force, then he can crush them on this land. Meanwhile, Wang Kuan and Mike had a small battle here, which ended with the defeat of the Sunset Kingdom. However, our commander Zhang Lingrui, is still unaware of this. If he knew, he would immediately send a telegram to the front lines, ordering his 2 divisions to return as soon as possible. As mentioned earlier, Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions also conducted military exercises in the western region near the border of the tea market, in order to bolster the foreigners' morale. These are Zhang Lingrui's 7th and 8th divisions. The 7th division was formed with the support of the Japanese Empire after the agreement was signed, so this unit is the main force in this operation. About an hour ago, after Zhang Lingrui, the commander of the 7th division, received Mike's message, he began to arrange for his troops to conduct drills. This person is a bit arrogant. Relying on the powerful nations behind him, he sometimes selectively carries out even Zhang Lingrui's orders. His adjutant then said to him, "Commander, shouldn't we discuss this with the 8th Division? After all, this was a joint mission. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the commander-in-chief. What are we supposed to discuss? The 8th Division doesn't come to me to discuss things, but I have to go to him to discuss things. What is he thinking?" After listening, the adjutant continued, "Commander, for this exercise, we'll just go through the motions. Don't take it seriously, and don't provoke the opposing defense forces." The commander of the 7th Division understood his adjutant's concerns. After all, the fighting strength of the defense army was evident to all. But this person is really arrogant. Perhaps he has the support of powerful nations behind him and thinks that the monarchy wouldn't dare to touch them. So he said to the adjutant, "What's there to be afraid of? This time we have the support of the Sunset Kingdom. Do they think their monarchy would dare to touch us? Tell the 8th Division to get them moving as soon as possible. Give the order. The artillery will proceed with their usual training later. Fire towards the opposite border. The world is a vast place, and there are all kinds of people. In this era, there are many who blindly worship foreign powers." The adjutant was still trying to persuade them, but they interrupted him directly. The adjutant had no choice but to go down and send a telegram to the commander of the 8th Division. As the exercise began, the division commander personally directed the artillery to fire shells at the locations he specified. The scene was incredibly lively, filled with the shouts of soldiers during their usual training, the sounds of cannons firing, and the clatter of guns. It was as if they were experiencing a real war. At the headquarters of the 1st Division of the Defense Army, Zhang Jianhui was still waiting for news from the frontline scouts. He planned to find out the enemy's layout and then find an excuse to wipe out Zhang Lingrui's 2 divisions. Their 1st Division hasn't fought a battle for a long time. Last time, they were also defending this place against Zhang Lingrui, and those 3 divisions captured 2 cities. A moment later, the deputy division commander said to the division commander, "Commander, artillery shells from the other side have landed in our territory." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianhui immediately perked up, stood up, and gave the order. "Send me a message saying that Zhang Lingrui's troops shelled our territory. Our 1st Division of the Defense Force was ordered to guard the border of the tea market and face provocations. We will inflict a severe blow on the enemy." After he finished speaking, reconnaissance reports from the front lines came back. Zhang Jianhui then ordered his troops to launch a counterattack according to the previous plan. On the opposite side, the commander of the 7th Division was still smugly praising the artillery for its excellent performance. He turned to his adjutant and said, "See, I didn't intentionally start a war. I'm just trying to embarrass them. What can they do to me?" This person clearly thinks too highly of himself and the great powers behind him. After saying this, looking at the soldiers in his camp with high morale during training, he felt that his order to bombard the enemy was absolutely brilliant. Before they could finish their exclamations, the messenger brought over a telegram containing Zhang Jianhui's earlier denouncing document. Before he could finish reading, an explosion rang out from the position. He was stunned by the sudden bombing and couldn't understand why the defense forces were reacting so strongly. It was just a few shells that landed in their no-man's land on the border. Unfortunately, he probably won't have the chance to think about it again. The shelling continued relentlessly, with no sign of stopping, and explosions were rampant in their camp. Many people couldn't even dodge in time and were killed by the bomb. Of course, under the cannons, all beings are equal. This commander of the 7th Division also could not escape the explosion of the shells and died with his confusion. Chapter 49, General Zhang Gets Scammed. On the afternoon of November 7th, after Zhang Jianhui's artillery fire landed in the 70th Division's camp, The sound of the explosions reached the 8th Division, which was 1 kilometer away. At this moment, Zhang Lingrui, the commander of the 8th Division, heard a series of explosions and quickly ordered his men to investigate. But before anyone could leave, the messenger rushed in with a piece of paper. "Commander, this is a telegram just issued by the Defense Army." He quickly grabbed the telegram from the messenger and read its contents. The commander of the 8th Division looked grim and began to curse. Has the 7th Division commander been kicked in the head by a donkey? Why provoke the guards at this time? After cursing, a sliver of hope remained in his heart. What if the situation at the 7th Division wasn't so serious, and perhaps it was just an accident on their part? On the side of the defense force, after the artillery had fired for 5 minutes, Zhang Jianhui began to give instructions to the deputy division commander. The order was given to wait 20 minutes after the shelling began. The infantry began their attack. My goal was to take down the enemy's 7th Division as quickly as possible. After hearing this, the deputy division commander quickly went down to arrange the combat mission. Half an hour later, the soldiers of the 1st Division of the Defense Army on the front line had approached the position of the 7th Division on the opposite side. From afar, one could see smoke billowing and flames burning fiercely on the battlefield. When they were about 600 or 700 meters away from the opposite position, the mortar crew began to prepare a simple artillery position, and the infantry also began to slow down and prepare to set up machine guns. The artillery fire from the defending army stopped, and the surviving soldiers in the 7th Division's position began to get up one by one. They could vaguely see the army on the other side. Commanders at all levels immediately began to organize their soldiers to prepare for resistance. But their division commander had already been killed in the first few rounds of shelling. There was no other way but for the adjutant to take over temporary command. 10 minutes later, the defending troops launched an attack, and the officers and soldiers of the 7th Division were on high alert and began to fire their guns. Infantry fighting broke out between the two sides, but they clearly underestimated the firepower of the defenders. Zhang Jianhui's side was led by the 101st Regiment, which was responsible for the main attack. At this moment, Regiment Commander Luo Daming gave the order. Mortars began suppressing enemy fire. Try to accurately strike enemy machine gun positions. After saying that, he raised his binoculars and looked at the objects for a while, then turned to the 3 battalion commanders beside him and said, "Battalion Commander, you are in charge of the main frontal assault. The 2nd Battalion is responsible for the eastern encirclement, and the 3rd Battalion is responsible for the western encirclement." After saying that, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions each led their men away. At the front lines, gunfire continued from both sides, and even the soldiers lying on the ground could hear the sound of bullets flying overhead. The defending forces had a firepower advantage. The bullets from their light and heavy machine guns were like free ammunition. They just kept coming. On the left and right rear sides of the riflemen, there were more than a dozen machine gun positions on each side, suppressing the opposing soldiers so much that they couldn't raise their heads. Ergo, your machine gun shooting is amazing. In just a short while, you've hit 5 or 6. Ergo is a machine gunner. The one who just spoke was his spotter, and is also a gunner. This is their machine gun team. Well, my machine gun wasn't very accurate. If it were the instructor from back then, his machine gun would have been much more powerful. After he finished speaking, some of them stared intently at the opposite position, occasionally firing their machine guns. He would pull the trigger for about a second, then release it. Once he found a target, he would pull the trigger again for a short time and release it once more. This is what their instructors taught them during training. If you keep holding down the trigger, it will easily damage the machine gun's lifespan, and the suppression effect won't be very good either. The bullets will just fly off somewhere. But looking at the machine gunners of the 7th Division on the other side, although not many have been killed by mortars, those who survived were practically glued to the trigger. They fired a rapid burst of fire, unsure whether it had any effect in suppressing the enemy. As long as they were alive and had enough bullets, they wouldn't let go of the trigger. Here at the rear of the defense force, Zhang Jianhui saw that the enemy's artillery had begun to operate. Although it hadn't caused any immediate damage, it was slowing down the advance. So he ordered the 120mm cannons in the rear to fire, specifically to bombard the enemy's artillery units and suppress their cannon fire. A group of soldiers ahead, armed with mortars and individual grenade launchers, along with the superior firepower of their rifles, had advanced their battle line by 400 meters. Of course, if we advance here, the other side will retreat. The war was dragging on, and the 7th Division was suffering increasing losses. Their adjutant was still waiting for the 8th Division to come to their rescue. Unfortunately, he didn't know that after the 8th Division commander learned of the defense army's attack, the 8th Division hurriedly packed up and fled. This division commander was not as stubborn as the 7th Division commander. They knew that even 2 divisions combined couldn't defeat the enemy, so they couldn't heed their pleas for reinforcements. An hour later, with the 7th Division suffering heavy losses in ammunition and personnel, the adjutant had no choice but to announce the surrender to the defense forces. There was no other way. In less than 2 hours of fighting, their elite 7th Division was almost wiped out. As for Zhang Lingrui's 8th Division, when their division commander led the troops 8 kilometers away from the battlefield, he prepared to let the soldiers stop and rest for a while. The soldiers were hurrying along and were getting a little tired. He then summoned his adjutant. Send a dozen or so fast men to find out what's going on with the 7th Division. After his adjutant left, he pondered how to explain himself to Zhang Lingrui upon returning. Abandoning friendly forces and failing to provide aid was a grave crime in the military. After confirming that Mike had completely escaped with 2 divisions of the Sunset Kingdom, Wang Kuan and his troops cleaned up the battlefield and prepared to withdraw. Half an hour later, he received a telegram from Zhang Jianhui that the defense forces had captured Zhang Lingrui's 7th Division, but the 8th Division, seeing the situation was not good, had fled in advance. The king was not too disappointed. After all, war can't always go according to his wishes. He then sent a telegram to Li Jian, saying that there was no need to worry about the escape of the enemy's 8th Division, as our strategic objective had been achieved, and we did not need to concern ourselves with such minor details. As for Zhang Lingrui, what harm is there in giving him a division? In this minor conflict, the defense force achieved remarkable results, considering that a single division defeated 2 divisions of a long-established foreign power. This is the most boast-worthy achievement on the land of Yanhuang in modern times. If the news gets out, Wang Kuan's fame will experience a dramatic surge. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. It all depends on how he faces them. It was past 7 p.m., and Zhang Lingrui of Chuncheng was comfortably resting on the sofa with his concubine in his arms. Just as the two were about to get intimate, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock. Zhang Lingrui's interest was interrupted, so he said angrily, "Come in." The door was opened from the outside by the guards, and a man entered. It turned out to be his intelligence officer. Zhang Lingrui immediately said unhappily, "What are you doing here so late?" The subordinate, disregarding Zhang Lingrui's attitude, quickly said to Zhang Lingrui, "Commander, something terrible has happened. News has come from the front." After listening to the man's report, Zhang Lingrui felt completely bewildered. His 7th Division was wiped out, and 2 of the Sunset Guys' divisions were also destroyed. He hurriedly lifted the concubine's clothes, stood up, and grabbed the intelligence officer by the collar. "Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me, are you?" The subordinate's face was flushed red, but he still spoke. "My lord, it's true. I wouldn't dare lie to you." Zhang Lingrui let go of her hand, his face pale, looking completely lost and dejected. Even the Kingdom of Sunset, muttering to itself, could fail? That's impossible. How could that be? After a moment of distraction, he waved his hand, signaling the person to leave. She sank into the sofa, still thinking about the news she had just heard. The concubine next to her was quite perceptive. Noticing that Zhang Lingrui was in a bad mood, she quickly slipped back to her room. Chapter 50 fame begins to spread. In Zhang Lingrui's residence in Chuncheng, Zhang Lingrui was currently in a state of anger and fear. He never imagined that a mere exercise by the great powers to demonstrate their threat would cause such great losses. Military conflict aside, he had dealt with Mike before. He was a nationalist who looked down on the locals and had an arrogant attitude. Therefore, Zhang Lingrui was also mentally prepared that if Mike met Wang Kuan, how could there not be some conflict? However, he did not expect that 2 elite infantry divisions of the great powers would be routed by a single division of the royal power. Most importantly, the trouble you caused has resulted in the loss of one of your elite divisions. Although the 7th Division was sometimes disobedient, it was still his unit after all. Zhang Lingrui hated Mike to the core at this moment, and at the same time wished he could kill the 7th Division's dead commander again. He sat blankly on the sofa, wondering if Wang Kuan was his natural nemesis. Otherwise, how could he have survived until today without Wang Kuan provoking him? How much have I already lost? Will I ever dare to provoke royal power again? That night, Wang Kuan stayed in the military camp with the soldiers of the 4th Division. He sent someone to the city to buy some wine and food and summon some of the outstanding soldiers. The group ate and drank in the military camp. In the eyes of the officers and soldiers, Wang Kuan had always been a leader who appeared refined and easygoing. However, during the feast that evening, he deviated from his usual behavior, drinking and eating meat with his generals and soldiers, displaying a different kind of heroic spirit. The next morning, Wang Kuan rubbed his still dizzy head, gave Li Jian a few perfunctory instructions, and then headed to the tea market with the guards. He got home around 11 a.m., which was almost lunchtime. His older sister noticed that he looked pale and smelled of alcohol. She then scolded him a few times, and then personally went to make a hangover soup for Wang Kuan. After lunch, Wang Kuan hurried back to his room to rest. He had no tolerance for alcohol in his previous life, and he was no exception in this life, unable to drink much. Last night, I suddenly wanted to drink, and ended up drinking too much without even realizing it. While Wang Kuan was still fast asleep, news of the military clash that occurred yesterday afternoon quickly spread throughout Yunnan province. The name Wang Kuan, associated with military conflict, quickly spread to other provinces, prompting many to inquire about it or even send people to Yunnan province to investigate. In a typical military conflict, no matter how impressive your victory, it wouldn't have such a significant impact. But this protagonist actually repelled 2 divisions of a major power. Moreover, the fact that this person was able to rise to prominence in Yunnan province under Zhang Lingrui's control speaks volumes about his future prospects. Those talented people in Yunnan province, or those unwilling to be deprived by foreign powers, all wanted to come and submit to the royal authority. In the rental area of Spring City, Rusk and Mike sat facing each other. Rusk's brows were furrowed, and he looked at Mike with hostility. General Mike, I think you need to explain to me what exactly happened yesterday afternoon. Remember, I need you to tell me in detail. After saying that, he stared intently at Mike, waiting to see what he would say. Lu, please believe me, I didn't mean it. The Empire should take note of this warlord named Wang Kuan. After more than 10 minutes, Mike explained the whole story to Rust in detail. After hearing this, Rust's face was filled with a serious expression as he pondered the impact of the rise of monarchy on them. After a while, he looked up at Mike and said, I will send your explanation back to Chongqing as soon as possible. We'll see how the cabinet and the military deal with you then. You'd better watch yourself. Rusk was also aware of the impact of his defeat on the Empire, which had made the internal conflicts within the Empire in recent years even more turbulent. At the same time, the forces of Guizhou and Lingyu provinces also began investigating everything related to the royal power. Because of the power dynamics in these 2 regions, they both harbored ambitions to take control of Yunnan province. However, a new force has suddenly emerged in Yunnan province, forcing them to be cautious. Zhou Haidong of Guizhou province is currently the largest warlord in Guizhou. It was he who forced Zhang Lingrui to deploy 2 infantry divisions on the border between the 2 provinces to guard against him. Due to various reasons, Guizhou province has historically been relatively underdeveloped economically, so Zhou Haidong wanted to expand outwards in an attempt to change the restrictions imposed on him by Guizhou province. He's no match for the north, and even less so for the east. After looking around, he only has a slight advantage in Zhang Lingrui's Yunnan province. When news of Wang Kuan reached him, Zhou Haidong sent people to Yunnan province to investigate. Based on the available information, he felt that Wang Kuan was a big problem. Either he invades Yunnan province and then clashes with Wang Kuan, or Wang Kuan unifies Yunnan province and then invades his territory. Meanwhile, in Lingyu province, Li Wanhe, as the current military governor, is also very wary of the royal power, as the Kingdom of Sunset is behind him. Who knows where Wang Kuan will go next? If his troops head straight for Lingyu, given the strength he has just revealed, the pressure on him will increase dramatically. On the morning of the 9th, Wang Kuan arrived at the headquarters in high spirits. He had slept soundly until this morning, and the aftereffects of drinking too much had completely disappeared. The staff officer from headquarters came over to report on the results of the battle the day before yesterday. Commander, this is information sent by the 1st and 4th divisions. Wang Kuan took the documents from the staff officer. They contained post-war data statistics from the day before yesterday. According to the 1st Division statistics, they eliminated more than 5,000 men from Zhang Lingrui's 7th Division, most of whom were combatants. This is why the 7th Division eventually surrendered. After several rounds of shelling, the 4th Division estimated that max troops would suffer more than 2,000 casualties. At this point, let alone more than 2,000 people. Even if it were just more than 200, if their citizens found out, they would either protest against the government and the military, or the entire nation would demand that the executioner be punished. In this battle, the defense forces fought cautiously. He didn't want to reveal his strength too early, otherwise Mike's 2 divisions might be in prisoner of war camps right now. Wang Kuan also knew that after the events of the day before yesterday, his strength and information would be on the tables of the great powers and warlords. From now on, these people and forces will scrutinize his every move with a magnifying glass. In fact, ever since the expansion of royal power began, he had been suppressing its development, and the guards had never been able to fight freely in the previous wars. Since it was all infighting among their own people, the royal power was unwilling to commit further bloodshed. The defense forces are so well equipped. If they were to unleash their killing spree, how many of the former warlords' officers and soldiers would be left after the war? The greatest enemies of the monarchy and its guards are the world's great powers. It's a bit of a pity that they didn't completely annihilate the 2 divisions of the setting sun. At this moment, in Sunset Fog City, their cabinet has made a decision to draw 4 divisions of troops from the country to go east to attack the monarchy. Prime Minister Fauci concluded by saying, "Gentlemen, this time we're going to wipe out the royal power in one fell swoop." His presence has seriously impacted the interests of our Far East. After the meeting, the military began preparing military supplies, with the departure date set after their Easter holiday. Unfortunately, a sudden public demonstration disrupted their plans. The protests against the opposition party forced them to temporarily halt their military deployment. Their people already resented war, let alone a war that would take them thousands of miles away. The trauma of World War I still haunts them to this day. Thus, the expedition plan was forced to be temporarily shelved. Chapter 51 begins to improve the education system. As time went by, the news of the royal power defeating the Sunset Kingdom spread far and wide. However, it didn't affect his life much. At this time, he obviously didn't know that if it weren't for the public protests in the Sunset Country, he would have faced a war in a little over a month. On this day, Wang Kuan summoned the system in his mind, preparing to make a purchase. The main purpose is to exchange for talent in the education system. Previously, Wang Kuan had always wanted to establish a complete education system, but he was always delayed by various trivial matters. Now that Lu Weimin and others are helping with government affairs, Wang Kuan is able to focus on improving education. The system helped me filter out talents who meet the educational requirements. Host, the screening is complete. Wang Kuan looked at the panel and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so expensive. Does the system offer any discounts?" Based on the number of redemptions, if the number of people is less than 10, a 10% discount will be applied. Maximum discount of 50%. After hearing the price, Wang Kuan felt it was still a bit expensive, but the system could only offer this much of a discount. Each person requires a minimum exchange of 500 silver dollars. After birth, they will also need a monthly salary of over 100 silver dollars. Therefore, he can only exchange for 100 people at the moment. It's not that he can't afford to exchange, but there are still many places where he needs money. The education system in China today is in chaos. This is because educational reforms only began at the end of the previous dynasty, and many educational systems from powerful nations were introduced. This led to different educational methods in different regions. The imperial court itself was not prepared at the time, and the central government still followed the old system of imperial examinations in selecting officials. However, local areas are educated in various Western styles, but the central government does not recognize those who are educated in Western styles. Those who saw the potential for profit then began to open private schools in various places, teaching feudalistic educational knowledge. Even after the fall of the Xia dynasty, the domestic education system remained in a state of chaos. How can a country and nation cultivate talent if it does not have its own unified education system and simply copies others? Over 3 days, Wang Kuan, drawing on his past life's experiences and combining the current era with his own knowledge, compiled a general education system. He arrived at his office that day and summoned his subordinates, both political and military personnel, to discuss how to improve his education system. After everyone finished reading the information provided by Wang Kuan, Lu Weimin said, "Commander, I have no other ideas, but could you please add one suggestion? Students must learn from a young age to be loyal to you, Commander. At the same time, we also need to begin guiding public opinion." After listening to Lu Weimin's suggestion, both sides expressed their enthusiastic agreement. Wang Kuan himself fell in a deep thought. When he formulated this plan, he referred to his experience from his previous life. However, after some suggestions from others, he suddenly realized that the two lives were different and the historical background were even more different. In my previous life, I was born under the red flag, a stable society where there was no need for personality cults. But this life is different. Since coming into this world, I've been thinking from the perspective of my previous life, and governing my territory has also been based on my experience from my previous life. I always feel that no one can be high above me. But now is a time of warlord chaos and foreign colonialism. The Chinese people need a valiant leader to guide them out of this chaotic world. He is needed to lead this ancient nation back to its former glory as the world's best. The road ahead is fraught with difficulties, and we need an ideology to guide our progress and a strong group to accomplish this great rejuvenation. If the education system is improved, it will inevitably trigger a great wave of thought among the people. And at that time, all kinds of ideas will proliferate uncontrollably. If external forces further manipulate the situation, the hard-won stability of life will be disrupted again. Liu Weimin and others saw this point, which is why they made that suggestion. Wang Kuan understood their concerns. If it weren't for his subordinate's subtle reminder, he would have thought that this life was a previous one where the plans and developments were made. At this moment, he thought of a certain era in the West in his previous life, where ideas were rampant and various forces were emerging, leading to unrest among the people in the country, and ultimately the whole country slid into the abyss. To put it simply, before the king unified the Yan Huang people, the entire group, forces, and the common people would be led by him, and the direction he pointed out would be the direction in which everyone would move forward. The meeting lasted half a day, and after minor revisions, the complete education system policy was finalized. This educational program will profoundly influence future generations, and many countries will draw upon it. All the countries and peoples conquered by the monarchy afterward carried out comprehensive reforms of their education in accordance with this program. Starting the following day, with speeches from government officials and the military, heated discussions began in the three cities of Chashi, Linjiang, and Hangzhou. People began to learn that their children could go to school, and for free. All of this was established by their commander-in-chief, Wang Kuan, simply to ensure they would no longer live in ignorance and would have a better future. Each village should establish a primary school as appropriate. Each town must have a middle school, and each county must have at least one higher education institution. Finally, there are universities and vocational colleges. There's no rush for now. We can talk about that after we take over Yunnan province. Elementary school lasts 4 years, and middle school lasts 4 years in total, before finally getting into university. All private schools within the territory were abolished, and every family with school-age children was required to attend school for education and training. There's no energy left to screen for special cases, because in some families these days, children as young as 12 or 13 are already the main breadwinners. If you send his child to school, his family will definitely disagree. So we make a clean cut and he must go to school. As for the lack of labor, there will be corresponding subsidies. This time, Wang Kuan also established 3 military academies, mainly for the Army, Air Force, and Navy. Ordinary schools need to be established step by step, but military academies are a bit special. The Air Force and Navy are not yet equipped with it, but it is believed that the system will provide it soon. Although there are few suitable military cadets at present, from now on, all officers and soldiers in the Army will have to go to military academies for regular training. Combining practical training with theoretical instruction will cultivate a large number of junior officers, and these will be trained quickly, although it will be difficult to cultivate senior generals in this way. But the situation will change in the future. Right now, there are simply no suitable military academy students. Fortunately, during the first conscription, the king appointed a high-ranking general in each unit to conduct ideological education for the officers and soldiers, and literacy had been popularized. Starting in mid-November, people were arranged to build schools in various places, and a grand education campaign was officially launched. However, this is followed by a rapid depletion of funds. There's no way around it. Only the tea market can generate stable tax revenue, while the other 2 regions are still receiving subsidies. That day, Wang Kuan had some free time and began to think about whether he should expand, otherwise his funds would soon run out. However, according to intelligence reports, the towns surrounding him, due to their location within Yunnan province and various other reasons, have never had many powerful or aristocratic families. Moreover, some landlords sold off their property and their entire families fled. Thinking about this, he felt depressed, because when these people ran away, it was as if his money had run away. If these people knew what he was thinking right now, they'd probably want to spit on him. What, are you addicted to fleecing people? These wealthy families, burdened with original sin, had no choice but to flee. If they didn't flee, Would they simply wait for the royal authority to come and confiscate their property and convict them? Chapter 52, The Sudden Border Tragedy. Since mid-November, the educational reforms in Wang Kuan have entered a vigorous phase. By the end of the month, people throughout Yunnan province were filled with envying the happiness of the people in the 3 southwestern cities. You might say that ordinary people in this era are uneducated, but they still understand the importance of learning. Since ancient times, there has been the saying, of all professions, only studying is noble. Their generation may not have had the opportunity to learn to read, but they couldn't let their descendants be treated like servants. So there's a rumor circulating in Yunnan province now. They hope that the royal power could occupy the entire province as soon as possible, and they also wanted to enjoy the same conditions as the 3 cities in the south, where they could eat their fill, dress warmly, and have their children go to school. Regarding the expectations of the people of Yunnan province for him, it can only be said that it is impossible for this year. Now we need to lay a solid foundation for the 3 cities. Otherwise, even if he conquers the entire Yunnan province, he will be the one who suffers. Because without capable civil officials, the people's development and lives will still be miserable. The 3 cities are now his base for training officials, so he would rather develop slowly in the early stages than risk a collapse later on. December has arrived, the last month of the year. Wang Kuan was chatting with his older sister today, and they talked about, "Sister, I reckon there won't be much to do until around the Lunar New Year. I'll accompany you and your second sister to visit the other 2 cities. Now they are as vibrant as the tea market." Upon hearing this, a look of longing flashed across Wang Yushi's face. "Okay, after you finish these few days, let's go visit Linjiang and Hangzhou." Looking at the longing on his elder sister's face, Wang Kuan felt a pang of sadness. Wang Yushi is like a traditional Chinese woman, whose life revolves around taking care of her family. They are content as long as they can take good care of their families. Perhaps they once longed for the scenery outside, but in the end, they couldn't let go of everything at home. These should have been the vibrant years of their youth, but they were born in the wrong era. Ultimately, it was the era that let them down. But sometimes things just get weird. Since the 3 southern cities were occupied by the royal power, the Kanbong dynasty and its masters, which used to rely on smuggling and trading, have gradually declined. At the border between Linjiang and Gongbang, there is a village where the people's clothing looks somewhat inferior to that of the people of Linjiang today. However, the people in this village also belong to the Yanwang ethnic group. It's just that they have lived on this border for generations, and the villagers are reluctant to move to Linjiang. On this day, the villagers went to work in the fields as usual. When they met acquaintances, they greeted each other. Looking at their expressions, although life was hard, they had an optimistic and positive attitude. Just then, the male head of a household went out, carrying farm tools, preparing to go to the fields, when he heard a childish voice behind him. "Dad, remember to catch a snail for Nyonyo when you come back." A loving smile appeared on the man's face. "Okay, Nyonyo, Daddy will get it for you when he gets back this afternoon. Hurry back and go find your mother." After hearing the man's promise, the little girl happily turned around and ran home. Hearing that innocent laughter, the man felt his heart melt. He then shouldered his farm tools and walked towards the fields outside the village. At this moment, not far from this village, an armed force of over 100 people was rushing to their destination, which was this secluded little village. There were about a dozen Westerners in the group, and the rest were short, dark-skinned Kanbang, people who looked like monkeys. "Lord Brooke, there's a village of Yanhuang people just ahead. They're basically isolated from the world. What happens here is little known to the outside world." Upon hearing this, the foreigner named Brooke was very satisfied and spoke to the native of Kanbang in an appreciative tone. "Very good. The information you gathered this time is quite good. I believe you will be the Queen's most loyal servant." The small, dark-skinned native was extremely excited after hearing his master's praise. Why did these people come here? It turns out they came for opium ever since 3 border cities came under royal control. Their smuggling business mainly involved opium smuggling. Due to the strict crackdown by the guards, they lost hundreds of millions of dollars in just a few months. These local Sunset troops and natives discussed whether they could find a remote location within the Yanhuang territory to cultivate opium. This way, they wouldn't be discovered, and it would be easy to sell them directly into the territory of Yanhuang. This village was discovered just then, and these people were heading there to force the villagers to destroy the crops and grow opium for them. 20 minutes later, these people arrived at the village. The villagers, seeing these outsiders with guns, ran back in fear. But then a gunshot rang out from behind, and one person fell to the ground. Before the others could react, a native of Gongbang stepped forward and said, "Anyone who dares to continue running away, I will shoot him dead." Seeing these frightened people, he looked smug. He then ordered his native subordinates to search for people from house to house, including the villagers in the fields, and brought them all back. After everyone in the village was gathered together, the man named Brooke spoke a lot of words in his native tongue, which the locals then translated for the villagers. This means, as mentioned earlier, that the farmers were to be eradicated and opium popped, and that the entire village was to help them plant it. Anyone who disagreed was to die. Food is the lifeblood of people in any era, so how could these people agree to such a demand? The villagers loudly objected. Although Brooke couldn't understand the Yinhuang language, he could tell that these people were against it. He then raised his gun, pointed it at the several agitated old men, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Several gunshots rang out in an instant, and several elderly people were seen lying on the ground, bleeding profusely and seemingly unable to breathe. Several cries rang out from the crowd. "Father, father, wake up!" Upon seeing their loved ones lying dead on the ground, the descendants and relatives of these people were filled with rage and rushed towards Brooke and his group. However, being unarmed, they were no match for their opponents. Then came a series of gunshots, and the villagers were riddled with bleeding bullet holes. The native of Gongbang, seeing these disobedient Yinhuang people, rolled his eyes and then said to the foreigner beside him, "My lord, why don't we just kill them all? We, the people of Konbang, will cultivate it here. Anyway, nobody around here knows about it." The people of Sunset Kingdom's eyes lit up when they heard this. They felt it was a good idea, as it would prevent the news from leaking out. At a command, all 100 men raised their guns and began firing at the villagers in front of them. Men, women, and children alike were all shot multiple times and died instantly. Blood flowed freely. The stench of blood filled the air, a scene straight out of hell. Yet the executioners showed no discomfort whatsoever, as if they were slaughtering hundreds of cattle and sheep. The indigenous chieftain's face was filled with a morbid excitement. For hundreds of years, their Gongbang dynasty had been paying tribute to various dynasties of the Yin and Huang emperors. Now that they have aligned themselves with the great powers, the Chinese people are declining. This is the servility that has been suppressed in their hearts for hundreds of years, which has suddenly erupted, and they have an extreme hatred for the Chinese people. After Brooke saw that there were no survivors, he spoke to the natives. "We'll leave this to you now. We're heading back." The locals quickly assured them they would arrive, and then personally escorted about 10 elderly people out of the village. When he returned, the bodies on the ground had already been piled up. He then ordered people to spread flammable materials on them, preparing to cremate them. What they didn't know was that in the distance, in the tall weeds, there was a person with blood dripping from their mouth, staring intently at them with bloodshot eyes. How to describe those eyes? They were like the eyes of a demon from hell, as if they wanted to remember every face. After seeing the fire raging, the man carefully left. Chapter 53, The Shift in Mindset. In a massacred village on the border of Linjiang City, the only survivor was Nyonyo's father. His land is quite far away, so he usually doesn't come back at noon. When he goes to the fields in the morning, he brings his lunch with him. When the executioners were arresting people all over the village, he happened to be fetching water from a distant river, so he luckily escaped. But when he returned to the fields, he found something was wrong with the village in the distance. The villagers were all gathered in the village, but because of the distance, he couldn't see them very clearly. He hurried back, and just as he was about to reach the village, he heard gunshots. He then quickly and quietly hid to get a closer look. What happened next was what he witnessed. He saw his wife protecting their daughter as she was shot to death, and he also saw his daughter being mercilessly shot even while being protected. At that moment, he wanted to rush out desperately, but his remaining rationality stopped him. Lying in the grass, he seemed to see his daughter's bright eyes, filled with confusion and pain. He seemed to see his daughter calling out to him, as if saying, "Daddy, Nyonyo is in pain, Daddy, where are you?" At this moment, the heart of a man who has lost his lover and daughter has also died. A day later, the surviving man arrived in Linjiang. He looked like he was surrounded by death, except for his eyes, which still had the light of a living person, but they were filled with hatred. His only hope for survival now is to take revenge himself or to witness his enemy's death. The border defense of Linjiang City is currently the responsibility of Wang Hu's 3rd Division. Each regiment is responsible for guarding one direction to protect the army's equipment and combat effectiveness, which is entirely within their capabilities. That afternoon, Wang received a message from his subordinates that a strange-looking man had been kneeling at the entrance of the military camp for half a day, saying he wanted to see the army's commander. It's not that the guards are cold-blooded. Firstly, regardless of the era, military camps are not open to outsiders, let alone those who want to meet with the army's officers. This person is ignorant. Fortunately, it was a military camp of the guards. If it had been in the camp of another warlord, he would have been driven out at best, and might have even lost his life at worst. Wang told the guards to go out and check, and to bring in the strange man as well. 20 minutes later, the strange man, who was also Nyonyo's father, arrived at Wang office with the guards. When Wang asked him what grievances or injustices he had suffered, the man then described in a hoarse voice the tragedy that had occurred in their village the day before. As the man described the scene, Wang and everyone in the office were filled with anger and exuded a murderous aura. These people, who had experienced several wars, were inherently filled with a murderous aura. Under normal circumstances, people can still restrain themselves. Especially when I heard that those people, including a dozen or so foreigners, were all wearing military uniforms. The crowd could no longer contain themselves. Their killing intent blazed out, and they wished they could immediately draw their guns and wreak havoc on the world. After the man finished speaking, Wang immediately stood up and said, "Order. From this moment forward, the entire division shall enter a state of combat readiness." All leave was cancelled, and logistics personnel prepared war supplies. For now, the entire division will be under the temporary leadership of the deputy division commander. I will personally take this brother to the headquarters. Everyone in the office stood up, including the division commander. Immediately, Wang led the guards and drove urgently to the tea market. At the tea market, Wang Kuan promised his sister a trip a couple of days ago, and they're currently making preparations. They plan to leave the tea market tomorrow or the day after and visit 2 other towns. I happened to be home today, and I was chatting with my 2 older sisters. It's been a long time since I've had a proper conversation with them. Just then, the sound of brakes came from outside the mansion. Wang Kuan was still wondering if someone had an emergency, but he didn't hear the phone ring or any of his subordinates come to report. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, my cousin Wang brought in a stranger. The older sister also saw Wang's figure and immediately went out with Wang Kuan to greet him. "Cousin, tiger brother, tiger brother." Following the way the 3 siblings addressed each other, Wang quickly greeted them as well. "Eldest sister, second sister, younger brother." When Wang Kuan heard Wang call him little brother, he knew that Wang had something important to say. Ever since he took control of the military, Wang Kuan had basically addressed him as commander. Wang Kuan then asked the 2 men to sit down and inquired about the purpose of their visit. Wang didn't stand on ceremony and immediately recounted the massacre of the village on the border. As for why he didn't let Nyonyo's father tell the story, he didn't want his husband and father beside him to have to endure the pain and recount it in person once again. Before Wang could finish speaking, Wang Kuan's face was filled with anger, and the murderous intent in his eyes was already radiating outwards. At this moment, this leader, who was peaceful in the eyes of his subjects and a scholar general in the eyes of his soldiers, had a murderous aura that was even stronger than that of the soldiers on the battlefield. Tears streamed down the faces of the 2 older sisters beside her. They never imagined that such a massacre of the village would happen. Everyone in the room was filled with rage, especially after hearing that the man's daughter, who was not yet 3 years old, and the village's toddlers had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Tears and anger could no longer be contained. For the first time in their lives, the 2 older sisters spoke to the king with tears in their eyes. "Brother, you must avenge them. Those people must be torn to pieces." Wang Kuan seemed not to hear anyone's voice. He stood alone at the living room doorway, looking up at the sky. Wang Kuan has always believed that although this era is messed up, at least basic humanity should still exist. Just like his previous wars against those warlords, he was willing to force them to surrender rather than commit more killings. Because he somewhat believed in the existence of gods watching over him, and since he had unexpectedly traveled through time, who knew what might happen to him 100 years later if he had committed too many killings. Just like when he bombarded the Japanese army a while ago, he could have bombarded them continuously, but he didn't. It was because of the memories and habits from his previous life that he instinctively did not want to commit more killings. In his previous life, he had at most killed a fish. Although he holds military power and possesses a system in this life, before today, Wang Kuan was still the ordinary young man from his previous life. Until this moment, upon hearing about the massacre of the village, Wang Kuan was reminded of the calamities his people had suffered in his previous life. He realized that in any world, one person's kindness will not make others lay down their weapons. Looking back on my past thoughts now, they seem ridiculous and utterly hypocritical. If you can't be a hero, then be a tyrant. Killing one person is a crime. Slaughtering 100 is heroic, but killing 1,000,000 is the ultimate hero. At that moment, he made a vow in his heart. From now on, any foreigner whose hands are stained with the blood of the Chinese people will be retaliated against 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Even if he goes to hell in the future, he will make sure that outsiders will never dare to bully the people of Yan and Huang again, and that the world will fear the people of Yan and Huang. As long as we have a breath left, those who offend the Chinese people, no matter how far away, will be punished. At this moment, Wang Kuan's mindset completely changed. Chapter 54 Special Forces First Operation. The news brought by Wang, who deeply stung everyone. He also completely transformed a powerful monarch into a nationalist, much like that art student who failed his college entrance exams in my previous life. In the military camp's conference room, after everyone had arrived, Wang Kuan asked his cousin Wang who to begin recounting the tragedy on the border. As Wang who began his narration, Lu Weimin was the first to break down in tears. Bang! Lu Weimin stood up angrily and slammed his fist on the table. He trembled with rage at Wang Hu's description of the afterimage, then spoke to Wang Kuan in a hoarse voice. Commander, we will make them pay for their crimes with blood, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. After finishing speaking, before Wang Kuan could even open his mouth, he began to recount another piece of history. The first Duke of the Wang Kuan family had rendered meritorious service in supporting the founding emperor, so the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty granted him the title of hereditary duke. Later, when the Kanbong dynasty invaded the border, the descendants of the duke led troops to fight and completely defeated the Kanbong dynasty. Subsequently, the emperor of Great Xia rewarded them handsomely. The duke who then led the troops proposed that he and his family move to Yunnan province to suppress the border for eternity. If it weren't for the decline of the Xia dynasty in modern times and its eventual collapse, the people of the entire Yunnan province would still be under the protection of the duke's mansion. As Lu Weimin finished his narration, Wang Kuan understood why he had told this story. He was afraid that Lu would prioritize the greater good and treat the massacre of the village lightly. He solemnly said to Lu Weimin, "I will definitely retaliate." Today was precisely to discuss military action regarding this matter. After hearing this, Lu Weimin apologized to Wang Kuan. "Commander, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now." Wang Kuan waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down. "I understand. Anyone would have been unable to resist." Wang Kuan began arranging the plan, having already thought it through on his way to the military camp. "Wang Kaihua, how's your special forces training going?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a burly man, nearly 1.8 meters tall, stood up. "Commander, the special forces are ready for combat at any time." "All right, it's your turn to go on stage now." Wang Kuan first planned to divide the special forces into two teams. One team would go to the border village, where those people had already completely occupied the village and planned to stay there permanently. The mission of this special forces team was to capture the Gongbang people alive and kill any who resisted fiercely. Another team of special forces went into Kanbang to gather intelligence on their military deployments along the border. After Wang Kuan finished giving the order, "Let him depart now," Wang Kaihua shouted. "Yes, Commander, the special forces are guaranteed to complete the mission." He then picked up his military cap and strode out of the meeting room. After assigning tasks to the special forces, Wang Kuan began assigning tasks to the regular army. Tian Yongliang, you are now drawing a division from the reserves to form the 5th Division of the Defense Army. With Wang Hailin as the division commander, war preparations must be completed by this time tomorrow. Wang Hailin and Tian Yongliang were both generals that Wang Kuan purchased from the system when he expanded his army some time ago. Currently, among the senior generals under his command, only Wang, who is a local. The reserve system was established in the first place so that the army could be expanded at any time and could be put into battle immediately once the equipment was replaced. Fortunately, he provided the reserves with the same food supplies and war training as the regular army, except for some differences in welfare benefits and weaponry. Even so, the reserve force of the Defense Army now has 4 divisions, and people ask every day whether they are recruiting new soldiers. Right now, the reserves are only needed to maintain the personnel of 4 divisions at any given time. Anything more would be unsustainable. The royal family is almost broke. Anyway, enough of this digression. As Wang Kuan finished speaking, the 2 men stood up and saluted. "Commander, We guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Next, Wang Kuan continued to issue operational orders. The meeting ended half an hour later. The defense forces were transferred back to the 1st Division, and the newly formed 5th Division took over the 1st Division's defensive duties. Zhang Jianwei's 1st Division, Liu Guodong's 2nd Division, and Wang Hu and Li Jian's 2 divisions each drew 1 regiment, totaling 8 regiments and more than 32,000 men to prepare for cross-border operations. Immediately, all units entered a state of combat readiness and are now awaiting news from the Special Forces. On the Special Forces side of the Defense Army, after Wang Kaihua returned to the camp, he summoned the commanders of each team and conveyed Wang Kuan's combat mission. After everyone understood the mission, they went to the playground and sounded the alarm. The entire team quickly began to assemble. 2 minutes later, the 500 Special Forces soldiers had assembled. Wang Kaihua checked the time and nodded in satisfaction. Of these 500 people, more than 100, including Wang Kaihua, were people that Wang Kuan had redeemed from the system. The rest of the people were selected from ordinary soldiers. Together, they formed the 1st Special Forces Brigade of the Defense Army. He glanced at the crowd and began to speak. Soldiers, ever since the commander formed our Special Forces, we train hard and are always ready to fight for the commander and the people. Today, the commander assigned us a military mission. I'm asking you, do you have confidence? As soon as he finished speaking, a unified shout could be heard from below. Yes, yes, yes. At 6 p.m., the 1st and 2nd squadrons had all arrived at the designated location, which was about 800 meters away from the village. At this moment, the captain of the 1st squadron came to the 2nd captain's side and said, "2nd squad leader, according to orders, your 2nd squad is responsible for the east and south sides. We'll be responsible for the west and north sides. Let's split up here." After listening, the 2nd team leader picked up his binoculars and looked at the village ahead. "Okay, let's check the time. We'll start promptly in 20 minutes. After the 2 men checked the time, the 2 squadrons began to make their way towards the surrounding area of the village. Speaking of this, we must mention their equipment. Wang Kuan spent a lot of money to purchase a small amount of advanced individual equipment from the system. It has various equipment such as M21 sniper rifles, Colt A1 pistols, STG-44 assault rifles, and Type 62 binoculars. The system only agreed to sell this equipment because of the small quantity. A kingdom's territory and power are linked to the sophistication of its weaponry. At this moment, all the executioners from back then were still in the village, except for a few missing soldiers from the Sunset Kingdom. They occupied the villagers' houses, ate the villagers' food, and chatted and laughed, completely unaware of the massacre they had committed a few days earlier. 20 minutes later, Special Forces soldiers from all sides began to quietly enter the village, with snipers providing cover from behind. The assault team ahead was responsible for taking out the sentry post personnel. 2 soldiers had silently approached behind the 2 enemy sentries. One of them gestured to his teammate, and the 2 of them pulled out daggers. 3 seconds later, they simultaneously and quickly crossed the 3-meter distance, instantly covering the enemy's mouth with one hand and slitting the enemy's throat with a dagger using the other. Cluck cluck. It sounded like liquid stuck in their throats, coming from the mouths of the 2 enemies, but the sound was very faint. Thus, the sentries on all sides were eliminated. The main force then began to tighten the encirclement until they were less than 100 meters from the enemy's position. The people inside finally noticed the commotion outside and quickly started shouting, "There are enemies! There are enemies!" They picked up their guns and prepared to fire, but before they could even fire, a sniper hundreds of meters away opened fire, severing their hands or arms. In an instant, more than a dozen people were hit. They didn't hear the gunshots, but saw their hands being hit. They were in pain and frightened and completely lost their composure. It just kept rolling around on the ground, making random noises like a monkey. Once the Special Forces outside realized they had been discovered, they launched a full-scale assault. Push forward relentlessly, and when you encounter an enemy who can still raise a gun, coordinate with the snipers behind you to break their hand or arm. Thus, more than 60 people were captured, including 4 soldiers from the Japanese Empire, while the remaining dozen or so continued to resist fiercely inside the house. The on-site commander, the 1st captain, saw that more than 60 people had been captured. He then ordered everyone to throw grenades into the building. The people inside hid in corners or under windows, not showing their heads, and just kept firing their guns randomly. Before they could even fire a few shots, dozens of small black dots flew in from the door and windows, instantly covering the entire ground. These people didn't recognize this small grenade at all, Some even picked it up and examined it closely. Bang, bang, bang. The grenade started exploding. The power of such a close-range explosion, combined with the fact that it was inside a room, made its destructive force unimaginable. 5 minutes later, the battle ended, and the group packed up their equipment and quickly evacuated with the prisoners. The Special Forces soldiers completed their mission with ease, without a single casualty. Chapter 55: Preparations and Deployment. At 7 p.m. on December 6th, the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the Special Forces of the Defense Army had completed their mission and left the border village by vehicle. Rewind 1 hour, and the 3rd Special Forces Squadron had already crossed the border and was heading towards Kanbong and the garrison of the Sunset Kingdom. Because the Sunset Kingdom initially supported warlords Zhang Bolin, Wang Kuan, and Li Hong, coupled with the instigation of the Kanbong dynasty and their covetousness of Yunnan province. Therefore, they deployed 2 of their infantry divisions and 4 auxiliary divisions of the Gongbang, people not far from the border. This reduced the travel time for the 3rd Company. Half an hour later, the 3rd Company could vaguely see the military positions ahead through their binoculars. The company commander gathered his squad leaders and addressed them. "We'll begin now, proceeding stealthily. Stop advancing in 5 minutes and await my command." After listening, the group parted ways, each leading their men to continue their covert advance. When everyone stopped again, the company commander could clearly see the movement of the personnel in the military camp ahead through his binoculars. He checked the time. It was getting dark. He summoned the team leaders to assign tasks. "The current weather conditions are favorable for our stealth movement, but not for our observation." A small team was responsible for military reconnaissance in the east. The 2nd Squad was responsible for military reconnaissance in the middle. The 3rd Squad is responsible for the west side. Meet here in half an hour. After hearing the mission, the 3 of them set off separately to distant locations. 10 minutes later, the 1st Squad was less than 200 meters from the enemy camp. Everyone started to observe and record quietly. 5 minutes later, they had recorded everything they could see. Then the captain ordered everyone to spread out in groups of 3, using him as the center point, within a radius of 300 meters, to prepare to capture someone alive for military interrogation. The other 2 squads, one in the middle and one in the west, made the same choice. 5 minutes later, the prisoners were captured alive, and 1 squad quietly left with them. Based on the confessions of the 2 prisoners and their reconnaissance, the 3rd Company has obtained information on the military deployment and equipment at the Kampong border. They were now preparing to withdraw back to Yunnan province. As for the 2 prisoners, they would naturally be taken back together for further processing, since they were too close to the enemy camp. At 7 p.m., the headquarters in Chaching was brightly lit, and everyone was waiting for news from the special forces at the front. Time passed slowly, and at 7:20, Wang Kaihua rushed in and said to Wang Kuan, "Commander, both special forces teams have completed their missions. We're on our way back now." Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan shouted, "Good job. You did a great job this time. How long until I can come back?" Wang Kaihua glanced at his watch and said to Wang Kuan, "Commander, we estimate you'll arrive in about 2.5 hours." After listening, Wang Kuan addressed the crowd. "We'll wait here for them to come back." At 10 o'clock, the 3 company commanders returned to headquarters. "Commander, we have returned successfully after completing our mission." Wang Kuan quickly stood up, had someone arrange seats for them, and then asked about the specific situation over there. After the group had finished introducing themselves, Wang Kuan had someone summon the village's only survivor. He then went with the others to the prisoners they had brought back. Nyonyo's father arrived at the prisoner camp a few minutes later, and when he saw these faces he would never forget for the rest of his life. Suddenly, as if possessed, it pounced on the executioners, biting and tearing at them to vent its rage. Seeing that he was exhausted, Wang Kuan had him pulled back and said to him, "These people can be handed over to you for disposal after we've used them. Please be patient for now. I can deal with them myself then." After saying that, he arranged for someone to take him back to rest. Wang Kuan ordered the people to be interrogated separately to find out what other enemies they had that he hadn't learned about. Then everyone returned to headquarters and began to discuss how to deal with the enemy on the other side of the border. According to information obtained by special forces, a total of 6 divisions were deployed on the border of the Kanbong dynasty. 2 infantry divisions from the Sunset Kingdom, totaling 30,000 men, and 4 auxiliary divisions from the Kanbong dynasty, totaling 60,000 men. The only ones with any real fighting ability are those from the Sunset Kingdom. The fighting ability of the other 4 divisions is probably not even as good as that of Zhang Lingrui's soldiers. The two infantry divisions of the United States of America each had 36 howitzers of different calibers, more than 230 machine guns, 48 40mm mortars, and 55 small-caliber infantry guns. This firepower could crush other warlords, but against the Guards, it was not even in the same league. Not to mention the equipment of the four Gongbang divisions. Each of them had only a dozen or so howitzers and a few dozen machine guns, and none of them had mortars or infantry guns. The four infantry divisions of the Kongbang dynasty were divided into left and right flanks to protect the two divisions of the Rising Sun Kingdom. The front line, stretching from east to west, is a total length of 15 kilometers and is about 7 kilometers from the border of Yunnan province. The target's defensive line was too long, and the defensive force's artillery fire might not be as effective as expected. They also built some defensive fortifications. Less than a third of the personnel were stationed at the front line, while the rest took turns resting in a military camp 1 kilometer behind the front. The equipment and supplies of the 6 divisions were less than a kilometer away from their positions, not far from the military camp. Due to the roads and geography of Kampong, logistical manpower transportation is extremely difficult, so they always stockpile sufficient supplies. After half an hour of discussion, the generals and operations staff finalized the battle plan. Wang Kuan concluded by saying that all combat units would depart at 3 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Arrive at the combat location on time at 6:30. Maintain secrecy as much as possible before the battle begins. After saying that, he told them to go back and rest. The 1st Division and the 111th Regiment were responsible for the central operations. The 104th and 105th Regiments of the 2nd Division were responsible for the left flank operations, and the 106th and 107th Regiments were responsible for the right flank operations. It carried nearly 500 howitzers and 400 mortars in total. Just towing and loading these weapons and ammunition required more than 800 vehicles. The following morning, the National Defense Army issued a nationwide telegram detailing the tragedy that had occurred 3 days prior, concluding that the National Defense Army would make the perpetrators pay a heavy price. This clear code was like a drop of water falling into a pan of oil, creating a loud and chaotic noise, and it quickly spread to the common people. Most of the people in Yanhuang who knew about it were filled with righteous indignation. A small, foreign land, a dynasty that used to pay tribute every year, dared to slaughter the people of Yan and Huang. This is intolerable. Many people in Yunnan province began to spontaneously march and protest in the Sunset Lease area. But as the old saying goes, the most righteous are often the lowest of the low, and the common people at the bottom of society have a clear sense of right and wrong. Those warlords and regional governors, the elite of the era, were mostly taciturn. Most of the elites of this era were subordinates of warlords. If their masters didn't speak up, which of the servants would dare to step forward? Besides, some people disdain royal power, secretly thinking that it's just a few peasants who have died, so why make a fuss? Wang Kuan didn't care about others' support. He was only looking for a legitimate reason to act. Chapter 56, The Roar of the Cannons. At 5 p.m. on December 7th, the first reply to Wang Kuan's telegram arrived. As the representative of the Sunset Country to the Yellow Emperor, Rusk openly sent a telegram. We, the Sunset Nation, are defenders of civilization. I would never do such a thing. On behalf of the Sunset Kingdom, I hereby warn certain warlords with ulterior motives. Do not slander citizens of other countries. Wang Kuan glanced at it and then casually tossed it aside. He said a lot of things, which were basically just accusing him of slandering good people. Then they warned that if anyone dared to cause trouble, they would take full action to eliminate the enemy. Following the announcement from the Sunset Nation, various powerful nations successively sent telegrams supporting all of the Sunset Nation's rights and interests, believing that some warlords were slandering good people. Furthermore, the warlords who cooperated with these powers also sent telegrams condemning the monarchy, saying that it was deliberately slandering the relationship between the Chinese people and the powers. In just 2 hours, all sorts of demons and monsters came out, and dozens of telegrams condemning the royal power floated across the land of Yanhuang. But the royal power and the guards simply ignored it. They had no time to bother with such trash. It's better to take this time to rest. We need to leave at dawn. It was 3 a.m. on the second day, and the 30,000 combat personnel were all ready, with orders being given. Cars drove out of the military camp gate, some carrying supplies and artillery, others carrying combat soldiers, heading towards the southern border. Who could have imagined that the entire Chinese people and the entire power of the foreign powers would have thought that Wang Kuan had the courage and strength to avenge the dead people. The pitch-black night concealed the movement of the troops, and time passed by minute by minute. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the 30,000-strong army had arrived at the border, and all officers and soldiers began to unload equipment, except for large-caliber artillery, which was deployed within the territory. With small-caliber howitzers positioned 1 kilometer ahead, and 2 artillery positions, this would be the enemy's greatest nightmare. Moreover, in order to annihilate these enemies as much as possible, Wang Kuan took out the 500 infantry armored vehicles that the system had rewarded him with some time ago. This was so that when the enemy fled, the defense forces would have enough mobile firepower to pursue and intercept them. Although the Type 251 armored vehicle cannot compare to a tank, it is fast enough, and its weapons are a nightmare for infantry. Each vehicle has a machine gun at the front and rear, and a 20mm cannon on the roof. Well, as long as you're careful not to get hit by artillery fire or thrown into a vehicle by grenades, other individual weapons won't do much damage to it. These armored vehicles in this era were like those in the age of cold weapons, where heavy cavalry were completely powerless against light infantry. At 5:30, the artillery positions were set up. Then, organized into regiments, the 8 main regiments set off towards their respective target points. The tens of thousands of people were densely packed together, and apart from the rustling sound of their footsteps, there was no other noise. At 6 o'clock, the winter morning was already getting a little bright. Looking down from the air, tens of thousands of soldiers in gray uniforms were spread out over a stretch of more than 10 kilometers. At this moment, they simply tidied up their position and lay down on the ground, waiting for the artillery attack from the rear. Whether it was the arrogance of the Sunset Kingdom or their belief that no one would dare to attack them, they did not set up a single observation post within a radius of several kilometers. Wang Kuan waited at the temporary command post for 6:30, when the Defense Forces' artillery bombardment would begin. Although the fighting on the Sunset Kingdom side was not intense, the soldiers started getting up around 6 a.m. In the military camp, General Skyryl, the highest-ranking officer of these troops, had just arrived a few days earlier to inspect the military situation of the 6 divisions. He was already up and enjoying the breakfast the guards had brought him. For some reason, he had felt uneasy and his eyelids had been twitching ever since he woke up that morning. As the soldiers got up, a chaotic commotion began to rise in the barracks, waking the soldiers on the high observation towers. He habitually looked through the binoculars, and the scene that appeared in the lens instantly cleared his head, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. I rubbed my eyes and looked through the binoculars again. The scene inside was still the same. He immediately scrambled towards the nearby alarm, and instantly the alarm blared throughout the entire camp and the front lines. General Skyryl, who had just finished breakfast, was startled when he heard the alarm sound. He quickly went out and ordered his guards to check the situation. He immediately ordered the communications officer to relay the battle preparations, but it was clearly too late. On Wang Kuan's side, with 3 minutes left before the firing time, they heard the alarm sounding from the opposite position. Wang Kuan smiled and said, "These people only now realize that this is the level of military competence of a long-established military power." After hearing this, the people around also laughed. "This kind of unit, one of our regiments could take on an entire division." "No, you're overestimating them. 1 regiment can take on 2 divisions." 3 minutes had passed. Wang Kuan stood up, grabbed the phone, and gave orders to the artillery command post at the rear. "Time's up, fire." "Yes, Commander." Just as I hung up the phone, I heard thunder behind me. Dozens of shells from 3 directions flew towards the other side in the first volley. These were test-fired shells from the 3 artillery positions. A dozen seconds later, the munitions landed on the opposite position. The observers at the front saw the location of the explosion and immediately transmitted the data back. After a minute of angle and coordinate adjustments, the large-scale bombardment officially began. Behind them, 500 cannons spewed out dazzling flames, causing the ground to tremble as countless shells flew into the air. Meanwhile, the Japanese army was unaware of their opponent and was forced to take cover after being hit by a barrage of artillery fire. When the second volley of shells landed on the position, the commanders at the rear began to realize that they were being ambushed by an unknown enemy. Skyryl also began mobilizing and deploying troops to support the front lines, knowing that a large-scale enemy assault would follow once the shelling ended. The front lines must not be lost, otherwise their unprepared follow-up defenses will be unable to withstand the rout and charge. Tens of thousands of support troops began rushing to the front lines, and various weapons and ammunition were also urgently sent forward with the help of logistics personnel. Although the battle line stretched for more than 10 kilometers, this sudden attack still caused a large number of casualties to the Sunset defense line in the middle. On the central Sunset defense line alone, the defending army concentrated 300 howitzers and more than 200 mortars. On the position, every 10 seconds or so, a volley of shells would land. The soldiers on the scene could only spare a moment to raise their guns and fire a shot, even though they could not see the enemy. After making arrangements and deployments in the rear, Skyryl began to berate the two division commanders. He vowed that if the two men were still alive when the war ended, he would definitely send them to a military court. As he listened to the incessant explosions ahead, Skyryl's face grew increasingly grim. Chapter 57: The Enemy's Probing Counterattack. Wang Kuan raised his high-powered binoculars and looked at the enemy's position. The scene of exploding shells was clearly visible, and sometimes various irregular objects flew into the sky with the explosions. He turned around and said to Zhang Jianhui, who was also holding up a camera, "Jianhui, do you think we can still complete the mission this time using cannons?" Zhang Jianhui put down his binoculars and thought for a while. "Commander, to be honest, this time relying solely on artillery is a bit difficult. We may need to rely primarily on infantry. The enemy's battle lines are not only long, but they can also retreat at any time." Wang Kuan also understood that the enemy's rear was Gongbang, giving them a huge strategic depth advantage. Just as Zhang Jianhui said, this time they would probably have to rely on infantry as the main force. In the early stages, artillery can still be effective, but as the enemy becomes more prepared, their artillery advantage will diminish. However, no matter what, with the addition of mortars, a total of 900 artillery pieces is enough to give the enemy a hard time. Thinking of this, Wang Kuan said to Zhang Jianhui, "It seems this war won't end in just a few hours. Look, their position is no longer as chaotic as it was before." Zhang Jianhui replied that once they realized what was happening, they would show the true colors of an army. "Commander, I suggest we temporarily cease shelling at 7:30. Let the troops rest and have breakfast first. We set off early today, so the soldiers should get some rest." Wang Kuan agreed after hearing this, as he himself was feeling a bit sleepy, let alone the tense soldiers. On the battlefield of the Sunset Kingdom, shells of various calibers rained down from the defending army. Every now and then, the soldiers lying in the trenches would turn over and shake off the dirt. In fact, under large-scale artillery bombardment, as long as you're not unlucky, there's still a good chance of surviving. Here are two soldiers lying in the trench, about 10 meters apart, chatting loudly with each other. "Damn it, when will this shelling end? I've been lying on the ground for over half an hour. Hey Jess, you still have a chance to complain." Some people didn't even have a chance to complain. He was summoned away directly by God. Just like that unlucky guy in front of me. A shell landed right next to him. I bet you never want to encounter something this good in your life. I've never actually seen shell hit a person. You know, Mike, I'm a new recruit. Until today, I had never experienced war. "Oh, Jess, you'd better shut your mouth." "Careful." Before he could finish speaking, a shell landed not far from Jess. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the unfortunate recruit was hit several times by shrapnel. Seeing Jess, who was only a dozen meters away, instantly engulfed by shrapnel and with half his head gone, he was so frightened that he immediately buried his head and trembled all over. He kept uttering a string of words, as if he were cursing God. He cursed as he reached for his gun. Only a rifle could give him a sense of security now. With his head down, he could only reach for the gun by feel. Mike felt like he had touched a gun, so he quickly grabbed it and hugged it tightly, as if he were embracing the whole world. But something feels wrong. Why is the gun still warm? So he turned his head and let out a scream, like a groundhog's cry, followed by a string of fucks. What they had grabbed was an arm that had been severed at the shoulder. Without a doubt, it must have been the unfortunate recruit who wanted to see a real person being hit by a shell. Mike then turned to look at the unfortunate guy, and what he saw made him vomit violently. The commander on the battlefield felt that this would only lead to passive defense and significant personnel losses, so he began to organize a regiment of soldiers to prepare for a counterattack. 5 minutes later, more than 3,000 people spread out over a 4-kilometer stretch and began a tentative charge forward. The guards spotted them, but Wang Kuan, seeing that the area was too large and the number of people was too small, did not order the artillery to bombard the charging enemy, but continued to bombard their positions along the line. Both he and Zhang Jianhui planned to let these people in to fight. As long as they were within the infantry's attack range, the guards' infantry would take action. The soldiers on the position began to raise their guns and aim, as did the 60mm mortars and various light and heavy machine gun positions behind them. Everyone became alert. They thought it was just another artillery show, but they never expected to get a bite to eat. As a veteran soldier and a sniper, Wang Kuan still remembers the first time he fired a shot and witnessed an enemy being blown in the head. He was so nervous and nauseous that he vomited bile. Wang Kuan has now become incredibly calm and collected. Having experienced several battles, he is no longer content with simply sniping ordinary soldiers. He started searching through the scope, even though the enemy was still quite far away. After a while, he locked onto an enemy whose uniform was a different color. Although the rank insignia on the shoulder straps was still unclear, he was definitely a commander, so he slowly waited for them to get closer. David swore he had never fought such a humiliating battle in his life, and that even the Han's Empire back then didn't have such artillery firepower. As a battalion commander, he had to follow his troops in their counterattack against the enemy, moving forward with a hunched back in constant fear, lest the shells fall. I don't know how many times I've cursed the commander in my heart. I can only blame my team for being unlucky. Seeing that they were not far from the enemy's position, he loudly ordered his soldiers to be careful of enemy attacks and to prepare to fire. With the sound of a mortar shell exploding, both sides began firing. Because they were lightly armed and only carried a small number of small-caliber mortars, their firepower was suppressed. Seeing his soldiers getting hit one after another, David ordered the machine gunners to provide suppressive fire. The machine gunners operated their machine guns and fired in the direction where there were more casualties, attempting to shoot down or suppress the enemy's firepower. Although the defending forces had the advantage in firepower and terrain, some were still hit by stray bullets, or if they were unlucky, by mortar fire from the other side. Wang Kuan, through the scope, had clearly identified the enemy he had locked onto, a major with 2 bars and 1 rank. He took a deep breath, then aimed and pulled the trigger. David, commanding the machine gunners and mortar crew, managed to inflict some casualties on the defense forces. After all, they were veterans of World War I. He sensed that the firepower aimed at him had weakened slightly, and he was immediately excited, which meant that his command of the counterattack was effective. This is the perfect time to increase firepower. He then turned and shouted, "Machine gunners, artillerymen, do not cease fire. Increase firepower," and the remaining infantry began to advance. Before he could finish speaking, he felt his heart racing. He had experienced this feeling before, and it almost cost him his life. He quickly rolled over to the side. But in the instant he rolled over, he saw tears welling up in his eyes. This was the last thing Chris saw. He had been shot in the head by Kuan. After seeing the enemy get a headshot, Wang Kuan moved on to his next target. He spotted a gunner in his scope, fired a shot, and moved on to the next target. With the snipers on the defense side, specifically targeting enemy commanders, the counter-offensive fire from the Sunset Kingdom clearly became chaotic. Thus, the soldiers fought blindly without seeing their generals, and the defense forces suffered no major casualties. On the contrary, they are suffering continuous casualties. A regiment of more than 3,000 men has been reduced to only 1,000 after more than half an hour of charging. Human life is sometimes really worthless, especially on the battlefield. Chapter 58, Heavy Losses, Part 1. Back in the Sunset Kingdom, the frontline commander, looking through his binoculars, saw a regiment on the battlefield being utterly routed, unable to even retaliate. With a heavy heart and a gloomy look on his face, he knew that even if the regiment started to retreat now, very few people might return. In the battle zone ahead, the few remaining sergeants saw that the number of soldiers around them was dwindling, and they knew that all their struggles would be in vain. A military unit that loses 2/3 of its strength is essentially doomed. In modern warfare, losing even 1/3 of one's strength is a significant loss. The group began shouting for the soldiers to retreat. However, without the orders of superiors, a retreat can easily turn into a rout. Even if some veterans retreat according to the standards, being mixed in with the crowd can lead to a large-scale rout. The defense force, having experienced war before, were not about to let this opportunity slip by. A battalion of soldiers began to give chase with their guns drawn. They aimed to eliminate as many enemies as possible within a 200-meter radius, and would withdraw once they were more than 200 meters from the position. Because the distance to the other side is only 700 or 800 meters, stray bullets can still be lethal. A retreat turned into a rout. Without cover, those who were retreating were all eager to escape, so who would sacrifice themselves for others? In the end, The Japanese army was defeated, and only a little over 700 people returned to their positions safely and intact. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the king ordered the shelling to cease, allowing the soldiers to rest and have a meal. Some people can withstand not resting, but some artillery pieces also need rest. When everyone arrived at the command post, Wang Kuan asked Zhang Jianwei, "Zhang Jianwei, how many soldiers were killed or wounded on the front lines?" Zhang Jianwei had just received the news and quickly replied, "Commander, in the fighting at the front, we have suffered 140 casualties. More than 60 people died, and the rest were injured, some seriously and some seriously." Wang Kuan muttered to himself about the deaths of more than 60 people. It seems that the soldiers of the great powers are much stronger than the soldiers of the warlords. He himself did not expect that a single enemy counterattack would cause 140 casualties. This was still because his equipment was advanced. The soldiers were on the defensive, and their mood was somewhat heavy. After all, their own men had sacrificed their lives. The reason he gritted his teeth and insisted on equipping each division with so many heavy weapons was to reduce casualties, or even eliminate them altogether. He felt a pang of sadness for a moment, then turned and asked, "How many losses did the enemy suffer in this counterattack?" Sunset military casualties, 2,860. Before the statistics were available, 2,180 people had died. After Zhang Jianwei finished reporting the data, he continued to ask, "Commander, what should we do with the wounded enemy soldiers?" Wang Kuan turned to look at him, smiled, and asked in return, "What do you think?" Seeing the ambiguous smile on Wang Kuan's face, Zhang Jianwei wisely chose to keep quiet. The two then discussed the war and the timing of the next shelling, but the matter of the wounded enemy was left unmentioned. In the past, the monarchy might have acted out of self-interest, saving these people and waiting for their countries to be redeemed in exchange for a little money. But after that day's change of mindset, he stopped caring about the lives of these foreigners. If the enemy on the other side hadn't been able to see him, he might have killed the prisoners. To avoid these people lying on the front lines, rolling around and feeling uncomfortable, which would affect the morale of the soldiers. On the Sunset countryside, the highest-ranking official, Scree, arrived at the front line. After the observer next to him whispered a few words in his ear, he quickly raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. "Fuck, how dare these barbarians do this? They have no humanity whatsoever. They actually let our wounded die." Enraged, he disregarded his noble title and began to hurl insults at the royal family and their associates. He wanted to send someone to deal with the wounded, but seeing the scene, he realized that the other side was doing it on purpose, and sending someone there would only be suicide. Since the start of the war, he has been reporting the situation on the battlefield back home, but he has not yet received a reply and does not know why he has been attacked for no reason. In less than 2 hours since this morning, their noble Sunset soldiers have suffered nearly 4,000 casualties. This was a disgrace in his military career. He had betrayed the trust of the country and the queen. Skr vowed in his heart that if he ever had the chance, he would make these barbarians pay a heavy price many times over. Thinking of this, he turned to his subordinates and gave them instructions. "Go now and inform our auxiliary troops to send 10,000 men from each side to provide support. Since they want to fight, let's keep fighting them. Use these natives to deplete their ammunition and strength." After saying that, he then addressed the commander at the front. "Go and inform our artillery unit. Tell them to launch an artillery barrage against the other side in an hour. I want them to taste the power of cannons too." After that, he took the officers from the command post and began inspecting the positions. After inspecting the positions, he went to the makeshift hospital in the rear to comfort and encourage the wounded soldiers. The commotion of his artillery preparations was discovered by the reconnaissance squad of the guard, who immediately sent a report to Wang Kuan and his men in the rear. Wang Kuan and his men received news from the front that the enemy was preparing artillery positions and could launch an artillery barrage at any time. The closest artillery piece was 4 kilometers away from their troops, which was enough to cover the infantry positions in front. Zhang Jianwei immediately gave the order. Except for the infantry at the front, all other personnel were to retreat 2 kilometers. Wang Kuan did not participate in Zhang Jianwei's deployment. He ordered his men to notify those at the front to try to find out the exact location of their artillery, or at least their approximate location if that was too difficult. 15 minutes later, news came that the exact location could not be determined, but the approximate direction and range could be identified. As the location data was transmitted, Wang Kuan ordered all the artillery pieces in the rear that could fire a range of 8 kilometers to indiscriminately cover the area according to these coordinates. Just then, the enemy's artillery shells came over. The first round consisted of only a dozen or so test shots, some of which landed in the defensive army's positions. Fortunately, there were prior arrangements, so no casualties were caused. After seeing that there were no casualties, Wang Kuan was relieved. As for the loss of some firearms and supplies, that was no big deal. He has factories and systems. He can bomb supplies and equipment at will. A minute later, more than 60 shells flew over, this time with greater accuracy, causing more than a dozen casualties. In other words, as soon as the enemy's shells landed, the defending army's artillery roared into action, firing all of them without even a test. Just bombard that area. It won't be easy for the enemy to hastily move their artillery positions. Wang Kuan picked up the phone and instructed the artillery commander in the rear. Before completely suppressing or destroying the artillery of the Sunset Army, do not worry about the loss of ammunition or the lifespan of the cannons. He wanted to see how many more shots the enemy cannon could fire. Chapter 59 Heavy Losses. Inside the Kanbong Dynasty border, at the Sunset Military Command Post, Scree saw his own cannons begin firing at the opposite side. He quickly notified the front lines to check the effects of the bombing. He himself held a telescope and strained to look at the other side, but the distance was too great and his view was rather blurry. So all we could see was a faint wisp of smoke. As for the specific results of the battle, we'd have to wait for reports from the front. He could only stare blankly, muttering to himself, "Come on, God, there must be good news. Time is running out." He himself knew that once their cannons were exposed, it wouldn't be long before the enemy would know their approximate location and destroy them. If the artillery cannot be moved in time, given the enemy's numbers and caliber, their small number of cannons can withstand several rounds of attacks. Sure enough, before they could even fire their third round of shots, the enemy's shells were already flying over. Standing in the command post, he could see the artillery shells flying in parabolic arcs toward their artillery positions. Boom! Boom! The sound of hundreds of shells exploding was so loud that even 2 kilometers away, Skry could feel the ground shaking beneath his feet. Before he could even process the earth-shattering power, he quickly ordered the artillery to move to a different position and retreat to the rear. In the artillery unit of the Sunset Kingdom in the rear, an observer breathed a sigh of relief, put down the cross around his neck, and silently thanked Jesus. "Hey lad, come over here and lend a hand. We need to urgently relocate our position. Are you waiting for the next round of enemy shelling?" The young man quickly ran over to help, explaining as he went. "Sorry, sir, I'm a believer in humility. I feel that God just blessed me. That's why I prayed and gave thanks in my heart." The sergeant cursed, "Fuck you. I don't care who you are. What time is it now?" "Shete, you idiot, you still have time to pray?" After berating the prayer observer, he turned around and berated his other subordinates. "You trash, haven't you eaten yet? Are you dawdling like this, waiting to be shelled?" After venting his tension for a while, the sergeant finally calmed down. Thus, the artillery and supply personnel of the Sunset Kingdom began to move the cannons and ammunition to the rear by manpower and mules. Braving the enemy's artillery fire every 10 seconds or so, they desperately tried to move, and even then, they were still hit by shells from time to time. It took an hour to move back 2 kilometers, but the cost was devastating, with 48 howitzers lost. More than 500 people were killed or wounded, including the praying gunner, which shows that their lord has no control over this continent in the east. At 11 a.m., both sides ceased firing. Mainly the defense forces stopped shelling on the royal order, since their cannons had been firing. The enemy's artillery hadn't fired more than a few times. Just now, a reconnaissance team behind enemy lines reported that the enemy only had 24 howitzers left. They have already retreated to their rear, so they have no immediate impact on the defense forces. As for their small-caliber mortars and small-caliber infantry guns, Wang Kuan didn't take it seriously yet. He had always looked down on infantry artillery because of its short range and weak power. If its power and range are increased, its effectiveness will not be comparable to that of a howitzer. Therefore, the defense forces were not equipped with infantry guns, but with mortars, they could engage targets at short to medium range. There's also the grenade launcher, which is the king of close-range individual heavy weapons in this era. Furthermore, although the effective firing range of the machine guns on armored vehicles is only 600 or 700 meters, their rate of fire and other aspects can replace small-caliber infantry guns. During the rare quiet time at noon, Skry finally received a telegram from home. When he saw its contents, he was furious. Those idiots are a disgrace to the military. They caused this war for the sake of merchants' profits. After investigation and reporting the battlefield situation to this side, as well as the royal power's telegram yesterday, the Sunset Kingdom confirmed that the enemy on the other side belonged to the royal power, which was entrenched in the southern part of Yunnan province. The text clearly states that some soldiers from the Sunset Kingdom colluded with the Western Yutai people to sell opium to the Yanwan continent. SKRY now wanted nothing more than to kill those people, not for the sake of the villagers who had died, but because he was disgusted that they hadn't cleaned up the mess after the killings. They were discovered, leading to the current war. At the same time, he also deeply resented the Yutai people in his own country, who, for their money, had caused countless casualties among the Japanese soldiers. At the end of the telegram, the Prime Minister, on behalf of the Cabinet and the Queen, would formally send a global telegram announcing war on the monarchy. Of course, that's a story for later. At least for now, no official telegram has been sent. After reading through the 3-page telegram, SKRY fell into deep thought. Thinking to himself, based on domestic analysis, Wang Kuan is an extremely ruthless and powerful man, and it is clear that he cannot get the other side to stop the fire through negotiation and threats. There was no way he could surrender, and the country would not allow soldiers of a great and declining nation to surrender to a warlord in a backward region. Thinking of this, SKRY muttered to himself, "Oh dear, my reputation is completely ruined this time." At the headquarters of the defense force, Wang Kuan glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. He then spoke. Zhang Jianhui launched the shelling precisely at 1 o'clock. Just remember, as long as the enemy doesn't retreat, we won't launch a preemptive attack. Just keep firing the artillery. The infantry just need to defend their positions. Zhang Jianhui stood up. Commander. Then he went out to arrange military operations. Wang Kuan was not in a hurry, nor was he afraid of the enemy retreating or fleeing, as he still had 500 armored vehicles at his disposal. If they were to show any signs of retreat, these 500 armored vehicles would cut off their retreat route. In fact, Wang Kuan knew that his tactical arrangements were flawed. Normally, with the equipment of the defense army, as long as they followed standard infantry-artillery coordination tactics, they could break through the enemy's defenses in one wave. However, this would inevitably result in the sacrifice of too many soldiers, so he preferred to waste ammunition and time in order to slowly wear down the enemy. At 1 o'clock, the defense forces began shelling. By this time, the artillerymen had been rotated twice, as they needed to rest after working in front of the cannons for so long. Anyway, the royal power has a lot of artillery now, and, I must say, the military personnel produced by the system are really good at training technical troops. On SKRY's side, seeing that the enemy's artillery bombardment had begun, he was now considering retreating, which was probably quite difficult. He had figured out that the enemy was using artillery to wear down their manpower. If he retreats, the infantry on the other side will rise up and pursue him. Now he can't escape even if he wants to. He can only turn to his subordinates and yell, "Fuck," to get those damned monkeys ready to charge and counterattack. The subordinates saluted and quickly went out to inform the frontline commander. There were 20,000 Gongbang soldiers stationed at the front lines, who had been ordered to come and help their masters fight the enemy. Some people treated this as an honor, arriving excitedly and overjoyed to report for duty. But when the shelling began at 1 o'clock, they were immediately terrified. The entire Kongbong dynasty didn't have as many cannons as the other side. Some people stood there dumbfounded, not knowing how to dodge, staring blankly at the surrounding positions. Chapter 60: The Role of Cannon Fodder Troops. That morning, following Scree's orders, more than 20,000 people came to the central area to provide support. Before this group of Gongbang people came to this position, they were only the left and right support troops and had never personally experienced the bombardment scene of hundreds of cannons. They thought that once they came to their master's side, all they had to do was stay in their positions and quietly wait for the enemy to come to them. The current situation has made them regret their actions, but it's clearly too late. There's no room for regret now. The scene was incredibly chaotic, like visiting Mount May, where monkeys were running rampant all over the mountainside. Seeing this, the commander of the Sunset Kingdom's position was furious and shouted, ordering his vassal troops to lie down immediately, but the sound of the explosions drowned out his voice. He absolutely hated these idiots and couldn't hold back any longer. Before the next round of shells arrived, he ordered his supervisory team to open fire. Upon seeing the soldiers running around indiscriminately, they were immediately shot and killed. And you know what? This action actually stopped those people from running around and affecting the morale of the troops on the front lines. At 1:30, the artillery fire from the defense forces ceased. SKRY, in the rear command post, quickly notified the front lines to arrange for the Kanbang people to launch a counterattack. This time, the Sunset Kingdom didn't use their own people. They divided their 20,000-strong auxiliary army into 4 parts, intending to use these auxiliary troops to deplete the enemy's ammunition, hoping to create favorable conditions for their subsequent retreat. 10 minutes later, the first wave of cannon fodder began their charge. More than 5,000 Gongbang soldiers picked up their rifles, followed by the Sunset Kingdom's supervisory team. This time, the commander of the Sunset Kingdom didn't even provide these cannon fodder with a single machine gun. It was a complete free kill for them. It was obvious that these people were sent to deplete the defense forces' ammunition and supplies. After seeing the actions of the other side, Wang Kuan discussed it briefly with Zhang Jianhui and the others, and then understood the purpose of the Sunset people. This tactic of attrition warfare really bothers Wang Kuan. If they bombard these people with howitzers, not to mention how many people could be killed in the open area in the middle. On average, the number of Kanbang soldiers killed wouldn't even cover the cost of ammunition. His and the guard's ultimate goal was to eliminate the people of the Sunset Kingdom, ideally annihilating both divisions of the Sunset Army. So after a little thought, I ordered the howitzers to continue bombarding the Sunset position and left the cannon fodder to the infantry and mortars. More than 5,000 men only had rifles and bolt-action single-shot rifles at that. Their combined firepower was less than that of a single battalion of the garrison. What was there to be afraid of? Scriven's plan to use him as cannon fodder was half successful, but he didn't expect that the defenders would rather waste ammunition than stop bombing their positions. Just after the first wave of cannon fodder had gone more than 700 meters, the Sunset Man continued to send out a second wave of cannon fodder, determined not to let the enemy on the other side rest. Gunfire erupted from the front lines, and the cannon fodder fell one after another like wheat being harvested. Even those with a little tactical awareness, who cleverly lie down, will ultimately not escape the scythe of death. Like this soldier named Rondo, he was a veteran who had received brief military training from the Sunset Country. When he saw his teammates ahead, they fell one after another. He quickly lay down and slowly moved behind the 2 corpses, peering through the gap between them without raising his head to observe what lay ahead. Rondo sensed that his side's firepower had weakened, so he quickly positioned his gun and aimed it at the enemy's position. He tried to find a target to kill, but simply remained prone. After observing for a while, Rondo took out the amulet from his pocket and muttered incantations, trying to make the treasure he had obtained from the temple work the key to his survival. As Rondo raised his gun to aim again, he saw a soldier appear in the muzzle of his gun. He immediately fired and saw the man fall. After hitting an enemy, Rondo was inevitably a little excited, which led him to reveal his hiding place. On the defensive army's position, more than 20 minutes have passed since this round of firing began, and of the 2 waves of cannon fodder on the opposite side, only a little over 4,000 remain. Just like the machine gunner, Big Bull, said to his ammunition feeder, "We were absolutely horrified. We'd never seen so many enemies before. They even lined us up so we could practice our marksmanship. I'm so sick of killing them now. I think I don't like machine guns anymore." 3 of the gun barrels are already broken. Since these cannon fodder have suffered such heavy casualties, why don't they retreat? Of course, many of these people wanted to run back, but the Sunset Kingdom's inspection team was just 200 meters away. If you ran away, the guards might not be able to hit you. However, the army of the Sunset Kingdom would shoot and kill deserters. Besides, before the charge, they learned that the enemy was the soldiers of Yanwang. Many people were incredibly excited. They weren't afraid to fight the army of the Yanwang, because the Yanwang had oppressed and threatened their people for hundreds or thousands of years. On the Sunset position behind the cannon fodder, the commander saw that the casualties from the artillery fire in front were not many, so he sent out a 3rd wave of men. Now, SKRYL and his troops have seen that the cannon fodder units have not achieved their intended purpose. Now they are just hoping that the remaining cannon fodder can draw the royal family's attention and buy the Sunset Army some time, so that they can retreat safely. Time flowed slowly, until the last cannon fodder had been almost completely used up. The troops defending the front lines have already been replaced a 2nd time, not because of casualties, but because they were simply too exhausted from firing. Wang Kuan checked the time and calculated that these waves of cannon fodder had wasted more than an hour of their time, not to mention the countless rounds of ammunition. Fortunately, only 3,000 or 4,000 of the Gongbang soldiers on the field are still able to move. In the past hour or so, the defense forces have eliminated 16 or 17,000 Gongbang soldiers. He felt sorry for the soldiers on the front lines. He picked up his binoculars and saw that along the 4-kilometer-long front, enemy corpses covered the ground, with some piles of bodies a meter high in some places. Death continued on the battlefield. Although the remaining enemies had many corpses in front of them to use as sandbags, this only slowed down their demise. So in the end, these remaining cannon fodder completely collapsed psychologically, and disregarding the supervising teams behind them, they turned around and rushed back. One person's breakdown and escape can influence a large number of people to follow suit. With thousands of people fleeing, the supervisory team would be overwhelmed with killings. They could only run alongside these people. Otherwise, the defenders behind them would have already broken through the lines. At 3:30 p.m., a telegram arrived from the left and right flanks of the defense forces, reporting that they had routed the two flanks of the Gongbang army, forcing the survivors to begin their retreat towards the central route. On the battlefield, if troops collapse and retreat, they generally retreat backward, unless there are special circumstances. The defending troops on both the left and right flanks bombarded the enemy, creating a defensive barrier behind their lines. Therefore, these soldiers of the Gongbang people could only flee towards the central route, hoping that their masters could provide some safety. According to the original plan, after defeating the enemy on both the left and right, we would pursue them. Once you've reached a certain distance, turn around and cut off the enemy's retreat route in the middle. Unexpectedly, a bombing of the isolation zone forced the enemy to retreat towards the center. Upon receiving the news, Wang Kuan immediately ordered the two detachments of the guard to cooperate with the Central Army to form a semi-encirclement of the enemy. At this point in the war, it seems that the Sunset Army and their allied forces only have one path left to take. Chapter 61: A Dog Without a Home. At 4 o'clock, the defending army formed a three-sided encirclement of the enemy, with the left and right flanks approaching within 2 kilometers of the central route. The current situation is a calculated move by the royal power, showing the soldiers of the Sunset Kingdom that there is only one way left: retreat. By forcing them to retreat, they will have no positions to defend, thus maximizing the firepower of the defensive artillery. Moreover, there are also 500 armored vehicles. In the rear command center of the Sunset Army, SKRYL was surrounded by his subordinates, who were looking at the battle reports sent from the front and making marks on the map. SKRYL hesitated for a moment, unable to give the order to retreat. Sometimes, the loss of soldiers is not important to a country's politicians. War is simply a continuation of politics. SKRY has already sent 2 telegrams back home, trying to persuade politicians to agree to his withdrawal, but he has not yet received a reply. Of course, a general in the field may disobey orders, and he can do so without the consent of politicians, in which case his military uniform will be stripped off. Furthermore, as a nobleman, if he were to retreat without permission, the family's past honor would be completely tarnished. As time went on, the encirclement from both the left and right sides began to gradually shrink. Scry understood that this was the other side forcing him to retreat. Now, about 20,000 defeated soldiers from the left and right flanks have arrived here, instantly doubling the number of soldiers in the middle. The space, which was not spacious to begin with, now felt even more cramped, and SKRY was already cursing in his mind. Time was of the essence, and SKRYL decided to retreat. He could not bear to watch the noble Sunset peoples be slowly annihilated here by the Royal Guard, like animals being slaughtered. First, they sent these auxiliary troops to the front lines to replace their Sunset Army. Once all their own soldiers had disembarked, they began their retreat. As for the remaining auxiliary troops, they can cover their retreat and delay the pursuit of the guards. At 4:30 p.m., Zhang Jianhui entered the command post and said to Wang Kuan, "Commander, the Sunset soldiers on the opposite side have withdrawn from their positions. The Gongbang people were replaced to guard the position." After hearing this, Wang Kuan picked up his binoculars and walked out of the command post. He saw the enemy's position in the distance, and, sure enough, there were no foreign soldiers left. "Jianhui, it seems the foreigners are planning to withdraw. Our 3 gate towers together served as an example. However, they were hoping these cannon fodder would cut off their retreat. That's incredibly carefree." After listening, Zhang Jianhui said to Wang Kuan, "Commander, we can't underestimate these cannon fodder either. These people had persisted for a long time. That's because there was a supervisory team behind them. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long." Wang Kuan said to Zhang Jianhui, that now that the Sunset people are preparing to retreat, it is no longer possible to leave behind a supervisory team. He then ordered the troops on both the left and right flanks to slow down their defenses slightly, lest they push the enemy too far and resort to desperate measures. As for the central area, continue the artillery bombardment and see how long these cannon fodder can hold out in the position. 20 minutes passed, and Wang Kuan saw through his binoculars that the Kanbang defenders on the opposite side could no longer hold out. Some of the defenders had begun to turn around and run back. Feeling the time was right, Wang Kuan gave orders for the infantry on the front lines to advance, while the cannons behind extended their firing range to send off the fleeing Sunset people. At this point, the Gongbang people on the opposite side could not withstand the artillery bombardment and began to suffer a large-scale rout. The temporary armored vehicle unit at the rear was temporarily led by Lu Guodong. At this moment, Lu Guodong also received Wang Kuan's order and began to pursue the retreating enemy. SKRY and his men had only retreated a kilometer when they learned that the Gongbang people blocking their retreat were also suffering a large-scale rout and were currently not far behind them. All he can do now is pray that the area ahead of him will be safe and stable during the retreat. Knowing that the enemy could deliberately force them to retreat, there must be an ambush ahead. But they had no choice but to retreat, even if it was difficult. There was still hope. That was the only way Scry could console himself. The two divisions, each with 30,000 men, suffered losses of nearly 3,000 men in their first probing counterattack, as well as 4,000 casualties from intermittent artillery fire. Now, their Sunset Army only has a little over 20,000 left. The losses are too great. Just as SKRYL was getting anxious, the sharp sound of shells falling from the sky could be heard. Avoid, be careful to avoid. Don't stop, keep going. The various orders from the lower-level officers left the soldiers in a dilemma, unsure whether to run or hide. SKRY couldn't afford to correct himself at this point, so he gritted his teeth and kept running. Fortunately, more soldiers saw him running and didn't stop to avoid the shelling. They would only have a chance of survival if they could get out of the cannon's range. Unfortunately, how could two legs possibly cover the firing range of a cannon in such a short time? The fleeing cannon fodder troops following behind grew increasingly terrified as they saw their fallen comrades on the road, clinging to a sliver of hope for survival. Coupled with pursuit from the rear guard, these men gradually caught up with the Sunset soldiers. SKRY stopped and turned around to see the cannon fodder that was about to disrupt their ranks. Filled with despair and overwhelmed by these people, their escape speed must have slowed down considerably. Because they were only focused on escaping, they didn't take much cover from the shelling. The journey of just 3 kilometers resulted in more than 3,000 casualties, and their speed was decreasing. The thousands of wounded soldiers became their biggest burden. Scree had his men take out a map, traced around it, and then looked up ahead. The forest marked on the map can already be vaguely seen, according to the information from the Gongbang people and the dimensions on the map. The forest ahead was about 40 to 50 square kilometers in size, and they were now only 5 kilometers away from it. Once they entered the forest, they would have a chance of survival. If you look down from the air, you would see 20,000 to 30,000 people in different military uniforms desperately fleeing across this land. Behind them were 6,000 or 7,000 pursuers, less than a kilometer away. On either side of the fleeing people were several thousand troops, who, besides killing the enemy along the way, were also preventing the enemy from scattering to the sides. As the defending troops on both sides gradually compressed, only a little over a kilometer of width remained in the middle. The artillery fire from the rear at this time caused more casualties to the enemy than before. If the royal authority hadn't made contingency plans, the enemy might have escaped. They lacked specific geographical information about Kanbang and were unaware of the forest ahead. Moreover, once we leave the forest, we will enter inhabited areas, which will then be flat land. At that point, the guard's limited manpower will probably not be able to completely surround these people. As SKRYL drew closer to the forest, he felt a surge of power returning to his body, and the shelling seemed to have lessened. This gave the fleeing soldiers a glimmer of hope, as most of the artillery shells from the rear guard could no longer reach the fleeing soldiers at the front. There are only a few dozen large-caliber artillery pieces left, which can still hit those people. Wang Kuan glanced at the terrain ahead and decided not to move the artillery any further. The roads near the border in Kanbang were extremely difficult to navigate, making it impossible for cars to pass, so the howitzers could not be moved. But it was nothing. He glanced at his watch. He figured that Lu Guodong's armored vehicle group would probably cut off the enemy's escape route soon. Poor Scry. unaware that the Royal Army's armored forces were about to block their escape route. Chapter 62, The Final Despair. The soldiers of the Sunset Kingdom abandoned all their heavy weapons in order to increase their chances of escape. There were only one gun left for each person and thousands of wounded. As for the seriously injured, they were already abandoned halfway there. Their fate is now in God's hands. Perhaps even God has to consider the face of royal power. With only 2 kilometers left, Scree stopped to catch his breath and stood by the roadside, shouting encouragement. Come on, let's bye. Hurry, we're almost there. After shouting, I rested for a while because I'm getting old and really couldn't run anymore. Meanwhile, the armored convoy, led by Lu Guodong as the temporary commander, took 40 minutes to finally overtake the enemy. Drive a little further ahead, and you can turn around and intercept the enemy. He breathed a sigh of relief because this stretch of road was really difficult to travel, but thankfully the terrain underneath was all half-tracked. Otherwise, if it were all-wheeled vehicles, there really wouldn't be a way to get through here. Upon seeing an endless forest just a kilometer ahead, Lu Guodong ordered the convoy to stop, turn around, and begin slowly moving forward. We are prepared to coordinate with the infantry on 3 routes to block their escape route. As for whether to persuade them to surrender or annihilate them, that depends on Commander Wang Kuan. Behind the defense forces, Wang Kuan received a message from Lu Guodong, informing him that they had begun their advance and were preparing to ambush the enemy. He then sent a message to Lu Guodong, instructing him that as long as the enemy's retreat was blocked, there was no need to report to him anymore. They should open fire immediately and completely annihilate these people. SKRY was in the middle of the group, panting and being helped along. As he ran, he felt the crowd in front of him getting increasingly congested. He then shook off the people supporting him on both sides and ran forward on his own to see what had happened. When SKRYL arrived at the front and saw the scene 500 meters away, he was completely stunned. Damn it, *****ing. What kind of bastard did this? Daring to sell tanks to Eastern warlords without their consent. After cursing, he was a loss. There were 500 iron lumps in front of him, and with their rifles, they could only scratch the surface of those vehicles. Upon seeing the enemy ahead, Lu Guodong slowed his escape and ordered the convoy to slow down as well. He stood up himself, grabbed the machine gun on the roof of the vehicle, aimed at the enemy in front of him, and waited for the distance to slowly close. Fire! With Lu Guodong's shout, gunfire and machine gun fire erupted instantly. Blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere in the crowd opposite. In just a few seconds, hundreds of people died instantly. The 12mm machine gun and the 20mm cannon were both deadly. Let's change our perspective and try it out from the enemy's side. When the soldiers of the Sunset Kingdom saw that hundreds of their men had been killed or wounded in an instant, they quickly scattered in all directions, looking for places to hide or simply lying on the ground. SKRY was quickly pinned down by his men and dragged behind a rock. He no longer cared about their roughness and began shouting incessantly. Be careful to conceal. Counterattack, counterattack. Aim at their snipers and fire. Those who found refuge began to fight back with their guns, but the effect was not very good. In this critical moment, the difficulty of getting a bullet to pass through 2 barriers and accurately hit the enemy is self-evident. Davis, a company commander in the Sunset Army, was experienced in battlefield survival. He rolled over and hid behind a tree, sweating profusely with tension. Seeing that he was unharmed, he casually made the sign of the cross on his chest, then took a breath, slightly exposed half of his head, raised his rifle, and aimed at a gunner operating a machine gun. He kept muttering, "Almighty Lord, please help me hit the enemy." Once he felt his breathing stabilize, he pulled the trigger, then quickly lowered the gun to check if he had hit the target. Unfortunately, the bullet hit the shield and missed. Davis quickly pulled back, furious at having wasted an opportunity. On one of the guards' vehicles, a gunner operating the machine gun followed the direction of the bullet, searching for the enemy who had almost hit him. In a field of vision, there were not many people raising their guns to fire anymore. They were all desperately lying on the ground, or the people who were shooting were firing indiscriminately without raising their heads, without any target at all. His gaze swept past the people lying on the ground, and then he saw a tree with half a gun barrel sticking out from behind it. Davis stayed behind the tree for another 10 seconds or so before turning his head in another direction to continue searching for a target to shoot at. Davis was secretly thrilled with his good luck. After silently praying for God's blessing, he began to aim and fire. Suddenly, he felt the tree trunk shake violently. Before he could react, he saw his upper body fly to the side as the tree fell. Davis lay on the ground, blinking as he saw the two familiar legs beside him. Just as he was wondering what was going on, a sharp pain overwhelmed his thoughts. Then everything went dark. Davis's body was severed by a machine gun shot through the tree trunk, and colorful things spilled all over the ground. This wasn't just one line. Almost everyone in the enemy army who was hit by machine gun fire was in the same situation. Even if hit by a 12mm machine gun, the best outcome would be a broken arm or leg, and the worst outcome would be death. If a machine gun hits flesh, it leaves a hole the size of a lead ball, like a man pierced through the chest in the classic of Mountains and Seas, where the body is torn to pieces. Hiding behind a rock, Weil witnessed these scenes and realized that the enemy didn't want them to live at all, not even to be taken prisoner. He wanted to surrender, but seeing the enemy's posture, they refused to accept his surrender. He thought of his past deeds, the honor of his family, and the strength of his country. But these thoughts before his death were only fleeting. When a machine gun shell exploded a meter away from him, the shrapnel flew straight through his neck, and Weil clutched his neck with both hands. He tried desperately to press on the bleeding wound, but he couldn't stop it no matter what he did, and he made gurgling sounds. With his mouth full of blood, he was completely oblivious to what he was saying until he breathed his last and died, his body slumping heavily against a rock. 20 minutes after the armored vehicles opened fire, the defending forces on the rear and left and right flanks had compressed the enemy's encirclement to a radius of 700 or 800 meters. Are these people fools? Don't they know to lie down and surrender? Some people did surrender, but before the war started, the king ordered that they be shot if possible, and that no one be left alive. If Wang Kuan hadn't been afraid of the enemy being cornered and taking someone down with them before they died, the battle would probably have ended by now. He ordered the infantry to fire from outside the circle, without charging in. At most, the mortars could be used. Now that the area is smaller, the howitzers behind are too far away and could cause friendly fire. Otherwise, in such a small area, a few dozen 150mm shells would have leveled it to the ground. Time passed slowly, and the number of enemies within the encirclement decreased from more than 20,000 when they were blocked by armored vehicles to only 2,000 or 3,000 now. This war, in which we will punish those who are far away, is also nearing its end. Chapter 63. The war ends, and the system receives an unexpected reward. Under what circumstances would a person fight like a cornered beast? It means being surrounded, unable to surrender to save one's life, and in a state of despair. The remaining 1,000 or so people in these encirclements are now risking everything, hoping to take someone down with them before they die. Because the encirclement was too small, the artillery behind was also afraid of accidentally hitting friendly forces. Therefore, there were only a few dozen mortars on site due to the difficult road conditions. The heavy weapons of the defense forces were mainly located in the rear. After the king arrived at the scene, seeing that some enemies had not been eliminated from the infantry encirclement, he thought for a moment, then summoned Lu Guodong and ordered their armored vehicles to drive in. Surround these people, lower the angle of the machine guns and heavy machine guns, and fire indiscriminately. The scene was instantly gruesome, comparable to a slaughterhouse. When people are threatened with their lives, they instinctively seek a safe place. The remaining Sunset soldiers pulled the Kampong soldiers next to them. They tried to hide behind them to avoid the incoming bullets. But how could a mortal body withstand such large-caliber ammunition? Just like in the scene, a member of the Sunset Army was hiding behind a cannon fodder. 2 machine gun shells hit the cannon fodder, and the first one directly blew open the body that was blocking the way. Meat flew everywhere. Internal organs were pulverized, covering the people around them, before the second bullet could hit them from behind. The first shot continued its charge, hitting a Sunset soldier hiding behind him. This time, it didn't blast his body apart, but only created a bloody hole in his chest. In less than 10 minutes, all the remaining enemies were dead. Looking at the scene, 8 out of 10 were not even whole corpses. The war initiated by the monarchy has ended. Although it was short-lived, the results were absolutely perfect. The king ordered his soldiers to clean up the battlefield, collect as many corpses as possible, and cremate them all. Otherwise, given the climate in Kanbang, it would be too easy for a plague to break out. If his territory hadn't been so close to here, Wang Kuan wouldn't have gone to collect the body. The most important thing is the equipment left behind by the enemy, which is a lot of money. We've already spent a lot of money on raiding enemy bases in the early stages. You used to be worried about where to get money, but now it's all good. He can resell these equipment and make a considerable income. Just 2 hours before the war ended, the high command of the Sunset Kingdom kept sending telegrams to SKRY, but there was no response. These people had a bad feeling and immediately sent a telegram to the colonial governor of Kanbang, asking him to send someone to check immediately. But even if we send someone now, we won't get the news until the next day. Prime Minister Fosk is also in a bad mood right now, as his cabinet is facing difficulties both domestically and internationally. If the colonial army of the Eastern Kanbang dynasty suffers heavy losses, it is estimated that his position as prime minister may be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, I lit a cigar, took 2 deep drags, and tried to calm my troubled mind. He can only wait patiently for news now, hoping it won't be too bad. The next day, December 9th, Wang Kuan slept until noon, making up for the sleep he had missed the day before and the day before. They returned home at 1 a.m. last night, so they didn't wake their family. My older sister has already arranged lunch. Little brother, you came back last night without telling me or your second sister. We were worried all yesterday. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Sister, I was just afraid of waking you and second sister. Besides, who am I? What do you have to worry about?" The older sister saw his grinning face and was not worried about her safety at all. Enraged, she and her second sister each punched Wang Kuan to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. Wang Kuan realized something was wrong, so he quickly put on a shameless act and comforted his 2 older sisters, making sure they were safe and sound. He practically swore an oath to heaven before they were finally reassured about his safety. After lunch, he didn't go to the headquarters. He was too lazy to move. Just yesterday, after the war ended, the system suddenly malfunctioned and started beeping. Congratulations, host, on your first successful annihilation of a foreign powers army. Award. He was busy arranging post-war matters at the time and didn't have time to check. With nothing else to do, I decided to ask the system why I wasn't getting a reward for expanding my territory. System, come out here and explain this to me right now. Why is there a reward for defeating the enemy? Why wasn't this content included in the initial introduction? Hello, host. Based on previous estimates, you are unlikely to engage in conflict with the great powers in the short term, so it wasn't introduced. Furthermore, this reward is a hidden reward. The reward will only be triggered after the hidden quest is completed. After listening for a while, Wang Kuan understood that this broken system had an arrogant attribute. It only proactively introduced its main functions when it first bound itself to him. As for other hidden rewards, it won't tell you unless you ask. Wang Kuan was also frustrated. Other people's systems either gave him resources for free or fawned over their hosts like lapdogs. His system was quite something. Aside from rewarding him with a wave of supplies each time he expanded his power, he had to spend money to get any other supplies. The money he obtained from the 2 raids has amounted to several million silver dollars, which he has spent on the system alone. The remaining funds have basically supported the development of 3 cities. Although the system is cheap, it can't keep up with the large quantities needed each time. After mentally complaining about the system's arrogance for a while, I opened the system's inventory to check the reward items for this time. The first one was a pleasant surprise. It was a drug that the military and civilians urgently needed. The system unlocked the eligibility to purchase 500,000 boxes, each of guanidine and quinine. This quantity is enough for his army and civilians to use for a long time. The main demand for these 2 medicines is in Yunnan province. Of course, he won't sell these medicines to the public now. He'll only sell them to the people in his own jurisdiction. Besides, only a small number of people can get malaria. Then, looking at the second type of reward, it was still medicine, but this time it was morphine, a medicine that could be used right now. There are also 500,000 boxes available. The T-Market now has a hospital that can perform some surgeries, and now morphine is available, which can be used not only during surgery. Most importantly, it can play a very good role in pain relief during wartime. Later, when money is scarce, morphine can be sold abroad, even though foreign countries may not need it. However, the warlords of Yanhuang are not capable of manufacturing it now. Anyway, as long as the price is lower than that of the great powers, I don't believe these people will not be tempted. Next up are disposable bandages, syringes for tubing, and other medical supplies, also in quantities of 500,000 sets. Purchase eligibility has also been unlocked for these items. There was only one left. I opened it and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" It was the famous penicillin from my past life. At present, none of the world's major powers have penicillin as an anti-infective drug. Now that I have this miraculous medicine, At least my soldiers will have a much lower chance of getting infected with bacteria and a much higher chance of surviving if they get injured. After reviewing the unexpected reward, Wang Kuan was quite satisfied, praising the system in his heart. System, you really understand my thoughts. In summary, as long as he systematically eliminates the armies of the great powers in the future, the system will issue various rewards. Perhaps they won't be as good as the rewards he received this time, but they will still be enough to make him happy. The great powers will definitely fight each other in the future, and they can also take advantage of the system's resources while they're at it. Chapter 64. This is going to be a fortune. After receiving the unexpected reward in the mansion of the king of T-City, he immediately took out a portion and arranged for it to be sent to the military hospital and the government hospital in T-City. If we can use them, we should use them. As long as they can save a life, that's a testament to the value of these supplies. That evening, the second sister, Wang Ruashi, returned home, and the family ate and chatted together. Taking this opportunity, Wang Ruashi pressed Wang Kuan for answers. Young man, these medicines you brought today, their effects are amazing. Where did you get this? After listening, Wang Kuan swallowed the food in his mouth, looked up at his second sister, and said, It's good that it works. As for where it comes from, second sister, please don't ask for now. Anyway, we won't lack these in the future. Wang Ruashi wasn't one to pry, so after hearing Wang Kuan's answer, she didn't ask any more questions. She simply told him to make sure he had enough medicine for the hospital in the future. Even if Wang Ruashi hadn't mentioned it, Wang Kuan would have arranged it himself. The next morning, Wang Kuan arrived at the headquarters, followed by Zhang Jianwei, Lu Guodong, and others who were there to report on various post-war data. Zhang Jianwei stood up first and handed Wang Kuan a document containing data. Commander, these are the casualty figures for both sides. Wang Kuan took the documents and began to read them, while Zhang Jianwei explained them to him. Wang Kuan first searched for and recorded the data on his own casualties. When he saw that the total number of casualties of the guards was more than 400, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This battle was different from previous warlord wars. No matter what, Japan was an old-fashioned power, and it had experienced a major war a few years ago. The soldiers' combat skills are quite good, and there are still quite a few veterans in the army. The king was quite satisfied with the fact that so few people were lost in the battle against them. Moreover, the actual death toll is less than 100. The remaining wounded are now receiving a new batch of medicine, and in a while, they will be back in the army camp, all healthy and happy. After reviewing their own casualties, they looked down to see the enemy's casualty figures. The data is quite simple. After the battlefield was cleaned up after the battle, it was roughly estimated that more than 1,000 Gongbang soldiers escaped before retreating. The remaining nearly 40,000 Kongbang people and 20,000 Sunset soldiers all died. Not a single one survived. In reality, less than a third of the people were actually killed on the spot. The rest were injured, did not receive medical treatment, and slowly died. In this era, if there is no effective treatment for battlefield infections, then death can be declared. As for prisoners of war, the guard would not kill them. They simply would not accept their surrender. After Wang Kuan finished reading the documents in his hand, Lu Guodong immediately handed him another document. Commander, these are our supplies consumed. The quantity of enemy supplies and equipment also included. Taking the documents from Lu Guodong, Wang Kuan casually said, We've been short of money lately, and this batch of siege supplies. See if we can sell it to the warlords in the north. He then looked at the specific data, starting with the losses suffered by the defense forces this time. As for food, it's the same as usual every day. The main issue is weaponry. More than 600 of the Garand and G43 rifles were damaged, some by enemy fire and others by debris. More than a dozen machine guns were damaged, mainly due to improper use, which led to the premature loss of the machine gun's lifespan. There were also various cannons, large and small, totaling more than a dozen that were scrapped. These cannons could be repaired, but he didn't like the repaired weapons. The biggest expense was the consumption of bullets and shells. 40 million rounds of various types of bullets alone were used. Actually, rifle bullet consumption is not too bad, but machine gun bullet consumption is the main problem. One burst of ammunition can take out dozens or even hundreds of bullets. Fortunately, he had a system to purchase bullets based on the ammunition consumption of the defense forces. Otherwise, his military factory alone could not keep up with the rate of bullet production. Looking both domestically and internationally, which army can do what it does without limiting the number of bullets available to its troops? There's also the consumption of shells of various calibers. This time, we've almost used up all the shells we produced before, as well as those rewarded by the system. 500 howitzers and 400 mortars consumed more than 500,000 shells in total. After this war and the previous wars, these cannons will be scrapped after at most 1 or 2 more battles. The cannon that the system rewarded him with was of slightly better quality than in his previous life, but it wasn't cutting-edge technology and still had a certain threshold. Wang Kuan also consulted the system specifically, just like his 75mm howitzers, which on average could fire 1,500 shells per gun. The earliest batch of 75mm cannons could fire another 300 or 400 rounds before the barrels were basically worn out. For the next period of time, we will have to wait for the military factory to have enough resources to gradually replace this batch of equipment. Thinking about this, Wang Kuan had a headache. This would be another huge expense, whether it was producing it himself or buying the system. Find a way to make money. Shaking his head, temporarily putting aside these annoying things, he looked at the last remaining supplies. 26,000 bolt-action rifles with 5-round magazines. Although single-shot and not as advanced as semi-automatic rifles, are still the most advanced available at the time. 38,000 single-shot rifles. These are the weapons currently in the equipment of most underdeveloped countries. Many warlords in Yanhuang also equipped their armies with this type of gun, using it in combination with guns that had magazines. There were also millions of rounds of ammunition and more than 80 machine guns. Finally, there were the 12 howitzers of the Sunset Kingdom. They didn't have time to destroy them when they retreated, which benefited the royal power. After reviewing the documents in his hand, Wang Kuan looked at Lu Guodong. Guodong, have you estimated the value of these captured weapons? Lu Guodong stood up and replied to the commander. Calculate according to the domestic warlord procurement prices. Due to issues with the origin of the goods and the depreciation costs of this batch, the value of these weapons and ammunition is approximately 5.5 million silver dollars. Don't be offended. This is the financial system of another world, so don't compare it to World War II. Upon hearing that the captured equipment was worth so much money, Wang Kuan could no longer contain himself. Haha! A burst of laughter came from his mouth. It was a timely rain. He was already short of money and was having a headache about where to get it. Unexpectedly, the war actually made up for his financial losses. What is an unexpected joy? This is an unexpected joy. The worry about not having enough money in my heart vanished in an instant. Wang Kuan happily said to the two of them, now that I'm in Hope's Sunset Country, they should quickly send more people to take revenge. This way, we can have a continuous stream of money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianhui hurriedly said, Commander, have you forgotten that our Yunnan province still has 2 divisions of the Sunset Army? Wang Kuan slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about these tens of thousands of people. Weren't they already easy prey delivered to his mouth? He then sat down and began to think carefully. Chapter 65, The Shock of Defeating the Great Powers. There are 30,000 Japanese soldiers in Yunnan province. Not long ago, Wang Kuan gave them a small lesson. Looking back now, I feel a little regretful. Why didn't we wipe them out completely back then? With the Lunar New Year just around the corner, the king has no intention of resorting to force. Besides, he wants to deal with Zhang Lingrue all at once, so he can only wait until after the New Year. In the meantime, he should let Liu Weiman train more talents, to avoid having insufficient government personnel when Yunnan province is acquired. After Wang Kuan had learned about the situation following the battle, Zhang Jianhui and Lu Guodong saluted him and then turned to leave. Wang Kuan thought about it and realized there was nothing else to do, so he packed up and headed home. In this foggy city of Sunset Country, there are still many people protesting and marching in the streets every day. Fosk drew back the curtains and looked at the crowd on the street, his expression extremely unpleasant. Anyone would have a good look on their face if they were constantly being shouted at by people in the street to step down. The pressure of this period has made the Prime Minister visibly age. After observing the scene outside for a while, he drew the curtains, returned to his office, casually lit a cigar, took a puff, and then let it burn. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Foss was lost in thought when the sound startled him. His heart, pounding wildly, gave him a bad feeling. He casually stubbed out his cigar and snapped irritably. Come in. Fosk's tone clearly carried a hint of displeasure. Then his secretary rushed in, pushing open the door, holding a folder in her hand. Prime Minister, this is a telegram from the Far East. Foss took the folder, opened it, and began to read the documents inside. Bang! After watching for less than 10 seconds, Fosk picked up a cup from the table and smashed it hard on the ground. Fuck, Scree is dead. Fuck, Orientals deserve to die. Fuck, fuck. The information comes from the colonial officials of Conbang. After 2 days of investigation, they have confirmed that neither of the 2 colonial officers in Conbang was pregnant. Fosk was like a tyrant, smashing everything on the table. Once he had vented his anger, he told his secretary to go out now and immediately notify all the cabinet ministers to come to him for a meeting. Within 10 minutes, Fosk's office was full of people. Looking at the messy room, none of them were in the mood for small talk. He received the message from the tribute list and looked at it with a solemn expression. When it was almost time, Fosk spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, we should now discuss. The 2 divisions were almost completely wiped out. How can we explain this to the public? How can we explain this to the Queen? What should be done next? Should we go to war immediately? Or? The people were stumped by the Prime Minister's barrage of questions. The Foreign Minister looked around and, seeing that no one could answer for the time being, had no choice but to stand up. Your Excellency Prime Minister, first of all, this matter cannot be kept secret. We should first find a way to deal with the anger of the opposition party and the public. As for retaliation later, let's deal with the immediate problem first. Seeing that someone had spoken, Military Minister Rogers stood up and spoke. We must send troops to retaliate. All ships were mobilized to transport soldiers from the homeland and colonies. This time, we must eliminate the royal power no matter what. After the military minister finished speaking, not only the people below, but even the Prime Minister's face turned dark. At this point in time, instead of trying to resolve domestic conflicts, they're rushing off to wage a thrilling war thousands of miles overseas. Is he out of his mind? Was the general consensus. With the domestic economy in a slump and anti-war sentiment rising, the situation is dire. Furthermore, the biggest threat comes from the current opposition parties, who are just waiting for this cabinet to collapse. Ignoring Military Secretary Rogers, Fosk continued his discussion with the others. On the 11th, the front page of the American newspaper Capital Daily carried this shocking news. 2 divisions and 4 auxiliary divisions of the Japanese Empire in Conbang have been wiped out by a local warlord in Yanwang. Wow. People in the U.S. who saw this news simply couldn't believe it. If it weren't for the newspaper's reputation, they would have believed it was fake news. The common people and the elites alike mocked this decadent kingdom, a place teeming with nobles, yet wiped out in a small place. The Black House president and his staff began to gather information about the monarchy and investigate everything about the guards. The downfall of an established empire could not have been accomplished by a small warlord. For the sake of their interests in Yanwang, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. It can be said that the development of the Yanwang people is currently under the control of these countries. But suddenly an anomaly has emerged. This made the U.S. decision-makers feel like their home had been attacked. Starting from the 11th, news from the Sunset Cabinet spread like wildfire to countries around the world. In any country that had telegrams, at least the upper echelons knew about it. In the Japanese Imperial Palace, the Japanese Emperor summoned everyone to discuss the impact of this event on them, primarily the influence of royal power on the Chinese people. The Kingdom of Gaul also held urgent discussions to investigate all information regarding the royal power. But one country was quite happy, and that was the Han's country. On the 12th, the news finally spread throughout the land of Yanwang, and most people, whether warlords and local officials or ordinary citizens, knew about it. They never expected that Wang Kuan, who seemed to be just making threats a few days ago, would actually send troops to fight across the border. He spent a day avenging the massacre of his village for his people. The people of Yanwang were so excited that they could no longer contain themselves. Many people came to the streets, clasped hands in greeting, and congratulated each other. This was a rare victory for the people of Yanwang in the last 100 years. Old Wang, a butcher who sells pork, heard a newspaper vendor's cry today. He immediately bought a newspaper and asked an old fortune teller next to him to read it aloud to the people around him. After reading the news in the newspaper, "Good. Well done, Commander Wang." The surrounding crowd cheered, and Old Man Wang was also extremely excited, so he shouted, "Pork is 50% off today, for the celebration of General Wang." Why are ordinary people so agitated? Because they know that the lives of those at the bottom of society are worth less than grass. Nowadays, the troops stationed by foreign powers in various places often bully the local people, forcibly abduct women, and beat people in the streets at will, but no one stands up for them. Now, there is a warlord who is willing to avenge the common people, and they see hope in him. Seeing this land, it's not that there's no place for the underprivileged. Before long, The well-off families set off firecrackers at their front doors to celebrate this memorable event. On this day, people from all walks of life, regardless of north or south, young or old, celebrated enthusiastically. Contrary to the joy of the common people, most of the warlords of Yan Huang had somber expressions on their faces. They didn't care about the lives of ordinary people, nor how many soldiers had died. They only cared about their own interests. The ever-growing power of the monarchy is causing them great anxiety, especially Zhang Lingrui from Yunnan province. Chapter 66, Finding a Suitable Arms Buyer. In Zhang Lingrui's mansion in Chuncheon, he was growing increasingly fearful after Wang Kuan annihilated 2 divisions of the Sunset Kingdom. For him right now, this news is like the end of the world. He had initially thought that with the backing of foreign powers, Yunnan province would eventually become his territory, but now it seemed that he had become Wang Kuan's prey. When people are driven to the brink, they either choose to end their own lives or rise up in resistance. A warlord who enjoys wielding immense power, who would willingly accept becoming mere dust in the annals of history. Commander Zhang has gone mad. This is a rumor circulating in northern Yunnan province these past 2 days. The people are being driven to the brink of despair by the supposedly insane Zhang Lingrui. In the past 2 days, Zhang Lingrui has started to raise taxes and expand his army like crazy, which is simply reckless and militaristic. The various disturbances from the outside world did not affect the southern part of the royal territory. The people went about their daily lives as usual, and as for the victories of the defense army, wasn't that just normal? That evening, after having dinner with his 2 older sisters, Wang Kuan told them that they could go out for a stroll these next few days, as he had promised them, but the war had delayed them. Now that they have some free time, the 3 siblings can finally go out for a stroll. After hearing this, the 2 brothers, especially the second brother, raised both hands in agreement. If you hadn't told me, I was already planning to go out and see for myself. The eldest sister, Wang Yushi, agreed. Ever since arriving at the tea market, she had been staying indoors all the time and had long wanted to go out and see the world. When I was in Kunming, I sometimes had close female friends from the same city. We could go shopping together or have them come over to my house for a chat. Now that he's in the tea city, he doesn't have any of his close female friends here, and he's been wanting to go out and see the world for a long time. The next morning, the 3 siblings, accompanied by their guards, set off for Linjiang City. On the streets of Linjiang City, Wang Hu strolled around with the group. It was clear that, under the governance of Wang Kuan and Lu Weimin, the spirit of the people in Linjiang City had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before. Carefree children ran around freely in the streets. People strolled around in an endless stream, and vendors of all sizes shouted enthusiastically, making the whole city exude vitality. The chaos of the past is gone. The old residential areas have been demolished by the government, and new communities have been built free of charge. With the monarchy's strong support for commerce, most of the former unemployed and displaced people were able to find decent jobs. According to government statistics, in November, the total revenue of Linjiang City, including commercial taxes and profits from government-run enterprises, reached 800,000 silver dollars. Of course, we haven't reached a break-even point yet, mainly because the reconstruction of old communities and the overall road construction costs are too high. However, at this rate, even if income slows down in the future, once the basic infrastructure is completed, Linjiang City will no longer need Wang Kuan subsidies. Now, the construction of cement roads connecting the 3 cities of Chaqing, Linjiang, and Hangzhou has begun. The project is more than halfway complete. The next step is to lay roads in the counties and cities, all the way down to the townships. If the royal court had hired personnel to establish the system, it might already be completed in all counties. He considered it for several days, but ultimately the government organized the effort and hired civilian labor to finish it. This is a way to stimulate economic circulation and allow ordinary people to benefit from it. If everything is left to the system, how can people's livelihoods develop? They spent 5 days visiting all 3 cities, prompting both older sisters to exclaim in amazement. The people of Kunming in the past did not have the same spirit as the people here. The day after he returned, on the 21st, Wang Kuan was still thinking about the weapons and ammunition he had seized a few days earlier. He summoned the intelligence and logistics officials. Li Shanhe and Zhang Letian were responsible for the purchase and maintenance of this batch of weapons. Minister Zhang, is this batch of munitions properly maintained? Commander, it's fully repaired. Wang Kuan nodded and looked at Li Shanhe. Does your intelligence agency have a suitable buyer? Commander, after our selection, There are two suitable candidates. After speaking, he handed Wang Kuan a document. The document mentions two warlords from the north, Wu Chuanquan from Anong province and Yang Tianxi from the western regions. Although Wu Chuanquan colluded with the Japanese pirates, he was wealthy, ambitious, and shrewd. His cooperation with Japan was based on mutual exploitation. He probably didn't want the Japanese pirates' power to grow stronger on his territory. Wang Kuan continued to observe that, according to the Intelligence Department's investigation, Wu Chuanquan's troops were currently equipped with only a small number of weapons from foreign powers, while the rest of their equipment consisted of old-fashioned weapons produced domestically by the Chinese people. The Japanese pirates have yet to deliver the equipment they promised, so Wu Chuanquan has started secretly contacting other countries in an attempt to purchase some weapons and equipment. Therefore, intelligence officials listed him as their first target, and also the one with the best chance of achieving cooperation. Next was Yang Tianxi from the western regions. He was a member of a minority ethnic group of the Yanwang people. His ancestors had been officials of the previous dynasty, and 3 generations of them had woven a large network in the western regions. It has won over landlords, tribal leaders, and powerful figures from all over the western regions, and is now the largest warlord force in the western regions province. A few months ago, the great powers carved up the western regions, and the Russian bear in the north set its sights on it, attempting to cooperate with it to slowly annex the western regions province. This man also possesses the qualities of a ruthless leader, understanding the Russians' plans. Unfortunately, due to his inferior strength, he can only now afford to play it safe and develop his strength. Like most warlords, his main military equipment lacked any cutting-edge weapons. Now that the Russian bear is pressing closer and closer, Yang Tianxi urgently needs a batch of advanced weaponry to resist the Russian bear's greed. Logically, this person should be the most urgently needed buyer, but their financial strength is insufficient. According to the analysis, this person is highly likely to try to lower the price. After reviewing the information, Wang Kuan rubbed his head, still mentally searching for the warlords he knew. After thinking for a while, still not having a clear idea, he asked, "Minister Li, does your intelligence department have any other targets? These two are good, but they are too far apart." Transportation became a major problem at that time. After listening to Wang Kuan's question, Li Shanha pondered for a moment. "Commander, eliminate the warlords in our surrounding provinces. Now, besides these two, only the warlords of Qin province and Shuafang lack weapons. However, the warlord forces in these 2 regions were simply unable to purchase them." After listening to Li Shanha's analysis, Wang Kuan gave up. He just disliked the fact that the western regions and Anong were too far away and difficult to transport goods. "But to save distance, I'd rather sell it to someone else cheaply. I'm not going to be ripped off." After the discussion, Wang Kuan began to instruct Li Shanha to find a way to contact Wu Chuanquan and Yang Tianxi for the western regions. He wanted to resolve the issue of this batch of weapons as soon as possible. If things went smoothly, he planned to have the military factory copy the weapons of the great powers. Then they're sold to outsiders. Of course, these weapons and equipment do not pose a threat to the defense forces. Primarily light weapons, and with maritime transport capabilities, they can be sold to colonies around the world, starting by igniting trouble in the backyards of those great powers. So that when he unifies China in the future, these countries won't cause him trouble. Chapter 67 in Dong, Wu Chuanquan. Anong province is a northeastern border province of the Yanwang people. It is rich in resources, and the people here are relatively well off. On this day, Wu Chuanquan and more than a dozen military generals came to the training ground in the suburbs to inspect the new recruits' training before the new year. Since he began cooperating with the Japanese pirates, he was able to sell various resources and product from his territory abroad. Over this period, he accumulated a considerable amount of money. So a month ago, a large-scale expansion of the army began, and today I'm here to inspect the military training. Watching the soldiers train, Wu Chuanquan asked the people around him, "If Japanese pirates invade, are we capable of resisting them?" Among the generals beside him, one spoke up. "General, are the Japanese pirates going to invade?" "Not yet, but it's only a matter of time. I think you are all aware of the Japanese pirates' covetousness towards the land of Yin and Huang. Commander, I believe in our soldiers. Every man from beyond the Great Wall is a hero. If the enemy dares to invade our borders, we will make them suffer a bloody defeat." Wu Chuanquan couldn't help but sigh as he listened to their harsh words. Why? Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what they had said wrong. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Wu Chuanquan knew they had misunderstood, so he spoke up. I worry about the soldier's courage. However, as the saying goes, even a good horse needs a good saddle. Do you think our current equipment is enough to withstand an enemy invasion? After saying that, he thought about how the Japanese pirates had helped him build industry, but there was still no explanation for it, and his expression became even more unpleasant. The army has over 100,000 soldiers, but many of them are still armed with matchlock guns. They want to pay the Japanese pirates to buy weapons, but the pirates are desperately stalling them. By now, could he still not see that the Japanese pirates were planning to invade his territory? Just as everyone was standing outside, silently watching the new recruits train, a secretary from the marshal's mansion ran over and whispered a few words in Wu Chuanquan's ear. Wu Chuanquan's expression immediately changed, and he spoke to the people around him. You continue to inspect soldier training. I have something to take care of. He then left with the chief of staff and his secretary. An hour later, in Wu Chuanquan's study, besides the two guests who had come from afar, there was also him and his chief of staff. You two represent the royal authority. Yes, Commander Wu, our commander instructed us to discuss a business deal with you. Wu Chuanquan waved to them, signaling them to continue. As you probably know, Commander, we fought a battle some time ago. A batch of weapons was seized. We have learned that you, Commander, recently revealed to the outside world that you need weapons. Therefore, our commander sent the two of us here. Ask if you need to see the commander. After hearing the purpose of their visit, Wu Chuanquan couldn't help but show an interested expression. Oh, could you tell me what kind of weapons they are? After hearing this, one of the men took out a piece of paper and handed it to Wu Chuanquan. Commander Wu, the above are the details of this batch of weapons. Wu Chuanquan watched carefully, and as time went by, the expression on his face changed. He hadn't expected that Wang Kuan's batch of weapons would be so large, and most importantly, some of them were standard equipment from the great powers. They even have mortars and howitzers from the Sunset Country, and a considerable amount of various types of ammunition. After reviewing the documents in his hand, Wu Chuanquan thought for a moment and felt somewhat puzzled. Why didn't you keep this batch of weapons yourselves? These are sophisticated weapons produced by the great powers. One of them replied that our defense forces equipment is standardized, and equipping us with these would cause unnecessary trouble later on. Wu Chuanquan still found it hard to believe that any warlord in Yanhuang today could turn a blind eye to the weapons of the great powers. After hearing the man's answer, Wu Chuanquan frowned and stared at the two men, trying to discern from their expressions whether they were telling the truth or not. The two of them did not avoid it, allowing Wu Chuanquan to scrutinize them. If you have nothing to hide, aren't you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door? They didn't deceive anyone, so at most Wu Chuanquan's question was just mentioned in passing. Wu Chuanquan handed the documents in his hand to the chief of staff next to him, so that he could also see the details of these weapons. Then he turned to ask the two guards, "What are your prices for these weapons? Can you guarantee the quality?" Regarding the quality issue, please rest assured, Commander. You can send someone to inspect it on site at that time. I'm sure you, Commander, are already aware of this batch of weaponry. The commander instructed us, out of respect for your heroic nature, Marshal, we only need 6 million silver dollars, which is much cheaper than the price these weapons would fetch in Yanhuang. At this moment, the chief of staff, receiving a signal from Wu Chuanquan, spoke up. 6 million silver dollars is too expensive, even if it's cheaper than the price on the mainland. But this batch of weapons of yours is also secondhand. We do not have the authority to decide on pricing. Please consult with our senior management. This is just to confirm whether you, General Wu, are interested in purchasing. If confirmed, please contact our commander by telegram. 2 hours later, Wang Kuan's men left the Wu residence. Their mission was complete, and the next step was for the high-level officials of both sides to discuss the matter. At this moment, Wu Chuanquan and his chief of staff were also discussing the matter. Commander, we must secure this batch of weapons. If we miss this opportunity, we'll never have another. Wu Chuanquan was also a decisive person, and he stood up and said to the chief of staff, I will send a telegram to the royal power right now. Go back and pack your things, take some men with you, and represent me to negotiate with them. As long as the price isn't outrageous, get this batch of weapons for me. Upon hearing this, the chief of staff quickly got up and went back to prepare. Seeing his chief of staff leave, Wu Chuanquan couldn't help but pump his fist, his face beaming with a smile. The arms deal he had been longing for was finally on the horizon. With this batch of weapons combined, it could not only arm 4 ordinary divisions, but also form 2 elite divisions. The pressure in my heart was greatly relieved. This batch of weapons really came at the right time. I secretly thanked Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan, oh Wang Kuan, what kind of person are you really? On the last day of the month, Wu Chuanquan's chief of staff and his entourage arrived in the Tea City, lightly equipped, after entering the territory of the royal family. It is obvious that the people here are very different from those outside. Everyone is energetic and full of vitality, and you can rarely see the malnourished look on their faces. Even the people of Antong, who are rich in resources, don't seem as spirited as the people here. For a long time, people's impression of the border tea town has been that of a backward and poor small town. Unexpectedly, this place was governed in an orderly manner by royal power, with no trace of dirt, disorder, or backwardness. The group entered the city, boarded the military vehicles that were already waiting for them, and headed towards the headquarters. How young he is! This was the thought in the mind of Anton's chief of staff upon first meeting Wang Kuan. Chapter 68. The transaction is completed. Many people know about the power of the king, but very few have actually seen him. The chief of staff of Anton was also seeing the king in person for the first time, and was inevitably surprised by the king's age. He secretly thought to himself that he and the commander were old enough to be someone's father. Put aside your size, and quickly reach out your hands to grasp the royal power that is about to arrive. Wang Kuan carefully observed the chief of staff, who appeared to be a strategist with a refined and scholarly demeanor, his sharpness concealed. He shook hands with everyone and then invited them to sit down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Kuan started the conversation, bringing up the topic of the transaction. Everyone, has your commander been decided? Commander Wang, we've made our decision, but we still have some objections regarding the price. After hearing this, Wang Kuan asked, what price are you willing to accept? Commander Wang, the highest we can offer here is 5,200,000. 520 is too little. We wouldn't sell it if we didn't need it. As you yourselves know, it's still quite difficult to buy standard equipment from abroad these days. Wang Kuan spoke up, rejecting their offer. But Commander Wang, this batch of weapons isn't just secondhand. The ammunition supply is also limited. Once we run out, we'll have to figure out how to get more. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan took a sip of tea and then said to them, don't worry about the ammunition, we have an extra batch here. We have as much as you want, as long as you can afford it. After half an hour of haggling, the two sets were finally sold for 5 million, but Wang Kuan was only responsible for transporting the goods out of the Tea City and would not be responsible for the rest of the journey. Furthermore, after learning that the royal power could provide a large quantity of ammunition in various calibers, they immediately spent another 500,000 to purchase a separate batch of ammunition. Since they couldn't carry that many silver dollars, they had to settle accounts in the US dollar. The royal family didn't care. They could exchange these foreign currencies for silver dollars at any time. Alternatively, some could be exchanged for silver dollars and the rest for gold, so that gold could be used to issue its own currency in the future. After the two sides signed the agreement, Anton's chief of staff produced a check, which was a bank check from the U.S. military located in Shenhua City. Wang Kuan then arranged for someone to take Anong and his group to the place where the equipment was stored, so that these people could check the condition of the weapons. They also counted the goods on the spot, packed them up, and waited for Wu Chuanquan to send someone to pick them up. After these people left, Wang Kuan picked up the check, looked at it, and felt there was nothing wrong with it. He then planned to send someone to Shenhua City in a few days to cash the check. Unexpectedly, the usually arrogant system suddenly popped a sentence into my mind. The host can exchange currency with the system. As long as you carry the official checks from the various great powers, you can exchange various currencies within the system, including various supplies, as well as gold and silver. After listening to the system's introduction, Wang Kuan immediately became interested and began to ask the system various questions about check cashing in his mind. After understanding the situation clearly, I couldn't help but sigh. This system is truly a treasure trove. Although I'm still a bit arrogant, I have to admit that this kind of practical little feature is really good, especially when doing business with others in the future. Especially for large-scale arms deals, things will be much more convenient in the future. Currently, merchants within the Yanwang territory are using checks from foreign powers for large-scale monetary transactions, including most countries in the world, as long as they are colonized regions. As for the financial risks arising from frequent exchanges with the system, that's none of his concern. If he weren't currently too busy, given that the system's exchange rate isn't fixed and changes periodically, potentially differing from the rates set by external powers, he could easily engage in currency swapping and exploit both the powers and the system. In the afternoon, several military officials arrived at Wang Kuan's place and reported on the situation of Anton and his group. After inspecting the weapons, they arranged for the group to stay at a hotel in the city. A few days later, we set off with the weapons. The group was now a little confused as to why they wanted to buy weapons for Wu Chuanquan. Wang Kuan gestured to Li Shanhe, asking him to introduce the situation in Anong. As the intelligence minister provided a detailed explanation, the group gradually began to understand the situation. Wang Kuan then added, "The great powers now have an extreme desire for the land of Yin and Huang. Especially recently, the Japanese pirates have made no attempt to conceal their intention to invade Goryeo. At that time, Anong will be the next target of the Japanese pirates. Although these warlords weren't exactly good people either. But now we need to rely on their power. Every bit of time we can buy them is precious. We strive to minimize the suffering of the people of Yanhuang. Otherwise, we'll have to spend a lot of effort rebuilding it later." It's not surprising that these military generals were blamed. Most of the lower-level officers and mid- to high-level generals in the Guard were appointed by the royal power system. The purpose of these people's existence was simply to be loyal to the monarchy, help him expand his territory, and establish an unparalleled and powerful nation. To put it bluntly, from the perspective of an outsider, there is not much empathy for the local people. Therefore, they were somewhat puzzled by the nature of this transaction, which aimed to strengthen their adversary. In their view, any warlord or powerful force was an enemy of the monarchy. But once the monarchy has made its decision, they will obey without reservation. Time passed slowly, and the group from Anong, along with the weapons, had long since arrived in Anong province. For some time now, perhaps because it's almost the end of the year, the various warlords have quieted down. Sovereign nations around the world, except for the Sunset States, are also focused on making money and developing industries, and on plundering the wealth of their respective colonies. As for the Sunset Country, the struggle for power within its borders is still fierce. This is actually a good thing for the royal power. They don't have the energy to deal with the royal power now, but when they do have the energy later, the royal power will be much stronger. The world economy is increasingly in trouble. Through various intelligence, Wang Kuan learned that the great powers are preparing to intensify their plunder of Yanhuang after the new year. In particular, countries like Japan and Russia could potentially launch wars and seize Chinese territory. Back then, warlords from all over the country rushed to cooperate with the great powers. But now, those powers are no longer satisfied with economic plunder. I wonder if these warlords regret it now. During this period, Wang Kuan himself had been thinking about whether to change the strategic objectives and provide some weapons and equipment to support several warlords facing the great powers. Let them hold on for a while longer, so they can buy themselves more time for development. Thinking of this, Wang Kuan picked up the documents in his hand again and flipped through them. The more he read the intelligence reports gathered by these agencies, the more worried he became. Compared to his previous life, the only bright spots in this era were the economy and industry. However, the external pressures and the international situation are even worse. Without the coordination of a central government, Yanhuang is now isolated and its development has stagnated, and it is even regressing. If the great powers do not invade after the new year, all will be well. But if they decide to invade by force, warlords without firepower superiority will be wiped out in an instant. In a short time, most of the country will fall, and these foreign barbarians will be allowed to commit atrocities on our land. They did not want the territory and people of the Yanhuang people to suffer from foreign invasion. Chapter 69. Preparatory work before the new year. On January 10th, 1921, following the summons of the royal authority, the heads of various departments and generals came to the headquarters. At 10 a.m., his confidential secretary told him that the military and government officials had all arrived. Wang Kuan then arrived at the conference room with several secretaries. Commander. When everyone saw Wang Kuan enter, they quickly stood up to greet him. He glanced at his subordinates and waved his hand, signaling them to sit down. Then he had several secretaries distribute the information previously sent by the intelligence department. After receiving the documents, these people looked puzzled and began to look through them. The first half of the documents provided by Wang Kuan detailed the atrocities committed by foreign powers in various parts of China over the past few months. On October 15th, several foreign troops stationed in Shanhua City humiliated several civilians. On October 20th, several migrant workers from Anong were murdered by Japanese pirates. On October 18th, the daughter of a businessman in Chuncheon was assaulted by soldiers in the streets and subsequently committed suicide. There are hundreds of cases, large and small. These are just some of the information that the intelligence department has recently obtained. You can imagine how many such scourges exist throughout the entire nation. The latter part of the information contains intelligence on the possibility of the great powers launching military action against Yan Huang after the new year, which is the main purpose of today's meeting. Time passed slowly until the last subordinate finished reading the documents. Wang Kuan tapped the table, and everyone immediately focused their attention. Everyone, you've all seen the information, so I'll just share my thoughts. Our current capabilities are insufficient to resist a coalition of great powers. But if we do not support them, then irreparable losses will occur. The cases in the first half of the document are likely minor. Okay, everyone, please share your thoughts. As Wang Kuan finished speaking, Liu Weimin, the government's top executive officer, was the first to stand up. Commander, I support your decision. Although I don't understand military affairs, I can help reduce the suffering of ordinary people. This will give us more time to develop. Selling weapons is nothing. Seeing that the government was the first to offer support, the military generals quickly stood up and expressed their support for the royal decision. At noon, this historic meeting came to an end. It was this conference that instilled in people today and in future generations a strong sense of admiration for their leadership, monarchy, personal charisma, and magnanimity. After the meeting, Wang Kuan left behind the heads of intelligence and logistics to assign tasks to the two men. He assigned Li Shanhe to contact the warlords who needed supplies, and Zhang Letian to be in charge of compiling and arranging the supplies. After giving these instructions, he told them to hurry up and get to work. Back in his office, Wang Kuan began to think about which equipment he could sell and which he couldn't. After thinking for a while, he started taking stock of the data. Rifles could be purchased from the system. Producing them in their own military factory was not cost-effective. Machine guns can be produced by military factories, as can small and medium-caliber artillery. Of course, no equipment for foreign trade can compare to the equipment of one's own army. However, these weapons were basically up to the level of the great powers' equipment, and frankly, even they themselves felt that some of their performance was quite good. As the Spring Festival draws closer, it can be seen that, with improved living standards, people in the T-City are starting to buy New Year's goods on streets. They invited relatives, friends, and neighbors to go on blind dates. Everyone went to town together, and the daily necessities that they dared not buy in previous years, they could pick out a few items this year thanks to the royal power, and were willing to buy them. On February 1st, just 7 or 8 days before the Lunar New Year, the royal court began distributing benefits to the army. Each soldier received an extra month's pay. There are also 50 jin of meat, 100 jin of rice or flour, and 50 jin of cooking oil. During the Spring Festival, soldiers can take turns to have 3 days off. When they bring these benefits home, the people are extremely envious of these soldiers. Although their lives have improved now, they haven't improved to this extent. Normally, who would be willing to buy so much meat and so much oil? As a sniper, Wang Erniu had made meritorious contributions in previous battles. He heard that after the new year, when the troops were reorganized, his rank might be promoted several levels. Thinking about this, even the perks I have don't seem so appealing anymore. After spending more than 2 hours in one place, the army arranged for vehicles to take him back home. His parents and siblings rushed out to greet him. Seeing the large pile of things next to Erniu, his mother started nagging. "Son, why did you spend so much money on all this stuff? Isn't this just wasting money? Now that we have enough food at home, save your money, and we'll find you a wife later." Erniu heard his mother's complaining voice and chuckled as he scratched his head. "Mother, let's not rush into finding a wife. I'll wait another 2 years. These things weren't bought. They were New Year's gift packages distributed by our commander. The commander was very kind to us soldiers. Not only did we receive this food, but we also got an extra month's pay." Erniu looked at his family, and when he spoke of Commander Wang Kuan, a hint of respect appeared on his face. She has an older sister, a younger brother, and 2 younger sisters. If he hadn't joined the army, his family wouldn't have been able to support his younger siblings. He kept only 1 or 2 silver dollars from his monthly military pay, sending the rest home. In addition, Commander Wang Kuan allocated land to each of these people for free and abolished various exorbitant taxes, so their lives are getting better and better. Looking at my younger brother and sister, they seem like completely different people in the past few months. They're no longer the skinny, blonde-haired girls they used to be. When Erniu's family heard what he said, they simply couldn't believe it. Erniu's military pay was already high, and now he was being given so much food for the new year. Did their commander not know how to make ends meet? Before Wang Kuan implemented reforms, their annual income might not even be as much as the benefits Erniu brought back. Upon hearing this, Erniu's father's face was filled with a serious expression. "Erniu, Commander Wang is a good officer. Not only good to you soldiers. And it's good for our family too. Look at our house now. Who could afford to live in a house like this before? All of this is thanks to Commander Wang. They're even coming up with new ways to give money to ordinary people. You must fight well for the commander from now on. Ernie nodded in agreement. How could he not understand? Where else could he find such a good commander? This is also why the guards are so effective. It's not just due to their weapons, but also because they are willing to risk their lives for the monarchy. At the T-City Command headquarters, Wang Kuan is holding his last meeting of the year, primarily to hear the government's work report. There will also be a new round of reorganization of the military after the new year, mainly involving adjustments to some existing configurations and personnel. On behalf of the government, Liu Weimin introduced the development of the 3 cities over the past few months. After listening, Wang Kuan took the lead in applauding, and instantly, applause filled the entire conference room. Even he himself was surprised by the speed of development in people's livelihoods. He knew the population of the 3 regions was around 2.6 to 2.7 million. The Yanwang people of this other world now number over 500 million. It is no easy feat to settle these people down and provide them with shelter, food, and income in such a short period of time. He himself only provided financial assistance, which shows that the government agency led by Liu Weimin is quite powerful. Next, they discussed the development for the coming year, as well as specific military matters. Wang Kuan then spoke. First of all, on behalf of my family and the people, thank you all for your hard work during this time. Let us work even harder next year to strive to build a prosperous and powerful nation as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted. After the meeting, everyone went home or went on duty. The new year has arrived, and the scenery here is exceptionally beautiful, with the city's streetlights shining brightly. Chapter 70, The Reorganized Army. February 23rd, the Lantern Festival has passed, and today is the day the royal power reorganizes and re-equips the guards. He initially planned for each division to have over 12,000 men, but later, in order to enhance firepower, each division was equipped with 200 howitzers and a large number of mortars. This resulted in immense logistical pressure, as transportation was primarily by truck, which reduced the proportion of combat personnel. When the 1st and 2nd divisions were first established, each squad consisted of 12 people. Now, to serve the artillery, each squad has been reduced to 7 people. Even so, Wang Kuan realized that the logistical pressure was still quite high, and there was no way to reduce the number of combat personnel now. Either increase troop numbers or reduce artillery numbers. Following their discussions before the new year, the artillery configuration of the defense forces needs to be readjusted, and some of the infantry's equipment also needs to be replaced to facilitate logistical transport. Starting today, after the reorganization and re-equipment, the first step will be to add 3 men to each of the existing 5 infantry divisions, for a total of 10 combat squads. The existing sidearms previously assigned to logistics personnel, drivers, and artillerymen have been canceled and replaced with MP-40 submachine guns. This is sufficient for self-defense, and these personnel will basically not need to go to the front line. The ZB-26 Czech light machine gun and the MG-08 heavy machine gun were discontinued, as the former's firepower suppression could no longer meet the requirements of the defense forces. The latter is powerful, but it is too heavy, making it inconvenient to move on some battlefields, and the gun itself is also too prone to malfunction. The MG-42 and MG-45 general-purpose machine guns were used to replace the previous 2 types of machine guns. These 2 types of machine guns can now be used as light machine guns or heavy machine guns for fire suppression. Most importantly, they reduce the logistical burden. Because the ammunition for these 2 machine guns is compatible with the existing G43 ammunition used by infantry, unlike before when logistics required multiple types of ammunition. The number of mortars will remain the same, but the number and organization of howitzers will be somewhat different from before. Each division was separated from its artillery units, reducing the size of its divisional artillery. These separated artillery units and equipment were then used to form independent artillery units. Wang Kuan roughly calculated that this small-scale reorganization could be completed in 5 or 6 days, because he currently had no shortage of personnel and equipment. After several days of reorganization, the entire defense army completed its reorganization on March 1st. On this day, Wang Kuan came to the military camp in the tea market. Today was not only to inspect the reorganized troops, but also to hold a commendation meeting for the soldiers who had performed outstandingly in the previous battles. At the same time, a flag presenting ceremony was held for the newly formed troops. These outstanding soldiers were promoted at least 2 ranks, from private to sergeant. The more junior officers we train now, the faster we can quickly build up combat effectiveness when the military expands in the future. Just like the 5th Division that was formed last time, although the soldiers were all reserve personnel who had undergone rigorous training, it would have been impossible for it to form combat capability as soon as it was formed without junior non-commissioned officers. After the commendation ceremony concluded, Wang Kuan accepted the military flag presented to him by his subordinates. This flag belonged to the newly formed artillery unit. Looking at the military flag in his hand, he shouted loudly, "Chun Li Jun, Arif, we hereby award you the flag of the 1st Artillery Brigade of the Defense Army. We hope that in your future combat career, you will live up to this flag." Yes, the 1st Artillery Brigade guarantees that as long as the soldiers are here, the artillery will be here. We will absolutely not fail the commander's instructions. Tian Liming, Arif, you are hereby awarded the military flag of the 2nd Artillery Brigade of the Defense Army. After the flag presentation ceremony, Wang Kuan, along with the officers of each unit, began to tour the reorganized troops one by one. The troops, which used to look somewhat bloated, especially the 5 infantry divisions. After this reorganization, the number of people remained the same, but it looked much smaller. Looking at these elite troops, Wang Kuan was filled with mixed emotions. He had gone to great lengths to improve the combat effectiveness of his troops and reduce the casualty rate of his officers and soldiers. This time, they gritted their teeth and purchased another batch of vehicles, and now all 5 infantry divisions have been reorganized into motorized infantry divisions. Each division now has not only a large number of trucks, military jeeps, and tractors, but also 100 infantry armored vehicles. The only difference is that the number of artillery pieces at the division level has decreased from 206 to 132. 75 millimeters for 60 doors, 80 millimeters for 36 doors, 105 millimeters for 24 doors, and 120 millimeters for 12 doors. Such a heavily modified, motorized infantry division is practically invincible. Even if it needs more artillery support, it has 2 brigades and 4 regiments of artillery units. As for the newly formed dedicated artillery brigade, the Royal Power used the Soviet Union's post-World War II model as a blueprint, increasing the mechanical transport capacity, so the number of cannons was even larger. An artillery brigade directly commands 2 regiments, each with 12 155 mm cannons, 24 150 mm howitzers, and 36 122 mm howitzers. The entire brigade has more than 140 artillery pieces, all of which are mechanically transported, and each regiment has the capability to independently support combat operations. After this brief reorganization, Wang Kuan was still somewhat dissatisfied because he wanted to form an armored division, but his power and territory did not meet the system's requirements, so he had not yet unlocked tanks, armored vehicles, and the like. As for the infantry armored vehicles I currently possess, they were a system reward from last time, and I can't buy them now, even if I wanted to. After touring these troops, starting tomorrow, these troops will be able to quickly familiarize themselves with each other and be immediately deployed to the war effort. When I got home in the afternoon, I found the data I had made last time, which listed the equipment that could be sold. The Type 24 rifle has been confirmed. As for the specific models of other weapons, they have not been determined yet. The intelligence department has been asked to contact the warlords who are interested in purchasing arms. After more than 10 days of consideration before and after this military reorganization, he has now made up his mind. With that in mind, he opened the system and began to check the prices of weapons. The price of the Zhongzhen rifle system is 10 yuan. The Type 90 machine gun costs 200 yuan. MG0, 800 yuan. 40 mm mortar, 1,800 yuan. 57 mm infantry anti-tank gun, 3,000 yuan. 70 mm howitzer, 5,000 yuan. Don't compare the price to reality. This is the system's price. These weapons and equipment were intended to be sold to a warlord. As for the price, it won't be that price when he sells it. The price of arms deals is so high that you'd be embarrassed to tell people if it didn't increase several times over. Besides, weapons are a small part of the price. Ammunition is the real expense. As for these people buying weapons to use against him later, they're overthinking it. He'll have to provide all the ammunition he needs in the future. Once these arms deals are finalized, he won't be short of money for the time being. Thinking about this, Wang Kuan himself was impressed. He had never before been able to hold onto a huge sum of money for several months. During this period, Wang Kuan has been busy with military affairs and has not had time to pay attention to Li Shan's progress. so he doesn't know how many deals he has been able to close. It's getting late today. I'll ask Li Shanhe for more details tomorrow. Thinking of this, I checked the time, and it was almost dinner time. He then left the study, preparing to have a meal with his family. Chapter 71, The Sugar Daddy has arrived. The next morning, Wang Kuan went to the headquarters and asked his secretary to inform Li Shanhe to come to his office. Half an hour later, Wang Kuan was dealing with the matters that had occurred during that time. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came at the door, and Wang Kuan knew that Li Shanhe had arrived. Come in. The door isn't locked. The door opened, and Li Shanhe entered, holding a folder in his hand. Commander, you want to see me? Wang Kuan raised his head, then got up from his office chair and sat down on the sofa opposite him, gesturing for Li Shanhe to sit down as well. Shanhe, how's your intelligence department doing with contacting warlords who are interested in purchasing weapons? Commander, I was just about to report this to you. This is the detailed information. Please take a look. After speaking, he handed the documents to Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan took it, opened it, and looked at it carefully, while Li Shanhe occasionally provided supplementary explanations from his side. When he opened the documents, he was surprised to find that the first buyer was Wu Chuanquan from Anong. Didn't this man just buy a batch of weapons before the new year? Wang Kuan looked up at Li Shanhe and asked Wu Chuanquan why he still needed to buy weapons. Commander, according to our investigation, Wu Chuanquan has already secretly subdued the warlords of Yin province. People still believe that the two provinces are at odds with each other. This time he needs weapons and equipment to arm more troops. He also sensed the Japanese pirates' growing restlessness. Therefore, this time they're willing to spend a lot of money to arm more soldiers. After hearing Li Shanhe's explanation, Wang Kuan was truly taken aback, and his heart was filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. Since his transmigration and the addition of the system as a cheat code, he has no regard for the warlords in China. It's only a matter of time before he decides to deal with them. I never imagined I'd underestimated all the heroes in the world. Wu Chuanquan taught me a lesson. It seems there might be another Wu Chuanquan out there. Thinking about this, he became a little anxious. After deciding on this arms deal, the war to unify Yunnan province was officially launched. Zhang Lingrue had enjoyed his time for a long time. Next, let's see which other warlords there are. The second one is Wu Hongzhi from Zhili, who was the chief minister of the previous dynasty. Upon seeing this person's name, Wang Kuan was somewhat surprised. This former chief minister was indeed quite capable, having quietly taken control of the entire Zhili region. After seeing Wang Kuan look at Wu Hongzhi's name, Li Shanhe casually said a few words. Commander Wu Hongzhi controls the most complex region. There are various forces at play, so he wants to strengthen his military power. As Wang Kuan listened and observed, he realized that the Zhili region had always been a gathering place for powerful and wealthy people. Coupled with the presence of the previous dynasty's imperial family and the various institutions and departments established by different countries in Yanhuang, it was indeed extremely complex. After reviewing Wu Hongzhi's information, the next name was Yang Tianxi. Wang Kuan was familiar with this person. He didn't know whether others bought weapons or not, but he was certain that Yang Tianxi would buy them. The western regions are right under the feet of the Russian bear, and are always at risk of invasion. If Yang Tianxi wants to maintain his wealth and status, he must resist the Russian Empire from the north. Besides Yang Tianxi in the western regions, there are also warlords in Anbei province and forces in coastal provinces, all of whom now need to arm themselves with weapons. After selecting and eliminating several surrounding forces, Wang Kuan instructed Li Shanhe to inform those people that they could send someone over for further discussions. After the new year, the intentions of several major powers became increasingly undisguised. Those who signed agreements with the foreign powers back then are now as happy as they were at the time. Clearly, they lost their gamble. They didn't expect these jackhauls to give them no time at all, and now they have no choice but to buy equipment all over the world. However, the Yanhuang people are currently under blockade by the great powers, and all weapons and equipment are embargoed. Even if some are smuggled in secretly, there are only enough to fill a tooth gap. Now, suddenly there's a local who can sell weapons and equipment in large quantities. These people are grasping at straws and can't wait to get their hands on the weapons. Upon receiving the notification, these warlords immediately dispatched men overnight, hoping to finalize the deal and obtain the equipment as soon as possible. On March 5th, the first buyer came to the door. He was a confidant of Yang Tianxi from the western regions. Wang Kuan showed an extremely warm welcome to the arrival of the patron, striving to make the patron feel at home. He doesn't intend to do one-off business. Reputation is still quite important. After everyone sat down, The two sides exchanged pleasantries, acknowledging each other's reputations. Seeing the other's somewhat anxious expression, Wang Kuan stopped his pointless chatter. I'm sure you all want to know the specific transaction amount and price. Then Wang will no longer stand on ceremony. After he finished speaking, he instructed his secretary to take out a document and hand it to the leaders of these individuals. Time flowed by slowly, and Wang Kuan occasionally took a sip of tea, looking very content. The buyers sitting below were whispering amongst themselves, beads of sweat streaming down their foreheads. Commander Wang, these weapons are way too expensive. Leaving aside the cannons, these firearms were even more expensive than those of the great powers. Wang Kuan put down his teacup, smiled, and said, "What a novel idea you're putting it. Can you even buy things cheaply from the great powers? Besides, the documents contain experimental data for various weapons. Can't you all do comparative analysis? Blindly worshipping foreign things is unacceptable. Or do you all disbelieve the performance data of these weapons?" Without waiting for any response, he stood up and instructed his secretary to notify the logistics minister to go to the weapons testing site. He then turned to the group and said, "Gentlemen, words are no proof. Let's go and experience it for ourselves." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and then stood up as well. "Then I'll have to trouble Commander Wang." Half an hour later, at the weapons and equipment testing ground of the guard, after everyone had arrived, Wang Kuan had the soldiers bring the weapons and began to have each person inspect them. After the inspection, they were allowed to test the weapon's performance. One of them looked at the weapons, thought for a moment, picked up a Type 24 rifle, opened the magazine, and began loading bullets. Bang bang. 200 meters away, on a target, 5 bullets were scattered. Wang Kuan saw this, smiled, and turned to ask, "So, how do our firearms compare to those of the great powers?" The maximum range is now 1,000 meters, and the effective range can reach 600 to 700 meters. The system manufacturing is relatively better than that of the previous generation. These people nodded and then picked up the machine guns that they were most interested in. Due to the backwardness of the economy in the western regions, the number of machine guns equipped by the troops was very small. Moreover, these are old firearms from years ago, which are extremely inconvenient to use now, as they either jam or are easily damaged. One man picked up a Type 96 pistol, lay prone on the ground, and started firing a series of shots forward. After firing a burst of bullets, seeing the dust billowing up hundreds of meters away, the men couldn't help but nod. At least their first impression was that it was better than their own machine gun. After emptying several more magazines, the group checked the gun and found it to be in perfect condition. Then, after putting down their guns, the group approached the MG-08 and, looking at the massive machine before them, couldn't put it down. After more than an hour of testing, the people's faces were full of smiles. They felt that, putting aside the price of these weapons, their quality and performance were comparable to those of the major foreign powers. The group then returned to the office and began discussing the quantity and price. Chapter 72, The Huge Profits from Arms, and the Actions of the Japanese Pirates. Wang Kuan led the previous buyers back to the conference room. After a short rest, the group began their final discussions. The other party was initially satisfied with the weapon, but the price was still a bit high, and they kept trying to get the price lowered. Wang Kuan stated that the unit price of these weapons cannot be reduced. However, if the required quantity is large, he may be able to appropriately reduce the total price. From the start of negotiations, Wang Kuan noticed that these people wanted the product but complained about the price, so he took advantage of their psychology and refused to lower the price no matter what. It's no wonder these people want to lower prices. A gun costs 30 yuan, a light machine gun 500 yuan, and a Maxim gun 2,500 yuan. And that doesn't even include the price of bullets. 1 yuan can only buy a few bullets on average. As for 40mm mortars, 57mm infantry defense guns, and 70mm howitzers, the prices are even higher, at 3,500 yuan, 9,000 yuan, and 17,000 yuan respectively, and the minimum price for a shell is 30 yuan. After more than half an hour of negotiation, these people talked until their throats were dry, but they still couldn't get Wang Kuan to lower the unit price. In the end, they had no choice but to agree to the price. After sending a telegram to their commander-in-chief, they went to the royal court to sign an agreement. After the agreement was signed, they paid a deposit, and the remaining money would be paid when they came to collect the weapons. Thus, on behalf of Yang Tianci, they placed an order with Wang Kuan for 4 divisions, requesting that they come to collect the equipment in half a month. After seeing the signed contract, Wang Kuan grinned so hard his back teeth were showing. The total price for the equipment and ammunition for the 4 divisions, after rounding down, was still 8.5 million yuan. These weapons, purchased from the system, would cost at most a little over 3 million. Arms are still the most profitable thing, Wang Kuan thought to himself. No wonder that country in my past life had such a powerful military-industrial complex. This is just the purchase amount from one company. Several more groups will follow in the following days. He is preparing to launch a campaign to unify Yunnan province soon. He was previously worried that after unifying Yunnan province, he would not have enough money to govern the local areas. Now that these transactions are completed, he will have enough money to govern Yunnan province if another province comes along. Thus, throughout March, Wang Kuan was basically dealing with arms deals, and it wasn't until March 25th that he sent out the last batch of arms. He received representatives from 6 or 7 warlord factions and ultimately completed transactions with 5 of them, earning a profit of 40 million silver dollars, while the cost price was less than 10 million. Now that we have money in hand, the next step is to take decisive action and launch a campaign to unify Yunnan province. As the end of the month approached, Wang Kuan, who had planned to take a few days off, had his plans to slack off interrupted by a sudden piece of news. On March 31st, the Japanese pirates sent a note to the Goryeo dynasty, accusing the Goryeo kingdom of firing on their fishing vessels in the open sea without provocation the day before. The fishing boat that was attacked without provocation was destroyed, resulting in the loss of life and the disappearance of 10 people, who were presumed dead. Driven by a desire for peace, the Japanese pirates negotiated with the Koreans, hoping they would hand over the murderer. To everyone's surprise, Goryeo refused to admit it, accusing the Japanese pirates of using it as a pretext to launch an attack on them, and hoping that all countries in the world would stand up for them. At 2 p.m., the Japanese government held a press conference and addressed media outlets around the world. If Goryeo does not hand over the murderer within 3 days, and compensate us, the fishermen's families, for our losses, we will formally declare war on Goryeo on the 4th day. The news quickly spread to countries around the world and to the leaders of major powers, and undercurrents began to stir. In fact, all countries and forces understand that this is a play orchestrated by the Japanese pirates themselves in order to have a legitimate reason to invade and occupy Goryeo's territory. Wang Kuan's expression was somewhat solemn. The actions of the Japanese pirates had completely shattered the fragile peace. The world's powers' efforts to maintain stability in the East would be discarded in 3 days. Wang Kuan's expression was solemn, not because he feared the destruction of Goryeo, but because the fate of Goryeo was none of his concern. However, Xiangzhuang's sword dance was aimed at Liu Bang, and the ultimate goal of the Japanese pirates' actions was as obvious as a louse on a bald man's head to anyone with discerning eyes. The land of Goryeo had neither resources nor products. With only tens of millions of people left, why would the Japanese pirates bother to invade it? It was all for the convenience of invading Yanhuang and building a forward base. His study was now filled with military generals, who began to discuss how long Goryeo could hold out and when the Japanese pirates would likely attack the mainland. A huge world map covered the entire desktop, and it was clear from the map that Goryeo was the eastern gateway to Annong and Yun province. Once this gateway disappears, the entire northeastern region will be laid bare before the Japanese pirates. To be honest, Wang Kuan had anticipated that the great powers would launch a military attack after the new year, but he hadn't expected the time to be so short. The north was still cold at the moment, and it would have to wait until the weather warmed up. Now that the Goryeo kingdom has no suzerain state to protect it, they don't even have the right to fight the Japanese pirates. Unlike in his previous life, this time the Japanese pirates don't need to worry about the Chinese people on the mainland. It's estimated that they will completely conquer Goryeo in just a few months. April 3rd arrived. In Japan, the people have been reacting strongly in recent days, demanding that the royal family and military send troops to occupy the Korean peninsula and avenge their people. Inside the Japanese imperial palace, cabinet officials and military officers listened to their Japanese emperor speak. Gentlemen, tomorrow we will officially declare war on Goryeo. The forces of the Yanhuang clan have long since withdrawn from the Korean mainland. We made a deal with the Russians to support their invasion of the western regions of Yanhuang, and it will announce that it recognizes their legitimate rights to the occupied land. The Russians withdrew their forces from Korea and Annong. Everything is ready now. The rest is up to you. After the Japanese emperor finished speaking, the people who were kneeling below immediately turned their heads to the ground and answered loudly. We will certainly live up to the expectations of the Japanese emperor. We swear to die to bring glory to the Japanese people. At dawn the following day, the Japanese pirates sent a telegram to the entire world, declaring that the Goryeo kingdom had betrayed their goodwill by refusing to hand over the murderer. From that moment on, the Japanese pirates officially declared war on Goryeo. An hour later, more than a dozen warships of various sizes, escorting dozens of troop transport ships, headed from the Japanese mainland towards the Korean peninsula. The Japanese pirates' war of aggression began. In the days that followed, the royal family began to order the military factories to work overtime to produce ammunition, and the government also secretly began to enter a state of war. Time was of the essence. He had to launch a campaign against Zhang Lingrui. If this continued, the people of northern Yunnan would be exploited to the point of near extinction. More often, it was the soldiers of the Sunset Kingdom stationed in Spring City. These uncivilized people caused great suffering to the local people. According to intelligence reports, these people are committing atrocities almost every day around Chunching. Back when Zhang Lingrui was in Chuncheng, he designated an autonomous region for the Kingdom of Sunset. The people living there were either driven out or lived worse than animals. Looking at these messages, Wang Kuan could hardly imagine how these people had managed to get through this period of time. It seems that no matter what, he cannot let these Sunset soldiers escape. Otherwise, his conscience will not be at peace. Chapter 73, Investigating Intelligence, Preparing for War. On April 5th at 10 a.m., the conference room of the Defense Army headquarters was filled with military and government officials. Today's task is to make pre-battle arrangements and deployments for the upcoming Thunder operation. In ancient times, there was a saying that an army marches on its stomach. In modern society, although it is not like in ancient times, a battle is not measured in months. However, logistical support is equally important. Fortunately, the royal power provides food as a reward, so there is no need to collect food from the people. After everyone sat down and exchanged pleasantries, Wang Kuan immediately began to ask questions. Zhang Letian, how are the logistics department supplies going? Zhang Tianla, the logistics support minister of the Defense Army, stood up. Commander, our military rations have always been kept at a safe level. Weapons and ammunition were produced after 3 months of intensive overtime work before and after the Lunar New Year. The current reserves are also very abundant. That's more than enough for 2 large-scale battles. Very good. Remember, you can never have too many weapons and ammunition. If you run out of production materials, please let me know promptly. Wang Kuan nodded in satisfaction and then told Zhang Tianla to sit down. Li Shanhe, you have 5 days to prepare after the meeting. I need you to find out Zhang Lingrui's military strategy within 5 days. Which unit is located where, their weapons and equipment, and the commander's personal information. Everything must be detailed down to the smallest detail. After he finished speaking, Li Shanhe also solemnly accepted the order. Wang Kuan then added that it wasn't that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. As you all know, this was a war to unify the entire province. If you're not careful, uncontrollable consequences can occur. We cannot allow the advantage of rapid maneuver warfare to turn into a war of attrition. Moreover, the soldiers of our 1st and 2nd Divisions were mostly local residents from the surrounding areas of Kunming. If this affects or causes disaster for the local people, how can we face the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Divisions? After he finished speaking, everyone on both sides stood up and loudly pledged their support. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Kuan felt that he had spoken a bit too harshly. So he waved his hand and asked them to sit down. Of course, you shouldn't take it too seriously. Just be more careful during wartime. The military aspect continued to be discussed, and in general, the goal was to take over the entire Yunnan province in a short period of time, using speed and firepower. The current guards, whether artillery or infantry, are all equipped with ample vehicles by the king, so they basically don't need to walk anymore when traveling. That is, they would only disembark and prepare to engage in battle upon reaching the outer perimeter of the battlefield. Given these conditions, would it really be necessary to spend so much time conquering Yunnan province? Zhang Jianwei. Arrived, Commander. Although specific details are unclear at the moment, your 1st Division has a special mission. Your 1st Division is not responsible for the war to eliminate Zhang Lingrui this time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianwei clearly became anxious and hurriedly said, Commander, our 1st Division was established earliest and is also the strongest in terms of combat power. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the other division commanders. Commander Zhang, I don't like what you're saying. What? Your 1st Division is the strongest in terms of combat power. Exactly, am I the 3rd Division just a bystander? Although my 5th Division was the last to arrive, it was in no way afraid of war. Seeing Zhang Jianhui's words, which seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest, prompting a collective rebuttal from everyone, Wang Kuan quickly tapped the table. All right, what's there for you to argue about? My soldiers are all equal. Zhang Jianhui clearly realized that his unintentional words had caused a misunderstanding, so he quickly apologized to the teachers and elders, saying that he had slipped up and said the wrong thing. The group was just joking around. There were only 5 division commanders in total, and they had a pretty good relationship off-screen. Seeing that the group had quieted down, Wang Kuan spoke to Zhang Jianhui. Jianhui, you misunderstood me. I haven't finished speaking yet. What I mean is, your 1st Division, after the start of the war, along the western border of Yunnan province, head directly north to the west of Kunming, blocked the border of 3 provinces. Firstly, it was to guard against the other 2 provinces in case they suddenly decided to send troops to interfere. The most important thing is to block the 2 divisions of the Sunset Kingdom. I want them all killed, not one of them to escape Yunnan province, to avenge the people who have been bullied during this time. Can it be done? Zhang Jianhui stood up abruptly, saluted Wang Kuan, and reported to the commander. The 1st Division guarantees to complete the mission and ensure that none of these foreign devils escape. The king waved for him to sit down. Then he looked at the crowd and said to them, whoever encounters these 2 foreign devil armies, leave me some men. I will publicly execute these people in Kunming. Let their filthy bodies and lives go to hell to repent. When Wang Kuan uttered these words, no one, including the civil officials, felt anything was amiss. During this period, news from not only the intelligence department, but also from the general public reached the tea market, saying that the foreign devils in Kunming were utterly wicked, committing arson, murder, looting, and all sorts of atrocities in the least special zone. A few days ago, even Lu Weimin, who usually doesn't concern himself with military affairs, came to Wang Kuan to inquire when he would unify Yunnan province and restore a stable life for the people of Kunming. Okay, one last thing about military matters. Which unit will be guarding our base this time? That is, guarding the border areas. Upon hearing this, the other 4 division commanders looked up and sized each other up, as if they could see into each other's eyes. You stay and guard the house. No, you should stay. You have experience. Clearly, none of the 4 divisions wanted to stay. They all wanted to lead their troops in a battle. Everyone knows that this war is of great significance. Starting from this war, the power group of Commander Wang Kuan will officially show its ambitious fangs to the outside world. Seeing that the group was glaring at each other and neither would give way, Wang Kuan decided that he would call out names. Guodong, your 2nd Division commander, should stay this time. After all, we just had a war outside the border, so it's most suitable for you to guard the border. When Lu Guodong saw that the commander had called his name, he had no choice but to stand up and promise that as long as the 2nd Division was there, no one from outside the country would be able to cross the border. That concludes the military aspect. We'll now await news from the intelligence department in the next few days. For the people, how many government officials today are capable of independently governing a city or a county? Upon hearing Wang Kuan's question, Lu Weimin thought for a moment and then stood up to answer. Commander, if the civilian and political officials trained in the 3 cities were distributed throughout the entire province, there would still be a significant shortage. Currently, only a few deputy mayors from the tea market have the ability to be transferred to other places. The remaining personnel, each in charge of a county, are all lacking in ability. After hearing this, Wang Kuan was not disappointed. After all, these 3 cities have only been developing for a short time. Although he is committed to cultivating local talent, he will not ignore those within the system. Aloofness is not his style. A mix of local and systemic talent is the most cost-effective approach. After thinking for a while, he said to Lu Weimin, you appoint 2 deputy mayors. I'll arrange the rest. Lu Weimin stood up and agreed. He clearly knew that the commander had his own talent pool, just like most of the officials in the 3 cities were brought to him by the commander. Wang Kuan knew his biggest weakness was the short development time. Local talent couldn't keep up, so he had to buy talent from the system. It seems that cultivating local civil and political officials is still a long and arduous task. Fortunately, the system exists, allowing us to purchase talent from any industry at any time. He glanced at the time. It was almost noon. He then instructed his secretary to arrange lunch, which he and his subordinates planned to have together at headquarters. Chapter 74, Pre-Battle Inspection. There was only one last thing he needed to explain at the meeting on the morning of the 5th. Gentlemen, now there's only one last thing to instruct you on. That was the war to unify Yunnan province. You must always remember, do not harass the people and do not take anything from them. If soldiers from any team experience this situation, I will directly investigate his superiors, and you will also be held accountable. All right, meeting adjourned. Everyone, please have lunch at headquarters. It's not that the monarchy is being overly sentimental. It's just that people's general quality is not high in this day and age. Even among his guards, despite rigorous training and ideological education, some were not immune to greed for petty gains. The key is that he was terrified of poverty before joining the army, and he wanted to take anything good he saw. The king came into this world intending to rule for a lifetime, not just for a short time. If some bad apples were to tarnish his and the guard's reputation, how much effort would it take to salvage the situation? After the meeting ended, everyone started chatting and joking around in the conference room, some smoking, and soon the entire conference room was filled with a misty atmosphere. Half an hour later, the secretary came in and told Wang Kuan that the food in the cafeteria was ready. Wang Kuan then invited everyone to go out for a meal. At 2 p.m., Wang Kuan and several generals arrived at the military camp to inspect the soldiers' routine training. As I walked and looked around, I kept hearing the sounds of killing. The sounds of gunfire were not harsh at all. Instead, they enhanced the sacred and solemn atmosphere of the military camp. All sorts of training equipment were made by the soldiers themselves under his orders, based on information from his previous life. They didn't look fancy, but they were extremely practical. Arriving at a muddy depression, 40 centimeters above the ground, the soldiers, fully armed except for their backpacks, crawled across this 20-meter-long area. When Wang Kuan and his men arrived, the soldiers who had been training were all fired up, each trying to outdo the other, eager to show off in front of their commander. Wang Kuan observed the soldiers' performance and then summoned one of the soldiers who was training. How many trips do you make each day to and from this barbed wire fence? Commander, the minimum requirement is 20 times per day. Besides this project, what other essential daily training programs are there? We also have time cross-country running and pull-ups. After listening to these subjects, Wang Kuan was truly taken aback. He had never been a soldier, but he knew that these training programs were something that, apart from the National Guard, no other country or power could possibly conduct every day. Such high-intensity training, without sufficient nutrition, will eventually ruin people's health. Soldiers, you're doing a great job. One last question. With this kind of training, do you think your body can handle it? Commander, when I first joined the army, I had some trouble adjusting. But the commander's food is good, so I can now easily complete my daily training tasks. After watching this, Wang Kuan sighed inwardly. Apart from the 1st and 2nd divisions, which he had observed during recruit training, he had only ever glanced at the training grounds on other occasions. Unexpectedly, the soldiers redeemed by the system actually brought the training standards from his previous life. He wondered who else could train soldiers like this. They were so full of bravado. Wang Kuan had nothing to do this afternoon and planned to take a good look at his soldiers' training. As he walked, he arrived at the gun training ground, where he saw several soldiers who had attended commendation ceremonies from afar. You must be Li Ergu, right? I remember you. You were an excellent machine gunner. Li Ergu, the former machine gunner and now squad leader, said excitedly in a loud voice. Commander, hearing the king's praise, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do with his hands. Commander, it's all thanks to the excellent training of the instructors. I knew nothing before joining the army. Wang Kuan nodded in approval. Good. You know how to be humble. Keep up the good training. Turning to the general beside him, he said, from the very beginning of our army, we have followed the path of building an elite force. I'd rather waste a lot of ammunition every day than having competent people in the army. The group continued their inspection with Wang Kuan. After watching the weapons training, Wang Kuan suddenly had a whim to go and see the daily training of the newly established artillery brigade. The guards quickly brought over several vehicles, and after everyone got in, they headed to the artillery training base. This location is quite a distance from the artillery's dedicated training grounds. Due to the rapid development of the tea market and the increasing flow of people, it is truly inconvenient to continue placing the artillery in the suburbs. What if some migrant workers from out of town wander into the training area and get accidentally injured by the training shells? These are all daily training exercises with real artillery and ammunition. After driving for nearly 40 or 50 minutes, we arrived at the artillery training base, where we could hear various cannon fire from afar. Upon arrival, the two brigade commanders accompanied Wang Kuan and his men to the training ground. They saw the soldiers training, and every movement they made was a sight to behold. Chen Li-jun and Tian Liming. Are they ready for immediate deployment after their current training? After observing the soldiers training for a while, Wang Kuan, still somewhat uneasy about the upcoming battle, asked the question. Commander, although the artillery brigade is newly established, most of its members have experienced previous wars. A small portion were also drawn from the reserves, although it may be somewhat inferior to the artillery of a motorized infantry division. However, it does not affect the actual combat effect. Wang Kuan asked out of concern, but after hearing their assurances, he nodded in satisfaction. Even wise men can make mistakes. The closer it gets to a battle, the more he cares about the fighting capacity of his troops. But Wang Kuan himself probably forgot that the main personnel of the artillery unit he assembled were all veterans of war. Seeing the commander's unease, Tian Liming stepped forward and spoke up. Commander, during our training, we almost always have real targets. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan was immediately puzzled and asked, Oh, tell me what exactly happened. Hey Commander, we're not far from the border tributary system. Wang Kuan understood and felt that it was indeed a good idea. As long as the artillery's combat effectiveness could be improved, the deaths of some foreigners were not a big deal. Anyway, he's not a Chinese, so he has no conscience. These artillerymen, relying on information from their scouts, would occasionally pull their cannons to the border and fire a few rounds of shells. With each shelling, a small village in Kampong, right next to the T-Market border, would disappear. The guards didn't say anything about it, and Kampong and his master, the rising sun, turn a blind eye to it. They want revenge, but Gongbang doesn't have the power. The Sunset Kingdom isn't ready, nor is it willing to fight the royal authority for the sake of some lowly people. Seriously, when you have live targets in artillery training, your experience points will increase rapidly. At 5 p.m., Wang Kuan and his entourage left by car. After watching and listening to the artillery training, he was completely relieved. Chapter 75, Wang Kuan and Zhang Lingrue's final preparations. As the defense army prepared for war and a large number of intelligence personnel were active, the news naturally reached Zhang Lingrue. Wang Kuan himself didn't intend to keep his secret. He had the advantage of striking first and the advantage of firepower, so why would he need to keep his secret? If Zhang Lingrue were to make the first move, Wang Kuan would be overjoyed, as it would save him the trouble of sending troops all over Yunnan province. On the morning of the 8th, in the most enchanting home in Kunming, even those familiar with Zhang Lingrue would probably not believe that the person in front of them was Zhang Lingrue. The once spirited Marshal Zhang now has half of his black hair turned white, and his face is covered with too many wrinkles. Well, the only thing that hasn't changed is that he still has a woman in his arms. Judging from this, our commander Zhang is determined to be a womanizer until the very end. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted Zhang Lingrue's actions towards the woman. He seemed annoyed that his good time had been interrupted, and he muttered curses as he straightened his clothes. Come in. The person outside the door could clearly tell that their commander inside was unhappy. The frantic knocking stopped immediately. He carefully pushed the door open, only to see a small object come crashing down on him. The man dared not dodge and took the blow head on. His forehead immediately swelled up, and he blinked repeatedly in pain. Zhang Lingrue, whose good deed had been interrupted, originally wanted to make another move, but when he saw that it was his intelligence officer, he swallowed his anger. Speak quickly, whatever the trivial matter is. Ignoring the pain in his forehead, the intelligence officer quickly looked up and reported. General, the royal power may be about to launch a war. His goal this time might be to unify Yunnan province. In other words, we may be facing war very soon. After speaking, his gaze inadvertently fell on the woman behind Zhang Lingrue. When he saw the woman's face clearly, he thought to himself, damn it. He began to understand why his commander-in-chief had lost his temper so badly. Zhang Lingrue was oblivious to his subordinates' gazes. He simply stood there, stunned. He seemed to be speaking to his subordinates, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. Is it finally coming? I waited a long time for this day, and I'm afraid that brat Wang Kuan has been waiting a long time too. Zhang Lingrue was previously forced to wage a frenzied war on his own territory, making life unbearable for the people. Add to that the exploitation by the barbarians of the Sunset Kingdom. And if you were to ask who would most welcome the establishment of the royal power, it would definitely be the common people and some merchants. Therefore, he is having a hard time in the north. The people's hearts have been lost, and his rule is merely superficial. Not to mention being cursed every day, some people are so superstitious that they make a small cloth doll in their homes, write Zhang Lingrue's name on it, and cast spells and curses all day long. Zhang Lingrue knew all of this, but he couldn't control it now. All he wanted to do was fight Wang Kuan to the death. He was fed up with living in constant fear. Even if the royal power didn't attack him now, he would start a war himself in a while. Finally hearing news of the war, the pent-up frustration in my heart completely dissipated, and I looked much more energetic. Zhang Lingrue then picked up his coat, turned around and walked outside, giving instructions to his subordinates as he went. Go and notify the commanding officers of all units to come to the conference room for a meeting. The intelligence officer was startled by Zhang Lingrue's order and quickly looked away from the beautiful woman sitting on the bedside. He turned around and followed his commander out. Once outside, Zhang Lingrue was in front, but the man, still unwilling to give up, turned back for another look. What are you looking at? Remember, forget everything you saw today. General, what are you talking about? I didn't see anything today. Zhang Lingrue gave his subordinate a deep look, then turned and left. The intelligence officer quickly went to inform the commanding officers of all the units, and he understood something in his heart. No wonder the son of the former commander of the 7th Division is now the commander of a newly formed division. Not only did his father lose his life, but it also led to the capture of the 7th Division. My son is already a new teacher at such a young age. I see. TSK still retains her charm. No wonder even the marshal fell for her. An hour later, after Zhang Lingrue saw that all the division commanders or representatives had arrived, he began the meeting. After the brief conversation ended, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. The meeting room immediately erupted in chaos. Some were afraid, some were terrified. After all, the strength of the defense force was earned through battle. Even 2 divisions of the Foreign Devils had been wiped out. Some people are excited, saying that before war, everyone thinks they're the most powerful and the least powerful. These people are either naturally warlike and unafraid of war, or they're just plain stupid, unable to recognize their own limitations. Looking at his subordinates, Zhang Lingrue knew that some of them were not his confidants. Some were representatives of landlords and gentry, and others were representatives of the Sunset Kingdom. But he didn't care anymore. He didn't care whose people you were. He just wanted to see if the royal power would let you go. Folks, this is a war that will determine life and death. We only have 2 paths. Win or die. As for surrendering, given your style of doing things, the royal authority would only execute you. We're all in this together now, so let's work together to win this battle. The meeting ended in just half an hour. Zhang Lingrue didn't have much to deploy. Most of his troops were stationed in the south, with a unit guarding each of the major military towns. It would be too late to reorganize the defense, so it's better to just hold back and wait for the enemy to come to us. Zhang Lingrue himself knew that no matter how he deployed defenses against the royal guards, it wouldn't be very effective. The only option was to desperately try to stop them. To put it bluntly, it's all about numbers. Of the previous 8 divisions, 7 were taken down by Wang Kuan. However, he later became warlike and recklessly expanded his army, which now has 10 divisions. As for combat effectiveness, all he needs to do is learn how to fire a gun. What more could he ask for? By the time the 9th arrived, Li Shanhe and his intelligence team had thoroughly investigated all the military deployments in the north over the past few days. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the headquarters conference room, everyone finished reading the documents in their hands. The documents contained details of each of Zhang Lingrue's units, from the overall military layout. Everything from the personalities and hobbies of the unit commanders to their military skills, including everything about Zhang Lingrue himself, is in the documents. The records above indicate that there were 3 divisions around Yushi, one of which was a newly formed division, and 2 divisions in the Wenzhou area. This was also Zhang Lingrue's original ambition, to fight his way from here to Lingyu province. 2 divisions in the Linshan and Haizhou area, 1 division in Jinsheng in the northwest, and finally 2 divisions around Chuncheon. As for the 2 divisions Zhang Lingrue had previously commanded to the north, he had already transferred them back after the 7th Division was destroyed. After about 10 minutes, seeing that everyone had finished reading the information in their hands, Wang Kuan began to plan the main attack route. Guodong's 2nd Division stayed behind to guard the home base, while the remaining divisions were assigned as follows. Wang Hu's 3rd Division was responsible for the western route, which was the Linshan line, extending all the way to the northwestern border. The 1st Regiment of the Artillery Brigade is responsible for fire support. Li Jian's 4th Division was responsible for the central route, specifically the Yushi area. Their task was quite demanding. 2nd Artillery Brigade provided fire support. The 2nd and 5th Divisions set off from Songshi Road, which is the Wenzhou area. The 5th Division was responsible for the battle, while the 2nd Division advanced rapidly northward to encircle the western and northwestern parts of Kunming. The 2nd Artillery Regiment was responsible for providing fire support to the 5th Division. Okay, that's the general outline. As for the details of the war, that's for the divisional staff to decide. At 7 a.m. on the 10th, all units must arrive at the battlefield, and fire must commence promptly at 7:30 a.m. Do you understand? As soon as Wang Kuan finished speaking, all the military generals stood up and saluted him. Understood, Commander. We guarantee to arrive at the battlefield on time and will not delay the battle. After checking the time, Wang Kuan finally said, if the enemy surrenders, they can be allowed to do so. Of course, those who do not surrender should be resolutely annihilated. After the meeting ended and everyone left, Wang Kuan summoned his secretary and asked him to tell his family that he would not be returning home and would be going to the front lines with his troops the next day. Chapter 76, First Battle in the Mid Lane. At 5 a.m. on April 10th, Wang Kuan followed the 4th Division to the front line. As for the other two groups of troops, they had already set off from Linjiang and Hangzhou. For the royal family, there was basically nothing to worry about in this war that unified Yunnan province. Looking at Zhang Lingrui's military strategy, as long as the enemy on the central and eastern routes is eliminated, the defense army will advance unimpeded to the capital of Kunming. The enemy of the western route army will probably not have enough time to go back and provide support. Can 2 legs outrun 4 tires? Not to mention that Wang Hu's 3rd Division is also attacking the western route army. On the Yuxi side, the commander-in-chief of the 3 divisions, Zhang Daong, was of average military talent. The reason he was able to sit in this position was simply because he was Zhang Lingrui's cousin. The atmosphere here has gradually become tense in the past few days. In order to gradually block the enemy, Zhang Daong deployed the 3 divisions stationed in the Yuxi area. 2 of the divisions were transferred to the south of Yuxi, to the Nanjiang River, about 100 kilometers away, in an attempt to use the Nanjiang River as a barrier to inflict another heavy blow on the enemy. To boost morale, Zhang Daong personally went to the front lines to take command. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Daong, who was asleep, was awakened by an urgent knocking on the door. Who is it? Are they tired of living? Knocking on my door now? The knocking on the door ended, followed by the familiar voice of a subordinate. Commander-in-Chief, the forward reconnaissance troops have discovered enemy tracks. Commanders, we await your instructions. With a whoosh, Zhang Daong quickly jumped out of the car, put on his clothes, and followed the person who came to the command room. Upon arriving at the command center, he disregarded the salutes from others and hurriedly asked, "What's the current situation? Where exactly is the enemy? Do you know how many of them there are?" As soon as the anxious words fell, an official said, "The commander-in-chief is currently less than 1 kilometer away from our troops. It has now stopped." The number of people was estimated to be that of a division of the guards. When Shi Daong heard that it was a division, he felt a little relieved. He was afraid that the defense army would gather its forces and open the door to attack from his location. "Everyone, prepare for battle now. Give the orders to your men. Everyone perk up. If the enemy's attack is repelled, each person will be rewarded with 5 silver dollars." Although Zhang Daong's military talent was average, he knew the power and motivation of money. As long as the money was right, he was not afraid of these peasants risking their lives for him. Sure enough, after these officials relayed the orders, he could hear the excitement outside from the command center. At 7 o'clock, Wang Kuan and his team were all ready and waiting for the appointed time. Time ticked by, and when the clock struck 7:30, the first thing to happen was the 130 cannons of the 4th Division roaring in fury. The first round of test rounds fired more than 100 rounds. It's unclear whether this was a display of confidence or simply the style of someone with an extravagant budget. 1 kilometer north of the Nanjiang River, 2 enemy divisions, totaling 30,000 men, guarded the main 10-kilometer-long passage. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the position were still gloating, chatting amongst themselves about the promises their superiors had made to them. Artillery fire, shells are falling. Be careful to avoid. A sudden shout rang out across the battlefield. Some people who had experienced war would quickly grab the people around them and lie down. However, there are always some people whose curiosity always outweighs their rationality, looking around to see how the shells explode. Since this was the first round of test firings, the accuracy wasn't very high. Only 20 or 30 rounds landed on the position, taking away a dozen or so unlucky soldiers. Zhang Daong rushed out from behind, shouting, "What happened? What happened?" An officer not far ahead quickly ran over and said, "Commander, that was enemy artillery fire just now. Extremely fierce, with over 100 shells. Fortunately, most of them missed. We have no casualties so far." The 4th Division of the defending army was just shelled by the motorized infantry division. The 2nd Artillery Brigade on the same position hadn't even fired yet. Now, everyone compares the locations of the first round of explosions with the coordinates provided by the forward observers and begins to readjust the firing data for each artillery position. This time, the king could no longer afford to be merciful. Since the guards were the ones charging from behind, he had to unleash a barrage of artillery fire at the enemy with all his might. After 3 minutes of testing and preparation, the second round of artillery bombardment is about to begin. This time, it will not only be the artillery of the motorized infantry division, but also the artillery of the 2nd Artillery Brigade. With nearly 280 howitzers in total, one can imagine the devastation inflicted on the enemy in a single salvo. After the initial tension subsided, Zhang Daong realized that his soldiers had suffered no losses, so he relaxed and said to his subordinates, "Everyone says the artillery of the defense force is formidable and has strong firepower. I don't think so. What's the point of having so many cannons if you can't even aim accurately?" After saying that, he was quite pleased with himself, as if he had seen through the myth of the guards. But they were clearly celebrating too soon. Just then, a series of sharp whistles could be faintly heard from the sky. Those who heard them looked up and saw countless black dots falling from the sky. No one needed to remind him. Zhang Daong was the first to turn around and avoid it. On the front lines, the soldiers scrambled to hide in the Tibetan areas, hoping to escape the next round of shelling. Hundreds of mushroom clouds of varying sizes rose from the position, followed by flames and explosions. The air raid shelters built by Shi Daong and his troops obviously did not play a significant role. Inside an air raid shelter, soldiers were crammed together for shelter. By sheer coincidence, a shell landed on it, instantly breaching the outer protective layer and exploding. There were 7 or 8 soldiers in the cave, and they were all blown to pieces. Round after round of shells flew in from afar, keeping Zhang Lingrui's soldiers unable to lift their heads. Although their position covered a long area, their personnel were mainly concentrated in the middle. Zhang Daong could tell from this that the shelling from the other side showed no sign of stopping. So he ordered his artillery to prepare to retaliate. The entire division only had 50 or 60 cannons of various sizes, some of which were infantry guns, and they couldn't even reach the other side. Bang bang! Hearing the cannon fire from his side, Zhang Daong clenched his fists and stared intently ahead, his eyes fixed on the scene even though he couldn't see the actual effect. Despite the fact that the 4th Division had not built any air raid shelters or anything, the incompetent artillerymen on the other side managed to keep a single round of ammunition from landing on their positions. As the commander of the central route, Li Jin saw that the enemy hadn't reached this point yet, but he still gave the order. The phone call notified the artillery in the rear, instructing them to destroy the enemy's artillery. Zhang Daong's subordinates came to report less than a minute before the launch. "Commander-in-Chief, our artillery did not cause any damage to the enemy." After hearing this, Zhang Daong was so angry that he kept cursing, "Useless! Useless! What are they good for? Do they deserve the warlords' trust and training? Give me the order. If there are still no results in the next round, be careful or I'll skin them alive." Unfortunately, no sooner had he finished speaking than the messenger, who hadn't even walked 10 meters, came a series of explosions behind him. Chapter 77, Inevitable Failure. Knock knock. A series of explosions rang out, and Zhang Daong's eyes reflected the towering flames behind him. Even standing more than 500 meters away, he could feel the heat wave surging from behind. Their own artillery is gone. This was Zhang Daong's first reaction. When he came to his senses, if it weren't for the guards holding him back, Zhang Daong would have wanted to go to the back himself to check. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared intently at his subordinate. "Pass down the order. Anyone who dares to desert the battlefield, I'll be the first to shoot him. Give me another order. Kill just one enemy. I, Zhang Daong, will give you 10 yuan. Hurry up." His subordinates hurried off to relay the order, leaving only Zhang Daong and his guards. At that moment, he suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, his entire body slumped down. If Wang Kuan knew Zhang Daong's anger, he would definitely say, "Wait a minute, this is nothing, just basic stuff?" Upon receiving news that the enemy's artillery had been destroyed, Li Jin, standing beside Wang Kuan, gave instructions to those around him. The artillery adjusted their coordinates and began bombarding the enemy positions. As the explosions continued, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Daiyong's troops' position was now filled with dead soldiers. A frontline officer is shouting loudly, "Hide! Are you pigs? Don't you know how to hide? And you, hurry up and find a crater to hide in." He was absolutely furious. He was fine during training, but once he got to the battlefield, he was so scared that he didn't know which way was up. He was so focused on giving orders that shell landed right next to him. Bang! A leg could be seen flying out of the fireworks. On the enemy's position, those who were lucky were only killed by the shockwave, and at least they were left with a complete corpse. If you're unlucky, well, don't even mention it. You won't even find a complete body. These ordinary soldiers were terrified. Money seemed worthless compared to their lives. Some began abandoning their positions and fleeing to the rear. Zhang Daiyong has personally shot and killed more than a dozen deserters recently in order to barely suppress the soldiers fleeing from the front line. The more glorious he was when he took office, the more pathetic he is now. If you don't believe me, look at our commander-in-chief Zhang. His slick back hair, which used to be so shiny, is now unrecognizable. The explosions finally stopped, and Zhang Daiyong breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately organized manpower to reinforce the defensive fortifications. He's determined to hold out, betting that the enemy will cross the river by boat. As long as they cross, he's willing to brave heavy artillery fire to keep his troops in the way. Only then will they have a sliver of hope. Wang Kuan was also looking at the blueprints. There were a few old bridges there, but Zhang Daiyong blew them up a while ago. Fortunately, the Royal Army was fully equipped with all its units, including a dedicated engineering corps. At 9 o'clock, the artillery behind the 4th Division began to fire, this time to cover the engineers building a pontoon bridge. 3 teams rushed out of their positions, followed by several trucks. These people arrived at the riverbank, unloaded rubber rafts from their vehicles, quickly inflated them, and then began to divide the work among themselves, rapidly completing the construction of the pontoon bridge. In half an hour, a 5-meter-wide pontoon bridge was completed. The enemy on the other side could only watch helplessly as the pontoon bridge was erected under artillery fire. Zhang Daiyong had previously thought that the guards would either come by boat or wade across the river, but to his surprise, they built a bridge in no time, as if by magic. He wanted to retaliate, but the soldiers he desperately sent out were suppressed by the firepower from the other side of the river and had no strength to fight back. After seeing the pontoon bridge completed, Wang Kuan immediately stood up and addressed Li Jian and the others around him. 10 minutes later, the infantry began their charge. They have no leverage to resist now. As the war dragged on, Zhang Daiyong knew that the enemy was about to launch a surprise attack. Whether he could hold Yuxi in the rear depended on what followed. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the 4th Division's next assault would not be a skirmish charge on foot. With the enemy losing their heavy weapons, the 100 infantry armored vehicles of the 4th Division were truly like wolves among sheep. "Commander-in-Chief, look what these are." Zhang Daiyong picked up his binoculars and looked ahead, clearly seeing rows of metal vehicles slowly crossing the pontoon bridge. He only knew about cars, but had never seen such a strange vehicle loaded with weapons, until the first armored vehicle appeared before the soldiers on the front lines. "Attack! Attack!" The commanders at the front shouted orders for their soldiers to open fire, and instantly, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted. The sounds of impact rang out, but they did not affect the vehicle's progress at all. The assault commander, sitting in the vehicle, picked up the walkie-talkie. "Attention all team leaders. After crossing the river, no one may act alone. Each team should be spaced 300 meters apart and support each other. Await my command." After saying that, he sat in the car, listening to the sound of bullets hitting the ground outside, waiting for the last car to arrive. 5 minutes later, the last car joined its squad. "Everyone's here. Let's begin the assault." 100 armored vehicles, divided into 5 squads, were scattered across an open area 1 kilometer wide. They began charging toward the enemy's position amidst the sound of bullets colliding. 100 machine guns and heavy machine guns began to roar in death. On the enemy's position, after they opened fire, the vehicles remained intact, and some people began to break down. "Sir, let's run. These monsters are invincible." "Yeah, maybe we should leave." Hearing the fearful murmurs of his soldiers, the enemy commander truly found it difficult to make a decision. If you want to escape or retreat, ask the commander-in-chief in the rear for his gun first. 100 armored vehicles, modified by the system, broke through the enemy's firing positions and began firing on the enemy within range. Hiss hiss hiss. Knock knock knock. The sound of machine guns mixed with the roar of cannons left the enemy on this defensive position utterly helpless. "Ah, my legs! Help! My arm! Sir, please save me! Take me with you!" Those who could shout out were only those who had been shot in the limbs and were still alive for the time being. Those who were hit in the body had long since died. In less than 10 minutes, the area around each squad's vehicle had been cleared. Most of the enemies had been killed, and only a few had managed to escape quickly. At this moment, the rear door of the armored vehicle opened, and infantrymen began to jump out, taking up positions in the enemy's lines and, in coordination with the armored vehicle, repelling any enemy attempts to counterattack. Seeing that they had established a foothold at the front, Li Jian immediately gave the order. "Attention all units. Infantry begin close quarters assault. Artillery cease fire." After the words were spoken, several thousand infantrymen began to rush towards the opposite side, taking over the front line positions, while armored vehicles continued to advance in all directions. When Zhang Daong saw that the front line had been breached by 100 armored vehicles, he continued to recklessly send people up, attempting to recapture the lost position by manpower. "Commander-in-Chief, we can't hold on any longer. Those metal lumps are impenetrable to bullets. Let's retreat to Yushi, and then rely on the city walls and the city walls to fight them to the death." It wasn't that this subordinate was cowardly. He could see clearly that those strange vehicles were not only broken in many places, but their firepower was also completely ineffective. He saw many people beaten until their limbs were broken and their heads were separated from their bodies, which was more horrific than the extreme punishments of ancient times. He witnessed a familiar commander being shot through the abdomen. From behind, he saw that the man's back was covered in bits of flesh and intestines. There are too many cases like this. They can't hold on. Chapter 78 easily captures Yushi City. Around 11 a.m., the enemy on the Nanjiang position had been divided and surrounded by the defense army. Those who were still resisting and refusing to surrender were beyond Wang Kuan's ability to say anything. They can only be described as blindly loyal. They're practically risking their lives for the legendary kill reward. Those who surrendered were disarmed on the spot and gathered in a temporary prisoner of war camp. As for Zhang Daong in the rear, he ultimately followed his own heart and, as early as 10 o'clock, led a small number of remaining enemies to escape towards Yushi City. It wasn't until Wang Kuan captured an enemy general that he learned Zhang Daong had been on the run for almost 2 hours. Li Jian was about to send men to pursue them when Wang Kuan stopped him. It was already almost 1 o'clock, and the 4th Division hadn't eaten a single bite of food since morning. It's time to let them rest for a while. As for Zhang Daong escaping back to Yushi, let him go. Anyway, Yushi has a division of enemies, and we'll have to fight them eventually. They didn't care about having another Zhang Daong and a few hundred remnant soldiers. As long as they are prisoners of war, the guards never lift a finger to clean up the battlefield. Haven't they always found free labor? Report. Wang Kuan was having dinner with Li Jian and others when the voice of a communications soldier came from outside. Wang Kuan put down the food and wiped his mouth. "Come in." Reporting to the commander, "This is a message from Division Commander Zhang." Wang Kuan took the documents handed to him, which contained Zhang Jianwei's report. Just an hour earlier, their 1st Division, under the cover of the 5th Division, had "We arrived at our destination smoothly, which is 50 kilometers away from Kunming. The 101st Regiment is stationed to the east of Kunming, the 102nd Regiment to the north, and the 103rd Regiment to the northeast. The enemy in Kunming has not yet detected the movements of the 1st Division." After reading Zhang Jianwei's message, Wang Kuan spoke to the communications soldier. "You are now preparing to send a telegram to Commander Zhang. Tell him to pay attention to the Foreign Devils breakout in Kunming." At the same time, electricity was sent to Wang Hu and Wang Hailin. "Ask them about their current situation." "Yes, Commander." The messenger then turned and left. Half an hour later, intelligence from both the east and west routes came in. The 5th Division of the Western Route had annihilated the troops in Wenzhou and was now cleaning up the battlefield. Wang Hu's war in Haizhou is almost over, and Linshan City has already been captured. After reading this information, Wang Kuan thought about it for a moment. Send a telegram to Division Commander Wang Hailin, asking him to dispatch a regiment to join the 1st Division. The remaining 2 regiments were stationed in Wenzhou to prevent the influence of Lingyu Province from crossing the border. Send a telegram to Division Commander Wang Hu, instructing him to eliminate the enemy forces in Haizhou City. The 107th Regiment was separated and headed northwest of Kunming. The remaining 2 regiments annihilated the last enemy troops in Jincheng. At 2 o'clock, the soldiers of the 4th Division and the 2nd Artillery Brigade in the central route had already boarded their vehicles and started heading towards Yushi City. For a distance of less than 100 li, the road was so dilapidated that vehicles could not travel as fast as horses and livestock. Fortunately, by 4 p.m., they could already see the city walls of Yushi. Just before the garrison arrived at Yushi, Zhang Daong returned to Yushi City with several hundred defeated soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that their front line at the time could only find a few hundred livestock, then so few people wouldn't have escaped back. In the camp of the garrison at Yushi, Zhang Daong had just sat down and taken a sip of water. Before he could even make any arrangements, a subordinate came to report for duty. Commander-in-Chief, scouts outside the city report that the garrison has entered Yushi territory. We'll reach the outskirts of the city in about 20 minutes. Zhang Daong put down his teacup and sighed. This is really leaving me no way out. At this moment, he was listless and lacked his usual vigor. He forced himself to speak to his subordinates. Give the order and have the soldiers prepare. If the city walls cannot be defended, then enter the city and engage in street fighting. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling to hurry down and notify the troops. If one didn't understand Wang Kuan's character, he might have surrendered on the banks of the Nanjiang River. But as his brother Zhongling Rui said, Wang Kuan was a warlord who couldn't tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes. They acted with extreme ruthlessness, and their actions included colluding with foreign powers and committing crimes such as endangering the lives and property of ordinary people. Even if they wanted to surrender, the king would probably kill them both to vent the people's anger. In the military camp outside the city, Wang Kuan and the others were discussing something when Li Jian spoke up. If the enemy abandons the city walls, our artillery will become useless. The only option left was to engage in urban street fighting. Bangkwa Nudda. If I were the enemy, after witnessing the superiority of our artillery, I will not defend the city walls to the death. I will definitely fight the enemy inside the city. Urban warfare has too many uncertainties, and it is easy to harm innocent people. Wang Kuan sighed when he thought of this. Unfortunately, our cannons can't reach inside the city. Furthermore, the houses in the city would also affect the effectiveness of the shelling. All right, let's prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, more than 200 cannons bombarded the city walls. The small caliber shells were fine, only capable of killing or wounding the enemy. A single hit from a large caliber shell can cause part of the city wall to collapse. After 5 minutes of continuous shelling, enemies on the city walls fell down along with bricks and stones. Seeing the crumbling city walls, Zhang Daong ordered his soldiers to begin their retreat into the royal city. Finally, the city wall was breached by more than 100 cannons. Upon seeing this, Wang Kuan and Li Jian immediately ordered the chariots to lead the way, followed by the infantry, and began to enter the city to wipe out the remaining enemy. On a street south of Yushi City, 2 infantry fighting vehicles drove to the end of the road. Due to the width in front, the vehicles could only stop and remain in place to support the infantry's offensive sweep. As a platoon leader, Shi Feng and his platoon were responsible for cleaning this alley. They worked in groups of 3, spaced apart, and slowly made their way forward. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the left front, followed by a suppressed cry of pain. Shi Feng didn't even have time to turn around and asked loudly. Report on the situation. A report came from behind. Someone is injured in Shirpai. The enemy is at the 11 o'clock position. Shi Feng arranged for someone to guard his position, then turned around and went to a spot 10 meters behind him. There he saw the wounded soldier, whose left shoulder was being pressed with a tourniquet. 2 people came and took him to the rear for treatment. After saying that, he quickly returned to his original spot, picked up his binoculars, and looked in the direction of 11 o'clock, but he still couldn't find any enemy figures. This won't do. Unable to find anyone, Shi Feng kept checking his watch anxiously, as they needed to clear the street according to the schedule. There are 7 or 8 houses of varying heights at the front. We can't just blow them all up one by one. Sniper, go up to the roof and observe carefully. 2 minutes later, the sniper spotted the enemy, but due to the wrong angle, he couldn't fire. Platoon leader, the 5th room from south to north has enemies inside. Shi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they had found them. Grenadiers, blow that house down. Yes, platoon leader. A soldier carrying a grenade launcher crouched down and advanced behind a wall, aiming at a position to his left front. Puff! With a soft thud, a grenade flew out of the gun barrel. With a loud bang, the house with its earthen and stone walls collapsed instantly, and several screams could be faintly heard. Shi Feng waved his hand, and a group of 3 people behind him carefully went forward to investigate. Seeing the gestures of the 3 men in front of him, Shi Feng knew that the enemy was dead, and then led his men to continue clearing the area. And so, after more than an hour, Wang Kuan's 4 armies finally captured the small city of Yushi. Chapter 79: Mike's incompetent teammate. The street fighting in Yushi City is over, and Zhang Daong has been captured alive. When Zhang Daong saw the encirclement getting closer and closer, he wanted to commit suicide, but the riches and honors had extinguished his courage. He raised his pistol several times, but dared not fire, dawdling until the door was kicked open. When he saw the dozen or so guards who entered, he completely lost the courage to commit suicide. After learning that Zhang Daong had been captured alive, Wang Kuan didn't bother to meet him. It wasn't worth it. If this man could act like Zhang Bolan had back then, Wang Kuan would respect him as a true man. Although the battle in Yushi City resulted in the complete annihilation and capture of the enemy division, it also caused some losses to the city's residents, with some of the defending soldiers killed or wounded. Looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock, and Wang Kuan and the others didn't have time to clean up the battlefield. After a moment's thought, Wang Kuan left a company of soldiers to guard the prisoners and, incidentally, to clean up the corpses. The rest of the 4th Division and the Artillery Brigade boarded vehicles and headed to Kunming without stopping. Vehicles outside the city began to mount artillery, carrying personnel and supplies, heading north in a cloud of dust. An hour later, Wang Kuan and his troops crossed Yinchi Lake and arrived 10 kilometers outside Kunming. It was already 7 o'clock, and the sky was getting dark, so today's siege was definitely out of the question. The artillery began setting up artillery positions along the shore of Yinchi Lake. Wang Kuan and Li Jian were waiting for news from the 1st Division in the makeshift command room. Inside Chuncheon, 4 divisions of troops had already gathered. 2 divisions from the Sunset Kingdom and Zhang Lingrui's own 2 most elite divisions. Knowing they were no match for the city's defenders outside, they planned to rely on the city walls for defense. Or perhaps there was another, more despicable motive. The idea was to use the people in Chuncheon to prevent the defending army's artillery from attacking the city. This time, Zhang Lingrui really tricked the foreign devils. He suppressed the news that Wang Kuan was going to start a war, and it wasn't until this morning that the Rising Sun National Army learned about it. If they had received the news that morning and immediately evacuated, perhaps those 2 divisions of foreigners could have escaped. However, capitalist countries are dominated by capital. The city not only has their merchants, but also a lot of property and expatriates. These people are determined to take good care of their property. After they finished packing, the soldiers they had sent out returned to report that the exit routes had been blocked, and they could only hold out in Kunming and wait for reinforcement from home. Mike, a familiar name. After he was soundly beaten by the guard for his provocation last time, the Sunset Kingdom, surprisingly, didn't remove him from his position. But that's hardly a good thing. At this moment, in Zhang Lingrui's residence, Mike and his subordinates, Zhang Lingrui and his subordinates, and everyone else were speechless. Zhang Lingrui wasn't too nervous. Before the war started, he had already prepared for defeat and considered the consequences of failure. As for why Mike and his friends came, it was simply to stick together for warmth. Zhang, do you have any spare troops? Mike looked at Zhang Lingrui with a desperate gaze, hoping to get a positive answer from him. Unfortunately, Zhang Lingrui's indifferent answer completely shattered his hopes. Mr. Mike, I only have 2 divisions left in the city. Zhang, if you knew the Wang Kuan was going to start a war, why didn't you tell us beforehand? Did you not consider our country's retaliation for doing this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingrui chuckled. If I fail in my revenge, will it be your turn to take revenge? How can the monarchy allow me to live alone? You. Mike was so angry he couldn't speak. He only now realized that Zhang Lingrui was a ruthless person. He suppressed the news so that they could be dragged down with him. If we're talking about regret, Mike is absolutely filled with regret. After being soundly beaten by Wang Kuan, he tried to maintain his position. It took a lot of money and a lot of connections to get the bigwigs in China not to hold him accountable. I want to continue working at Yinhuang and make more money to prepare for my retirement. Who could have imagined that the royal power would suddenly launch a war, catching him completely off guard? Thinking of this, Mike glared hatefully at Zhang Lingrui. If Zhang Lingrui hadn't done it on purpose, they would have already run away together. Mr. Mike, you don't have to look at me like that. Let's think about the war that's about to begin. What was that saying again? May God be with you? After leaving Zhang Lingrui's residence, Mike returned to the concession area, which was now crowded with people, mostly Japanese merchants, their employees, or their families. Upon seeing Mike enter, everyone hurriedly asked, "General, how is it? Do we have any hope of getting out?" "Yes, General, you'd better think of a solution quickly." I was already in a bad mood, and then these incompetent teammates started making a fuss. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling the chaotic crowd into immediate silence. "How dare you come here? If it weren't for you greedy pigs and dogs, we left long ago. It was your greed that ruined you. Get out of here and stop getting in my way." After venting his anger, Mike felt a little better. He had killed those greedy pigs after learning that the way out was blocked. "General, a telegram has arrived from home." That's what a messenger said as he hurriedly walked in. Mike's eyes instantly filled with hope, and he roared, "Give it to me right away." After opening the file, I couldn't wait to start reading it. Fuck, bitch, dame cabinet, dame politicien. The soldier looked at his superior officer and swore at the language he had never heard before. Clearly, the news from back home was not good. The message from Sunset Country to Mike basically meant that there wasn't enough time for them to send help back home. We believe that the great Sunset soldiers have enough courage to face all challenges. Outside the city, in the command center of the defense force, Wang Kuan was waiting for the 107th Regiment. At this time, they were only about 20 kilometers away from the designated location. Half an hour later, accompanied by the sound of a car, the commander of the 107th Regiment arrived at the command room. Reporting for duty, 107th Regiment. When Wang Kuan saw the person who had arrived, a smile appeared on his face. "Commander Huang is here. I was just waiting for you to arrive." Half an hour ago, Zhang Jianwei's 1st Division in the East sent a telegram saying that their encirclement had shrunk to just over 20 kilometers from Kunming. The siege will take place tomorrow morning as follows. The 3 regiments of the 1st Division plus 1 regiment of the 5th Division, responsible for the East and North. The 113th and 107th Regiments of the 4th Division were responsible for the attack on the western side. The remaining 2 regiments were responsible for the siege in the south. After he finished speaking, he looked at the communications soldier and told him to report to the 1st Division. By the way, Li Jian, the 4th Division will send 50 armored vehicles at that time. Give it to Commander Huang and the others. Li Jian and Commander Huang stood up at the same time, saluted Wang Kuan, and then went down to prepare for tomorrow's battle. "Zhang Lingrui, you better not die during tomorrow's siege. I'm still waiting to personally put you to trial." The reason Wang Kuan is so dissatisfied with Zhang Lingrui is because of his inaction. If you say he colluded with foreigners, that's one thing. It was normal practice for warlords in that era. However, his biggest mistake was failing to stop the foreigners' bad habits and watching helplessly as the people of Kunming had their property and lives plundered by the foreigners. This is what the royal power cannot tolerate the most. Zhang Lingrui will be buried with him, and the people of the Sunset Kingdom in Spring